Grasping the summer cicada does not necessarily mean seizing the entire summer, however. Wielding that sword signifies holding the essence of a martial world. With a 3-foot azure blade, one dreams of being a revered sword deity, a peerless sword immortal, severing the pagoda of the master of the Sect and toppling the emperor's crown. With a hearty laugh, one proclaims, "The 8 kings of the Qin, the sea, and pipa, the 4 spirits of chaos. Alone I shall battle, together we shall conquer." Danxia village, amidst the impoverished landscape of the northwest, barely ranks among the foremost places. Yet, compared to the dazzling worlds of the Central Plains, it inevitably seems insignificant, almost trivial. Today, a party of horsemen, hailing from the opulence of the outside world, shatters the tranquility of this place. 6 individuals on 6 steeds, yet their air of arrogance surpasses that of 600 armored cavalry. Any astute horseman present would comprehend the source of their haughtiness. 3 of the horses are clearly top-tier military steeds, rideable only by generals, accompanied by a steed known as the heavenly horse from the kingdom of Baiju. One horse, a dark steed from the steppes, and the last, strikingly purple, bears an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Saluzi. If the horses are remarkable, their owners need no further introduction. Their status transcends mere wealth, requiring the addition of nobility to the description. Leading the group is a young man in white, his visage akin to jade, exuding an aura that invites familiarity. However, the steed beneath him, second only to the Saluzi, constantly reminds onlookers that this nobleman is no ordinary scion of officialdom. In truth, he embodies a figure so elevated that the average citizen would find the prospect of approaching him daunting. 3 young men, riding the war horses, exhibit strikingly similar features, their every action stamped with the unmistakable mark of military discipline, each proudly displaying a standard military saber at their waists. They may not belong to the army, yet their connections to it are unmistakable. The man riding the dark steed is a local tyrant, his grandfather being the commander of the region, one of the 3 powerful figures wielding authority over the province. Though lacking in both literary and martial prowess, he relies on his family's reputation to assert his dominance in the northwest. As for the final figure atop the Saluzi, she is cloaked in a voluminous robe, her hood obscuring her features, revealing only the faintest hint of femininity. The nobleman on the heavenly horse appears amiable, but is fundamentally proud, treating the others with a degree of indifference, save for an unusual warmth towards the woman on the Saluzi. While he converses softly with her, the local tyrant casts a glance at one of the sword-bearing men, subtly gestures toward the white-clad gentleman, and quietly inquires, "Li, what is the background of this individual? Such an imposing presence." The man addressed, as Li reveals, a faint smile, gesturing upward and whispering, "A significant figure descended from above, serving him well brings no harm." The local tyrant silently marvels. In recent days, he and this Li have enjoyed pleasant exchanges while they have not yet reached a level of complete openness. He senses that Li's family background may rival his own. His father holds military power as a 3rd-rank regional official, with the potential to ascend to a 2nd-rank ministerial position, a figure whose mere stamp of the foot could shake an entire province. That the white-clad noble is regarded as a significant figure by Li warrants careful consideration. Could he be of royal descent? The local tyrant shudders at the thought, refraining from pursuing the matter further, instead donning a knowing smile, and remarks, "These past few days have been quite arduous accompanying this esteemed gentleman. I hear that Madame Jianghu from Jianghu Tower has recently assembled a few young ladies upon our return. I would like to host you, Li, as my honored guest." They exchange knowing smiles, their expressions tinged with an unspoken camaraderie, as if 2 souls have encountered each other in a world of silence. Danxia village spans a vast area. It rose to prominence decades ago due to a fierce cavalry battle led by 2 renowned generals. The clash of the finest cavalry resulted in a chaotic scene, littered with corpses and rivers of blood, leaving the ancient battlefield eerily deserted. Legends speak of the souls of countless fallen soldiers lingering, coalescing into spectral armies that haunt the site, rendering it a land of death. This party of 6 intends to visit the ancient battleground, regarded as a site of doom and despair, to pay homage to the valor of their predecessors. However, time has transformed Danxia village. It has distanced itself from the ancient battlefield, and few are aware of its exact location. Those who do know may not dare to approach. These evidently noble individuals, for reasons unknown, have not brought attendants, necessitating that they undertake many tasks themselves. Shortly after arriving at Danxia village, the local tyrant begins to seek a guide, but, due to the aforementioned reasons, fails to find one. This failure particularly vexes the white-clad nobleman, whose irritation is barely concealed. The local tyrant wipes the sweat from his brow, raising the offer for a guide to 100 taels of silver. What can 100 taels of silver accomplish? In Jiangnan, one could purchase 10 acres of prime farmland in the harsh northwest, perhaps 20 acres. For an ordinary family, amassing 20 acres would require generations of effort. Perhaps 5 generations, perhaps 6, or perhaps an unattainable dream. Yet, despite the generous offer, no one steps forward. After all, the populace fears officials like a tiger, and these individuals unmistakably display the demeanor of noble offspring. How many would dare approach them? Silver is alluring, yet whether it reaches one's hands remains uncertain. Even if it does, who among them would risk their lives to enter such a perilous place? In this world, the origins of individuals vary, and such distinctions are often matters of fate. However, aside from the truly dim-witted, how many are genuinely foolish? As time drags on, the expression of the white-clad nobleman grows increasingly grim. The local tyrant's perspiration accumulates, and just as he nears despair, a voice suddenly resonates in his ear, akin to a heavenly melody. You wish to visit the ancient battlefield? I know the way. A youth, approximately 20 years of age, appears before the group. His arrival is abrupt, as if he has materialized from thin air, yet exudes an air of familiarity, as though he has always been present, unnoticed by others. This contrast compels the woman on the salusi to regard him with renewed interest. Dressed in immaculate blue cloth, a long object, carefully wrapped in cotton, rests on his back. His stature is moderate, and a clean, natural smile graces his handsome face, reminiscent of the vast, open skies of the Northwest. For the woman, who has encountered many remarkable men over the years, the white-clad nobleman beside her is undeniably charming, possessing both intellect and cunning. Yet, in contrast, the youth before her, while not particularly striking, exudes a refreshing vigor. It is reminiscent of the exhilarating sensation of galloping freely across the western plains, an unstoppable momentum. The woman, hidden beneath her hood, smiles subtly, as if she has glimpsed an intriguing vista. Then, she retracts her gaze, restoring her composure and tranquility. For this young woman, who has long understood the heights to which one can ascend, the youth possesses a certain allure. Yet he fails to pique her curiosity or leave a lasting impression. After all, the world is rife with exceptional men, and this one appears like a robust green tree in a vast forest. Despite his slight uniqueness, he ultimately blends into the overwhelming wilderness. Even in the presence of 6 noble youths, the smile on the youth's face remains unchanged as he states, 100 taels of silver, no bargaining. I will guide you there and back. The local tyrant pulls a white cloth from his sleeve to wipe his brow and replies curtly, as long as you can take us there, your silver is assured. At that moment, the white-clad nobleman suddenly inquires, what is your name? His tone betrays an unmistakable air of superiority. The youth, unperturbed, grins broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Subayu, a name that seems incongruous in this village. Chapter 2. The frog at the bottom of the well. Subayu, born and raised in the Northwest, epitomizes the essence of a true northerner. However, his visage diverges from the ruggedness typically associated with men from that region, possessing instead a gentle, almost southern allure, which many elders perceive as a sign of good fortune. Yet, despite the passage of years, Subayu has encountered little in the way of luck. He remains oblivious to the identities of his parents and ancestors. His name was bestowed upon him by a local scholar in the small town of Xiafanghai. Growing up on the charity of others, he has never had a roof over his head or a place to call his own. Nor has he acquired any particular skill to earn a living. Were it not for a few days spent learning from an elderly traveler who passed through Xiafanghai during his childhood, his robust physique might have already succumbed to the perils of the unknown. The young nobleman clad in white, however, shows no interest in the origins of Subayu's name, nor does he intend to haggle over the 100 taels of silver. For many common families, such a sum might seem astronomical, but for him, it barely covers the cost of a lavish banquet. If it brings joy to the lady beside him, even 1,000 taels would seem inconsequential. What piques his curiosity is the elongated object strapped to Su Beiyu's back, prompting him to inquire bluntly, "Su Beiyu, do you wield a sword?" In the face of this aristocratic youth, whose servants command more dignity than he, Su Beiyu remains calm and replies in a slightly accented Mandarin, "I have a basic understanding, for the Northwest is no stranger to swordsmen and bandits. One must possess some means of self-defense when alone in the wild, or else I would not dare guide you to the ancient battlefield. However, I must caution you, that place is indeed treacherous, and many who have wandered there in recent years have not returned alive." A flicker of disdain crosses the handsome features of the young nobleman, as Su Beiyu's words strike him as laughable, much like a Na'vi rabbit warning an eagle about an impending cliff. The three sword-bearing men behind him express their scorn openly. Su Beiyu's expression shifts slightly, the long sword wrapped in cloth behind him vibrating almost imperceptibly. Yet, amidst this tension, a woman observing silently lifts her gaze from beneath her hood, her eyes once again fixed on Su Beiyu. One of the imposing men with a sword at his waist chuckles derisively, "You needn't worry about that. No one would be foolish enough to gamble with their own life. We are well aware of the dangers we face." The local ruffian abruptly produces a 100-tael silver note from his sleeve and tosses it at Su Beiyu's feet, impatiently exclaiming, "Isn't this what you want? Take it and spare us your prattle." Su Beiyu does not rush to retrieve the silver note, barely glancing at it. Instead, he fixes his gaze on the young nobleman and speaks slowly, "You must all be sons of officials. If anything goes amiss, I, a mere commoner, cannot bear the responsibility. Oh, I must ask once more, are you certain there will be no issues?" The nobleman, now visibly displeased, suppresses his irritation and coolly replies, "If the sky were to fall, I would bear it. I am not so petty as to argue with you." Only then does Su Beiyu bend to pick up the silver note, carefully stowing it away in his sleeve. "Very well, shall we depart now?" he asks. The nobleman nods affirmatively. Su Beiyu, having never ventured beyond the Northwest, is filled with curiosity about the motives of these noble youths. He wonders if there might be treasures awaiting them in the perilous land they are headed to. Yet, even if such treasures exist, he muses, these pampered young lords and ladies would likely send others to face the dangers instead of risking their own lives. Could it be that they truly intend to enjoy the scenery? If so, Su Beiyu thinks, they must be utterly foolish. Adhering to his role, Su Beiyu leads the 6 riders away from Danxiao village, striding briskly ahead while the others follow at a leisurely pace. He refrains from glancing at the 6 fine steeds, fearing that lingering on them might make it difficult to forget their splendor, though he is but a frog at the bottom of a well. Unaware of the deeper significance of these horses, he nonetheless comprehends their value far exceeds that of the 100 taels he possesses. After covering more than 10 miles on foot, Su Beiyu displays no signs of fatigue. While the woman riding the noble steed suddenly calls for a break, the others, clearly deferential to the white-clad nobleman, follow suit. Knowing he will acquiesce to her request, Su Beiyu, too, sees the wisdom in conserving his strength before entering the enigmatic battlefield. As the group rests, Su Beiyu sits before a rock, lost in thought as he gazes at the distant flowing river. The woman dismounts from her noble steed, exchanges a few words with the white-clad nobleman, and approaches Su Beiyu. "Who did you learn swordsmanship from?" she inquires softly. Su Beiyu, wary, glances at her before hesitating. "My master," he replies. "And who is your master?" she presses. "Just my master," Su Beiyu states flatly. "I do not know his name." The woman chuckles lightly. "It is evident you possess skill. It is rare to find such talent in a remote place like this." Su Beiyu is momentarily taken aback and counters, "Do you also practice swordsmanship?" She shakes her head. "I do not. However, I wasn't entirely certain of your capabilities until now." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Beiyu clears his throat and says, "Then you must be a formidable expert yourself." The woman offers no response, merely smiling faintly, though her beauty remains obscured beneath her hood, denying Su Beiyu the chance to behold it. She studies him twice. Her initial assessment reveals intrigue, while the second glance carries a hint of regret for the young man born in the harsh Northwest, deprived of the opportunity to witness the vastness of the world beyond. After all, no matter how amusing the tale of a frog at the bottom of a well may be, it remains merely a toad. Suddenly, she asks, "What of your master and your parents?" Su Beiyu pauses before answering calmly, "I do not know where my master has gone. I have not seen him in nearly a decade. As for my parents, I have never met them." The woman falls silent, Seemingly struggling with the right words to express sympathy, Su Beiyu rubs his face, a smile returning to his expression. But since I, Su Beiyu, have lived this long without perishing from cold or hunger, it indicates that heaven has yet to claim me. Therefore, I must strive to make a mark in this world. He gestures to the sword wrapped in cloth behind him, smiling. Besides, I still have this. The woman's gaze momentarily drifts, and she softly murmurs, do lords and dignitaries possess any intrinsic worth? Having read little in his youth, Su Beiyu may not grasp the depth of her words, yet he understands a fundamental truth. Even a frog at the bottom of a well may one day leap to the surface and behold the expansive world beyond. Chapter 3. The sword named Tianlan on his back. After a brief respite, the seven-member party resumes its journey to the ancient battlefield. As they proceed, signs of civilization fade. No birds or beasts are in sight, and a faint mist begins to envelop the surroundings. Su Beiyu's countenance grows increasingly grave, while the white-clad nobleman wears a subtle smile. It is clear to the discerning that they are drawing near to their destination. Through conversation with the woman, Su Beiyu has discerned the identities of his companions. The leading nobleman, Duanmu Yu, hails from the imperial capital. The three sword-bearing youths are brothers named Li Song, Li Hua, and Li Hong, seemingly scions of a military family from Ziliangsu. The local ruffian is a native of Shan Prefecture, whose mere presence would suffice to rattle the officials of Danxiao village, were it not for the noble youth's desire to embark on a covert excursion. As for the woman's identity, she does not disclose it, and Su Beiyu refrains from probing further. After walking for roughly half an hour, the atmosphere suddenly turns cold and damp. The horses become restless. And apart from the woman's steed, the other five show varying degrees of fear. Su Beiyu, have you ever encountered the Yin soldiers? The composed woman on the noble steed inquires, her demeanor unruffled, without turning back. Su Beiyu responds, I have. They wear armor and appear and vanish like shadows. But that was 3 or 4 years ago when I accidentally stumbled into their territory and nearly perished at their hands. The woman, intrigued, asks, the texts claim that Yin soldiers exist between the tangible and the intangible, impervious to ordinary weapons unless one shatters their armor. How did you manage to escape? Su Beiyu pauses briefly, then calmly replies, with a sword. The woman nods thoughtfully, neither surprised nor skeptical. However, the Li brothers scoff openly, their disdain palpable. They clearly do not believe that this country bumpkin possesses genuine swordsmanship. Wielding a sword is more than mere posturing. True skill is recognized and categorized within the ranks of the martial world. Su Beiyu, without defending himself, retrieves the long sword wrapped in cloth from his back and holds it aloft. After advancing another 100 steps, a series of indistinct shadows emerge in the distance, vague and indistinguishable amidst the mist. Yin soldiers, Su Beiyu and Duanmu Yu spot the shadows almost simultaneously, their expressions shifting. Su Beiyu's betraying concern, while Duanmu Yu's reveals excitement. While the living might still regard the noble identities of these youths, the dead show no such deference, striking down anyone indiscriminately, be they the emperor's daughter or a prime minister's son. Duanmu Yu gazes intently at the approaching shadows, his demeanor unperturbed, and with a faint smile, he challenges Su Beiyu. Do you have confidence in eliminating these creatures? 100 taels for a clean sweep. Su Beiyu furrows his brow, questioning, what do you mean? Duanmu Yu replies nonchalantly, in about half an hour. This place will recreate the mirage of the battle from years past. Tio witness it. We must ensure the area is cleared. A struggle rages within Su Beiyu. The woman on the noble steed shakes her head at him, softly advising, do not force it. After a moment of silence, Su Beiyu offers a faint smile to the woman, then turns to Duanmu Yu and solemnly affirms, all right. Duanmu Yu, perched atop his steed, gazes down at Su Beiyu as if observing a mere jester. Su Beiyu's expression remains impassive as he gradually removes the cloth from his sword. In an instant, the blade is drawn from its sheath, and all present witness a brilliant flash of light slicing through the mist. Before anyone can react, Su Beiyu is already before a Yin soldier clad in dark armor, a relic of decades past. The armor, battered and incomplete, exudes a dark aura from its seams. Su Beiyu thrusts his sword with unparalleled speed towards the creature's visage, striking with such swiftness that it is akin to a shooting star. The Yin soldier has no time to react before being pierced through, lifeless before it hits the ground. The Li brothers, who had previously mocked Su Beiyu, now stare in disbelief, wondering if they have underestimated this country bumpkin. The woman observes Su Beiyu, astonished by his prowess. This is Sword 1. Unrepentant even in the face of death, Su Beiyu retreats, then pivots, drawing a wide arc with his sword to deflect the blows from the remaining Yin soldiers. Their strikes, capable of cleaving a common man in two, seem feeble against his blade, easily redirected with a flick of his wrist. The woman watches, her earlier suspicions confirmed, her expression a complex blend of realization and regret as she softly whispers. Sword 2. The circle remains unmoved. Su Beiyu unleashes his third strike, a dazzling array of light enveloping the Yin soldiers. Sword 3. The net of heaven does not leave gaps. The woman murmurs, surprised to witness the legendary sword school's techniques firsthand. Affirming that this journey is indeed worthwhile. As the battle unfolds, she no longer watches, for though Su Beiyu's skills may still be developing, he wields them with an elegance that belies his experience. Effortlessly dispatching the Yin soldiers. Why does Su Beiyu dare lead these noble youths into such peril? It is precisely because of the sword manual left by the old man and the sword named Tianlan. Holding Tianlan, Su Beiyu moves with the grace of a fleeting shadow, executing 3 strokes that eclipse countless others. The sword's intent flows seamlessly, dismantling his foes with unyielding force, aside from Duanmu Yu, who remains composed. The others are left agape. This young man's swordsmanship is extraordinary, reminiscent of the ethereal techniques of a celestial being. Even the Li brothers, familiar with martial prowess, abandon their former arrogance. Li Song, awash with awe, murmurs such swordsmanship. The woman casts a sidelong glance at Duanmu Yu, catching only a glimpse of his profile. By chance or design, she observes a fleeting, barely perceptible grimace cross his lips. This moment does not escape her, and a cold smile graces her hidden visage. Little does this brooding nobleman know, at this instant, he has been erased from the list of potential suitors, his hopes of winning the fair lady's affection dashed beyond recovery. Chapter 4. The Iron Riders of your still Rome. Had Su Beiyu heard the woman's murmured observations, he would have been astonished to learn that these techniques bore such elaborate titles. In truth, he merely understands them as Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3, entirely unaware of the phrases unrepentant even in the face of death. The circle remains unmoved, and the net of heaven does not leave gaps. At this moment, Su Beiyu's primary concern was the silver promised by Duanmu Yu. Having just slain 12 ghostly soldiers, he anticipated receiving 1,200 taels of silver, a substantial sum for him. As the saying goes, a poor man's aspirations are limited. Despite Su Beiyu's grand ambitions, he understood that he must first secure his sustenance before pursuing loftier goals. The ancient battlefield, though eerie, was not teeming with ghostly soldiers. Most corpses had long been removed by comrades, leaving only a few behind. After vanquishing this wave of specters, a brief tranquility enveloped the group. Upon receiving Duanmu Yu's silver note, Su Beiyu sheathed his sword and retreated to a quiet corner, where he sat down and closed his eyes to catch his breath. The burden of dispatching 12 ghostly soldiers weighed heavily on him, had it not been for the advantage of Tianlan. He would have been exhausted after the 6th kill. In such perilous surroundings, exhaustion could spell disaster. After a short while, he reopened his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing, though his right hand still trembled slightly from the exertion. He instinctively touched the silver note in his sleeve, a faint smile tugging at his lips. This scene did not escape the notice of a nearby woman, who approached Su Beiyu and softly inquired, "Is it worth trading your life for this amount of silver?" Su Beiyu suppressed his smile, his expression returning to calmness. He felt neither the thrill of sudden wealth nor the inferiority complex often experienced when facing the offspring of noble families. He simply shook his head and extended his index and middle fingers to explain, "There are 2 reasons. First, I do not act recklessly without assurance. Second, fortune often favors the bold. This silver may seem trivial to you, but for me, it represents a rare opportunity for prosperity, hence it is worthwhile." The woman fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "Such wealth ultimately feels rather cheap." Su Beiyu replied with a smile. "It is like humanity itself. I have always believed that the notion of equality among people is utter nonsense. Regardless of where one is, there are distinctions in status. That is why we, the common folk, strive relentlessly to ascend, hoping to transform from the lowly to the esteemed." "Esteemed," the woman murmured, "but they are still merely human." Su Beiyu, his face impassive, responded, "For the esteemed, it is easy to regard oneself as human. However, to view others as human is a challenge." Though he had received little formal education, he understood the nuances of human relationships. Locals often looked down upon outsiders, the elderly disregarded the youth, and those from the capital scoffed at provincial citizens. Despite being mere commoners, they still sought to elevate themselves above others. If the common folk were so, how much more so were the noble families that stood atop them. The divide between the commoners and the aristocracy was insurmountable, existing in entirely different realms. Unbeknownst to them, the mist suddenly thickened, and a massive shadow began to creep from within it. The sound of clashing weapons and neighing steeds instantly captured everyone's attention. Moments later, a lone rider emerged from the black fog, followed by 10, then 100, 1,000, and ultimately tens of thousands of cavalry, surging forth onto the ancient battlefield, clad in dark armor and riding black steeds. They appeared as a ghostly army rising from the underworld. On the opposite side stood another formidable cavalry, distinguishable by their silver armor and white horses, creating a stark contrast to the dark-clad forces. All eyes were captivated by this spectacle. Su Beiyu finally understood why these noble heirs felt compelled to witness this event in person. Such a scene was truly magnificent. To miss it would indeed be a lifelong regret. Duanmuyu's lips moved slightly as she murmured, "This is the great battle between the two cavalry forces from the northeast and northwest." The two armies did not charge immediately but engaged in a brief standoff, with one rider from each side seemingly conversing. However, the battlefield preserved only the images of the past, not the sounds of their dialogue. The woman explained to Su Beiyu, "These are the two great generals." Su Beiyu responded with a calm "Oh." For him, the title of general felt as remote as the clouds in the sky, visible but unattainable. Their conversation was short-lived, ending in apparent discord, after which both returned to their respective forces, and the cavalry began to charge head-on. This was a sight Su Beiyu would never forget. The cavalry spread across the field, their charge akin to a mighty tide. Though silent, he could almost hear the thunderous sound of hooves in his ears. The ground trembled beneath their stampede, dust swirling in the air as the two lines of cavalry collided with a tremendous force. The spectators turned pale, shaken to their core. The sheer might displayed was nearly the pinnacle of human endeavor. As the two armies clashed, casualties were inevitable, and the battlefield bore witness to a brutal slaughter. Even the Li brothers, hailing from a military lineage, were taken aback by the ferocity of the encounter. The woman murmured, "In the third year of Jianghu, Zhao Meng led the northeastern army to capture Shan Prefecture, and then Mu Rinchi initiated a campaign against Xia Prefecture, breaching 36 fortresses and laying siege to Jianghu. In this moment of peril, General Su Lin took command of the Northwest Army and engaged in fierce combat at Danxia Fort, ultimately breaking the siege. As she spoke, the tide of battle began to shift. The silver-armored cavalry showed signs of faltering, while the dark-armored forces appeared poised to overwhelm them. At that moment, a contingent of approximately 3,000 cavalry emerged from the silver ranks, charging valiantly toward their dark-clad adversaries. This heavy cavalry, though outnumbered, surged forth with the force of 30,000 light cavalry, creating an immense impact that rapidly shattered the formation of the dark-armored soldiers. It was a scene of tragic heroism. Though invincible, the heavy cavalry could not withstand the overwhelming numbers of their foes. The woman pointed to the leader of the heavy cavalry and said softly, "That man is Su Deng." At that moment, Su Deng was drenched in blood, fearless in the face of the advancing Northwest Army, leading his remaining guards into the fray. This was to be his final charge. In the midst of the grim fighting, Su Deng's guards fell one by one, and ultimately he too met his end. The northeastern forces seized this fleeting opportunity to retreat, gradually vanishing into the shadows. The outcome was sealed, and the Northwest Army continued their relentless pursuit. As the two cavalry units faded into the distance, the ancient battlefield returned to silence. The woman suddenly asked, "Su Beiyu, do you know where that dark-armored cavalry is now?" Su Beiyu glanced at this somewhat unconventional noblewoman, the only one in their group who did not view him as inferior. Since she treated him with sincerity, he responded straightforwardly, "I do not know." The woman seemed a bit proud, lifting her chin slightly, revealing a delicate jawline and a glimpse of her fair neck, momentarily shedding the air of aloofness. She slowly spoke. "This iron cavalry accompanied Emperor Taizu eastward, first entering Dongdu, then Jianghu, sweeping through the region and establishing today's vast territory of the Great Qi. Half of the current noble lords in the court hail from this army." Chapter 5. Looking beyond the well. Having witnessed this magnificent mirage, the group of noble heirs lost interest in lingering and began their journey back to Danxia Fort. Su Beiyu had no objections but chose to walk at the rear this time, ensuring no mishaps occurred at the last moment. The woman riding the striking purple steed led the way, remaining pensive and ignoring the fawning Duanmuyu beside her. Curiously, due to Su Beiyu's earlier display of prowess in slaying the 12 ghostly soldiers, Li Song, a scion of a military family, had softened his attitude towards Su Beiyu. By the time they returned to Danxia Fort, it was already evening. The fort appeared like an aging elder, quietly lying in the northwest wilderness, with 6 steeds rushing by without leaving a trace. Before parting, the woman still did not reveal her name. instead advising Su Beiyu not to remain in this small place forever, urging him to venture out and see the vast world beyond. After watching the group leave Danxia Fort, Su Beiyu also set out, though in the opposite direction. In truth, he possessed a small house of his own, built by the elderly mentor during his time studying under him. However, this barely habitable dwelling was located in Xiaofeng village, requiring him to traverse several miles of night road to return home. The nights in the northwest were not particularly peaceful, yet for Su Beiyu, it posed no issue to be by the time he arrived at Xiaofeng village. The night was deep, and the village lay in complete darkness, devoid of any light. For ordinary folk, candles and oil were luxuries, seldom purchased or used. Navigating through the dark, Su Beiyu returned home, climbed onto the roof of his small hut, and under the moonlight, gnawed on a stale bun as hard as stone. He then touched the silver note resting against his chest. Lost in contemplation, the woman had urged him to explore the world beyond, a desire he had long harbored. He had gazed from the depths of his well for far too long, hindered by numerous ties that prevented him from leaping out. Now, with 1,300 taels of silver, he finally had the means to make that leap. After much deliberation, Su Beiyu retrieved the stack of silver notes, 13 in total, one from the local tyrant and the other 12 from Duanmuyu. He divided the notes into two piles, one containing 1,000 taels and the other 300. He returned the 300 taels to his pocket, gazing at the 1,000 taels in hand, and murmured to himself, "Once I secure things here, it will be time for me to depart." The following morning, Su Beiyu visited the small courtyard located at the northernmost end of Xiaofeng village. This place could barely be called a private school. Also serving as the residence of the teacher. In such a harsh and impoverished region, the existence of a private school was nothing short of miraculous, much like the extraordinary occurrence of the sword-bearing elder passing through Xiaofeng village. Pushing open the wooden door, Su Beiyu entered the courtyard to find a few hens foraging and a vibrant vegetable patch in the corner. An elderly man, sprightly and full of life, sat in a chair outside the thatched hut, gently patting his knees while humming an incomprehensible tune. This man was the teacher of Xiaofeng village, having dedicated over 30 years to educating the local youth. Su Beiyu had heard from the village elders that this old teacher was an outsider, likely from the Central Plains. Upon his arrival, he had an imposing demeanor, distinctly different from the common folk, resembling someone of noble birth. Yet after spending most of his life here, only the scholarly air about him remained. With no trace of his former grandeur. Su Beiyu's name was given to him by this very teacher. In fact, he had lived with the old man from a young age until he encountered another elder, which marked a turning point in his life. It was somewhat amusing. Once, the two elders had a minor dispute over Su Beiyu, and until the sword-bearing elder left Xiaofeng village, they remained at odds, often quarreling in arcane language filled with allusions. Of course, to the villagers, this could hardly be termed a quarrel, as not a single vulgar word was uttered, and only Su Beiyu could grasp the gist of their arguments, making it impossible to classify as a true dispute. The names of the two elders remained unknown to Su Beiyu. He referred to the sword-bearing elder as his master and the private school teacher as sir to distinguish between them, a convention both elders accepted. As Su Beiyu approached the old man, he spoke softly. "Sir, I have come." The old man opened his half-closed eyes, glanced at Su Beiyu, and asked, "What is it? Are you leaving?" Su Beiyu was not surprised by the old man's foresight. After all, he knew Su Beiyu better than anyone else, having witnessed the world's intricacies. He nodded gently, producing the 1,000 taels of silver and handing it to the old man. "Sir, this is 1,000 taels of silver, a token of my gratitude for the village. I cannot entrust it to anyone else, so I must trouble you." The old man did not inquire about the source of the silver. He simply accepted the note calmly and replied, "Beiyu, I know you will eventually venture out. After all, a talented young man like you should not confine himself to this small place, unlike me, a decrepit old man who has half a foot in the grave. But if you must go, you should understand the treacherous nature of humanity. What appears good may not be, and what seems bad may not be so bad. The world is rarely black and white. Often, it is a muddled gray. There are distinctions between right and wrong, yet actions need not adhere strictly to these. During the years of turmoil, people resorted to cannibalism. It was, in essence, a matter of survival. Was that right? Certainly not. But if you were to starve to death without eating, would you then choose to eat or not? Su Beiyu was taken aback. He had never imagined that this upright and principled teacher would utter such heretical words. Leaving him momentarily speechless, the old man continued, "In my lifetime, I have read countless books and traveled far and wide, gaining some insights into human affairs, what constitutes goodness or evil. In the past, when Li Xiu debated with Qi Chen, the latter asserted, 'Those who are good to me are good, and those who are evil to me are evil. Such is the essence of good and evil, a mere reflection of self-interest. Su Beiyu swallowed hard. Trying to steady himself, he was unfamiliar with the names Qingchen and Li Xiu but understood the underlying message in the old man's words. The old man seemed lost in reminiscence, his expression distant and nostalgic. Murmuring to himself, Xiaoyu founded this dynasty amidst a sea of blood and corpses, yet he also forged a prosperous realm. Did anyone call him evil? The son of the traitorous White Lotus sect leader was drowned in his cradle. Did anyone call that act virtuous? The Iron Cavalry swept south, establishing peace for generations. Today's great Qi, just like yesterday's great Jianghu, was built upon rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. What rationale supports such a truth? Suddenly, the old man rose from his chair and, staring at Su Beiyu, demanded, "Where lies the truth?" Su Beiyu, startled, instinctively touched the Tianlan sword at his back, and in that moment of clarity, he replied, "The truth lies behind me." That is the truth. The old man was momentarily stunned, then seemed to lose his vigor, gradually sinking back into his chair, exhausted, and said faintly, "You may go." Su Beiyu hesitated, words caught in his throat. The elderly man waved his hand, gesturing for him to leave quickly, gruffly stating, "I have crossed more bridges than you have traveled roads. I don't need you to remind me of the wisdom in concealing one's wealth." Chapter 6. Majestic Jianghu, like a mountain, Su Beiyu was finally departing from the land that had nurtured him. He was eager to explore the vast world beyond. With Tianlan on his back and a bundle containing a few changes of clothes, some loose silver coins, a few reasonably soft buns, a piece of smoked meat wrapped in oiled paper, and 300 taels of silver notes, Su Beiyu set forth. No one came to bid him farewell. He walked alone to the entrance of Staofang village, glanced back once, and then continued on his way. His next destination was Danxia village, from where he would join a merchant caravan to leave the borders of Zhiyuan and head to the legendary land of the founding emperor of the current dynasty. Jianghu. Su Beiyu had never seen much of the world. The largest place he had visited was Danxia village, yet this did not hinder his grand aspirations. According to his teacher, this was inherent, neither forced nor envied. Upon arriving at Danxia village, he located the prearranged merchant caravan near the northern warehouse of the village. With a heavy heart, he paid a long-time acquaintance, the caravan leader, 10 taels of silver to blend in with the hired guards, and boarded a freight wagon. As the caravan slowly departed from Danxia village, Su Beiyu felt the village gradually fade from view, and it was only then that he realized he had stepped into a completely new and unknown world. To Su Beiyu, Jianghu felt like a mythical place. It was not only the birthplace of the founding emperor but also the most formidable city of the previous dynasty's frontier. While he had heard snippets from his teacher about its grandeur, he could hardly imagine it. Jianghu was like a microcosm of the outside world, bizarre and indistinct, dreamlike and surreal. In his youth, his master, the sword-bearer elder, had painted a vivid picture of a different world, one devoid of the trivial struggles for survival, where the grandeur of existence was beyond ordinary comprehension. In that world, some rode swords across the seas, others soared to the heavens, while some painted with snow as their ink. There were valiant warriors who could single-handedly confront thousands, and monks whose prayers could manifest into golden statues. It was a realm filled with extraordinary tales, yet it remained a distant dream for mere mortals like Su Beiyu. Now, Su Beiyu felt unworthy of entering that world. He could only gaze up at it with longing. Whether it was the world of the privileged or the one his master described, both felt impossibly distant, akin to a beautiful moon in the sky, stunning but unattainable. After all, the chasm between these two worlds was not merely thousands of miles wide. Many spent their lives on the outside, never gaining entry into the other realm. After 2 days and nights of travel, Su Beiyu and the caravan reached the foot of Jianghu. His first impression of Jianghu was its height, almost matching that of the mountains. Between two mountain ranges, a magnificent city rose abruptly, soaring into the clouds, seamlessly linking the previously unconnected mountains. Even from 10 miles away, Su Beiyu could vaguely discern the city's outline. Jianghu was built against the mountains, and from the front, layers of city walls resembling terraced fields rose steeply, presenting a formidable barrier to any would-be attackers. Standing up in the freight wagon, Su Beiyu gazed into the distance, hoping to catch sight of the Jianghu prince's residence that his teacher had spoken of, as well as the legendary Lingfeng Pavilion, which supposedly offered a panoramic view of Jianghu. Unfortunately, he could not see them. Nevertheless, the sheer splendor of Jianghu left an indelible impression on him. As he looked up at the grand city, he suddenly recalled a line from a poem often recited by his inebriated teacher. Why not wield a wu hook to reclaim the 16 states of Yinyun? Tomorrow, ascend the Lingyan Pavilion and receive the title of a lord over 10,000 households. The city was built upon the mountains, thus the terrain within the city sloped upwards. The outer city was at the lowest elevation, while the inner city rose higher. Many noble families constructed their residences according to this gradient. The more powerful the family, the higher their abode. Naturally, the Jianghu prince's residence was situated at the highest point. The estate was vast, featuring not only typical noble embellishments like lakes and pavilions, but also a man-made peak. Known as Shaoxiang Mountain, which stood over 30 zhang high, that on its slopes were 4 pavilions named Lingfeng, Linfeng, Tingfeng, and Yingfeng, respectively. Atop Shaoxiang Mountain was the Lingfeng Pavilion. Although it could not provide the sweeping views of Jianghu, as legend suggested, it still offered a glimpse of most of the city. At that moment, a woman reclined lazily on a soft couch on the second floor of Lingfeng Pavilion, propping her chin on her hand, gazing absent-mindedly at much of Jianghu, as if it lay beneath her feet. The contemplative beauty of the woman was breathtaking, akin to a goddess carved from pure white jade, her demeanor neither cold nor haughty, yet imbued with an elusive distance that rendered her unattainable. After a while, she regained her composure, straightened up, and stretched languidly, her graceful figure displayed in all its glory. Unfortunately, no one was present to witness this rare and enchanting scene. After adjusting her attire, she returned to her usual dignified demeanor and softly clapped her hands. That a maid quietly entered the pavilion, hands naturally clasped at her abdomen. The woman spoke softly, "Prepare to leave." "Yes," the maid replied. The woman pondered for a moment before adding, "Do not concern yourself with Du Muyu. Let him enjoy his time in the northwest a little longer." As for Antimo Shu, it would be prudent to inform her as well to prevent her from nagging. The maid acknowledged each instruction. Once the woman was left alone in Lingfeng Pavilion, she resumed her thoughtful pose, resting her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation once more. After an indeterminate time, a slight noise startled her. She snapped back to reality, softly calling, "Banlon?" Banlon was not a person but a cat, a Persian cat that had been in the family for 3 generations. To this day, she could not fathom why her ancestors named the pure white cat after a tiger-striped breed, Banlon, the striped tiger, yet she had heard her father mention that her granduncle had owned a striped cat named Yachun, which had been Banlon's sworn enemy until her granduncle journeyed abroad, leaving Banlon as the sole ruler of the household. Having served both her grandmother and mother, this venerable feline had grown increasingly lazy and indifferent after losing its rival, treating its new mistress with the same disdain it afforded to everyone else, adopting an air of superiority that led many maids to refer to it as Lord Banlon behind its back. Moments later, a snow-white figure gracefully leaped from the rafters and landed beside the woman. Its blue eyes surveyed the surroundings, revealing a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 7. The shadowy secret guards and the flying fish, perhaps accustomed to the wind and sand of the desert. Su Beiyu found himself somewhat disoriented upon arriving in the bustling city. For the first 3 days after entering Jianghu, he wandered aimlessly until the 4th day, when he began to contemplate how to establish himself in this new environment. Sadly, he realized that he lacked any particular skills, making it difficult to earn a living. The only apparent option was to enlist in the army. However, Su Beiyu had grown accustomed to a carefree life and was reluctant to join the rigid military unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, with 300 taels of silver still in his possession, he was not yet in dire straits. After finding a tavern to stay for the time being, he decided to visit the Taoist temple within Jianghu. During the time when the founding emperor was conquering the land, the Taoist sect had played a significant role. Once the emperor secured his reign, the position of Taoism rose dramatically. It was not only declared the state religion, but also saw its headmaster titled as the national teacher, gaining immense prestige. Consequently, Taoism overshadowed Confucianism and Buddhism, becoming the foremost of the 3 teachings. Temples were constructed widely, and the populace began to convert to the teachings of Taoism in impoverished places like Xiaofeng Village and Danxia Village. There were no Taoist temples, only a few wandering practitioners. However, Jianghu was different. It was one of the 4 major cities in the realm and boasted the largest and finest Taoist temple in the northwest, Chonglong Temple. Su Beiyu could be considered a half-hearted adherent, so it was only fitting that he pay a visit to Chonglong Temple while in Jianghu. Chonglong Temple was located in the inner city, accessible to ordinary citizens. Beyond lay the sprawling residences of the nobility, guarded by soldiers, where commoners could not enter. The royal palace, situated at the highest point, was even more elusive, visible only as a vague silhouette. A black carriage sped past the high walls of Chonglong Temple, within which sat two individuals clad in black brocade robes. One of them wore a robe adorned with flying fish, while the other, though similarly attired, lacked the fish motif. The so-called flying fish attire was characterized by its dragon head, wings, and fish tail, designed with a flying fish pattern, typically reserved for officials of the third rank or higher. Moreover, there was an unwritten rule in the imperial court that only high-ranking officials of the secret guards would don the flying fish attire, making the identities of these two men quite evident. To the general populace, the term secret guard conjured fear and trepidation, as it represented the emperor's will in the most direct manner, with the authority to investigate throughout the realm, while nominally under the jurisdiction of the Grand Commander's office. In reality, they reported directly to the emperor, possessing the power to operate independently of the criminal justice system. The Secret Guard Office was known for its investigative prowess, with branches established in various regions apart from the main headquarters in the imperial capital. Each branch was overseen by a commander, with further divisions into districts and counties, making the Secret Guard a formidable institution. At the dawn of the new dynasty, titles were not awarded frivolously, apart from the nobility. First-rank officials were scarce. Aside from a few such as the Prime Minister and the Grand Commander, there was no one else of first-rank status. Even the Secret Guard commanders held only second-rank titles, with the Chief Commander being exceptionally elevated to first rank, while Deputy Commanders were second rank and Inspectors third rank. Although Jianghu was merely a city, it held the status of a provincial capital and was the core of the Northwest Secret Guards. The man wearing the flying fish attire was none other than the Jianghu Secret Guard Inspector. His name was Lu Chun, and he served as both the inspector and the deputy commander of the Northwest Secret Guard Office, making him one of the most powerful individuals in the region. As Lu Chun raised the curtain to glance at the retreating walls of the temple, his expression darkened as he inquired, "Jian, is everything arranged?" The middle-aged man seated opposite him, appearing somewhat apprehensive, respectfully replied, "Everything has been arranged according to your instructions, my lord." Lu Chun nodded, saying, "I have a relative visiting Jianghu soon, and I may be unable to attend to matters. Therefore, I entrust this task to you." The middle-aged man bowed his head, solemnly acknowledging the duty. Lu Chun lowered the curtain, turning to his trusted subordinate, and stated, "Remember, this is a significant matter. If successful, it could elevate both of us. I may have my deputy title elevated, and you could rise from inspector to take my position." The middle-aged man displayed a flicker of excitement. Expressing gratitude for the opportunity, Lu Chun smiled, though the smile held a chilling undertone. "Such gratitude is premature," he cautioned. "This task comes directly from the Grand Commander of the White Tiger Hall, and it must not falter. If we fail, while I may not lose my position, being remembered by the three commanders would hinder any future advancement." The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, but he nodded in understanding. Lu Chun closed his eyes, showing a hint of fatigue, and murmured, "As for my relative, he is no ordinary character. He comes from the Chief Commander's side. He might have picked up on something. I must handle both sides carefully and avoid offending anyone." The carriage arrived at the northwest corner of Jianghu, where the Secret Guard Office was located. Lu Chun disembarked alone, and within the side hall of the office, a figure had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Lu Chun, a high-ranking official commanding the Northwest Secret Guard, the figure displayed no fear or flattery. Merely rising to perform the junior's salute, akin to greeting a family elder, Lu Chun found nothing amiss in this, and his usually stern countenance softened into a warm smile as he said, "Apologies for keeping you waiting, my dear relative." If Su Beiyu were present, he would recognize the figure as the white-clad young man riding a heavenly steed. "Duanmu Yu." At this moment, Duanmu Yu appeared relaxed, responding with a gentle smile, "It is I who should apologize for troubling you, Uncle." Lu Chun waved his hand with a smile, and, after they both took their seats, inquired, "The Northwest is harsh and cold, especially in winter when the snow can be deadly. Why would you leave the prosperous Jiangnan to come to this battlefield? It perplexes me." Duanmu Yu replied with a calm smile, "To be honest, Uncle, I intended to travel beyond the desert, but before my departure, my father urged me to convey a few words to you." Lu Chun maintained his warm demeanor, replying, "Please, go ahead." After a lengthy conversation, Lu Chun personally escorted Duanmu Yu out of the Secret Guard Office, his smile unwavering until Duanmu Yu rode away. Only then did the facade of cordiality gradually fade from Lu Chun's face. Perhaps having not smiled so warmly in ages, his expression turned somewhat rigid. A woman clad in black brocade appeared silently behind Lu Chun, softly remarking, "My lord, These young nobles from the capital may seem polite and respectful, but in their hearts, they likely look down upon us local figures. Today's kindness may not be remembered in the future. Liu Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. While your observation holds merit, we cannot remain in the northwest forever. We will eventually return to the capital, and it is wise to pave the way in advance. Chapter 8. An initial encounter at Qianlong Temple. Qianlong Temple was built in the inner city, also following the contours of the mountains. The deeper one ventured, the higher the terrain became. The innermost and highest point stood a 9-story pavilion, designed to symbolize the supreme powers of the Taoist ancestor. It was adorned with countless golden lamps, and during grand festivals, the temple's Taoist priests would light them all, illuminating the entire structure as brilliantly as daylight, creating a spectacle that could be seen throughout Jianghu, resembling a celestial palace. Such a magnificent sight, if one were to miss it, would undoubtedly be a tremendous regret. Qianlong Temple is indeed a prominent Taoist temple, second only to the ancestral temple of the Tao sect, Zixiao Palace, and other notable temples such as Qingjing Temple in the imperial capital, Zhirong Temple in Jianghu, Taiqing Palace in Qizhou, and Qingshu Palace in Linxian. Those who hold the position of temple masters in these esteemed establishments are invariably significant figures within the Taoist community. The master of Qianlong Temple, while not widely renowned, is known to be of an elder generation, having a status that surpasses even the current Taoist leaders, making him one of the few remaining figures of high regard. However, not long ago, this venerable master succumbed to the passage of time, unexpectedly transcending while delivering a lecture to his disciples. Due to the abruptness of the event, even the ancestral temple of the Tao sect was caught off guard, lacking a suitable successor for the position of temple master at Qianlong Temple. Consequently, the temple currently finds itself in a state of leaderless chaos. Su Beiyu chose not to visit Qianlong Temple amidst the morning throngs, but rather arrived at the temple during the twilight of the evening. Curiously, he found the vast temple eerily quiet, devoid of any other worshippers. While he felt a tinge of surprise, he dismissed it as the natural atmosphere of Qianlong Temple at dusk upon entering through the grand gates. Su Beiyu did not pay homage to the statues of the revered masters of the Taoist lineage, but instead wandered about. Alas, many areas were off-limits to outsiders, notably the 9-story pagoda adorned with myriad golden lanterns, an establishment that even a provincial governor could not enter. After exploring the accessible areas, he finally made his way to the main hall, which housed a statue of the Taoist ancestor. As dusk settled in, the hall was illuminated, revealing the Taoist ancestor in ceremonial robes. Holding a whisk in his right hand, distinct from the ancestor statues in other temples, the one here was encircled by a golden dragon in its left hand. Historically, emperors have been referred to as the true dragon sons of heaven, and this representation clearly places the emperor beneath the Taoist ancestor, which has invited considerable criticism. Numerous officials have called for alterations to this statue, but the Taoist community has remained indifferent to such demands, allowing the statue to endure. Having paid his respects to the ancestor, Su Beiyu was about to turn away when he inadvertently collided with another person. He stumbled back slightly, but steadied himself. Raising his gaze to find a young Taoist maiden, her age roughly comparable to his, with a delicate porcelain-like visage, slightly shorter in stature. Due to her hurried movements, a charming blush graced her cheeks. Su Beiyu, a Navi lad, was momentarily taken aback by the faint fragrance that wafted into his senses. The young Taoist maiden timidly glanced at him, only to quickly lower her gaze upon meeting his eyes. An awkward silence ensued between them. Eventually, Su Beiyu broke the silence, inquiring if she was unharmed. The young maiden, her face flushed with shyness, merely shook her head in response. For reasons unknown, Su Beiyu suddenly recalled a recent encounter with a woman clad in striking purple, who seemed unfazed in the face of danger, contrasting sharply with the timid demeanor of the maiden before him. They were like two distinctly different flowers, one a regal peony, the other a shy mimosa, each with its unique charm and allure. Clearing his throat, Su Beiyu asked, "Are you from Qianlong Temple?" She hesitated before nodding in affirmation. Su Beiyu smiled and introduced himself. "I am Su Beiyu, with the surname Su, meaning west, and Yu, meaning to travel." The young maiden appeared even more hesitant, but after a brief internal struggle, she returned the greeting in accordance with Taoist customs, softly stating, "My Taoist title is Jiyun, and I am currently cultivating at Qianlong Temple." Just as Su Beiyu was about to speak further, the lights in the main hall abruptly dimmed, and an atmosphere of danger surged. In an instant, Su Beiyu sprang into action, pulling the young maiden behind him, while his sword, Tianlan, gleamed ominously as he thrust it toward an unexpected assailant who sought to harm the young maiden. This intruder, clad in a black, narrow-sleeved robe, bore a weapon known as the renowned Sichuan knife, characterized by its thick back and sharp edge. Measuring 3 feet in length, with a handle 6 inches long, weighing 9 caddies and 9 tails, it was well known that the attire of the Dark Guards and the Sichuan knife were standard equipment for the elite. Most people were unaware that only those of third-grade martial prowess and above could don the flying fish attire, and the same applied to the Sichuan knife. The clash between Tianlan and the Sichuan knife produced a resonant sound. Su Beiyu, wielding Tianlan, pressed forward, stepping ahead as the sword light intertwined like a net. However, against this Dark Guard's formidable skill, Su Beiyu's efforts appeared futile. The Sichuan knife, through sheer force, swiftly sliced through the sword net and advanced towards Su Beiyu's face. Just then, outside the main hall, a group of Dark Guards dressed in black robes methodically scaled the walls from all directions, armed with knives at their waists and heavy crossbows in hand. Upon landing, they began to pull triggers, and with a series of ominous sounds, crossbow bolts flew forth, raining down upon the Taoists within Chonglong Temple in a gruesome slaughter. Several Night Watch Taoists were struck down before they even had a chance to cry out, their lifeless bodies collapsing silently to the ground as the chaos unfolded. A Dark Guard of 4th grade rank appeared at the temple's entrance, commanding, anyone within Chonglong Temple, regardless of age or gender, must not be allowed to escape. Exterminate all. His subordinates echoed their agreement, drawing their knives and charging into the temple. The Dark Guards moved silently and swiftly towards the heart of Chonglong Temple, targeting the fabled 9-story pagoda, the core of the entire establishment. They cut through the ordinary Taoists like wheat, and although some disciples possessed the skills to fight back, they were ultimately outnumbered, leading to their inevitable demise. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. While it is true that the Tao sect boasts many masters, only a couple were truly formidable within Chonglong Temple. With the passing of the old master, the remaining individual was unable to withstand the onslaught of Dark Guards, providing them with an opportunity. The 4th grade Dark Guard, known as Jianghu, strode into the now blood-soaked Chonglong Temple, exuding a chilling aura and a demeanor reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. He squinted towards the distant 9-story pagoda, his fingers caressing the hilt of his Sichuan knife. Once the Taoists were obliterated, Dark Guards would impersonate them, fabricating tales of the Taoists using children's organs and alchemical practices. Recently, many families in the city had reported missing children, and several supposed culprits would soon confess to being under the Taoist orders. Following this, the populace would undoubtedly rally against the temple, leading to the discovery of children's remains within its confines. The aftermath would require no further manipulation from the Dark Guards, as the enraged citizens would eradicate every trace of Chonglong Temple. Even if the Tao sect recognized the injustice, what could they do? The ones committing the murders and burning the temple would not be the Dark Guards, but rather the citizens of Jianghu. As night fell, the dark shadows stirred amidst the faint lights of the temple. An elderly Taoist emerged from the first floor of the 9-story pagoda, holding a white jade whisk, a grave expression upon his face. He was Qingye Taoist, the foremost expert of Chonglong Temple. Following the passing of the old master, he gazed upward at the overcast sky, devoid of moon or stars. Suddenly, a cacophony of mechanisms echoed as nearly 100 crossbow bolts were unleashed toward him. Unfazed, the Qingye Taoist merely waved his robe, and the bolts were effortlessly drawn into his sleeve. With another flick, he sent the bolts hurtling back, impaling several Dark Guards who had not evaded in time. 5 armored figures emerged from the darkness, their eyes glowing like embers, wielding iron spears. The Qingye Taoist regarded them with surprise, murmuring, "Even the inner guards have been deployed. It seems Lu Chun is truly intent on exterminating the entire Chonglong Temple." The so-called inner guards, known as the Palace Guards, were the pinnacle of martial prowess within the dynasty, numbering around 500, with only a handful of first-grade guards among them. They were responsible for protecting the emperor and the palace, but required an imperial edict to act. Even the 3 commanders of the Dark Guard would hesitate to invoke them. Lu Chun, merely an acting commander, lacked the authority to mobilize the inner guards. These 5 second-grade inner guards had been dispatched by one of the 3 commanders of the Dark Guards to confront the Qingye Taoist. Despite the Qingye Taoist's formidable strength, classified as first grade, the 5 inner guards were not to be underestimated. Each possessing second-grade capabilities, they formed a circular formation. The 5 spears advanced toward the Qingya Taoist. He responded with a cold snort, sweeping his whisk, causing the silver threads to elongate, sweeping toward the inner guards. Unfazed, the leading guard shouted an order, and the 2 guards on the flanks surged forward, their spears creating a protective barrier against the incoming silver threads. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 guards closed in on the Qingya Taoist, executing their strikes with precision, honed through years of battle experience. The Qingya Taoists skillfully evaded their relentless onslaught, maneuvering through the spear strikes while simultaneously forming hand seals to activate the defensive array within the 9-story pagoda. However, he knew that a prolonged engagement would ultimately wear him down, and the dark guards had anticipated his every move. As lamps within the pagoda began to illuminate one after another, the first level was soon aglow. The moment all 9 levels were lit, the old Taoist could defend himself and signal the Taoist ancestral temple. Unbeknownst to him, the dark guards had already prepared for this eventuality that a commanding officer, watching from a distance, signaled for a massive blood-red bow and a black-feathered arrow to be brought to him. Steadying himself, he drew the bowstring taut, preparing to unleash a shot that was no ordinary arrow. It was imbued with a special metal designed to pierce through the protective auras of masters, inscribed with runes, and released through dark guard secret techniques, said to be unstoppable by those beneath the heavens. Although the Tao sect had its share of powerful beings, the Qingya Taoist was still one step away from that level. At the critical moment when the defensive array was about to activate, the arrow pierced through his protective aura, shattering his core energy. The Qingya Taoist slowly bowed his head. The dark guards wasted no time, driving him into the wall. Meanwhile, Su Beiyu found himself struggling against the relentless assault of the dark guard, his own strength barely reaching the 6th grade level, faced with an opponent of 3 grades above him. Despite his fierce fighting spirit, he posed little threat to the seasoned dark guard. Had it not been for the innate sword energy of Tianlan, the situation would have surely turned fatal for both him and Jiyun. While the dark guard was not as formidable as the commanding officer or the 5 inner guards, he was still a seasoned warrior of the 3rd grade, renowned for his lethal techniques and combat experience. Frustrated by his inability to subdue Su Beiyu, the dark guard's anger intensified, causing him to strike even more fiercely against an equally matched opponent. Such impulsiveness could lead to fatal mistakes, yet Su Beiyu found himself increasingly overwhelmed. With another clash of metal, the dark guard twisted his body in an astonishing maneuver, slipping past Tianlan and lunging towards Su Beiyu's side, delivering a sudden and unexpected strike, despite Su Beiyu's desperate attempt to evade. He was wounded. Jiyun gasped in alarm, her expression one of panic. Su Beiyu pressed his hand against his injury, leaning on his sword as he gasped for breath, unable to utter a word. The dark guard, not immediately seeking to finish him off, kicked him hard in the chest, sending him crashing into a corner before turning his gaze toward Jiyun, his eyes narrowing like a cold-blooded serpent. Since you're destined to die anyway, why not let me enjoy myself a little before you go? Your lovely lips would be a waste not to hear a tune from. He sneered. I in the heart of Jianghu, a city steeped in blood and battle, where countless lives had been lost both within and beyond its walls. The air was thick with the memories of the fallen. Here, the soft-spoken and gentle souls were ill-suited. Only those of true valor belonged. An aged man emerged from the twilight, clad in a worn black robe reminiscent of southern styles, his once pristine garment now battered by years of hardship, and upon his back rested a grand wooden box wrapped in rare shoe brocade. He gazed at the towering walls of the city, murmuring to himself, old and poor. They say Su Beiyu has come to Jianghu. It has been many years since I last set foot here. This place has changed, and yet remains the same. The elderly man strode towards the city gate, and the robust armored soldier stationed there initially intended to halt him, to inspect the package slung over his shoulder and perhaps indulge in a bit of corruption. However, upon meeting the old man's gaze, he found himself rendered speechless, merely watching as the old man entered the city. It was only after the old man's figure had receded into the distance that he suddenly realized his back was already drenched with sweat. Though the gatekeeper was not a particularly notable figure, years of service had acquainted him with a myriad of people. Honing his discernment, he perceived an air of authority about the old man, a gravitas typically reserved for those who have long held power, which felt more daunting than facing his own superiors. It is often said that when the sky falls, a tall person will bear the weight. If this elder was indeed extraordinary, could he, a mere soldier earning less than half a tael of silver a month, truly dare to obstruct him. The duty belonged to the court, but his life was his own. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye and let the old man pass. Upon entering the city, the old man walked leisurely, yet strangely, the streets were devoid of many pedestrians that day at several intersections. Shadowy guards clad in brocade robes and wielding blades patrolled silently. The old man paid them no heed and continued onward. A few of the shadow guards attempted to block his path, but were effortlessly sent sprawling by a mere flick of the old man's sleeve. Crashing heavily to the ground, their fates unknown as the elder advanced, more shadow guards converged ahead, yet he merely waved his sleeve again, leaving a multitude of incapacitated guards strewn along the roadside. Eventually, the old man arrived at the entrance of Chonglong Temple, just in time for the critical moment of the ambush on Xingye Daoist. Before him stood nearly 100 shadow guards, all with crossbows trained on him, signaling their intent to turn him into a sieve should he take a step closer. The old man smiled, his countenance unblemished by age, exuding the poise of a cultured gentleman. Even in the face of such overwhelming odds, he remained composed, softly stating, "I merely seek someone. I mean not to disrupt your duties." The leader among the shadow guards, an experienced inspector, had weathered many storms. While the other guards might have been unfazed, he sensed a chilling indifference in the old man's tone. It was as if a grown man were addressing a group of boisterous children, telling them to play elsewhere and not disturb him. This casual demeanor suggested the elder possessed enough confidence to disregard the threat posed by the nearly 100 crossbows. Could he be a master? The inspector pondered this, raising his hand not to signal the guards to fire, but to declare, "Shadow guards are conducting business. Please halt, or wait for the superior to arrive for further discussion." "But I cannot wait," the old man replied calmly, his voice as tranquil as a conversation with an old friend, devoid of any urgency. The inspector chose not to respond further, instead bringing his hand down heavily. In an instant, a barrage of crossbow bolts rained upon the old man. Almost simultaneously, he waved his sleeves, and all the guards felt an overwhelming gust of wind, forcing them to squint when they opened their eyes again. The old man had vanished, leaving behind a chaotic scattering of bolts on the ground. Meanwhile, a shadow guard of at least third-tier strength was about to unfasten his belt to indulge in earthly pleasures. Su Beiyu leaned against the wall, with Tianlan not far from his right side, yet he felt as though his spine might snap, every slight movement sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Ji Yun, pale and trembling, sat on the ground, futilely trying to retreat. The shadow guard finally unbuckled his belt, his smile losing its coldness, becoming more lascivious. "Young man, let mercy guide your hand. Killing is but a fleeting act. Do not stoop so low." A calm, aged voice suddenly interrupted, laced with disdain and contempt. As if a schoolmaster were lecturing, the shadow guard was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the alluring young woman nearby, swiftly drawing his blade back into his grasp. He turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, only to see an elder carrying a sword case stepping into the hall. The guard's pupils constricted. Years of combat experience told him that this unexpected guest was a formidable master. Indeed, a very troublesome one in the world of martial arts, for types of people were most detested. The elderly, women, monks, and children. Su Beiyu, barely clinging to life, was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this figure to appear at such a time. Then, a tender spot within him was touched, and despite his pain, he managed a smile, exclaiming, "Master, you have come." The reputation of the Shadow Guard is well known. If you interfere with our duties, do not blame us for the consequences. The third-tier Shadow Guard, recognizing the elder was no ordinary person, felt emboldened, for behind him stood the entire Shadow Guard, and behind them lay the emperor of this prosperous realm. And what of it? The old man's expression remained unchanged, calmly replying, "Is the Shao family truly so remarkable?" The guard first showed surprise, then erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the greatest jest. Even the most ignorant peasant now knew that the emperor's surname was Shao, and the entire realm belonged to the Shao family. So, was that not something impressive? The elder chuckled, reminiscing about the past, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the unpredictable nature of life. Years ago, he had watched an old acquaintance ascend to the throne, while he himself had been relegated to a life of wandering. The disparity was vast, yet regardless of the differences, he would not permit a band of shadow guards to humiliate him. The elder spoke softly. "Whether my disciple is good or bad, that is for me to teach. It is not for you to meddle. If you dare extend your hands, do not blame me for severing them. Today, I shall slay you." the servants of the Xiao family. Upon these words, the scene that unfolded left Su Beiyu and Ji Yin utterly astonished. The Shadow Guard, who had previously bested Su Beiyu, barely had time to react before his head was seemingly cleaved by an invisible sword. His body began to disintegrate, reducing to uniform chunks of flesh, which continued to shatter as they fell, until they pooled into a murky puddle of blood, erasing all traces of his existence. The old man continued. Beiyu, did you not once ask me what sword energy is? This is it. Chapter 11. The beautiful woman's sword strikes the heart. After dealing with Qingye Daoist, the inspector finally sensed something amiss. His trusted subordinate had yet to return. Though this man often acted carelessly due to his prowess, he could discern the gravity of significant matters. Had something gone awry? With this thought, the inspector dared not be negligent. Taking 5 inner guards towards the main hall. As they reached the entrance, they were met with a shocking sight. His trusted subordinate lay amidst a pool of blood, cut down by countless strands of sword energy. The inspector knew his subordinate's capabilities well. He was a solid 3rd-tier peak expert, with extensive combat experience, capable of matching 2nd-tier masters. Even facing Qingye Daoist alone, he might have had a chance to escape. Yet, such a formidable expert had fallen with barely a moment's notice. The Shadow Guard inspector squinted, focusing on the source of this calamity, only to find himself unable to gauge the depths of this person. Prompting him to speak cautiously, "Might I inquire why you have harmed a member of my Shadow Guard? Should you fail to provide an explanation, it may be difficult for me to report to my superiors." The elder replied softly, "I need not explain my actions to anyone. If I wish to kill, I do so without hesitation." The inspector's complexion paled, and the 5 inner guards behind him raised their spears, aiming them at the elder. The old man remained calm, stating, "The azure blade seldom drinks blood. Sleepless nights are often filled with solitude." Unable to contain himself any longer, the inspector retreated swiftly, while his 5 guards advanced in unison, their iron spears forming an impenetrable barrier. The elder merely raised a hand and made a sweeping motion before him, conjuring an invisible sword that sliced through the 5 inner guards in a horizontal sweep. Sword energy is formless, and sword intent is without shape. This was the essence of the 11th sword, the formless strike. The world had likely forgotten the significance of the 36 swords, as a lifetime is an eternity. And even those who once inflicted profound pain upon the world might be forgotten in time. Even the Shadow Guard inspector, who had encountered numerous secret techniques, could not fully comprehend this. Though he had heard of the 36 swords' renown, he had never witnessed it firsthand. Today, the elder intended to resurrect the legend of the 36 swords. As for Su Beiyu's 3 swords, they were but superficialities. Only those involved could truly grasp the terrors of the elder's strike. As it effortlessly disregarded the layered defenses of 5 iron spears, penetrating even the impenetrable armor, and directly cleaving the 5 inner guards. In the next instant, the upper halves of the 5 2nd-tier guards soared into the air, while their lower halves remained rooted in a bowing stance. Their spears and armor bore no mark of injury, yet they had been cleaved in twain. With a mere gesture, 5 2nd-tier masters fell without a shred of resistance, lacking even the opportunity to draw their weapons. Su Beiyu, seated on the ground, gaped in astonishment. He had always known his master was extraordinary, yet he never imagined him to be this formidable. The retreating Shadow Guard inspector, about to draw his bow, felt his heart nearly shatter at the sight, as a wave of pure terror enveloped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, he made a choice both wise and foolish: to flee. The elder stood still, having moved not an inch from the moment he struck until the conclusion. His expression remained serene, as if he were engaged in some trivial task, even giving the impression that slaying the Shadow Guards and inner guards was not a crime warranting severe retribution. The elder extended his hand and lightly tapped. The fleeing Shadow Guard inspector stumbled, crashing to the ground, never to rise again. The elder sighed softly. Eliminating these minor figures brought him no sense of accomplishment. Had it not been for his disciple, he would have preferred to avoid such entanglements, particularly those that risked exposing him to the higher echelons of the Shadow Guard. Yet, should such encounters arise, the elder would not shy away. When he first grasped the sword, his master had imparted a lesson. The heart of the sword reflects the heart of man. Harbor awe, but never feared. If you constantly deliberate and hesitate, allowing the blade to gather dust, what purpose is there in practicing swordsmanship? Leaning against the wall, Su Beiyu, perhaps caught up in the excitement of the moment, had forgotten his pain. As reality set in, another wave of excruciating agony coursed through him, and he murmured, No wonder the master said my northern heritage would lead me to encounter a benefactor. It turns out to be you, master. Hearing this, the elder chuckled. Benefactor? You know nothing of what that truly means. As he spoke, the elder approached Su Beiyu, gently pressing on several spots along his back, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking as Su Beiyu stifled a groan. The elder calmly stated, the wounds have stopped bleeding. In a few days, you shall recover for the rest. It's merely a misalignment of bones, nothing serious. Rising from the ground, Su Beiyu sheathed Tianlan and stretched his limbs. The elder slowly declared, from now on, you shall accompany me. I will continue teaching you the sword lessons I left unfinished a decade ago. Su Beiyu nodded firmly. The elder then turned his gaze towards the distressed and bewildered young nun, pausing before saying, you should come with me as well. The shadow guards will surely eliminate everyone at Chonglong Temple. You cannot remain in the capital any longer. The young nun hesitated, then suddenly covered her mouth, her petite frame trembling as tears streamed down her face. The elder signaled Su Beiyu to handle the situation, then strolled outside. Moments later, a cacophony of chaos erupted outside, akin to the sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh, intermingled with the cries of the dying, only to fall into silence shortly thereafter. Within the hall, Su Beiyu gazed at the tear-streaked face of the young nun, feeling utterly helpless. After a moment of hesitation, seeing that she was growing weary from crying, he reached out to wipe her tears, softly saying, the dead cannot be brought back. It is beyond our control. Yet those who remain must continue to live. Mustn't they? You witnessed the ruthlessness of those shadow guards. They kill without a second thought that we have shared this ordeal, so consider us friends forged in adversity. Therefore, listen to me. We must leave this place of turmoil. When the time comes, you can decide whether to return to the Taoist sect or go elsewhere. As long as you live, there remains hope. Death is the only true end. The young nun, known as Ji Yun, wiped her tears and nodded, her voice trembling as she replied, Su. Brother Su, I will follow your lead. As Su Beiyu stepped out from the main hall, he was met with a gruesome scene. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood flowing like a river, creating a hellish landscape. The elder stood amidst this carnage, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the bright full moon. Su Beiyu staggered back, overwhelmed by the stench of blood, and instinctively covered Ji Yun's eyes to shield her from the horrific sight. Ji Yun seemed to grasp something and slowly retreated back into the hall alongside Su Beiyu. Moments later, the elder re-entered, leaving behind a trail of bright crimson footprints. Ji Yun, hiding behind Su Beiyu, clutched the edge of his sleeve. Upon sensing the elder's gaze, she shrank back, exposing only her delicate face, timidly greeting, Greetings, elder. The elder smiled in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to the young couple, suddenly laughing softly. Among the countless renowned swords in the world, none strike the heart quite like the beauty of a woman. Chapter 12. The 9 grades and 5 immortals speak of years past. The elder led Su Beiyu and Ji Yun out of the capital, heading west towards Shiliang Prefecture. According to the elder, Shiliang was a place where one could traverse at will, bordered by the hinterlands to the east and the grasslands to the west. If they ventured into the passes, they would find themselves in a perilous situation surrounded by enemies. The trio walked at a leisurely pace, the elder showing remarkable patience, attuned to the pace of Su Beiyu and Ji Yun. He neither urged them forward nor sought to strengthen their bodies, instead sharing many sword principles that Su Beiyu had never encountered before. In Su Beiyu's eyes, his master possessed a cultivation that was likely that of a legendary immortal, transcending the first-tier realm. Even if he did not reach such heights, he was certainly close, and every word from his master was akin to sacred doctrine, not to be disregarded. Thus, as they traveled, the elder spoke earnestly, while the young disciple listened intently, creating a harmonious teacher-student dynamic. The elder did not shy away from including Ji Yun in his teachings, stating that whatever the young girl could grasp would be sufficient. However, Ji Yun lacked Su Beiyu's foundation and often found herself struggling to comprehend. After the lesson today, the 3 of them decided to spend the night beneath a precipice. Once the campfire was lit, Su Beiyu softly inquired, Master, I've heard others mention that above the 9 ranks of the central justice system, there exists the so-called cultivation of immortals. What qualifies as the cultivation of an immortal? The elder chuckled and replied, If we say that the classification of martial artists into 9 ranks is a decree of the court, then those above the first rank, referred to as immortals, are merely the constructs of the Taoist tradition. Taoism speaks of 5 immortals: heaven, spirit, earth, humanity, and ghost, with the celestial immortal at the pinnacle and the ghost immortal at the lowest. These represent 5 distinct paths of cultivation. Yet Taoism imposes them as levels of attainment that a practitioner who has just surpassed the first rank is considered a ghost immortal, stepping into the realm of immortality. This level transcends that of martial artists, endowing one with many mysterious abilities, even the power to leave their physical body. The late abbot of Chonglong Temple, who has since attained nirvana, exemplifies this state. The human immortal realm is even more formidable, embodying the pinnacle of human strength, a body as hard as diamond, with vitality that defies the wind. Many formidable warriors on the battlefield could likely attain this status. The earth immortal realm combines the strengths of both the ghost and human immortal realms, resonating with the universe, traversing the seas by day and the mountains by night, truly transcending humanity and entering the realm of immortality. As for the next level, the divine immortal realm, I dare not speak lightly of it, but can only describe it in 8 words: eternal life and invincibility. The previous Taoist patriarch reached this level, having single-handedly battled 4 of the most powerful earth immortals of his time and emerged victorious. A true testament to the divine immortal realm, a sight to behold. That Su Beiyu listened with rapt attention, then curiously asked, "Master, you have yet to mention the final level, the celestial immortal realm." The elder shook his head with a smile and said, "The term celestial immortal implies an immortal from the heavens. There are no celestial immortals among mortals. Those who achieve the celestial immortal status are invariably those who have attained Buddhahood or become ancestors. Like the Taoist patriarch and the Buddha, these 3 are the earliest celestial immortals, followed by the likes of Zhuangzi, Huangzi, Zhangzi, and the 5 ancestors of the south and north, as well as various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas from different eras who have also ascended to the celestial immortal realm, entering the boundless and mysterious world beyond our comprehension, a marvel beyond words." As the elder spoke, he seemed to recall some old memories, shaking his head with a sigh. In those days, the cultivation world was not as it is now, dominated solely by Taoism and lacking in vitality. Back then, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism coexisted, alongside various sects such as the Sword Sect, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Demonic Sect, and the Vajra Temple, all contributing to a vibrant tapestry known as the 3 Teachings and 9 Streams. There was even a Heavenly Mechanism list that ranked the top 10 in the world, with the divine immortal patriarch of Taoism holding the top position. Ji Yin interjected quietly, "The patriarch you speak of was the master of our current sect leader, Patriarch Zichuan." The elder's expression suddenly turned peculiar, filled with a mix of nostalgia and helpless indignation that he whispered, "Little girl, do you know who the second-ranked individual was?" Ji Yin timidly replied, "The second was the last leader of the Sword Sect. I've heard the elders in our sect speak of him. He was a notorious villain, responsible for the deaths of many earth immortals. He was once suppressed by Patriarch Zichuan, but re-emerged to wreak havoc after Patriarch Zichuan ascended, ultimately meeting his demise in a great heavenly retribution. His path extinguished, and the Sword Sect vanished along with him." The elder, steeped in memories, chuckled, albeit with a tinge of sorrow, murmuring, "Wielding a 3-foot blade, unmatched in the world, yet ultimately falling to the inexorable will of fate, dying and fading away. How tragic, how lamentable." Su Beiyu could not help but feel an overwhelming yearning, murmuring to himself, "If only I could wield a sword to such an extent, I would have no regrets." The elder was not optimistic about Su Beiyu, dousing his enthusiasm. "I have devoted my life to swordsmanship without achieving such a level. Your innate talent pales in comparison to mine back in the day. Unless you encounter an extraordinary opportunity, you may have to wait for your next life to start anew." Su Beiyu retorted defiantly, "Perhaps I am destined for greatness and will surely reach the earth immortal realm." The elder scoffed, "Can you distinguish between luck and destiny? Can you discern sword intent from sword energy? First, you must possess great sword energy before speaking of great fortune." Feeling disheartened, Su Beiyu was left in a state of despair. Suddenly, the elder remarked, "The reason I chose to take you as my disciple is due to your temperament. You bear a striking resemblance to my late brother, when I left my family to pursue my studies. My brother inherited the family business, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Had we both followed our natures, my brother, being open-minded, would have excelled in swordsmanship, while I, being cunning, would have been better suited to manage the family affairs. My brother selflessly allowed me to take this opportunity. Before we parted, he told me that the responsibilities of the family should rest on him, the eldest son, and that I should focus on my studies without worrying about home. Who would have thought that farewell would become eternal? When I saw him again, he lay in a coffin, and I could only stand in mourning. Brothers for a lifetime, separated by life's divide. Both Su Beiyu and Ji Yun fell silent, contemplating the weight of the past. The elder shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such memories, which were merely remnants of bygone days. If not for the poignant moment, he might have never brought them up again. Su Beiyu suddenly recalled something and asked, "Master, does this mean you come from a prominent family? Why do you still wander without a home?" The elder lowered his gaze, self-mockingly replying, "What family remains? What sect exists? I am all alone now." Su Beiyu responded softly, recalling a phrase from a teacher, "We are all lost souls in this world." Chapter 13. A sudden storm in the northwest on the 30th of June. After 2 decades of peace, the sky turned ominously dark at noon. The atmosphere in the Northwest Secret Guard Bureau was equally heavy and stifling, stemming from the recent incident at Chonglong Temple. A 4th-rank chief inspector, a 4th-rank deputy officer, 5 inner guards summoned from the imperial capital, and a total of 128 ordinary guards, all perished in battle. Such losses had not been seen in many years. Although the Secret Guard Bureau boasted a force of 200,000, this number included various informants in this regard. The Secret Guard Bureau could not compare to an army that could easily withstand the death of hundreds. For the Secret Guard Bureau, such casualties were nearly catastrophic. As the true decision-maker of the Northwest Secret Guard Bureau, Lu Chun sat at the head of the main hall, flanked by high-ranking officials of the Bureau. These fearsome figures, capable of silencing the cries of children, now sat upright, not daring to utter a sound, lest they incur the wrath of the notoriously somber vice-governor, fearing unwarranted retribution. The hall was silent as a pin could drop. Lu Chun surveyed the room, his voice unexpectedly calm as he began. "You are all aware of the recent events. What was supposed to be a well-planned operation ended with the interference of an outsider, costing us 178 lives. The Northwest Secret Guard Bureau has only about 1,500 personnel, scattered across several major states such as Shan and Xiliang, with each guard post containing only around 300 individuals. Losing more than 2/3 of our ranks has nearly decimated the entire Central Guard." Just as he spoke, a thunderclap illuminated the dim hall. Coinciding with the darkened expressions of the guards, the torrential downpour struck suddenly at the end of summer. The rain, as large as soybeans, pelted the eaves with a crisp sound, quickly forming a stream that cascaded down, creating shimmering lines of silver. The officials remained indifferent to the sudden downpour. Even the armored guards stationed outside remained unfazed, allowing the raindrops to strike their armor with a loud clatter. Liu Qin squinted, gazing through the open door at the curtain of rain, continuing, "However, that's not the main issue. Death is inevitable in this world. We can accept our fate against a formidable opponent. The crucial point is that upon counting the bodies, we still have one missing. A girl named Ji Yun from the Taoist sect." Liu Qin rose from his seat and walked towards the door, coldly stating, "At this point, our original plan to incite the populace to burn Chonglong Temple within 3 days is no longer feasible. Moreover, with so many deaths, we cannot conceal this matter for long. The commotion is too great, and it won't be long before the Demon Suppression Hall takes notice. If they find that girl, you all know the methods of the officials from the White Tiger Hall. They will undoubtedly treat our Northwest Secret Guard Bureau as expendable, offering our heads to appease the fury of the Taoist sect." A bone-chilling sensation enveloped everyone in the hall. Liu Qin's words were not mere threats. It was well known that the Secret Guard Bureau was ruthless, not only toward outsiders, but also toward their OW, and as the conflicts among the 3 governors intensified, many had perished due to internal strife. The Northwest Secret Guard Bureau had always been the domain of Governor Fu. If this matter came to light, the other 2 governors would not hesitate to strike while the iron was hot. Lu Qin's voice turned icy. "Let us not waste time with idle talk. It is not too late to mend the fold. Everyone, disperse your men and secure all entrances and exits to the northwest. No one is to leave. Even if we have to turn the northwest upside down, we must find Ji Yun, alive or dead. We must know her fate." All the high-ranking officials of the Secret Guard Bureau rose in unison, clasping their fists in solemn agreement. "Understood." While heavy rain poured over the capital, the weather in Xiliang was merely a light drizzle. After several days of travel, Su Beiyu and his companions arrived at Longnan. Located at the southeastern border of Xiliang, this area connects to Shan and Shu states, strategically positioned at the junction of the 3 provinces, historically a contested territory. known as the key to Liang and Shan, and the throat of Bashu. Thus, a garrison of around 3,000 troops was stationed there, led by a third-rank commander. Do not underestimate the rank of a third-rank official to the common folk of a state. Such a figure is akin to a deity, with the regional governor being only a second-rank official that a third-rank secret guard commander could upend the entire Northwest. These third- and fourth-rank local officials often acted as local despots, capable of wielding power with impunity, and some had entrenched themselves for decades, their influence so deep-rooted that it was not an exaggeration to say they could cover the sky with one hand. Even first- and second-rank officials from the capital may not possess such authority. The elder led Su Beiyu and Ji Yun through the light rain to this fortification guarding Longnan, due to the proximity of Shiliang and Shan to the grasslands. There was a steady influx of merchants and horse traders, causing this fortification to flourish to the scale of a medium-sized city. That it was a lawless area, where the commanding officer held absolute authority. His word was law. However, this commander was not entirely lawless, for those engaged in trade with the grasslands often had powerful patrons behind them. Many horse traders, in particular, had connections with military bigwigs and maintained substantial relationships with the chieftains on the grasslands. Without such affiliations, attempting to engage in horse trading would likely lead to dire consequences. Thus, the commander typically refrained from provoking these individuals. As long as they paid their dues, both parties could coexist peacefully. As the trio entered the city, they encountered a group of fierce riders galloping by, openly displaying their sabers at their waists and carrying banned bows and arrows. Ji Yun had been warned by the elder to wear a large cloak to shield herself from the wind and sand before entering the city. Her face wrapped tightly, leaving only her eyes visible. Consequently, the riders paid little attention to Su Beiyu and his companions, swiftly passing by. After they had gone, the elder remarked, "Those individuals are horse traders, mostly from the northwest, with considerable strength, approximately ranks 6 or 7. Did you notice those bows? The weakest among them is a 2-stone bow, which can draw a weight of 120 pounds, comparable to the soldiers in the main camp of the border troops. As for their character, they are but a step away from the horse thieves of the grasslands." Su Beiyu's expression grew serious. His current strength was around rank 5, placing him on equal footing with those horse traders. The elder then guided them to a well-known inn in the bustling market, securing 2 upper rooms. Observing the confused expressions of the 2 young people, he calmly stated, "It may not be safe here at night. I will take 1 room, and you 2 will share another, so you can look out for each other." With that, the elder departed, seemingly indifferent to the subtle atmosphere between the 2 young people. Su Beiyu opened his mouth, hesitated, and felt as though the elder had shared a knowing smile. Once in his room, the elder's previously calm demeanor turned slightly peculiar as he chuckled softly. "Young man, I have paved the way for you. It all depends on your understanding now." Chapter 14. Boundless joy of the Bodhisattva. Once Su Beiyu and Ji Yun entered their room, Ji Yun immediately transformed into a frightened little rabbit. Hugging her arms tightly, and not even removing her cloak, Su Beiyu could speak eloquently in front of several young aristocrats, but that did not equate to having any experience with women. He was utterly inexperienced in such matters. Seeing Ji Yun's nervous demeanor, he felt an inexplicable mix of pride and insecurity that diminished his earlier bravado. After shutting the door, he unsheathed the Tianlan sword from his back, seated himself at the table, poured a little water from the teapot onto the surface, and began to write and draw with his finger. Ji Yun cautiously settled onto the bed, and upon noticing Su Beiyu's indifference, she began to relax, slowly removing the oversized cloak that obscured her figure and the headscarf that covered her face, quietly asking, "Are you upset?" Su Beiyu shook his head, remaining silent. Ji Yun instinctively clutched her clothing, feeling somewhat anxious. For some reason, Su Beiyu suddenly recalled a woman riding a purple horse. Had the situation been reversed, he too would have felt entirely at a loss. He shook his head again, dismissing the impractical thought and refocusing on the present. In recent days, the elder had elaborated on the first 4 levels of swordsmanship, explaining that the first 36 levels constituted a comprehensive and progressive system. Levels 1 to 7 fell within the realm of sword techniques, accessible to anyone who could wield a sword. Levels 8 to 13 involved sword energy, requiring a personal cultivation level of at least rank 3 to practice. Levels 14 to 19 transitioned from sword energy to sword intent, necessitating at least the first rank to grasp. As for levels 20 to 36, they belonged entirely to the realm of swordsmanship, where only those of immortal caliber could truly appreciate the subtleties within. Therefore, Before reaching rank 3, Su Beiyou's primary task was to memorize levels 1 to 7, not seeking to comprehend them deeply, but simply to commit them to memory, trusting that as his cultivation deepens, he would naturally grasp their intricacies. As dusk fell, Su Beiyou became entirely absorbed in his world, pouring water on the table and sketching sword moves, completely oblivious to the presence of another person in the room. Meanwhile, Jiyan grew increasingly uneasy, wanting to speak but hesitating repeatedly, ultimately retreating into silence once more. She was, in truth, a timid young lady, untouched by the world's harsh realities that in stark contrast to the perceptive woman who could read hearts. She lacked the courage and understanding to fathom the depths of human emotion. Thus, when Su Beiyou ignored her, she naively assumed he was upset, unaware of any wrongdoing on her part. Despite her confusion, she felt compelled to apologize, simply wishing for his attention. The earlier encounter with the woman riding the spirited purple steed had left her speechless, as she too was uncertain how to express her regret, having never apologized to anyone before. Now, Jiyan found herself in a similar predicament, hesitating to voice her remorse because she was oblivious to her transgressions. As the evening deepened, Jiyan quietly lit a lamp. Su Beiyou, having emptied the teapot, reached for it again only to discover it was devoid of tea, which jolted him back to reality. Tea was then he remembered Jiyan's presence in the room. At that moment, she looked at him with a gentle, fragile demeanor. Had a seasoned veteran been present, they would have easily discerned the little Taoist thoughts. The person of virtue might have offered her comforting words, while a less scrupulous individual might have taken advantage of her naivety, leaving her in tears. Unfortunately, Su Beiyou was neither a gentleman nor a brute. He was merely a rustic who had just emerged from Danxiao village, possessing only a vague understanding of romantic matters, making him an equal match for the little Taoist in this regard. "Are you hungry?" Su Beiyou inquired. "Not hungry," Jiyan replied softly, yet her face sparkled with a hint of joy. As Su Beiyou pondered the peculiar connection between her lack of hunger and her happiness, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from the street outside. Instinctively alert, Su Beiyou snuffed out the oil lamp on the table and instinctively grasped Jiyan's small hand. Pressing against the wall beside the window, he gently opened the window a crack to peer outside. Before him marched a formidable contingent of nearly 100 armored cavalry, led by a young man in a brocade robe. In Longnan, such a grand figure could only be the son of the commanding officer with 3,000 frontier troops, Zhang Shihong. Prior to entering the city, the elder had cautioned Su Beiyou about several names not to provoke, among which was Zhang Shihong. This caution was not born of fear but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. The young lord, though not classically handsome, exuded a cold, iron-wrought aura, a demeanor that could only be forged in the fires of battle, having likely slain more than one foe. Accompanying Zhang Shihong were two individuals clad in black brocade, causing a flicker of alarm in Su Beiyou's heart. Shadow guards, he thought, instinctively wanting to hide. Thankfully, he was not the only one peeking out from the buildings lining the street, and thus did not attract the attention of the shadow guards. The imposing cavalcade passed by, leaving chaos and dust in their wake. The term shadow guard struck terror into many hearts. Originally established during the previous dynasty by the esteemed Shaolin, they were tasked with surveillance, intelligence gathering, and subverting enemy commanders. Their leader held the esteemed title of Grand Commander of the Shadow Guards, one of the 5 great commanders, with Shaolin being an ancestor of the current dynasty's emperor, Xiao Yu, who posthumously honored him as Emperor Jing. As such, the Shadow Guards maintained a deep-rooted connection with the Xiao family throughout the Zheng dynasty. Even after the transition to the Qi dynasty, the Shadow Guards not only survived but thrived, wielding even greater power, capable of executing actions without prior approval. The world could hardly fathom that several noble families had perished at the hands of the Shadow Guards, illustrating the trust the royal Xiao family placed in their creation. In recent years, the rising power of the Taoist sect necessitated the Shadow Guard's expansion to counter the Demon Suppression Hall. Consequently, the 3 commanding officers of the White Tiger Hall became regarded as a third central authority, rivaling the previous dynasty's ceremonial offices. Offending such a formidable entity was no trivial matter. Claiming to be unafraid was mere self-deception. Yet, what could fear accomplish? Su Beiyou did not believe that a mere apology would suffice to appease these cold-blooded specters. Ultimately, from the moment he stepped into Chonglong Temple, his fate was intertwined with the Shadow Guards. Meanwhile, in the elder's adjacent room, all was quiet. Shortly after the cavalry entered the city, Another figure strolled leisurely into the fortress city, clad in resplendent white robes that flowed like the wind. This individual radiated an otherworldly grace. With eyes like cold stars and a face akin to jade, he bore a striking presence, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, reminiscent of a celestial being fallen from the heavens. Before this figure stood the elder with the sword sheath, who softly remarked, "In this world, men are sullied by the sun, women tainted by the moon, yet Guanyin embodies both, a union of male form and female visage, bringing boundless joy." Chapter 15. Why should a house dog deride a stray dog? As the moon shone brightly against the backdrop of sparse stars, two figures stood confronting each other in the street. The night breeze stirred the elder's white hair, making him appear to dissolve into the watery night, as if he were one with the surroundings, embodying the concept of unity between heaven and man. In contrast, the seemingly celestial figure presented an air of detachment, existing in a realm apart, akin to a vivid splash of red in an otherwise monochrome ink painting. Externally, the elder resembled a grandfatherly figure to this being. Yet there were those in this world who could defy age. This individual was a testament to such, being of similar age to the elder, perhaps even a peer in Su Beiyo's words. An immortal old demon. With a grave expression, the elder inquired, "Wanyan Beiwe, you have deliberately revealed your aura to draw me out. What is your intent?" The one addressed as Wanyan Beiwe lifted his head, revealing a crimson mark at his brow, resembling a vertical eye, further emphasizing his otherworldly nature. The elder's expression changed to one of realization. This was not Wanyan Beiwe, but Murong Xianin. Murong Xianin spoke slowly. "Wanyan Beiwe is now confined in Daliang City. Only I, a free spirit, can roam unrestrained." The elder's face remained impassive as he replied, "Whether Wanyan Beiwe or Murong Xianin, a century has passed, and you have yet to take that final step." Instead, transforming into this ambiguous existence, the fleeting glimmer of purple flickered in Murong Xianin's eyes as he calmly stated, "It is not that I cannot take that step, but rather that I do not dare. For the cautionary tale of Shangguan Xianxian looms in my mind. One must be prudent and observant." Upon mentioning Shangguan Xianxian, the elder's expression shifted, falling into silence. Murong Xianin continued, "As for why I sought you out, it is naturally concerning that mattered. In the days of Xiao Yu, you advised against rash actions. Now that he has passed, what is left to fear?" The elder retorted, "What if Xiao Yu did not die? With his cunning, he might very well feign death, laying a trap for those of us who have concealed ourselves for so long, only to spring forth to clear the path for his son." Murong Xianin softly replied, "This is nothing to worry about. Even if Xiao Yu is alive, he is likely in a state of half-life." He struck down the leader of the White Lotus sect with a single blow, yet suffered a backlash upon the foe's demise. Unless he has the favor of the emperor's luck, he may soon meet his end. A bitter irony echoed in his voice as he lamented. How tragic for a once great emperor to meet such a fate. The elder's expression hardened as he countered, "What is there to lament? Two of the 5 noble families, Zhang, Yi, Gongsun, Murong, and Shangguan, fell to Xiao Yu's hands. The remaining 3 fared no better, reduced to mere house dogs, scraping for survival beneath Xiao Yu's heel. Even if Xiao Yu meets an untimely end, the Xiao family remains the ruler of this realm, transforming the former Wei kingdom into the current state." Murong Xianin, undeterred by being labeled a house dog, chuckled heartily. The term house dog is quite apt. It cuts to the bone. His eyes shimmered with a rising purple haze. As he declared, "If we speak of loyalty to the Xiao family, the Murong family stands foremost, followed by the Yi family, with the Shangguan family trailing behind. However, the latter has likely shifted allegiances, quietly siding with the King of Wei." The elder replied flatly, "Whether it be Emperor Xiao or King Wei, they are all members of the Xiao family." Murong Xianin softly laughed. "They all deserve death." The elder coldly asked, "Does Xiao Yu also deserve death?" Murong Xianin gradually subdued his smile, responding serenely, "That is a matter for Wanyan Beiwe to decide. I will not interfere. When the Zheng emperor lost his deer, the lords pursued it, yet in the end, it was Xiao Yu who emerged victorious, establishing the Qi dynasty and ushering in a new era. During this tumultuous hunt, countless tragedies unfolded, alongside the classic tale of revenge, particularly among the high-ranking families and sects that fell beneath Xiao Yu's iron rule. Many, including esteemed experts and talented heirs, became akin to stray dogs, driven by 2 desires: to restore their former glory and to overthrow the Xiao family's dominion. Beyond this, they sought nothing else. Yet, some wise individuals chose to align with the prevailing power. Becoming the house dogs the elder spoke of, the elder turned, stating, Murong Xianin, regardless of your schemes in the north with Lin Lingqian, there is one truth you cannot escape. As long as Wanyan Beiwa lives, you will never find true freedom. Without true freedom, do not approach me to speak of the grand scheme of the world. Murong Xuanin's eyes filled with a palpable purple haze, spilling from the corners like swirling smoke against the dark backdrop. Starkly visible and foreboding, he fixed his gaze upon the elder's retreating figure, his tone suddenly shifting to a deep, somber note. Do you intend to remain a stray dog for life? The elder hesitated for a moment, then softly replied, What of the stray dog? And what of the house dog? Why should a house dog mock a stray dog? With that, the elder departed without another word. Chapter 16. Puppet Show discusses the founding of the state the following morning. The elder appeared before Su Beiyu and Ji Yun as if nothing had transpired, guiding them to partake in a simple breakfast at the inn before heading into the bustling market. Along their journey, the two young ones had shed the awkwardness of the previous night, but Su Beiyu, finally having an epiphany, took the initiative to buy Ji Yun a few trinkets that girls often adore. Having grown up in Chonglong Temple under the care of the old abbot, Ji Yun had never encountered such items before, and her delight was palpable as she clutched them tightly. The elder cast a knowing glance at Su Beiyu, then continued on his path, while Su Beiyu focused on the wide-eyed, curious little Taoist, gently guiding her through the crowd. Before long, the elder's figure was lost to sight. Su Beiyu glanced back at the enthralled Ji Yun, sighed in exasperation, and led her to a nearby stall to watch a puppet show. The puppet show recounted the historical events of the founding of the state, delving into how the 5 kings of the Wanyan clan conspired to poison the young emperor of the newly established state. General Murong Yan, along with his royal uncle Wanyan Beiwe and several ministers, fled in haste to Jilu City, seeking aid from the then Northwest King, Emperor Xiao Yu of the Qi dynasty. This led to the Northwest Army's northern expedition against the 5 kings, defeating them and assisting Wanyan Beiwe in ascending to the throne. Emperor Xiao Yu even betrothed his sister to him, thus establishing a brotherly alliance between the two states. With all performances, the show inevitably diverged from historical accuracy, featuring divine beings and extraordinary talents lending their prowess to the battle. The once mighty figures of history were reduced to caricatures. Emperor Xiao Yu was portrayed as a righteous savior, while Murong Yin and Wanyan Beiwei were depicted as weak and indecisive, their lines reduced to mere praises of the prince's greatness. The 5 kings of Wanyan, on the other hand, were portrayed as sinister and nefarious, embodying the archetype of treachery. After watching, Ji Yin leaned closer to Su Beiyu and whispered, I heard my master speak of this event. The young emperor, unwilling to be overshadowed by the 5 kings, sought to reclaim power, intending to lure them into the palace for an ambush. Unfortunately, his scheme was leaked, and the 5 kings preemptively attacked the palace, leading to his demise by poison. My master called this the folly of clever machinations, where one's own schemes lead to ruin. Su Beiyu nodded in realization. Now I understand. Ji Yun remarked. However, the subsequent events were indeed accurate. Wanyan Beiwe, this imperial uncle, became the emperor of the later Jin, forging an alliance with the founding emperor of our dynasty at Daliang City, acknowledging the founding emperor as his elder brother, and marrying the emperor's sister, Princess Wana. After the establishment of the Great Qi, the two nations naturally became brotherly states, a relationship still recognized by later generations. Su Beiyu suddenly inquired, Who is the current emperor of later Jin? Ji Yun replied without hesitation. It is still Wanyan Beiwe, though he must be over 80 years old this year. He possesses the cultivation of an immortal. I heard from my master that there are 2 great exiled immortals in the world, and this emperor of later Jin is one of them. The northern exile. Su Beiyu was somewhat taken aback. So, the current sovereign still addresses the emperor of later Jin as uncle? Ji Yun nodded. If we consider the brotherly states, the emperor should call him uncle, but in terms of family relations, it would be Aunt's husband. In fact, it's not just the emperor of later Jin. The sister of the Khan of the Grasslands married the founding emperor, who later became the Empress Dowager, the current emperor's biological mother. Thus, the emperor must also refer to the Khan of the Grasslands as uncle. Su Beiyu finally understood, realizing that these emperors and nobles were all interrelated, just as the master had said, a family dynasty. After watching the puppet show, the master still had not appeared. The two wandered aimlessly for over half an hour, purchasing several trinkets of little value, each holding a bright red candied hawthorn. although June could not eat due to her veil. Merely holding it brought her joy. Su Beiyu held June's small hand in one and a collection of trinkets, including the candied hawthorn in the other, with a long cloth bundle on his back. If the sword he carried were replaced with an infant still and swaddling, he would resemble a weary man burdened by the responsibilities of family. June, holding Su Beiyu's hand, felt less bashful than before, perhaps due to her robes and veil, and she no longer felt the same overwhelming anxiety. After the novelty wore off, she began to feel fatigued. They found a secluded spot with few people, sitting under a tree's shade, observing the bustling crowd nearby and the lively scene in the distance. Jiyun lifted her veil slightly, revealing her alluring lips that had once captivated even the secret guards. Biting into a hawthorn and chewing thoughtfully, Su Beiyu picked up a small twig and began to sketch the sword technique he had just learned. Jiyun, still chewing the hawthorn, asked with a muffled voice, "Su brother, where do you think we can go in the future?" Su Beiyu paused, then discarded the twig, erasing the incomprehensible lines in the dirt with his foot, sighing, "Yes, where can we go? This whole world belongs to the Xiao family." Jiyun felt a pang of sadness, glancing down at the odd trinkets in her arms and the unfinished candied hawthorn in her hand, feeling somewhat guilty as she quietly inquired, "Did these things cost a lot?" Su Beiyu shook his head, "Not even one tael of silver in total." Jiyun responded with an "oh," nodding in a manner that suggested she half understood. Su Beiyu chuckled at her, realizing that this little Taoist priestess had grown up in Chonglong Temple, where her needs were never a concern, so she might not discern the difference between a qian and a liang. In the northwest, 1 qian of silver might cover a month's worth of food for a family of 3, and only a poor child would truly grasp the hardship behind every coin. Thus, sometimes it wasn't about being stingy, but rather a matter of poverty. If one were affluent, who would be willing to lose face over such trivialities? Su Beiyu sighed. "I can only practice the sword. Once I master it, nothing will be difficult." Jiyun softly remarked, "Such a mindset will hinder your sword practice. That I've heard that sword immortals talk about the unity of man and sword, akin to our pursuit of the unity between heaven and humanity." Su Beiyu rolled his eyes. "Such lofty realms are beyond my comprehension." Jiyun covered her mouth and laughed. Su Beiyu closed his eyes, positioning his right hand to mimic a sword gesture, envisioning himself as the legendary sword immortal who could traverse 30,000 miles with a mere gesture that would indeed leave him without regrets in this life. Chapter 17. The initial emergence of talent at the Demon Suppression Hall. By noon, Su Beiyu and Jiyun had not returned to the inn, but instead ordered bowls of bang bang noodles from a roadside stall, which included a small dish of spicy oil. Su Beiyu dipped his chopsticks in and tasted the fiery flavor, a true Shangxi delicacy that whetted his appetite. He had often heard his master mention that Shangxi was renowned for 2 famous dishes, spicy oil and pickled vegetable dumplings. Particularly, the spicy oil was so enticing that it would make anyone's mouth water. The 2 bowls of bang bang noodles were visually appealing and tasted delightful, especially with the bright red spicy oil, satisfying the young couple. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals dressed in green Taoist robes entered the inn where Su Beiyu and June were staying, their demeanor solemn. The leader, appearing to be in his late 20s, wore a sword on his back and exuded an aura that discouraged approach. The usually friendly innkeeper hesitated to greet them, prompting the manager to step forward and usher them to a window-side private room. Bustling about to serve tea and snacks, finishing with his back already soaked, not from toil or heat, but from fear. The innkeeper had managed the establishment for over a decade and had encountered numerous individuals from various walks of life. Hearing many semi-public secrets, such as the notorious secret guards and the equally feared Demon Suppression Hall, in this era, the Taoist sect dominated, and the status of its disciples could be discerned from their attire. The colors of the Taoist robes indicated rank: deep purple for the sect leader, light purple for the first disciple, black for Grand Masters, and white for regular disciples, with various shades indicating other ranks. Only the secret guards and those from the Demon Suppression Hall would wear green. While the secret guards were widely known, the Demon Suppression Hall was less prominent and had far fewer members. However, for those of cultivation, the Demon Suppression Hall was undoubtedly more terrifying than the secret guards. Since its inception, the hall had been dedicated to suppressing and exterminating various evils opposing the Taoist sect, as well as traders within. It housed a demon-suppressing well that contained countless high-level beings of immortal cultivation, even reputedly having once contained a Buddhist monk who achieved the golden body of an arhat. The Taoist sect was divided into 7 branches based on the 7 peaks of the ancestral mountain, each led by a peak master. All disciples, regardless of their origins, were required to serve in the various halls after achieving mastery, including the Law Transmission Hall, the Cautionary Punishment Hall, the Taoist Scriptures Hall, the Medicine Master Hall, and more, totaling over 10 halls. The Demon Suppression Hall stood out as the foremost among them, with each hall master being a figure of immense power, typically second only to the sect leader. The current leader of the Demon Suppression Hall was Yi Zue, a member of the prestigious Yi family from Wei, who, at the age of 27, had already served in the hall for over a decade. Consistently ranking in the top tier of evaluations, he was tasked with searching for remnants of the Sword Sect following its demise, a yearly obligation for the hall. However, after the fall of the Sword Sect, only a few enigmatic sword immortals remained, rendering this task increasingly superficial and routine. Then came the shocking news. The Chonglong Temple had been destroyed, leaving only a disciple named Jiun unaccounted for. The Hall Master had personally gone to Jianghu to handle the matter, and as a key figure in the Demon Suppression Hall, Yi Zue understood that only 2 forces could have dared to commit such an act: the Imperial Court, which had grown increasingly resentful of the Taoist sect, and the Sword Sect, which refused to die quietly. As it happened, the Sword Sect and the Taoist sect shared a common ancestry, but a schism arose a millennium ago due to a conflict over swordsmanship, leading to a split when the Sword Sect's founder defeated 24 Grand Masters and established their own sect. This enmity persisted until the last Sword Sect leader, Shangwan Xianchen, met his demise at the hands of divine retribution, resulting in the collapse of the Sword Sect and a temporary cessation of hostilities. Nevertheless, many skilled practitioners from the Sword Sect escaped and lay low, making the current situation all the more precarious for the Demon Suppression Hall. Yi Zue gazed around, then lowered his voice. According to reports, Jiun is an abandoned child taken in by the master of Chonglong Temple, Yu Chun, due to her being a disciple of his disciple. She is considered part of the family. She followed Yu Chun in her cultivation and rarely left the temple. Moreover, he regarded her as his own. A month before his passing, he sent a message to the Law Transmission Hall, transferring her life record and fate lantern to the Ancestral Hall, intending for her to continue her cultivation there after his departure. Thus, Jian still has a fate lantern in the Ancestral Hall, and the lanterns of others have extinguished, indicating she is still alive. The key question is, who took her away? If the perpetrator acted intentionally, things become interesting. A lean man in his 40s squinted, stating plainly, "The fact that they took Jiun instead of killing her suggests that those who took her were not the same as those who destroyed Chonglong Temple. This implies that there is a third party involved." Yi Zue smirked coldly, writing 6 characters on the table with T. Taoist Sect, Secret Guards, Sword Sect. 3 Factions, perfectly aligned. Chapter 18. The 12 Dragon Gates and 12 Swords. After finishing their meal, Su Beiyu and Jiun planned to return to the inn when the elder, who had been missing earlier, suddenly appeared before them, gravely stating, "There is no need to return to the inn. We will leave the city directly." Seeing the master's serious demeanor, Su Beiyu refrained from asking further questions and followed him and Jiun out of the city. Upon crossing Longnan, they officially entered the territory of Ziliangzu, often referred to by the people of the Central Plains as the frontier. Here, the landscape was dominated by vast deserts and open skies, interspersed with grassland views. The elder had traveled through the beautiful Central Plains and the picturesque Jianghu. If life could be divided into 4 seasons, his summers and autumns were spent in those 2 places. As for the Northwest, he had visited in his youth during spring and now returned in winter, his old age in his youth. He had despised the Northwest, for it was where he first tasted defeat at the hands of a man who would later rule the world. Consequently, he had not returned for many years. Now, in the depths of winter, he found a certain fondness for the Northwest. The vast skies and lands, the solitude of walking across the plains, and the occasional sight of human habitation were unexpected delights. Yet, with the seasons come cycles, and as the weight of an increasingly oppressive gloom began to settle in, the elder realized that time was running out for him. Thus, upon stopping for the night in a poplar forest in Ziliangzu, he made a decision. Once Jiun had fallen into a deep sleep, the elder called Su Beiyu aside, and they sat cross-legged facing each other. The elder directly asked, "Do you still remember the sword for?" Su Beiyu replied honestly, "I have memorized the many variations, but I am not yet fully proficient." The elder nodded, speaking softly. The 3rd ancestor among the northern 5 ancestors of the Taoist sect, once composed a quatrain, sprawling nearly 1,000 words, with the lines, "In the morning, I sail on the Jianghu River. By dusk, I return to I in the cave. The sun and moon, I am the sky. The sword in the box roars at all times. I vow not to pass it on without encountering a kindred spirit." I deeply resonate with this sentiment. Over a decade ago, when I met you, it was fate, especially as your temperament resembled that of my late brother, Bofu, which compelled me to pass the sword to you. A decade later, returning to the northwest to find you again is destiny. Thus, you are my successor. This time, Su Beiyu comprehended the elder's words, but was unsure of how to respond. The elder continued, "I have traveled the world and encountered countless talented individuals, some astonishingly gifted and others woefully inept. Your aptitude can be considered average, but your character is exceptional. Observing you wield the cicada and contemplate the sword has convinced me to entrust this treasured sword to you. Originally, I intended to spend 20 years honing you into an unparalleled sword, but alas, time is no longer on my side, and I must resort to expedient methods." Finally, Su Beiyu understood the implication behind the elder's words. The master had intended to observe him longer. But for reasons unknown, he no longer had that luxury and now sought to impart his true skills immediately. That a mix of excitement and anxiety surged within Su Beiyu. The elder raised his hand, and with a clang, the Tianlan sword at Su Beiyu's back unsheathed itself, embedding itself in the ground between them. The elder's expression turned solemn as he calmly asked, "Beiyu, what do you think of this sword?" Su Beiyu frowned slightly, pondering, is there killing intent within the sword? The elder flicked his finger, striking Su Beiyu's forehead, and retorted, "You've wielded the Tianlan for 10 years without spilling blood. What killing intent could it possibly have?" Su Beiyu touched the spot where he had been struck, gasping at the pain. His master had not held back. The elder observed Su Beiyu's bewilderment and could only helplessly ponder aloud. Within the sword lies both sword energy and divine intent. Su Beiyu gazed at the Tianlan sword, aware of sword energy, yet utterly perplexed by the notion of divine intent residing within a sword. Thus, he inquired softly, and then, the elder sighed, relinquishing any expectation of Su Beiyu's comprehension in this regard, and spoke plainly, "I shall not conceal from you. I am indeed a member of the Sword Sect, often referred to as its remnants. The Sword Sect boasts 36 renowned swords, bequeathed by our founding ancestor, each corresponding to one of the 36 swords. Among them are the ancestral sword energy and divine intent. However, due to the protracted conflict between our sect and the Taoist sect lasting nearly a millennium, many of these swords have been destroyed or lost. Presently, only 12 remain. That if you can assimilate the sword energy and divine intent from these 12 famed swords, you shall ascend to the unparalleled realm of immortality." Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. His master was an esteemed figure from the Sword Sect. This revelation, while unexpected, made perfect sense, recalling the teachings of the 36 swords and the vivid memory of that singular sword at Chonglong Temple. It became evident that only a master from the Sword Sect could wield such formidable sword energy. Being a child accustomed to poverty, Su Beiyu had never believed in the concept of unearned fortune, and thus lowered his voice to ask, "Master, does such a windfall truly exist in this world? Unwarranted fortune?" The elder scoffed, "I in the heyday of the Sword Sect, even if you were the sect's foremost disciple, you would not have had the fortune to covet these 12 swords, as they are the legacy of our ancestors, and once used, they vanish. However, times have changed. The Sword Sect no longer thrives. Retaining these swords serves no purpose. Thus it would be more fitting to bestow upon you this opportunity, thereby preserving the lineage of the Sword Sect." Su Beiyu's expression grew complex. The elder continued softly, "On the day of the Sword Sect's downfall, I could only manage to carry away 2 swords, one of which is the Tianlan in your possession, while the other 10 remain lost to the world." Su Beiyu breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "I thought such fortune was too good to be true." The elder reached out, grasping the Tianlan sword, and with a flick of his finger upon the blade, a crisp sound rang out. Unexpectedly, the sword did not bend but rippled like the surface of water, dissipating the force exerted by the elder's finger. He tossed the Tianlan into Su Beiyu's embrace, instructing, "Now observe closely." Su Beiyu caught the Tianlan and, following his master's guidance, scrutinized it carefully. To his astonishment, he discovered that the sword's blade had revealed numerous obscure symbols and patterns, emanating a chilling aura that made him feel as though he were cradling a block of solid ice rather than a sword. The elder stated matter-of-factly, "This is the true nature of the Tianlan sword." Awestruck, Su Beiyu marveled. So this is what one might call spiritual essence. The sword indeed possesses divine intent. The elder smiled faintly and suddenly pointed at the Tianlan within Su Beiyu's grasp. Instantly, the sword energy contained within surged forth, causing Su Beiyu's body to stiffen, rendering him immobile. The elder, a figure of contemporary sword mastery, murmured, "Today, I shall teach you how to draw sword energy and divine intent from the sword." As he spoke, the elder began to snap his fingers repeatedly. With each snap, a strand of azure energy flowed from the sword, enveloping Su Beiyu. Ultimately, 108 strands of energy sequentially entered his body through various acupoints. Su Beiyu's lower dantian, akin to a small pond, expanded to the size of a lake in an instant, filling him with an overwhelming vitality that radiated around him in a luminous azure glow. At that moment, Su Beiyu felt as though he were immersed in a frozen wasteland, every inch of his meridians feeling as if they were cracking, even his blood seemingly frozen. The elder's sudden action caught him utterly off guard. Even with preparation, the outcome would likely have been the same. Su Beiyu's consciousness began to fade, recalling his teacher's frequent adage, "Only through enduring hardship can one rise above the rest." Just before losing consciousness, he nearly believed he was on the brink of death. The elder gazed at his soul disciple and murmured softly, "Today, the carp in the pond leaps into the sky. The 12 gates of the dragon's gate await. And thus you shall ascend to the heavens." Chapter 19. The 36 swords dominate the world. A tranquil night passed, with the elder sitting beside Su Beiyu in silent vigil. As dawn broke, revealing a hint of light on the horizon, the elder mused, "Beiyu, knowing the south yet drifting north, I bestowed upon him such a name, perhaps not having forgotten the past, still contemplating a return to confront Lanyu." When daylight fully emerged, Su Beiyu stirred, groaning softly as he awakened. He felt a profound soreness throughout his body, parched and weary. The attentive Jianghu quickly offered him a bamboo tube filled with fresh water, which he drank eagerly, alleviating his thirst. After sitting up and stretching his limbs, he sensed an unprecedented flow of vitality coursing through him, surging forth from his lower dantian and traversing his entire being, as if he possessed boundless strength, capable of shattering boulders with a mere gesture. The elder, seated at a distance, remarked, "You have nearly attained the 3rd rank of cultivation. Since this is your first experience drawing sword energy and divine intent, much of it was expended in expanding your dantian, while some remains like silt settled within your limbs and acupoints. Once you can fully harness this sword energy, you shall reach the 2nd rank." Su Beiyu paused, refraining from immediately rising. Instead, he closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to his newfound state. He had sensed the abundant vitality within him. Now, in quiet contemplation, he discerned that this vitality was not only plentiful but fierce, coursing through him with a tingling sensation that echoed the very essence of sword energy. He opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Is this what it means to ascend to the heavens in a single step?" The elder shook his head with a smile. "Ascend to the heavens? Such a claim is premature. Speak of that only once you surpass the 1st rank." Su Beiyu chuckled, suddenly recalling something, and urgently asked, "Master, what of the Tianlan?" The elder replied calmly, "Since you have drawn the sword energy and divine intent from Tianlan, it has become a mere hunk of iron in the hands of others. However, in your grasp, it remains a formidable weapon, closely intertwined with your essence. As long as you wield the Tianlan, you have barely crossed the threshold of the unity of man and sword." Su Beiyu's face brightened at this revelation. The unity of man and sword was often dismissed as mere fanciful rhetoric. In essence, it indicated his initial entry into the genuine path of swordsmanship, yet he had much ground to cover before achieving mastery. The elder, who had remained seated for the entire night, finally rose and addressed Jianghu. "Let us move to a different location," allowing him some time to acclimate. The elder's notion of acclimatization did not pertain merely to the surrounding environment, but to Su Beiyu's newfound cultivation, which had surged dramatically rather than developed gradually. It would be challenging to command this power at will, and he might encounter awkward moments where it faltered. Therefore, adhering to his master's guidance, Su Beiyu obediently began to adapt to his entirely new state of cultivation. Meanwhile, within Longnan City, under the orchestration of Zhang Shihong, the Dark Guards finally met with 2 influential figures from the Demon Suppression Hall. The representative from the Demon Suppression Hall was none other than the newly arrived steward. Yizue, while the Dark Guard was a captivating woman known only by her codename, Goyen. Despite being in her 30s, Goyen exhibited little sign of age, her natural charm accentuated by her long legs, which could easily leave men utterly exhausted. Yet, even the wealthiest heir in Longnan, Zhang Shihong, only dared to glance at her without any overt advances, not merely due to her affiliation with the Dark Guards, but also because she was the most trusted confidant of the Grand Commander of the Northwest Dark Guard. Lu Chun in a private chamber of a villa rented by Zhang Shihong. Yizue and Goyen faced each other. In contrast to Goyen's alluring demeanor, Yizue appeared somewhat rigid and impersonal, his demeanor reflective of the formal upbringing from the Yi family of Wei, where even the act of killing was approached with meticulous precision. Yizue spoke slowly, his tone carrying an air of decay, as if he had just crawled out from the depths of the demon suppression well. I have heard that many Dark Guards have perished, including 5 inner guards, 1 4th-rank inspector, and a 4th-rank captain. Goyen remained unperturbed, seemingly unfazed by Yizue's detailed knowledge. Her voice bore the weariness of a woman who had weathered many storms. The deaths of these officials stem from your Demon Suppression Hall's inability to handle matters effectively. After years of exterminating remnants of the Sword Sect, you have achieved little, and now remnants of the Sword Sect dare to act brazenly in the world. Yizue's expression remained impassive, his voice devoid of inflection. What transpires within the Demon Suppression Hall is of no concern to you Dark Guards. I wish to know one thing. Who is the individual responsible for the deaths of so many of your comrades? Goyen scoffed lightly. We cannot contend with someone capable of killing over 100 Dark Guards without a scratch. You have any means. Summoning 36 great stewards would be more feasible, Yizue replied calmly. I need not elaborate on the depth of our Taoist lineage. The Demon Suppression Well is not without its so-called experts. When the time comes, help will undoubtedly emerge. You need not worry about that. Goyen chuckled. Truly, you are a person of the Taoist sect. Your confidence is extraordinary, even dismissing sword immortals. Upon hearing the term sword immortal, Yizue's pupils constricted slightly, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he coldly remarked, I merely wish to hear you say one thing. Do you know or do you not know the identity of that person? Goyen gazed deeply at him before responding straightforwardly. I do not know. Without hesitation, Yizue rose to leave. Not rush off just yet, Steward Yi, Goyen countered, also standing. Though my Dark Guards have yet to uncover the true culprit based on the investigations of our experts, it is undoubtedly the work of someone from the Sword Sect, and indeed a significant player. Yizue paused, observing her with a calm demeanor. What do you base that conclusion on? Goyen smiled slightly. The re-emergence of the 36 swords. Is that not a significant player? At this, Yizue could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in shock, could it truly be the 36 swords? Indeed, without a doubt. The 36 swords of the Sword Sect, each unique, commanding the skies and the earth. Yizue murmured. Few can wield all 36 swords. It must be someone closely trusted by Shangguan Xianchen, considering the Sword Sect's history. The chief sword servant who perished alongside Shangguan Xianchen, the Sword Emperor Zhang Chongguang who fell to our Taoist sect's master microscopic, and Princess Zhang Xiao, who, due to her past ties with the sect master, remains untouched, now living in seclusion in Jianghu. There remain only the former Sword Sect's foremost disciple and a few elders, Goyen replied flatly. Regardless of who it is, they are not individuals we can meddle with. In the eyes of common folk, the governor and a prime minister are lofty figures, untouchable and distant, seemingly not much different. Yet in reality, the divide between them cannot be measured. Many figures perceived as great by the masses are, in truth, merely small players. For those truly great, the distinction between small players and those even smaller is negligible. Yizue's next words left Goyen utterly stunned. Even though she had anticipated it, the Hall Master has personally headed to the northwest. Chapter 20. 10 years ago determines today, after Su Beiyu ascended to the 3rd rank of cultivation, the trio traveled without incident to the capital of Shiliang Province, near Dunhuang City. As dusk approached, they settled for the night atop a yellow earthen mound. It was summer, and the night air was cool and refreshing, making for a tolerable experience. The elder, having procured a flask of snake gall wine, sat atop a high rock, the ethereal liquid shimmering under the moonlight, casting a dreamlike array of colors. Sipping the wine beneath the starry sky, the elder exuded the aura of a carefree immortal, prompting Su Beiyu to feel envious. Snake gall wine should not be consumed in excess, as it can overwhelm the bodies of ordinary people. However, the elder harbored no such concerns, and soon the flask lay empty. Relishing the aftertaste, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly as he reminisced about events from over a decade past that in truth, he had intended to take Su Beiyu away from Xiaofeng village the first time they met. However, just before their departure, an old scholar, whom Su Beiyu referred to as teacher, obstructed his path. The elder discerned that this man who had raised Su Beiyu was no ordinary individual. Thus, the two elderly men, their combined ages exceeding a century, engaged in a dialogue that would determine Su Beiyu's future. The cliff behind Xiaofeng village. The old scholar spoke first. It is evident that you possess genuine cultivation. You are not merely a paper-thin practitioner of the first or second rank, but a true expert with a place in the world. Why then, do you compete with a frail old man over a child in this desolate northwest? The elder replied calmly, there are always greater heights and greater individuals beyond our reach. Until one attains absolute invincibility, true freedom remains elusive. You may consider yourself a frail old man, but am I not the same? In 100 years, we shall all return to dust. Before that time, I must find someone to inherit my legacy. The old scholar shook his head. Exceptional horses are common, yet true judges are rare. The world is never short of young prodigies or those deemed extraordinary. Why must you, as a judge, cling to this particular young steed? The elder narrowed his eyes and smiled. Anyone chosen by Han Wenbi must possess unique qualities. Who would have imagined that the leader of the three heroes of Qi would be hidden away in such a humble place? How did you discern my identity? The old scholar was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. His expression a mask of calm concealing the turbulence within. Perhaps this was what they referred to as being deep and inscrutable. The elder remained silent. His primary purpose in visiting Xiaofeng village was indeed to seek out this former official, with Su Beiyu being an unexpected bonus. After losing his country and family, the elder traversed much of the world, connecting with like-minded individuals, among whom was Murong Xining. This old scholar, known as Han Wenbi, was also one of the elder's intended contacts. Han Wenbi, having observed the elder's silence, simply regarded him with a profound gaze. Han Xian, styled Wenbi, was a scholar who studied under the great Confucian Wang Kai. Upon reaching adulthood, he encountered Xiao Yu, who had recently been conferred the title of Northwest King, and subsequently pledged his loyalty to Xiao Yu. Initially serving in the royal court, he worked under Prime Minister Xiao Jing. Although he did not partake in the battles between the Northeast and Northwest armies, he participated in the Northwest Army's northern expedition and, alongside Su Yin and Duanmu Ruation, gained recognition from Xiao Yu, earning him the title of one of the three heroes. Later, Han Xian transitioned to the Dark Guard, even personally persuading the commander of the Eastern Capital's elite forces, Xiao Gongyu, to switch allegiances. Following Xiao Yu's ascension to power in the Eastern Capital, Han Xian was appointed as a minister in the cabinet, eventually serving as the second-in-command under Prime Minister Lan Yu. Subsequently, following Xiao Yu's demise, political turmoil ensued. During this period, Han Xian was cast down by Lan Yu, rendered powerless, and relegated to a life of obscurity in Xiaofeng village. The elder perceived this shift as the transformation of Han Xian from a mere lapdog to a wild dog. The conflict between wild dogs and domestic dogs has never ceased. Wild dogs are constantly being tamed into domestic companions, while domestic dogs often find themselves homeless and revert to the wild. If we were to liken the elderly to a wandering wild dog, then Han Xian embodies a wild dog that hides its wounds. Both are wild dogs, and thus should naturally share a common purpose. The two elders maintained a solemn silence, with Han Xian realizing he had underestimated the elder with the sword. There were few who truly understood his identity. Lan Yu was one, but this former prime minister, once renowned alongside the Taoist sect's grandmaster, looked down upon kicking a dog when it's down in Lan's eyes. Even when you held a secondary position, I could easily bring you down to dust with a mere flick of my hand. Now, you are but a destitute scholar with no power. Would I fear your resurgence? Even if you did rise again, what would it matter? The new emperor is aware of this, but unfortunately, the bond between Han Xian and the new emperor is tenuous, leading to the emperor's indifference towards him. As for others, Han Xian truly could not fathom. Finally, Han Xian spoke. Your ship, destined to cross the turbulent seas, will inevitably face numerous storms. It may even sink before reaching the shore. Beiyu is still a child. I do not wish to make choices on his behalf, nor do I want you to. Thus, let us wait for another decade, and allow him to choose for himself then. The elder agreed, leaving behind a Tianlan sword and a sword manual for Su Beiyu before departing. Initially, Han Xian had a 50% confidence that Su Beiyu would follow his intended path, But he never anticipated a woman riding a purple steed would enter Su Beiyou's life. If the old man had planted a seed of ambition in Su Beiyou's heart a decade ago, this woman was the one who helped it take root and flourish. In no longer content to remain in a small corner, Su Beiyou resolved to venture out and explore the world beyond the well of his existence. Thus, when Su Beiyou bid farewell to Han Xian in his home, Han Xian understood he had lost. Wealth and status, once grasped by Han Xian, could be relinquished, yet for Su Beiyou, who had never held them, how could he even contemplate letting go? Since he could not relinquish them, he would have to seize them. After Su Beiyou's departure, Han Xian sent a message through the method left by the old man, which ultimately led to the elder rescuing Su Beiyou and Jiyun at a critical moment in Chonglong Temple. The dialogue and schemes between the two elders remained unknown to Su Beiyou, who perceived his experiences as a series of fortunate encounters, unaware that these so-called fortuities had long been orchestrated by others. Inevitably, not incidentally, the elder slowly withdrew his thoughts and glanced at the young couple nestled together in slumber, letting out a soft sigh. As one ages, there is a propensity to cultivate promising young prodigies, much like the distinguished scholars of the Confucian school, who, after achieving fame and success, increasingly value their disciples. Even the highest-ranking officials seek to have their former students permeate the court. Ultimately, one must face the day of departure, and the unfinished business of the past must be entrusted to the next generation. Even the once invincible Taoist Grandmaster Zichuan had not witnessed the fruition of the Taoist sect's millennia-long ambitions before ascending. He had to rely on his disciples to complete the remaining tasks, resulting in today's illustrious Taoist sect. The disciple taken in by Grandmaster Zichuan bore the weight of an entire sect. However, the last leader of the sword sect, Shengwan Xiangqin, was unable to uphold the legacy of his sect. As for Han Xian's own disciple, could he shoulder the burden that rightfully belonged to him? The next day, Su Beiyou and his companions continued northward. Along the way, Su Beiyou began to regulate his internal energy using a set of mantras taught by his master, synchronizing his breath with a rhythm, exhaling as a tiger's roar and inhaling as a dragon's chant. The harmonious interplay of these energies was akin to forming a golden elixir, a process that brought him closer to the realm of immortality. This practice, part of the Taoist alchemical methods, had been refined by the elder and imparted to Su Beiyou. After 3 days of circulating his qi according to the elder's teachings, Su Beiyou began to sense a dense reservoir of energy accumulating within him. Conforming to the principles of the dragon and tiger path, although he still had a considerable distance to go before forming a golden elixir, he experienced a vague yet profound understanding of what it meant to harmonize dragon and tiger. If he could truly reach that level of mastery, it would lead to the birth of a new being within the shattered golden elixir, connecting the 3 energy centers within him, thus achieving the realm of earth immortality. This sensation was enigmatic, and Su Beiyou was unsure how he came to know it. Much like a monk suddenly attaining enlightenment while meditating, the elder beside Su Beiyou quietly remarked, "This alchemical method has 3 stages: embracing the source to guard the elixir, attaining invulnerability, and birthing a new being from the elixir. In simpler terms, the first stage merely signifies entering the door of mastery. The so-called ghost immortals are merely those who complete the first stage. Upon reaching the human immortal realm, one focuses on refining the body, akin to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Martial artists at this level possess extraordinary strength, rendering them nearly invulnerable. Some dubious practices become laughable in the face of such resilience. In combat, they can break through the void and perceive the divine, becoming as hard as adamantine and recovering swiftly from injuries. Thus, the term invulnerable comes into play. Of course, other sects have their own distinctions. The Buddhist sect has the indestructible body, while the Taoist sect boasts the immaculate form. There are various forms across sects, each with its strengths and weaknesses, but I still hope you can follow the path of the martial artist." Su Beiyou solemnly replied, "I will heed my master's guidance." The elder nodded in approval and continued, "In the past, Xiaoyu walked the path of invulnerability, exuding an overwhelming presence. He was indeed worthy of such stature, claiming to be unmatched among his peers in the human immortal realm, and even ordinary earth immortals dared not challenge him. Once he truly ascended to the earth immortal realm, he became a paragon, slaying the leader of the White Lotus sect, who had already touched the divine realm, far surpassing the likes of us." That Su Beiyou listened, entranced. Their journey continued, and the elder grew increasingly pleased with his disciple. Although Su Beiyou's innate talent was not exceptional, after 10 years he had only reached the 5th or 6th level. Yet, he made up for this with diligent practice, swiftly advancing from the 4th to the 7th level of swordsmanship in just a few weeks. a feat that had taken the elder 2 years to achieve even with his outstanding aptitude. Shiliang Province, as its name suggested, exuded a sense of desolation that as they gazed across the landscape. They saw nothing but the vast yellow sands of the desert and the resilient poplar trees of the Gobi. After 2 days of travel, they were just 1 day away from reaching Dunhuang City. However, a fierce sandstorm suddenly loomed on the horizon. The elder navigated the storm with ease, but Su Beiyu and Jun struggled against the harsh conditions, forcing the three to seek the nearest settlement. As the saying goes, one can run a horse to death chasing a mountain. After a considerable time, they finally spotted a tall flag at a settlement amidst the swirling sands. In the increasingly fierce storm, the flag flapped vigorously, inscribed with the flamboyant characters, Dragon Gate Inn. This inn, situated in the northwestern frontier, vastly differed from those in the central plains. The main structure was a 2-story building made of rammed earth, capable of accommodating over 100 guests. The exterior featured 2 courtyards for storage and stabling horses, and it likely had a cellar, as the severe sandstorms of the northwest could easily destroy buildings. Su Beiyu, with his limited experience, muttered to himself that it looked like a black shop. The elder merely chuckled, leading Su Beiyu and Jiun into the inn. Having spent most of his life traversing the world, the elder recognized the distinctions between black and white, as well as the gray areas in between. Yet, such wisdom cannot be conveyed through words. It must be experienced firsthand. His intention in guiding Su Beiyu to walk rather than fly like an immortal was to expose him to the ways of the world, immersing him in the mundane while allowing him to rise above it, seeing through the illusions without becoming weary of them. Only then could he cultivate a heart as pure as that of a sage or Buddha. Upon entering the inn, they were greeted by a couple running the establishment. The innkeeper had an unusual appearance, slender and delicate, while his wife was more robust, perfectly embodying the essence of a mature woman. Her every movement exuded an allure that could ignite a myriad of thoughts in men. If one were to summarize her presence in a single word, it would be seductive. Su Beiyu, still unaccustomed to such sights, felt a twinge of shyness. The elder remained unfazed, having reached a level of detachment that rendered him indifferent to beauty. He requested 2 rooms, one for himself and one for Su Beiyu and Jin. That Su Beiyu felt a deep sense of resentment. Every time, Jian wrapped herself tightly, leaving him unable to act on his feelings, resulting in a night of frustration for both. Yet, in this world governed by the respect of the master-disciple relationship, Su Beiyu could only follow the elder's wishes, reluctantly carrying the elder's sword case as he led the silent Yun to their room on the 2nd floor. Leaving the elder in the dimly lit lobby, due to the sandstorms in the northwest, the inn's windows were small, casting a gloom over the lobby, where the slender innkeeper and his beautiful wife stood in the shadows behind the counter. Their faces obscured, the elder quietly greeted them. "Innkeeper, may your business prosper." The gaunt innkeeper slowly turned to the elder, his eyes glinting with an eerie green light, reminiscent of the eyes of nocturnal creatures. His voice was hoarse as he replied, "Thank you for your kind words." That moment, the inn's door was abruptly flung open, and a gust of wind and sand rushed into the lobby, tousling the elder's unbound white hair and obscuring much of his face. Following this, a group entered the inn, clad in dark robes, black boots, and wielding swords, dark sentinels. The atmosphere in the inn grew tense as more than 20 dark guards filed in, led by a figure known as the Solitary Swallow. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the room, as if frozen in time. Then, with the innkeeper's wife's playful laughter, life resumed. A servant lit the lamps, dispelling the shadows, while the innkeeper's wife approached the guest with a welcoming smile, and the innkeeper, no longer resembling a specter, resumed his duties. The Solitary Swallow ignored the innkeeper's wife and turned to the elder, quietly inquiring, "I believe I have seen you somewhere before." The elder chuckled lightly. "I am but a wanderer of the rivers and lakes. It is not uncommon to encounter familiar faces. Perhaps we have crossed paths, albeit briefly." The Solitary Swallow pondered this but remained silent. The elder then addressed the innkeeper, "Please bring me 2 jugs of wine, the finest Fingio, and no water added. If the wine is poor, I shall not pay." The innkeeper's tone grew ominous as he replied, "The profits here are slim. There is no such thing as free meals." The innkeeper's wife hurried forward to smooth things over. "Rest assured, esteemed guest, our inn may be modest, but we are honest merchants and would never dilute our wine." As she spoke, she deftly produced 2 medium-sized wine jars from behind the counter. The elder accepted the jars, one in each hand, and casually flicked his sleeve, sending a silver coin spinning onto the counter, a payment for the lodging and wine. The innkeeper's wife quickly snatched it up, beaming with delight. The elder ascended the stairs with the 2 jars, casually lamenting. After a long night of drunken revelry, one must face the golden blade within the confines of the heart. I should have been a guest among the celestial beings, yet here I am, confined within these walls. The innkeeper's wife's smile faltered momentarily, and the innkeeper's gaze deepened as he watched the elder's retreating figure. Shortly after the elder ascended, the inn's door swung open once more, revealing an elderly Taoist in a green robe who entered the lobby alone. The solitary swallow's pupils constricted abruptly. The demon suppression hall has 72 stewards and 36 chief stewards, totaling 108 individuals who do not use their given names. Take Yi Zue, for instance. While he hails from the Yi family, his true name is not Zue. Most of the 72 stewards are similar, while the 36 chief stewards adopt titles reminiscent of the Fengdu underworld. Ranging from the Earth God to the Tin Yama Kings, the newcomer was none other than the 23rd chief steward, the inspector judge, above whom were the benefactor judge and the punisher judge, collectively known as the four great judges. All four were formidable ghost immortals, as solid and unyielding as the 2 jars of wine the elder had just taken to tea that moment. Only one thought occupied the solitary swallow's mind. Could it be that Yi Zue did not deceive me? Is the master of the demon suppression hall truly coming to the northwest? The inspector judge surveyed the dimly lit inn, momentarily pausing on the innkeeper and his wife, before finally fixing his gaze on the solitary swallow. With a somewhat forced smile, she introduced herself. I am the solitary swallow from the Northwest Dark Guard. Pleased to meet you, Inspector Judge. The inspector judge replied in a gravelly voice, what a coincidence to encounter you. The minions of the Shao Emperor, here in my younger days. I would have slaughtered you all and fed your remains to the wolves to sate my anger. Do not rush to deny it. We both know the truth of the matter. The intricate web of power among the higher-ups is beyond my comprehension, and I have no desire to understand it. I only know that the law of life and death is the simplest of truths. The elder's words stripped away pretense and laid bare the reality without a shred of compassion. The beautiful dark guard could only seethe in silence, unable to voice her indignation. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su Beiyu and the elder observed the unfolding scene through the window. The elder raised a wine jar to his lips, sipping leisurely, seemingly unfazed by the potential presence of powerful drugs in the wine. He softly mused, what is the rivers and lakes? Wherever there are people, there exists a river and lake. Beyond the halls of power lies the true essence of the world. The dangers of the rivers and lakes are not mere empty words. They're the hard-earned wisdom of our predecessors, summed up in blood and tears. The convergence of dark guards in the demon suppression hall here is no coincidence. Perhaps even some scattered immortals will soon involve themselves. If you wish to establish a foothold in this world, you must first step into the rivers and lakes. Now, go downstairs and observe closely. Su Beiyu nodded and obediently descended. He could feel his master's good intentions, if it were not for him, a man who had experienced countless trials. Would an extraordinary elder care about the trivialities of the common folk? If not for this unremarkable disciple, a figure destined for the heavens, would he open his eyes to witness the joys and sorrows of these earthly beings? Just as a soaring eagle in the sky never concerns itself with the squabbles of ants below. As Su Beiyu descended the stairs, he first glanced at the innkeeper's wife, who wore a radiant smile, and the gaunt innkeeper, resembling a human skeleton. His gaze then swept over the 20 or so dark guards seated in a corner, finally landing on the elder known as the inspector judge. Without lingering too long, the elder merely raised his eyelids, indifferent to the scrutiny of this insignificant figure. Su Beiyu found a corner to sit down and requested a plate of beef and a bowl of clear water from the waiter. It is amusing to note that under Han Xian's guidance, Su Beiyu refrained from drinking alcohol or indulging in tea, preferring only plain water. He took a bite of the beef, followed by a sip of water, and finished both the plate of beef and the bowl of water simultaneously. At that moment, the door of the small inn swung open once again, and a man and a woman entered. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, handsome and dressed in an exquisite white robe that accentuated his refined demeanor. He held an ivory folding fan, and notably, he was a vague acquaintance of Su Beiyu, being none other than Duanmuyu, the young nobleman from the imperial capital who had hired Su Beiyu as a guide. Accompanying Duanmuyu was a girl who was not the same as the one who rode the purple steed the other day. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16, her hair tied in 2 little horn-like braids adorned with red ribbons, clad in a festive red robe, and wearing embroidered shoes featuring vibrant red lotus flowers, resembling a porcelain doll. The judge, who had been half closed-eyed, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon their entrance, radiating sharp focus. Goyen and the dark guards had already risen from their seats, respectfully greeting, "We meet again, young master." With a snap, Duanmuyu unfurled his fan and gently waved it. The jade pendant crafted from sheep fat white jade shimmering brilliantly in the dim light. This nobleman, of illustrious heritage, finally revealed his proper demeanor, contrasting sharply with the humility he displayed before the woman the other day. The atmosphere in the Dragon Gate shifted dramatically, as if stirred by an unseen force. After exchanging a few quiet words with Goyen, Duanmuyu gestured for her to withdraw and turned to the judge, chuckling lightly. Old judge, while one may indiscriminately consume food, one must not speak carelessly. What do you mean by both sides being aware? I would like to inquire further. The judge narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting. The young scion of the Duanmu family, though still young, is quite adept at rhetoric. But since you have asked, I shall state plainly, do not treat our demon suppression hall as fools. Regarding the matter of Chonglong Temple, you must provide an explanation. The Dark Guard House was divided into 3 major factions due to the 3 presiding governors, and the demon suppression hall was certainly not a monolith. Each faction had its unique stance toward the imperial court. One faction advocated for aggressive measures to suppress the increasingly rampant Dark Guard House, while the other favored a more diplomatic approach, advocating strategies that prioritized wit over brute force. Generally speaking, Yizue belonged to the moderate faction, while the judge was a proponent of the radical faction. Duanmuyu lightly waved his folding fan, a faint smile curving his lips. That an explanation. What explanation? It was your Taoist sect that was ineffective, leading to the annihilation of Chonglong Temple by the remnants of the Sword Sect. We, the Dark Guards, generously came to your aid, losing over 100 men in the process. Yet we refrained from seeking recompense from you. Yet you have the audacity to come demanding an explanation, as if you believe we are mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will. The judge, furious yet mocking, replied, indeed, the power of words can easily distort the truth. But while it is easy to speak, it is far more difficult to enforce. Duanmuyu replied with a half-smile. Then according to the old judge, what would constitute enforcement? The judge's expression tightened as he slowly rose, taking a single step forward. Instantly, a suffocating aura of silence enveloped the air, reminiscent of the oppressive stillness before a summer storm, making it hard to breathe. Even the flickering light of the oil lamp in the hall began to dim, shrinking to a mere few inches around the wick. Duanmuyu remained composed, calmly addressing the judge. Judge, a master of the ghostly realm, hailing from the Western Witch sect, once active on the grasslands 30 years ago, but due to offending the great Ming king of the Snow Mountain Monastery, you were compelled to seek refuge under the Taoist banner. 20 years ago, you became the chief steward of the Demon Suppression Hall, ranking 23rd. That I must admit, you are indeed a figure of note. Even among those who shun the world, you could barely be considered among the top 100 masters within the Taoist sect. The old man darkened. Is the lofty Taoist sect something a mere mortal like you can fathom? I may not compare to the great immortals, but I am more than capable of dealing with you. As he spoke, a visible ripple of black energy emanated from where the old man stood, revealing pale, twisted faces within, emitting a sound that was sharp yet inaudible to ordinary ears, harming only humans, not objects. This technique, while seemingly mundane, surpassed that of mere martial artists, bordering on the realm of supernatural abilities. Duanmuyu did not flinch, merely chuckling softly. The ghostly prison's ominous wind is indeed intriguing. Meanwhile, the small girl beside him stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair fist. Just a single punch. This punch shattered the approaching black wave before it could reach Duanmuyu, erasing it along with the pale figures without leaving a trace. The judge, observing the girl with her red ribbons and shoes embroidered with red lotus flowers, chuckled darkly. It seems I underestimated you. Little girl, that I failed to recognize a true master. The girl responded with a gentle smile, then stepped back beside Duanmu. Why now? The inn's waiter had vanished, leaving only the innkeeper and his wife, who appeared unfazed by the escalating tension, standing side by side behind the counter as if detached from the unfolding drama. Su Beiyu, seated in a corner like the 20 or so dark guards, had become an onlooker. This moment, he reflected on what his master had said. The most formidable figures in the world of martial arts are often the elderly, monks, women, and children, and today, all were gathered in this small inn. In fact, Su Beiyu enjoyed observing the myriad expressions of the patrons within the inn, some fearful, some anxious, some as dark as water, and others as unmoving as mountains. He found a peculiar pleasure in deciphering the deeper thoughts behind these faces. Piecing together the intricacies of events from mere snippets of conversation, this was not something taught by his master, but rather a lesson from his mentor. Han Xian, a man of letters and once a high-ranking official, had spent a lifetime navigating the intrigues of the court. He did not wish for the child he raised to become merely a martial brute, for in this world, many matters cannot be resolved with a sword alone. Of course, the realm of family affairs, state matters, and worldly concerns can sometimes be reduced to a single sword, but such a transcendent understanding was far beyond Su Beiyou's current reach. The atmosphere in the inn seemed to be one where no one could dominate another. And thus, the anticipated conflict failed to materialize. Duan Muyu and the young girl sat at one table, Goyen and the dark guards at three others, the judge at his own table, and Su Beiyu at a separate one. Duan Muyu glanced in Su Beiyou's direction, his expression suddenly tightening. That Su Beiyu did not rise, but offered a polite gesture. In life, one encounters many faces. Su Beiyu has had the pleasure of meeting young Master Duanmu. Duanmu slowly folded his fan, responding lightly, "So it is you." Su Beiyu smiled but remained silent. Why did Han Xian remark on Su Beiyu's composure? Because whether facing the burdened sword elder, the various noble youths, or the threatening dark guards and the demon suppression hall, even when turmoil roiled within, he maintained an exterior of calm. His heart held the depth of a fortress, yet was fraught with the perils of mountains. He could face calamity without flinching, embodying tranquility in the face of great matters. If Han Xian could witness this scene, he would surely feel a deep sense of satisfaction, exclaiming that a person of such calm amidst chaos could indeed be a general worthy of respect. Currently, Su Beiyu merely lacked the trials of the world and a fitting position. He resembled a sword yet to be sharpened. The sword elder aimed to hone this new blade, transforming it from a dull instrument into one capable of causing harm. This was the first sharpening. The second would come with bloodshed in the worldly realm, ultimately forging a legendary sword. Above, the elder had consumed 2 jars of fine liquor laced with potent sedatives, placing the jars aside, and stepped lightly on the wooden floor, producing a series of soft creaks. The sword case wrapped in shoe brocade leaned against the earthen wall, appearing as an ordinary wooden box, concealing within it a weapon that had once left an indelible mark upon the world. After pacing 36 steps, the elder paused, gazing at the sword case. The inn was rife with undercurrents, yet he could not act impulsively. Once the situation demanded his intervention, it would be irretrievable, leaving behind numerous indelible marks, presenting great risks. More importantly, he wished to observe how far Su Beiyu could progress relying solely on his own abilities. As the winds began to stir, Goyen, realizing Duanmu recognized Su Beiyu, and noticing Su Beiyu's audacity in not even standing, felt puzzled. She smiled gently and inquired, "This little brother seems unfamiliar. Do you know that esteemed elder?" Su Beiyu nodded. "Indeed, he is my master." Goyen's luscious red lips parted slightly, revealing a charming smile. "Your master walks with the grace of a dragon and the stance of a tiger. May I inquire his name?" Su Beiyu shook his head. "A drifting flower has no name. A wanderer has no need for recognition." That a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed Goyen's face, but quickly faded, replaced by a more pronounced flirtation as she approached Su Beiyu's table, leaning slightly forward, accentuating her figure, and smiling brightly. "Then let us toast to this nameless elder." Su Beiyu glanced at her and calmly replied, "How shall we toast without wine?" Goyen remained silent, and one of the dark guards behind her slammed the table, sending a filled wine cup soaring through the air towards Su Beiyu. He caught it deftly, allowing it to spin in his palm, as if attempting to escape, yet it found no way out of his grasp. With thumb and forefinger, Su Beiyu pinched the cup, lifting it as he said, "Then let us drink this nameless wine." Pleased at Goyen's curiosity deepened, and she hesitated, raising her own cup. "Please." Both lifted their cups and drank. Su Beiyu abstained from wine, of course, and would never consume anything from the inn's dubious origins, nor from the hands of the dark guards. Thus, the liquid was expelled from his lungs before it could reach his throat, dissipating into nothingness. Since ancient times, it has been said that sword immortals could expel sword essence to sever heads. Su Beiyu, having only glimpsed the threshold, found this technique more than sufficient for the present situation. The wine had indeed been tampered with. The dark guards were notorious for such underhanded tactics. Goyen, having witnessed Su Beiyu drink the concoction that could incapacitate a second-tier master, waited in vain for him to collapse at the table, realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent. Her suspicions regarding him grew stronger. Judging by the way he received the cup, he clearly possessed considerable skill and was no mere novice, especially since he seemed to have some connection with Duanmu. While Goyen outwardly showed reverence towards Duanmu, she was not aligned with his faction, making many matters difficult to navigate. Curiously, Duanmu remained silent. adopting an aloof demeanor, further complicating Goyen's understanding of Su Beiyu. Goyen gradually returned to her seat, suppressing her earlier flirtation, her expression now as still as water, refraining from rash actions. Meanwhile, the judge, who had suffered a minor setback against Duanmu Yu, finally regarded Su Beiyu with a discerning eye, slightly furrowing his brow. Such youth, yet already at the third tier. Impressive. I imagine your master is indeed a remarkable figure. I have lingered in this world of immortals for some time, managing to survive without drowning, and have encountered many true masters of the earth immortal realm, yet I have not heard of your master. Might you enlighten me? Having traversed the world with his master, and complemented by Han Xian's teachings, Su Beiyu was well versed in the niceties of social discourse. He smiled leisurely. Not every sage is known among the nobility. There are also esteemed figures in the rural fields. The world is vast, filled with both dragons and snakes. Countless experts abound. Who can claim to know all? My master travels the world, having long forgotten his name. As the saying goes, why must we be acquainted to meet? Duanmu Yu watched Su Beiyu with a hint of surprise in his slightly cool eyes, soon replaced by a look of realization. In no wonder the woman he had long held in his thoughts favored this individual. He now seemed somewhat intriguing. Duanmu Yu certainly did not believe that the exceptionally discerning woman would take a liking to Su Beiyu, a country bumpkin from the northwest. Instead, he reflected on his own actions since arriving in the northwest, pondering where he had faltered, leading to that woman leaving, resulting in a wasted effort. After much contemplation, he concluded it must trace back to the ancient battlefield excursion involving Su Beiyu. With this thought, the surprise in Duanmu Yu's gaze faded, replaced by the typical coldness of a nobleman, fleeting yet palpable. While he could not confront the extraordinary woman, he had no qualms about using a lesser figure to vent his frustrations, especially one that had disrupted his plans. Meanwhile, the judge narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to take action to gauge Su Beiyu's mysterious elder. Su Beiyu, under the scrutiny of all present, rested his hands on his knees, the Tianlan's sword lying on the table. Despite the tumult within, his expression remained as unruffled as a still lake. Even Goyen, seasoned as she was, could not help but privately marvel at his composure in the face of such adversity. At that moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and an unexpected tempest arose. The storm resembled the wrath of heaven itself, as a line of darkness spread swiftly, engulfing the world. The roaring sandstorm surged through the desolate plains, obscuring the sky and blurring the lines between heaven and earth, creating utter confusion. The two-story inn stood like an inconspicuous rock amidst the river. With rain and rising tides, it would be swiftly submerged. Inside, the occupants could only hear the wind and sand battering against the walls, producing a fierce, hurried sound. In the face of such overwhelming divine power, human strength felt insignificant as dust on the second floor. The elder sat in a wooden chair, leaning against the backrest, hands resting on the armrests, feet slightly apart, maintaining an orderly posture. A mere wooden chair seemed to exude the grandeur of a rosewood throne. The elder resembled not a wandering swordsman, but rather a high-ranking official seated atop a dais. The only window in the room stood wide open, and curiously, not a speck of the wind and sand from outside entered. The elder gazed through the window at the rolling yellow sands, murmuring to himself, "The winds and clouds shift unpredictably. One must observe the heavens before lodging." He then turned to glance at the lobby below. Chuckling, "The winds rise in Shiliang province. The sword draws at Longmen Mountain." Chapter 25. The demon-suppressing Taoist in the wake of a stalemate. The only way to extricate oneself from such a predicament is to introduce another disruptor. One who can upset the delicate balance between the two factions within the inn, be it the Dark Guards or the Demon Suppression Palace. Su Beiyu had been observing from the sidelines, gradually unraveling the intricate web of events as his master had foretold. The plight of the Dragon Gate and was no mere coincidence. It was a mutual probing between the Dark Guards and the Demon Suppression Palace. Especially under such adverse conditions, where ordinary folk could not gain entry, the modest inn had transformed into an isolated island amidst a tempest, had it not been for the temporary stalemate between the factions, and the unpredictable variables presented by himself and his master. A massacre would likely have ensued. The motives behind this probing were quite clear. The court had long sought to suppress the influence of the Taoist sect, even to the point of a full-scale crackdown. However, out of fear of the sect's formidable strength, the Dark Guards orchestrated the incident at Chonglong Temple to gauge the sect's response. Su Beiyu's inadvertent involvement in this matter, had inadvertently implicated his master, a remnant of the illustrious sword sect, thus complicating the situation further. The affair at Chonglong Temple had not concluded successfully, with a survivor named Jiun escaping. The Dark Guards, aware of their precarious position, were reluctant to openly confront the Taoist sect at this juncture. Since they had a target in the sword sect, they naturally aimed to shift all blame onto them. Nevertheless, the Taoist sect, particularly the Demon Suppression Palace, which had extensive dealings with the Dark Guards over the years, was not so easily deceived. They were convinced that regardless of whether the sword sect had instigated the conflict, the Dark Guards were undeniably complicit. Thus, the radical faction within the Demon Suppression Palace, represented by the inspecting judge and others, clung tightly to the Dark Guards, intending to leverage this incident to launch an offensive against them. Meanwhile, the moderate faction, represented by figures such as Yizue, began a vigorous search for Jiun's whereabouts, striving to contain the matter within a manageable scope. They asked for the master of the Demon Suppression Palace, who presided over the 36 Taoist masters. He was indifferent to the trivialities of war or peace. His primary concern lay in the existence of any remnants of the sword sect and the whereabouts of the celestial sword that had vanished following the death of the renowned figure. Shangguan Xianxian, should such remnants exist, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands, aiming to sever the head of the sword sect survivor and ideally return the celestial sword to its rightful place, thus achieving a semblance of completion in his endeavors. When Su Beiyu heard his master recount this tale, he realized that his master was not invincible, but if he truly were, why would he roam the world when he could simply confront the Taoist sect directly and restore the sword sect? As the storm raged, ordinary people could hardly traverse through it, yet those capable of stirring the waters would not be mere commoners. This unexpected guest did not enter through the already barricaded doors of the inn. Rather, she appeared through an arcane teleportation technique. The arrival was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 70s. Though traces of her former beauty lingered, age had rendered her visage unappealing, her expression dark and devoid of the gentleness typical of the elderly, replaced instead by a palpable aura of menace. Her gaze swept across the inn's lobby until it settled on Su Beiyu, her yellowish-black eyes murky and foreboding, sending shivers down his spine. Su Beiyu regarded the old woman with a smile. Addressing her as Meng Pe, she expressed surprise. Questioning if he recognized her, Su Beiyu replied with a respectful bow, noting that her unique appearance, combined with her association with the inspecting judge, made her identity unmistakable as the 24th of the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Palace. There exists an adage: the person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. As a member of the sword sect, hunted by the Demon Suppression Palace for years, the elder was well acquainted with the ominous organization that appeared so mysterious to outsiders. Throughout their conversation, she elucidated the workings of the Demon Suppression Palace, particularly the 36 chief stewards who dominate its upper echelons. In the late years of the Deju dynasty, the rise of the demon sect led to the fragmentation of the Confucian school. One of the three teachings, the Taoist and Buddhist sects allied to resist the demon sect, with Buddhism establishing the Eightfold Path, while Taoism elevated the status of the Demon Suppression Palace. After the fall of the sword sect during the late Jing dynasty, many of its elite fled, prompting the great master Mengtian to propose reforms for the Demon Suppression Palace, detaching various civil institutions and integrating the most skilled disciples from other halls into the palace, transforming it into a secretive force focused on eradicating remnants of the sword sect. Countless formidable sword immortals perished at the hands of the Demon Suppression Palace during these decades. The sword sect, once a powerful adversary of the Demon Suppression Palace, had been utterly decimated, its champions virtually annihilated. Of course, the Demon Suppression Palace also suffered losses, even among its 36 chief stewards, yet vacancies were swiftly filled. Maintaining the titles of the stewards, who were named after deities of the Fengdu underworld, to ascend among the 36 stewards, one must possess the cultivation of a ghost immortal, with the most elite having reached the human immortal realm. According to the elder, figures such as the Emperor of Fengdu, the 5 Ghost Emperors, and the King of Earth Store were all in the human immortal realm, with the possibility that the Emperor of Fengdu and the King of Earth Store had stepped into the legendary Earth immortal realm. As for the rarely seen foremost figure of the Demon Suppression Palace, their level of prowess was beyond estimation. In Earth immortal, in other realms, would be sufficient to establish a sect, yet within the Taoist domain, such individuals merely occupied the role of hall masters, Underscoring the profound depth of Taoism, Su Beiyu could not help but sigh upon hearing this. Unless a celestial immortal descended, the notion of overturning the Taoist sect was but a fanciful dream. Reflecting on the sword sect's founding ancestor, a paragon of talent who bequeathed 36 swords to the world, it was evident that even possessing a dozen of those swords would forge an invincible earth immortal. Yet, even such a figure could only rebel against the Taoist sect. It was no wonder his master had never mentioned restoring the sword sect. It seemed he had long lost hope that in the aftermath of tumult. The true despair lies in the remnants of hope extinguished. With Meng Po's support, the previously isolated inspecting judge regained his composure, shedding the earlier gloom and addressing Su Beiyu in a tranquil tone. He spoke of the cultivation of breath, the tranquility of the mind, and the essence of life, urging Su Beiyu to assist him in eliminating the dark guards. Meng Po calmly suggested that she would handle a certain young girl, while the inspecting judge lured out Duanmu Yu's hidden backup. As for Su Beiyu, he was to dispatch the dozen or so fourth-tier dark guards without difficulty. Under the scrutiny of all present, Su Beiyu could no longer maintain his composure, expressing his reluctance to engage in such calculations against two eminent stewards. The inspecting judge, unfazed, suggested that if Su Beiyu found it challenging, he could summon his master for assistance. Meng Po added that the Taoist sect was always open to new members, hinting that this encounter could serve as a pathway for Su Beiyu into their ranks. Gathering his resolve, Su Beiyu responded that the esteemed elders were jesting. His master was merely a humble villager, unworthy of aspirations for high status. In the Taoist sect, the title of Great Master is reserved for those of earth immortal status. And even among the deep-rooted sect, there are scarcely 30 such individuals, each possessing extraordinary standing. The inspecting judge, as one who had earned his title, claimed to possess discerning insight. He suspected that the aura emanating from the figure above was not inferior to his own. Perhaps even a ghost immortal. When he had entered the Taoist sect, he had been merely at the first tier, but through his efforts, he had attained the ghost immortal realm, while Su Beiyu's master seemed to surpass him. After a moment of silence, Su Beiyu grasped the Tianlan sword on the table, his demeanor shifting dramatically. He declared that since the elders had spoken so frankly, it would be impolite for him to decline any longer. Meng Po smirked coldly, vanishing in an instant to confront the child by Duanmu Yu's side, her fingers curling like claws as she unleashed dark energies. The red-clad girl remained unfazed, retaliating with a punch that gleamed like jade, resulting in a thunderous clash that reverberated throughout the Indat. Su Beiyu and the dark guards instinctively evaded, fearing the imminent collapse of the structure. Yet, to their surprise, the inn stood resilient, swaying like a ship on tumultuous seas. Stabilized by the elder above, who remained steadfast, the confrontation escalated, with the diminutive figures of the old woman and the girl becoming mere flashes of light, their movements blurring in a whirlwind of strikes. Meanwhile, the inspecting judge approached Duanmu Yu, who calmly poured himself a drink, exhibiting no sign of alarm in the presence of such a formidable opponent. A scion of a prominent family, Duanmu Yu was well aware of the stakes involved in his current predicament. His father holding significant power within the Dark Guards, while ostensibly sent to the northwest to please a woman of even higher standing, Duanmu Yu had been caught up in the turmoil following the Chonglong Temple incident, compelled to assist in mending the situation. Yet, he was acutely aware that should the situation spiral out of control, he would not hesitate to withdraw to safeguard his own interests. Both parties harbored their own agendas. The inspecting judge, unable to discern the true capabilities of Su Beiyu and the elder, sought to probe their strength. If the pair were merely paper tigers, their demise would be of little consequence. Conversely, if they were indeed formidable, the inspecting judge would reap the reward of bringing them into the fold of the Taoist sect. The inspecting judge regarded the composed Duanmu Yu, remarking on his commendable composure. To which Duanmu Yu replied with a smile, inquiring if Su Beiyu had made a decision to ally with the Taoist sect against the court. Su Beiyu calmly stated that as a mere commoner, he could not afford to shy away from high-stakes gambles for survival. Duanmu Yu dismissed his words, reflecting that, having grown up in privilege, he could not fathom the struggles of those from humble origins. As Duanmu Yu rose, he unfurled an ivory fan, revealing a beautifully embroidered landscape. He addressed the inspecting judge, promising to reveal his hidden cards. The inspecting judge's expression shifted, no longer hesitating to act, stepping forward to seize Duanmu Yu. Yet, Duanmu Yu was no mere decorative figure. His lineage and cultivation were formidable. With a graceful retreat, Duanmu taunted the inspecting judge to employ genuine skill if he wished to capture him. At that moment, the inspecting judge lunged, summoning ethereal wraiths to ensnare the area around Duanmu. The dark guards, unwilling to stand idly by, sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of strikes, despite their relentless assault. The inspecting judge, a ghost immortal, effortlessly countered their attacks. What unfolded next left Su Beiyu astonished. The inspecting judge, with a mere flick of his sleeve, unleashed a wisp of white smoke, deftly navigating the dark guards' formation and ensnaring 3 of them in an instant. Such prowess surpassed that of mere martial artists beneath the 9th tier. With the loss of 3 guards, the inspecting judge finally faced a couple of blades aimed directly at him, mocking them with a laugh. The judge of inquiry spoke extensively, turning away from Duanmu to face Su Beiyu, saying, "Young man, I have already dealt with 6 of the hidden guards. Now it is your turn to act." Duanmu, ensnared by several vengeful spirits, also looked towards Su Beiyu and calmly stated, "Su Beiyu, I offer you one last chance. If you abandon the darkness and embrace the light now, I will let bygones be bygones." Su Beiyu unsheathed his sword, Tianlan, and shook his head, asserting, "I am a man of my word." "Good. Now that's more like it." The judge of inquiry laughed heartily, reaching out towards Duanmu's shoulder in that moment. He appeared to be utterly relaxed, yet his mind was on high alert, anticipating Duanmu's counterattack. Duanmu did not disappoint. He crushed the ivory folding fan in his hand, and the embroidered landscape on the fan broke free, transforming into a seemingly ethereal 3-dimensional illusion. This not only shattered the 5 vengeful spirits surrounding the judge, but also enveloped Duanmu and his entourage of hidden guards in that instant. Duanmu and his companions seemed to merge into the painting, advancing deeper into its depths. The closer they drew, the more they diminished in form until Duanmu became a mere speck within the vibrant landscape. Vanishing from sight, the judge's expression turned serious as he made a peculiar gesture, revealing 5 faint traces that slowly materialized within the 3-dimensional landscape, growing larger until they flew out of the painting. These were the 5 white vengeful spirits he had used to trap Duanmu. Su Beiyu suddenly realized that the 5 spirits had not been destroyed. Instead, they had been drawn into the painting along with Duanmu and his companions. They asked for why the judge remained unscathed despite being so close. Su Beiyu could only attribute it to his exceptional mastery. The judge spoke darkly. "The method of the Sumru mustard seed, where the painting contains its own universe, is a grand feat achievable only by a high-level earth immortal. Duanmu truly sacrifices much for his son." Su Beiyu inquired softly, "What should we do next?" The judge replied gravely, "We can either delve into this illusion, like Duanmu and the others, or we can break through with external force. At which point the hidden figures will reveal themselves." With a cold chuckle, the judge continued, "The handiwork of an earth immortal is undeniable, but it depends on who wields it. Today, I shall dismantle this illusion. And then you will eliminate these hidden guards." Su Beiyu remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. The judge retrieved a short dagger from his sleeve and made a deep cut on his wrist, blood flowing freely, yet curiously suspended in midair, forming a multitude of droplets. Eventually, nearly 1,000 droplets gathered. He gestured, and the blood droplets began to coalesce into an extraordinary formation, rapidly contracting. Thousands became hundreds, then tens, until finally, only one remained. A drop of blood as dark as ink appeared at the judge's fingertip. He flicked it, and the droplet shot straight into the 3-dimensional landscape, as if a vast ink spot had been dropped onto an unfinished watercolor painting. The blood spread quickly within the landscape, engulfing mountains and rivers, leaving a trail of murky color in its wake. The once impenetrable painting began to flicker and tremble. Su Beiyu's eyelids twitched as the Tianlan sword in his hand resonated with a faint vibration, reflecting the power of the ghostly immortal. Meanwhile, Meng Pua and the little girl had exited the inn, caught in a raging storm. The girl, clad in red, confronted Meng Pua, a renowned ghostly immortal for over 20 years. Without a trace of fear, her stance was as unyielding as a mountain. Each punch she threw produced fierce shockwaves, shattering even the boulders caught in the storm. Though she possessed no extraordinary techniques, her punches were imbued with an intent so fierce that blades could not harm her, nor could water or fire penetrate her defenses. With a swift motion, she clapped her hands forward, sending 2 massive boulders soaring through the air towards Meng Pua. Simultaneously, she stomped the ground, creating a large pit and sending a flurry of smaller rocks into the air, which then rained down upon Meng Pua. Meng Pua chuckled derisively, casually tossing a purple-gold bowl into the air. which expanded instantly to the size of a millstone. Blocking the incoming boulders and rocks with a resonant thud, the girl pressed her lips together, her gaze unwavering as she vanished, appearing before Mengpo's bowl. Delivering a powerful punch that reverberated like thunder, shaking the bowl violently. Forced to retreat several steps, Mengpo exclaimed in astonishment, "You actually practice the Xiao family's boxing style. Could you be of noble lineage? But if you are, why serve as Duanmu Yu's attendant?" The girl simply smiled, remaining silent as she steadied herself, assuming a familiar stance. In the next moment, her spine twisted dramatically, as if a dragon were writhing beneath her skin. Though Mengpa could not see this scene, she felt the intensity of the girl's aura shift, and her eyes widened in surprise. Remarkable boxing intent. I have heard that such intent can refine the body and connect with the heavens. Only the martial ancestor Emperor Shaolai has reached such a state in the last century. However, you must have already cultivated the star-like state, correct? Such an intent at your age could destroy your bloodline. Is it not akin to self-destruction? The girl remained silent, unleashing a punch that echoed through her body, resonating from her chest to her fists, culminating in a thunderous crash as her fist struck the purple-gold bowl. A sound reminiscent of a mighty bell rang out, followed by a series of sharp cracks. A fine fissure appeared at the point of impact, spreading outward until the entire bowl shattered into countless pieces. Mengpa's expression changed drastically as she leaped back, disappearing into the storm. The girl's face paled slightly, her brow furrowing as she chose not to pursue or speak. Chapter 28. The Northern Ghost Emperor. As Mengpa retreated, sensing her defeat, the judge of inquiry in the inn felt a shift. Aware of the girl's formidable nature, he hastened to dismantle the illusion, hoping to capture Duanmu Yu before she returned. Thereby leveraging her hesitation, the judge had traversed the world for years. Even before entering the Demon Suppression Hall, he was a formidable figure, accustomed to the fiercest of storms in such a critical moment. He remained calm, noting the deepening crimson within the embroidered landscape, which was already on the verge of collapse, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Finally, after the passage of half a stick of incense, the painting crumbled entirely, its intricate lines unraveling as if pulled apart by an invisible hand, transforming from a richly detailed work into a child's simplistic doodle, utterly inexplicable. The figures concealed within the painting, including Duanmu Yu, reappeared in the end. A cold smile crept onto the judge's face as he seized Duanmu Yu by the throat, darkly amused. "Interesting. Young man of the Duanmu family, what hidden talents do you possess? Feel free to reveal them. I would like to see the depth of the Duanmu legacy." Duanmu Yu, a true scion of a noble lineage, remained composed in the face of adversity, squinting and replying. "Do not be hasty, old judge. What is meant to come will come. If anyone else had said such words, the judge might have dismissed it as bravado. However, coming from Duanmu Yu, the son of the commander of the hidden guards, it was unclear whether it was mere bravado or a calculated strategy. Let us go. Delay will invite change," the judge declared, unwilling to engage in further verbal sparring with Duanmu Yu, seizing him to flee. In the next instant, he found himself immobilized, cold hands silently pressed against his back and waist, constraining his energy centers, leaving him unable to move a muscle. The judge's eyelids fluttered as he struggled to maintain his composure. Asking softly, "Who is the esteemed master?" A chilling voice emerged from behind him. "Ah, judge, long time no see." The shopkeeper's lean face emerged from behind the judge, his yellow-brown eyes glimmered with an eerie green hue. Unsettling in the dim light of the inn, the judge calmly inquired, "May I have the honor of your name?" The shopkeeper replied slowly, "During the battle at Huliao Mountain, if I hadn't lent you a hand, you would have perished at Qingchun's hands." The Demon Suppression Hall possesses a secret list of 10 notorious figures that everyone seeks to eliminate, with the traitor Qingchun at the top. To speak of Qingchun necessitates mentioning the 2 disputes for leadership within the Taoist sect, a well-known tale. By lineage, Qingchun is the junior disciple of the former sect leader, Zichuan, and the uncle of the current leader. Having once ranked as the foremost among the peak masters, Qingchun had twice contended for the position of sect leader against Zichuan and his disciples, but was defeated both times, following his last defeat. His foundation was uprooted by Zichuan's trusted aide, Tianxin, and he was branded a traitor, ascending to the top of the Demon Suppression Hall's wanted list. After Zichuan and Tianxin ascended, Qingchun lingered in the mortal realm. Having attained supernatural prowess, regarded as a celestial being by the masses, after the restructuring of the Demon Suppression Hall, Mingchun became its new leader and set a trap at Huliao Mountain to eliminate Qingchun. This battle saw the entire demon suppression hall mobilized, yet Qingqian single-handedly decimated their ranks, nearly annihilating their elite forces, until finally, 6 Grand Masters united to thwart this legendary figure. As a result of this incident, Mingqian resigned from his position and retreated into seclusion. The judge had participated in that battle and, upon hearing these words, felt a change in his expression. You are the Northern Ghost Emperor. Were you not supposed to have perished at the Sword Pavilion in Shuzhou? The Northern Ghost Emperor, ranked 11th among the 36 deacons of the Demon Suppression Hall, and second only to the Wheel King, was indeed a formidable figure. Duanmu Yu calmly pried the judge's fingers from around his throat and softly stated, "After the battle at Huyu Mountain, the Grand Master Chen I succeeded his uncle, Mingqian, as the new leader of the Demon Suppression Hall." The focus of the hall shifted from Qingqian to the former Sword Sect's top disciple. Gongsun Zhongmo. 9 years ago, during the pursuit in Shuzhou, 8 deacons faced Gongsun Zhongmo, and only a few survived. The Northern Ghost Emperor was one of them, yet he did not return to the Demon Suppression Hall, but instead pledged his allegiance to our hidden guards. When you ask me about my hidden guards, this is it. The shopkeeper, or rather the former deacon of the Demon Suppression Hall, the Northern Ghost Emperor, chuckled sinisterly. Judge, those who recognize the times are wise. Make your decision. The judge remained unperturbed, knowing that he had once acquired a shamanic artifact that could allow him to escape his predicament. Thus, he subtly began to channel his energy while stalling for time, saying, Northern Ghost Emperor, you once saved my life. Such a great favor is unforgettable. However, you are gravely injured. Even if you were once a master of the human immortal realm, you have now been reduced to the ghostly immortal realm. And you had to sacrifice an artifact for a surprise attack. You know better than anyone how you would fare against the Hall's experts. If I were to join the hidden guards, you would be unable to protect me, and I fear I may not see the sun of tomorrow. The Northern Ghost Emperor replied coldly, if you do not join the hidden guards, you will certainly not see the sun of tomorrow. Feigning indecision, the judge continued to stall for time. After a moment, he managed to gather enough energy to activate the artifact, but just as he was about to do so, he felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by a rapid dissipation of his energy. That moment, the inn fell silent, save for the howling winds and sand outside. The judge could not see the Northern Ghost Emperor's expression behind him, but noticed Duanmu Yu watching him with a mocking smile. As if he were a mere clown. In his final moments, he heard the Northern Ghost Emperor's voice. Ah, judge, even if I have fallen to the ghostly immortal realm, I am still a lean camel larger than a horse. I am still more than a match for you. Did you think your little tricks could deceive me? I kindly offered you a way out, yet you chose not to take it. Very well. You did not choose the path to heaven. Now you will force your way into hell. The Northern Ghost Emperor pushed aside the fading judge. Subeyu watched this scene, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chapter 29. The surname Gongsun. Given name Jianghu. Duanmu Yu turned to Subeyu, smiling lightly. I offered you a chance just now, but you did not cherish it. Subeyu remained silent, tightening his grip on the Tianlan sword. The Northern Ghost Emperor, with his eerie green eyes that intimidated all who dared to meet his gaze, cackled, Young man, you are merely at the 3rd rank of cultivation. You won't last a round against me. Why not bring out your master? Perhaps we can negotiate, and there may yet be a way for you to survive. Just as Subeyu was about to respond, he noticed the Northern Ghost Emperor's expression change drastically as he grasped Duanmu Yu's shoulder and retreated, crashing through the inn's wall and into the swirling storm outside. However, no matter how fierce the storm raged, it could not encroach upon the 3 yards surrounding them. Duanmu Yu asked darkly, What's the matter? The Northern Ghost Emperor, on high alert, replied, The person upstairs transformed their finger into sword energy. Their realm is nearly that of the human immortal. Duanmu Yu's expression softened slightly as he shook off non-existent dust from his sleeves. Smirking, Subeyu's master is indeed a formidable figure, and no wonder this boy is so fearless. Northern Ghost Emperor, what is this person's exact realm? The Northern Ghost Emperor's expression soured as he replied, Above the ghostly immortal. As for the specifics of their human immortal stage, it's hard to say without engaging in a true battle. Duanmu Yu's demeanor became slightly serious as he acknowledged, I am quite curious about which expert dares to tread into this murky water. Inside the inn, an old man carrying a sword box, accompanied by Jiyun, descended the stairs to the 1st floor hall. At this point, aside from Subeyu and the others, only the shopkeeper and a group of flustered hidden guards remained. The old man surveyed the room before finally addressing the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, it seems the wine has taken effect. The shopkeeper, appearing anything but ordinary, remained unfazed by the unfolding events. She gracefully stepped out from behind the counter, riding an overturned bench before sitting upon it, softly stating, "I failed to recognize the true master earlier. Had it not been for Gongsun's earlier display of finger sword technique, I would not have dared to believe I could see you again after 9 years." The old man raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "You are the Northern Ghost Emperor, so who might you be, shopkeeper?" The shopkeeper produced a silken pouch from her sleeve, inhaling its contents with a hint of intoxication, her eyes narrowing like a languid cat. Yet, there was a trace of sorrow in her expression as she began to speak. Years ago, the Demon Suppression Hall dispatched 8 deacons to pursue Gongsun Zhongmo in Shuzhou, and in the end, only one returned severely injured. The elderly man feigned surprise, asking, "Is the innkeeper mistaken? I clearly only killed 5 of the Demon Suppression Hall's hounds. 3 should have escaped." Su Beiyo's eyes widened in astonishment. The old man's words implicitly confirmed that he was indeed Gongsun Zhongmo, the first disciple of the Sword Sect and the direct descendant of the last sect leader, Shangguan Xiangchen. The innkeeper exhaled a breath of stale air. A sweet yet sorrowful scent permeating the inn. Point 2 did escape. They harnessed Gongsun Zhongmo's unparalleled sword energy to sever their connection to the life lamp, disguising their deaths, and intended to distance themselves from the sect's conflicts in pursuit of a peaceful existence. Little did they expect to be tracked down by the shadow guards shortly thereafter and, left with no choice, had to pledge allegiance to them. Gongsun Zhongmo's expression grew solemn, wordless. The innkeeper, storing away her fragrance pouch, lamented, "To speak frankly, I was once the chief adjudicator of the Demon Suppression Hall and one of those who escaped with the Northern Ghost Emperor. The events in Shuzhou were beyond our control, not born of our own desires." Gongsun Zhongmo abruptly interrupted her, noting a hint of sweetness in her tone. The woman's face froze momentarily before she managed a somewhat strained smile. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Gongsun?" He sniffed the air and replied calmly, "Your peach blossom poison has become somewhat sweet." Her complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color. The peach blossom poison, a signature technique among the flower masters of the peony, is lethal to those of the first rank and above. However, like many ostentatious tricks, such underhanded tactics are of little consequence against true masters. Outside the inn, the Northern Ghost Emperor and Duanmu Yu stood amidst the waning sandstorm, contemplating their next moves. The Northern Ghost Emperor, the significant involvement of the Demon Suppression Hall's experts, coupled with the death of another adjudicator, signified that the Northwest was no longer a safe haven. He resolved to leave swiftly, ideally returning to the imperial capital, where the court's presence deterred any brazen maneuvers from the Taoist sect. Contrarily, Duanmu Yu perceived the Northwest as a murky pond, with the potential for further turbulence. Believing he might catch a significant fish amid the chaos if his father's influence served as a stepping stone into the court, he was determined to lay down ample groundwork for his future ascent. Their thoughts stood in stark opposition. Neither held the other in high regard. The Northern Ghost Emperor deemed Duanmu Yu merely a prodigal reliant on his father's power, while Duanmu Yu viewed the Northern Ghost Emperor as a hound kept by his father. As the wind howled, the Northern Ghost Emperor suddenly glanced towards the inn's entrance, his murderous intent palpable. Duanmu Yu followed suit. Startled. 3 figures emerged from the inn, a man, a woman, and an elder. The elder bore a sword box on his back, holding the severed head of a woman who could not find peace in death. The Northern Ghost Emperor's gaze fixated on the head, his eyes flickering with a green light, as he let out a low, raspy growl, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging. He resembled a coiled tiger, poised to pounce. Gongsun Zhongmo nonchalantly tossed the head 3 feet in front of the Northern Ghost Emperor and stated flatly, 9 years ago, I spared you. Today, I rectify that." Duanmu Yu's expression darkened, almost dripping with malice. The Northern Ghost Emperor bent down slowly, trembling hands cradling the woman's head, his face contorted as he rasped, "Gongsun Zhongmo. 9 years, neither long nor short. During the battle at Shuzhou's sword pavilion, I nearly perished at your hands. You inflicted a strand of lifeless sword energy within me, believing I was doomed, and chose not to pursue, allowing me to escape with a sliver of life, only to collapse in the Yingping Mountains. It was she who carried me out, despite her own grievous injuries. For 9 years, we have relied on each other, never forgetting our bond, merely surviving together. I thought this companionship would last forever, yet she has died today, ahead of me." The emaciated Northern Ghost Emperor lifted the head, his face twisted beyond recognition, his green eyes flickering erratically, seemingly on the brink of madness. "Because of you, I have endured relentless torment from that lifeless sword energy, transforming into this wretched creature. Because of you, I have fallen from the realm of humanity into that of the ghostly. Forever denied the freedom of transcendence. Today, once again because of you, I am left utterly alone. Ultimately, the Northern Ghost Emperor bellowed the name once more. Gongsun Zhongmo. With his furious roar, the surrounding winds and sands trembled violently. A colossal sandstorm rippling outward from the Northern Ghost Emperor's position at that moment. He was no longer the half-dead innkeeper, but the infamous Northern Ghost Emperor that he howled to the heavens, expelling a white long sword from his mouth. The lifeless sword energy Gongsun Zhongmo had embedded within him 9 years prior. This energy could coalesce or disperse, forming a sword when gathered, yet resembling cow hair when scattered. That it resided within his organs, and each flare of its power felt worse than death. Typically, half of the Northern Ghost Emperor's strength was spent suppressing this lifeless energy, limiting him to the ghostly realm. But now he chose to unleash his full power, disregarding his internal injuries to expel the lifeless energy and reclaim his place in the human realm. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, seeping from the pores of his skin, saturating his clothing within moments until he resembled a blood-soaked specter. His internal organs lay in ruins, and under normal circumstances, he would not survive long. Ji Yun turned pale upon witnessing this. Instinctively clutching Su Bei's sleeve, he gently reassured her. The innkeeper merely looks fearsome. He is not yet engaged, and is already half dead from his own exertions. I doubt he can withstand Master S sword. Ji Yun felt somewhat reassured, but after a while, she softly inquired. This man is the chief adjudicator of the Demon Suppression Hall, yet his actions resemble those of a malevolent spirit. They claim the remnants of the Sword Sect are evil, yet Elder Gongsun seems more like an embodiment of righteousness. Why is that? Su Beiyu pondered before responding. Whether one is deemed evil or righteous is not defined by their actions, but rather by their outcomes. My master and his peers lost, thus they are labeled as evil. The Taoists triumphed, and hence they are regarded as divine beings. Ji Yun appeared contemplative, and Su Beiyu continued, my master once said that in this world, the only matters of significance are fame and profit, ultimately determined by victors and vanquished. Take Emperor Shao for instance. Had he failed in his uprising, he would have been labeled a traitor to the Dezheng dynasty. Yet, he succeeded, and the world recognized him as the illustrious emperor of Deqi. While the Dezheng emperor became a tyrant, their dialogue felt naive, but Ji Yun, after much thought, began to question the past she had never contemplated before. If the lower world operated on the principle of the strong devouring the weak, then the upper world was defined by the triumph of one over another. Each realm possessed its own rules. Yet morality did not necessarily prevail. Morality often resided only in the mouths of saints and victors. Gongsun Zhongmo observed the young couple conversing quietly, a trace of weariness crossing his features. The simple truths Su Beiyu spoke resonated deeply with him, having grown up amidst the rivalries of noble families. Yet, in this moment, he recalled his elder brother, Gongsun Bofu, who had dedicated his life to the family. His brother sacrificed everything for the Gongsun clan. While he failed to protect it, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards their ancestors, but the heaviest burden lay with his brother. Gongsun Zhongmo averted his gaze, his expression serene, unmoved by the horrific scene before him. Years of experience had not only turned his once dark hair to silver, but had also allowed him to see through the tumultuous human experience. The joys and sorrows of others were mere spectacles. Unable to sway his heart, standing beside Gongsun Zhongmo, Su Beiyu, after comforting Ji Yun, instinctively glanced at his master, only to notice a sword had mysteriously appeared at his waist. That it was a long sword, entirely black, glimmering with a deep sheen, suspended at an angle nearly perpendicular to the ground, blending seamlessly with Gongsun Zhongmo's dark robe. Su Beiyu recognized it was not the sword he had seen 10 years prior. As that one remained asleep in the sword box on his master's back, he suddenly recalled his master mentioning that he had taken 2 swords from the Sword Sect. One was Tianlan, which he now possessed, implying this sword was the other. Sensing his disciple's gaze, Gongsun Zhongmo, unfazed by the advancing threat, slightly turned his head and softly instructed, when I draw a sword, it will be sword 13. Pay close attention. Su Beiyu was taken aback, but an epiphany struck him as he understood his master's words. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. In mere moments, the Northern Ghost Emperor had recklessly elevated his power to its zenith, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the human realm, just a step away from the legendary ghostly realm. Perhaps due to his surging strength, he faced Gongsun Zhongmo without the earlier trepidation. The fury born of fear dissipated, leaving only a profound hatred. His already gaunt features contorted into the visage of a malevolent spirit. The Northern Ghost Emperor cackled, Gongsun Zhongmo. Even if I die today, I will drag you down to hell with me. Gongsun Zhongmo's long fingers closed around the hilt of his sword, stating calmly, according to the sword sect's principles, I will ensure you know by which sword you meet your end. Remember, this sword is called Xianming. The Northern Ghost Emperor uttered no more words but extended his right hand, which swelled tenfold, the back and fingers sprouting scales, transforming into claws akin to those of an ancient beast. He swung his massive hand. Grinning wickedly, the methods of the demonic sect may be shunned, yet they are remarkably effective in taking lives. Gongsun Zhongmo, I will use my methods to carve your organs from your body. Duanmu Yu retreated several paces. Distancing himself from the increasingly detached Northern Ghost Emperor, his expression I see why to him, Gongsun Zhongmo, once the Sword Sect's first disciple and now the second on the Demon Suppression Hall's wanted list, appeared as a colossal fish. Far too large for him to swallow alone. He feared that one misstep could lead to him being dragged under. It was a pity. Gongsun Zhongmo seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look at him, causing Duanmu Yu to feel as though he had stepped into an ice cavern, his blood nearly freezing in his veins. Can a gaze kill? To Gongsun Zhongmo, who was adept in the art of the sword, a gaze could indeed serve as a weapon, but he chose not to eliminate this junior of the Duanmu family, appearing either disdainful or unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble. Gongsun Zhongmo unsheathed his sword slowly, murmuring, family matters, national affairs, worldly concerns, all pale before the might of a 3-foot green blade. Ultimately, it is but a matter of one sword. The pitch-black Xianming sword seemed to meld into the night. Gongsun Zhongmo casually thrust the Xianming forward. In that instant, the winds and sands within 100 miles stilled, the shadow guards in the inn froze, the headless innkeeper's corpse remained motionless, while Su Beiyu and the wide-eyed Ji Yun stood still, their faces pale and grim. Even Duanmu Yu, shadowed by a dark expression, became statuesque, as did the little girl in red racing towards them. The only active presence was Gongsun Zhongmo's sword and the Northern Ghost Emperor, who was but a step away from the ghostly realm. Yet, the Northern Ghost Emperor's movements were sluggish. Sensing the imminent danger, he shouted in a mix of despair and fury, Damn you, Gongsun Zhongmo, this is not Sword 13. It is clearly Sword 23. Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. In truth, the first half of the sword was indeed Sword 23, meant to kill. However, the latter half was undeniably Sword 13, intended to save. With the first half, the Northern Ghost Emperor's entire being exploded, his power coalescing into a colossal whirlwind that dwarfed the previous storm, lifting countless grains of sand as the Dragon Gate trembled perilously. With the latter half, this newly manifested whirlwind was cleaved in two before it could wreak havoc, dissipating gently into the cosmos. The sword energy soared into the heavens, scattering the thick clouds above, revealing the bright, luminous moon. The silvery moonlight bathed the earth, creating a breathtaking scene. Unfortunately, only a select few bore witness to this spectacle. Su Beiyu abruptly opened his eyes, taking in the sight, suddenly feeling his lips dry. Master, you spoke of sword immortals. It turns out you are the sword immortal. After Sword 13, Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his sword. Moments later, the girl in red darted forward, seizing Duanmu Yu's body with surprising strength, her small frame carrying him effortlessly as she leaped away. Disappearing like a shooting star, for reasons unknown, Gongsun Zhongmo chose not to pursue, seemingly dismissive of the need to intervene. Before Su Beiyu could inquire, Gongsun Zhongmo proactively explained, I cannot afford to make an enemy of Duanmu Ruixing yet. The death of a few inconsequential shadow guards is merely a matter of duty for this overseer. Since it is a matter of duty, there is room for negotiation. However, should I kill Duanmu Yu, it becomes a personal affair for the Duanmu family, leading to an unending cycle of vengeance. The weight of each matter is clear, and I need not elaborate further. Su Beiyu understood. He and his master had already provoked the Demon Suppression Hall, making it unnecessary to stir trouble with the equally formidable Shadow Guard. Even though his master was a formidable figure at the ghostly realm, prudence prevailed. Su Beiyu glanced back at the Dragon Gate Inn, which, under Gongsun Zhongmo's protective aura, remained relatively intact. Entering the inn, they found a group of anxious shadow guards, alongside the corpses of the innkeeper and the adjudicator. Gongsun Zhongmo now exuded a calm, imperturbable demeanor, devoid of the amiable nature he had previously displayed. His expression was as tranquil as water, betraying no hint of emotion, radiating an authority that required no words or gestures to convey. If Duanmu Yu was merely an unseasoned young nobleman, then Gongsun Zhongmo was a master of his domain. To Su Beiyu, this side of his master felt foreign. In truth, It was his master's true nature at that moment. Su Beiyu suddenly realized that his master had never been an ordinary figure. Strictly speaking, he and his master belonged to two distinct categories. Su Beiyu had always been a small, inconsequential person, while his master was the head of the prestigious Gongsun family, once the foremost disciple of the flourishing sword sect. To the lower echelons of society, Gongsun Zhongmo was as out of place as a scholar in a small village, for he belonged to the extraordinary world his master had once described. After coming to this realization, Su Beiyu did not succumb to discouragement. Rather, he ignited an even greater determination within himself. He yearned for an alternate realm, longing to escape the wretched existence of the lower strata and step into a world unlike any he had known. Gongsun Zhongmo's eyes were devoid of any murderous intent as he gazed upon the corpse of the tavern keeper's wife. Previously, she had unleashed a poisonous mist, which Gongsun Zhongmo effortlessly dispelled with a wave of his sleeve. Subsequently severing her head with a flick of his fingers, Gongsun Zhongmo spoke softly. Jiun, as a practitioner of the way, you must incinerate the body of the benevolent judge and scatter the ashes outside the inn, thus uniting them in the afterlife. Whether it was due to the earlier sword strike or the formidable presence now emanating from Gongsun Zhongmo, Jiun did not dare to refuse and timidly acquiesced. Having cultivated for many years at Chonglong Temple, Jiun possessed some martial prowess. Although her nature was gentle, she was not a helpless maiden entirely devoid of strength. She dragged the corpse to the backyard and fetched bundles of firewood from the kitchen. Soon enough, black smoke began to rise. Gongsun Zhongmo shifted his gaze to the remaining living souls inside the inn. While the shadow guards of Ur were valiant soldiers who welcomed death, the recent years of rampant expansion had led to a mix of competence and incompetence among them. They had just witnessed Gongsun Zhongmo's astonishing swordplay and understood that this elder, bearing a sword sheath, was a figure beyond their reach. Faced with this insurmountable figure, some shadow guards trembled, their faces pale. Resembling condemned prisoners with no will to resist, the leader, Goyen, appeared desolate, embodying despair. Not long ago, the inspector who had threatened to eliminate them had perished at the hands of the Northern Ghost Emperor, who himself soon followed, leaving behind a dismembered corpse. Even the benevolent judge, who had once saved the Northern Ghost Emperor, had met his end. These once mighty overseers of the Demon Suppression Hall now seemed like children in the presence of Gongsun Zhongmo. Devoid of any power to resist, this revelation imparted to Su Beiyu a profound truth. Genuine strength does not require superfluous titles for embellishment. Only the weak necessitate such facades. In that moment, Goyen nearly contemplated kneeling in supplication, yet the ruthless nature of the shadow guards dissuaded her from such thoughts. Betrayal? Could a person of her stature escape the clutches of the shadow guards? In such a vast world, where could she find refuge? Perhaps this time, she would never have the chance to return to the imperial capital alongside Lu Chun, destined to perish in the desolate northwestern wilderness. Gongsun Zhongmo's demeanor towards his disciple was gentle as he inquired, Beiyu, how shall you deal with these shadow guards, particularly the one named Goyen? Su Beiyu's heart jolted, instinctively gripping the hilt of the Tianlan sword. Yet he remained silent. Gongsun Zhongmo noted this subtle gesture with satisfaction. In matters of the world, if one cannot provide an immediate answer, a swordsman ought to consult the blade in their hand. However, Gongsun Zhongmo, with his profound depth of character, concealed this satisfaction, maintaining an outward calmness as he said, if you are uncertain how to handle them, I can teach you. He placed his hand over Su Beiyu's right hand, guiding him to draw the Tianlan from its sheath gradually, and continued, intelligent individuals are scarce, fools even rarer, yet the number of mediocrities is vast. Many wise individuals are not innately clever. Rather, they evolve into wisdom through their experiences. Among the wise, there exists a distinction. The great sage and the petty clever. The petty clever often resort to convoluted methods to resolve issues, cloaking their true intentions in obscurity. Should you encounter such individuals, how would you respond? Su Beiyu gazed at the Tianlan, its blade reflecting the shifting clouds, and queried, how should one respond? Gongsun Zhongmo released his grip, calmly stating, with one sword. Su Beiyu's eyes brightened with understanding. Gongsun Zhongmo retreated a few steps, his expression warm as he added, but before that, you must first let your Tianlan taste blood. A sword is a tool for killing. A sword that has not tasted blood cannot be deemed a sword. Su Beiyu's expression gradually turned solemn as he regarded the shadow guards. While he had fought against spectral soldiers and witnessed death, he had never taken a human life. These were two distinct concepts. Gongsun Zhongmo's voice remained tranquil. In the world of martial arts, who is without blood on their hands? Go and slay these servants of the Shao family. Let your sword be sharpened. Su Beiyu licked his parched lips and raised the Tianlan. Gongsun Zhongmo gracefully exited the inn. The sounds of battle erupted within, while Jiyun, pale as a ghost, knelt in the backyard, hands clasped before her, murmuring prayers, seemingly beseeching the heavens. The clamor of combat persisted for nearly half an hour. And as dawn approached, it eventually fell silent. Su Beiyu emerged, drenched in blood, leaning on the Tianlan, limping slightly. Gongsun Zhongmo glanced back at his disciple, his imposing aura now entirely retracted, returning to that of a wandering recluse. Su Beiyu forced a smile, asking, "The one called Goyan still lives. Should we leave her alive to serve as a mole within the shadow guards?" Gongsun Zhongmo, pleased with his disciple's remarkable progress, shook his head. "No need." "Nothing at all." Su Beiyu nodded, turning back toward the inn. Moments later, the anguished scream of a woman echoed from within, followed by an eerie silence. Chapter 32. The scholar of martial and literary prowess, the Dragon Gate, and was reduced to ashes. And Su Beiyu and his companions continued their journey towards Dunhuang City. Along the way, Jiyun fell into a contemplative silence, appearing burdened by thoughts. Perhaps it was the revelation of the true nature of the demon suppression hall's overseers that instilled doubt in her heart. Or perhaps it was Su Beiyu's newfound willingness to take lives under Gongsun Zhongmo's guidance that unsettled her. Regardless of the reason, she had changed significantly compared to before, a transformation that could be termed maturity. Su Beiyu found it difficult to fathom the thoughts of the young woman, and he had no time to ponder such matters. He was now focused not only on practicing the modified Lunghu Danjue taught by Gongsun Zhongmo to harness the unrefined sword intent within him, but also on mastering the arduous 13th sword among the previous 12 techniques. These two tasks alone left him utterly exhausted, leaving little time for anything else. As for Gongsun Zhongmo, the renowned but nominal leader of the sword sect, he began preparing to resume his former endeavors while instructing his disciple. Therefore, when the trio finally beheld the capital of Ziliangzu, Dunhuang City, Gongsun Zhongmo informed them that he would meet an old friend, providing Su Beiyu with 500 taels of silver and instructing the two to enter the city on their own. Su Beiyu understood that this was a routine Gongsun Zhongmo had followed for decades, thus refraining from further inquiries. He accepted the forged travel permit from his master, offering 30 coins to the gate guards, and successfully led Jiyun into Dunhuang City. Upon entering the city, Su Beiyu's first action was to select an inn located in the northwest corner of Dunhuang City, a place bustling with a mix of people, barely qualifying as a decent refuge. This time, without Gongsun Zhongmo present, he reserved 2 rooms for himself and Jiyun, each having their own. This decision stemmed from his desire to avoid the earlier awkwardness in the absence of his master, as well as Gongsun Zhongmo's unwavering generosity regarding Su Beiyu's finances. Although the Sword Sect and the Gongsun family had been obliterated, remnants of Gongsun Zhongmo's hidden wealth still existed, much of it concealed in unknown locations and a smaller portion held in various banks. For Su Beiyu, even this small sum was an astronomical figure that inspired both awe and trepidation. After settling in at the inn, he did not continue refining his swordsmanship, but instead retrieved a thick, bound book from his belongings, titled Chronicles of Ziliangzu. This was a new rule established by Gongsun Zhongmo. While traveling, he was to focus on advancing his swordsmanship, yet upon settling in a location, he was to turn to the study of classical texts. This was part of the agreement between Han Xian and Gongsun Zhongmo, both wishing to prevent their sole disciple from becoming merely a sword fanatic or a brutish warrior at the mercy of the elite. Thus, Su Beiyu's education was divided into 3 parts: strategy and tactics, martial prowess, and experiencing the vast world and its treacheries alongside Gongsun Zhongmo. If Su Beiyu were the sort to feel a headache at the sight of books, it would be a grave underestimation of Gongsun Zhongmo and Han Xian's vision. But on the contrary, Su Beiyu was neither foolish nor dull. Over the past decade, he had established a solid foundation under Han Xian, and now he sought to absorb knowledge voraciously. Not needing to partake in the imperial examinations, he truly achieved a state of seeking breadth over depth, prioritizing the acquisition of knowledge in his satchel. In addition to the essential Confucian classics, he possessed Taoist texts such as the Nanhua Jing, Shangqing Dadong Jinjing, legalist works like the Fa Jing and Han Fizi, as well as military texts such as Wu Bei Jiao and Mugong Fa. He also carried a variety of other works, including the Taiping Huanyuji, Hanlong Jing, Hainong Jing, Yijing, Shujing Jijia, and Dijian Tusha. Among these, Shujing Jijia and Dijian Ta were authored by the former Chancellor Zhang Jiangling of the previous dynasty, who was highly esteemed by the founding emperor of the Great Qi, Xiaoyu. The emperor praised his contributions to the realm and lauded his legacy, leading to Zhang Jiangling's posthumous title being changed from Wenzhong to Wenzheng. Moreover, the policies implemented by Xiaoyu after ascending to the throne were greatly influenced by Zhang Jiangling, making it imperative for Su Beiyu to understand the court through him. Gongsun Zhongmo would periodically add certain texts for Su Beiyu's studies based on the current circumstances, such as the Chronicles of Ziliangzu, which, in essence, was a local annal, dry and tedious, yet it offered insights into Shiliangzhou.as. Su Beiyu examined the Chronicles of Ziliangzu, correlating its contents with his observations along the journey. He developed a preliminary understanding of the region. Prior to the late Emperor Xiaoyu's rise to power, he had been the Lord of the Northwest, within the vast expanse of the Northwest. Ziliangzu was undoubtedly of paramount importance, renowned for its Hushi Plain and Shiliang Corridor, often referred to as the Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall, possessing the most fertile lands in the entire Northwest. Thus, it was a strategic stronghold and the granary of the region. At that time, aside from the central capital, Ziliangzu was the most significant area. Following Xiaoyu's ascension, numerous military officials from Ziliangzu garnered favor. And although most settled in the imperial capital, a small number chose to return to their roots. After 2 generations, this resulted in Ziliangzu being home to an extraordinary number of military families. At its peak, there were as many as 800 prominent military clans within Ziliangzu. The 3 brothers of the Li family, whom Su Beiyu had encountered at Danxia Stronghold, hailed from one such military family. As the capital of Ziliangzu, Dunhuang City naturally held immense significance, often referred to as a city of immense power, housing 300 military clans with intricate and complex factions, even the governing agency of the province. The Sanxi Yamen could not act with impunity. The rise of military families and noble powers not only influenced the local authorities' real power, but also severely weakened the influence of the Taoist sect in the area. This revelation plunged Su Beiyu into deep contemplation. His perspective diverged from that of his master, Gongsun Zhongmo. Perhaps it was the clarity of an outsider that led him to believe that relying on remnants of the previous dynasty or the sword sect to contend with the court and the Taoist sect was folly. In the current world, only the court could challenge the Taoist sect, and conversely, only the Taoist sect could oppose the court. If he sought revenge, he must align himself with one side to strike at the other, utilizing strength to counter strength. He did not believe that his master was unaware of this. Rather, for reasons unspoken, he was reluctant or unable to act accordingly. From the hour of the rabbit until the hour of the dog, Su Beiyu managed to read through the Chronicles of Ziliangzu in a hasty manner. Rubbing his eyes, he stood up to invite Jiyun to dine together. His time was indeed precious, as he intended to study the Shujing Jijie by lamplight that night. Originally, Gongsun Zhongmo intended for him to start with the Dijian Tushua, yet Su Beiyu felt that Shujing Jijie was already his limit. Anything more profound would not merely be an absence of understanding, but a complete lack of comprehension. Moreover, he wished to delve into the Nanhua Jing and Shanqing Dadong. Having practiced the Longhu Danjue, Su Beiyu had gained insights into the Taoist philosophy and sought to carve out time to study these texts. Aiming to commence his study of the Tao Dian, a tome that many Taoists spent their entire lives grappling with, the myriad paths of the Tao originate from this comprehensive manual of Taoist principles. And as a former part of the Taoist sect, the sword sect naturally possessed its own interpretations of the Tao Dian. How much he could glean from it would depend entirely on Su Beiyu's own understanding. As Su Beiyu and Jiyun sat in a corner of the inn's main hall, sharing a meal, he spoke with a mouthful of food, suddenly declaring, "I want to be a person of stature, someone well-versed in both martial and literary pursuits." Curious, Jiyun inquired, "What constitutes a person well-versed in both martial and literary pursuits?" Su Beiyu grinned widely, replying, "In martial arts, being able to match my master would suffice. And as for literature, it would require the ability to compose a magnificent piece like the writ of universal appeal." Setting down his chopsticks, he began to recite, "When the clang of the battle drums stirs the northern winds, the sword's energy disrupts the southern constellations. Silent, the mountains and rivers tremble, yet with a shout, the winds and clouds change color. With this, how can one fail to vanquish the enemy? With this, how can one fail to achieve merit? Words linger in the ears. How can loyalty be forgotten? A handful of earth remains. What then for a 6-foot orphan? Look at the realm today. Who truly holds dominion?" Chapter 33. The thousand Buddha caves beyond Yumen Pass, though Su Beiyu did not voice it. The moment he returned from the ancient battlefield, the seed of ambition within him had fully sprouted. He was no longer content with Danxia stronghold. He yearned to explore the vast world beyond. He even began to aspire to the world his master had described. This young man, born and raised in the Northwest, was dissatisfied with the confines of his homeland. He harbored no romantic notions of wealth as mere fleeting smoke. Nor did he possess the mindset that happiness was the sole purpose of existence. His thoughts were simple: to become a person of distinction, much like the noblewoman riding the exquisite steed. A person of unparalleled status. Deep within, another thought had begun to take root, one he had never voiced aloud. His future wife should not be an ignorant village girl. At the very least, she should possess the grace of someone like Shiyun. Ideally, she would be a refined lady of high standing, akin to the noblewoman on the steed. He wished for his future son not to endure the same fate he had, spending 20 years of his life toiling in the fields. Thus, like a drowning man grasping for anything within reach, he relentlessly pursued cultivation, knowledge, and experience, striving to ensure that when he next stood before Duanmuyu, he would do so with genuine composure, not a facade of calm. Su Beiyu recognized a crucial truth. The advantages that a scion of a prominent family possessed from birth were unattainable by an ordinary citizen, even if they devoted their entire lives to the pursuit. Moreover, the journey from one realm to another required not only effort, but also an abundance of luck and opportunity. Now that he had encountered opportunity, all he needed to do was strive to seize it. After dining with Jiyun, Su Beiyu returned to his room alone, lighting an oil lamp to commence his arduous study of the Shujing Jijia, a task that felt like an enduring siege. After reading for over half an hour, he began to feel dizzy, longing for the presence of his mentor, who would surely elucidate the content for him. It was not until the hour of the rat that he finally retired to bed. Yet, sleep was a rarity for him. He often replaced it with meditation, striving to absorb the remaining sword intent and break through to the third tier, becoming a true master of the craft. The second tier of cultivation was sufficient to qualify him as a second-rate inner guard in the imperial capital. The realm of martial prowess mirrored that of the court. Only the top-tier officials were considered part of the empire's core, delineated by an invisible yet distinct boundary. Meanwhile, Gongsun Zhongmo did not enter the city, but continued westward along the outskirts of Dunhuang. At the extreme western edge of the empire lies the Yumen Pass. Where the spring breeze does not reach, between this pass and the vast expanse beyond, there exists a series of interconnected Buddhist caves known as the Thousand Buddha Caves, which house over 800 chambers adorned with more than 2,500 colorful sculptures of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, vajras, guardians, and celestial beings. Thus, it is rightly dubbed the foremost Buddhist grotto in the world. The destination of Gongsun Zhongmo is indeed the Thousand Buddha Caves, a sacred site of Buddhism, its fame only second to the ancestral grounds of the 3 ages of Buddha. Unlike those grounds, however, this place does not prohibit outsiders. Visitors and devotees are free to explore and pay their respects, leading to a bustling crowd during the day. Gongsun Zhongmo, opting for discretion, chooses to wait until nightfall, stepping into the sanctuary of the caves only after the moon has risen high in the sky. In fact, the Thousand Buddha Caves are overseen by a monk appointed by the Buddhist order, tasked with preventing thieves from pilfering statues and scriptures. At this moment, under a sparse moonlit sky, the supervising monk, accompanied by his only disciple, a young novice, is meticulously inspecting the caves. The monk, middle-aged and possessing a dignified demeanor, would have undoubtedly been a refined elder had he not taken monastic vows. After all, like fine wine, a man only grows more distinguished with age, holding a torch in one hand and guiding his disciple with the other. He also bears a dagger at his waist. This title of supervising monk is merely a facade. Within the Buddhist community, he is commonly referred to as the guardian of the caves. This position, a tradition spanning centuries, is often assigned to monks who have fallen from grace, and the middle-aged monk is no exception. He was personally exiled here by the head of the order. Before arriving, his monastic name was stripped away, and he reverted to his birth name, Zhang Wubing. As they approach a cave, Zhang Wubing suddenly halts, gazing up at the blurred visage of the great Buddha beneath the night sky. Letting out a gentle sigh, he then quietly instructs his disciple, "Let us call it a night. You may go and rest." The young novice, already struggling to keep his eyes open, nods sleepily and makes his way to their quarters. Zhang Wubing turns his back to the Buddha and speaks calmly. "Mysterious guest, I invite you to reveal yourself." His voice echoes throughout the 1,000 Buddha caves. Moments later, the sound of measured footsteps approaches, and an elder, bearing a sword sheath, gradually appears before the monk. Zhang Wubing casually tosses his torch, which lands precisely between the fingers of the great Buddha, stating flatly, "Ah, it is an honor to have you." Mr. Gongsun. Gongsun Zhomo glances up at the Buddha and replies with a smile, "It is rare that the Dragon King remembers me." Zhang Wubing, maintaining his composure, responds, "I am no longer the Dragon King." Gongsun Zhomo's smile fades, and he sighs in regret. To expel the Dragon King, a figure of great martial prowess, from the Eightfold Assembly is not an act of wisdom. Was it Indra or Azure who orchestrated this? Zhang Wubing shakes his head. Neither. They lack such authority. It was the head monk who personally decreed the revocation of my title. Gongsun Zhomo nods, then shifts the conversation, saying, "I have encountered Murong Xianin." Zhang Wubing, seemingly expecting this, replies coldly, "And what of it? Both you and Murong Xianin are listed among the notorious figures in the Demon Suppression Hall, one in second place, the other in third. Do you wish to recruit me as the fourth?" Gongsun Zhomo continues, "I have also met Han Xian." Zhang Wubing's expression sharpens, and he frowns, asking, "So, Han Xian has recommended me to you?" Gongsun Zhomo shakes his head. "Han Xian merely mentioned you. He did not endorse you." "We are not aligned." Zhang Wubing nods in agreement. "Indeed, Han Xian is still intent on returning to the court and therefore cannot be seen as your ally." Gongsun Zhomo lets out a laugh that resonates in the stillness of the night. After a lengthy silence, Zhang Wubing inquires, "As the head of the Sword Sect, do you still aspire to restore its former glory?" Gongsun Zhomo's expression dims slightly, reflecting on yesteryears, clinging to his ambitions. Even though his master has passed, the legacy of the Sword Sect remains, and as long as he draws breath, his resolve will not waver. Zhang Wubing sighs, "To act against the tide is to defy heaven itself, even your esteemed master." The transcendent Shangwan Xianxian met his end. What can you achieve? Having traversed the world for nearly 60 years, Gongsun Zhomo remains silent. Zhang Wubing hesitates before speaking solemnly. It is not that the monk has relinquished his anger. Rather, it is the prevailing trend. Even with you at the helm of the Sword Sect, what can be done? The Taoist sect's leader still stands, the Demon Suppression Hall remains, and the 8 peak masters are unyielding. As for the court, even with the late Emperor Zhao's passing, what difference does it make? The Chancellor, Lan Yu, lives on, as do the Grand General, Wei Jin, and the Northern Protector, Han Han. Do not forget. The late Emperor himself commissioned the construction of the Maishan tomb. No one can guarantee he is truly dead. Gongsun Zhomo remains unresponsive. Just as the Dragon King prepares to depart, Gongsun Zhomo suddenly states, "I have taken on a disciple." The Dragon King, Zhang Wubing, pauses and replies, "I too have a disciple." Gongsun Zhomo retreats, his voice drifting back. The Buddhist faith embodies both the compassion of the Bodhisattva and the wrath of the Vajra. The Dragon King is a figure of righteous fury in this era. Should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure my successor pays a visit to the Dragon King. His voice gradually fades, and Gongsun Zhomo's figure vanishes into the night. Chapter 34. The fierce dragon passes through Jiangxi to Liangzhou, although Dunhuang City is built upon yellow sands. Its interior, boasting numerous military households, rivals the grandeur of the major cities in the heart of the Central Plains. Here, one can frequently observe grand projects such as gardens and irrigation systems. Moreover, there is a stark contrast to the Central Plains. Many military families maintain private armies, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. The military households of Xiliang refer to these private forces as family retainers, and they spare no expense in nurturing them, which makes their fighting capability exceed that of the regular army. It is these family retainers that empower the military households of Xiliang to regard local government and sects with disdain, treating the entire region as their own private estate. The inn where Su Beiyu resides is located in the western part of Dunhuang City, predominantly frequented by wandering heroes and merchants. In contrast, the eastern part is home to the majority of military estates, with a clear demarcation between the two that feels like two different worlds. However, today, the atmosphere in the eastern city is particularly somber, as two formidable figures are set to meet here. Following the incident at the Longmen Inn, Duan Muyu is acutely aware that the situation has spiraled beyond his control, with the interference of remnants from the Sword Sect. It is inevitable that the Taoist Demon Suppression Hall will soon take action. Conversely, the Shadow Guard has never prioritized hunting down remnants of the Sword Sect. Their focus has always been on the remnants of the White Lotus Sect, which once held sway in the south, facing off against Xiaoyu across the river. Thus, the Shadow Guard will not allocate further resources to this matter. It is prudent to withdraw, as this is the guiding principle of the Shadow Guard. Without further backing, Duanmuyu understands that his chances of making a significant impact in the northwest are slim. Although Gongsun Zhongmo appears to be a tempting prize, he realizes it is beyond his reach. Therefore, he chooses to return to the imperial capital, refraining from further involvement. As for the aftermath in the northwest, it will be left entirely to Lu Shirshu to handle, for he is the commander of the Northwest Shadow Guard. While I, Duanmuyu, have a father who serves as the chief commander of the Shadow Guard, I remain a mere commoner without any official position. Assisting you is a matter of goodwill, while not assisting is merely my duty. Duanmuyu departs the northwest without hesitation, leaving Lu Chun to personally head to Shiliang. The other formidable figure crossing the river is undoubtedly the Daoist Demon Suppression Hall. Following the incident at Longmen Inn, 3 survivors remain: Duanmuyu, the girl in red, and Meng Pa. After fleeing, Meng Pa realizes that the investigator has not returned, leading her to conclude that her colleague has likely perished, according to protocol. She reports this to the hall master. However, unaware of Gongsun Zhongmo's involvement, she naturally places the blame on the Shadow Guard. This time, the Demon Suppression Hall dispatches a chief deacon and a deacon, the latter hailing from the prominent Yi family, while the former is among the top 10 of the Wheel King. The Wheel King resides outside the realm of the Netherworld, directly facing the world of chaos. Although he ranks low among the 10 Yama Kings, he holds the 3rd position within the Demon Suppression Hall, only behind King Qin Guang and King Yen Luo. Even during the peak of the Northern Ghost Emperor's reign, he ranked below the Wheel King. Regarding these 2 formidable figures, the military households of Shiliang adopt a stance of caution but not hostility. Instead, acting as intermediaries, they designate the long-abandoned site of the Northwest Governor's office as the venue for negotiations. Yes, negotiations. Once shrouded in darkness, both the Demon Suppression Hall and the Shadow Guard have begun to emerge into the light, shedding many past traditions following the rise of their respective leaders beneath the sun. Nothing is truly new. After all, they once assisted Emperor Shao in his quest for dominance, and the mask of civility cannot be completely discarded. The Wheel King and Yi Zui arrive at the Shiliang governor's office ahead of Lu Chen. Walking along a weedy path in the garden in terms of appearance, the Wheel King does not seem much older than Yi Zui, though his pallor suggests a sickly disposition. Yet, in the realm of practitioners, judging by appearances is the most foolish approach. A 3-year-old child could be a transcendent being, while a decrepit elder could be a pitiful soul who has strayed from the path. The true age of the Wheel King is unknown. But he is assuredly not a mere youth in his 30s. The Wheel King stops, gazing at the desiccated lake and sighing. Returning to this old place, everything has changed. Yi Zui quietly inquires, "Have you been here before?" "Well, King?" The Wheel King turns, exhaling deeply. 60 years ago, I accompanied the true leader to the Northwest that time. Xiao Huang was not yet the emperor, and the true leader was not yet the true leader. I was but an unnamed disciple among 200 Daoist sect members. Some perished, forever remaining here, while others survived and returned to the Daoist order. 60 years later, with the passing of Xiao Huang and the true leader ascended to Duxiang Peak, I became the so-called Wheel King. Some believe that our Daoist sect and the court are bound in a perpetual conflict, yet tearing the veil of civility is far from simple. Figures like the investigator might shout and threaten. But for us old-timers, decades ago, we were comrades who faced hardships together, trudging through snowy Warren, battling cavalry on the plains, and even marching south into the Central Plains, sharing life and death. Now, these old comrades have become the court's officials and nobles, with descendants aplenty. Meanwhile, we have become masters and ancestors within the Daoist sect. To return to bloodshed against those who were once our allies seems utterly meaningless. Yi Zui appears surprised, hesitating to speak. The Wheel King chuckles and continues. Thus, I wish to speak with Lu Chun. If we can negotiate, it would provide the Daoist sect with a resolution. Once we old ones are gone, and the court's old-timers have also perished, you may wreak havoc, and no one will care. Yi Zui states. I do not align with the investigator. The Wheel King glances at him, but remains silent, turning to leave. Upon returning to the meeting hall, which has been tidied by servants, Meng Po waits. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously asks, "Well, King, does the higher-ups wish for Yi Zui to replace the investigator?" The Wheel King takes his seat at the head of the table. Appearing relaxed and chuckles, Yi Zui is a descendant of the true leader. As his family grows, trivial matters are inevitable. He abandoned his identity as a Yi family scion to join the Daoist order as a deacon in the Demon Suppression Hall. which must harbor some ulterior motive. I do not wish to delve into the details, but the true leader has not involved himself with the Yi family for 60 years. It is likely that his ambitions will come to naught. Although Meng Pe is now an old woman, she is still over 20 years younger than the Wheel King. When she first joined the Demon Suppression Hall, he was already one of the 72 deacons. Over the years, she has grown accustomed to being cautious around him. After receiving this somewhat ambiguous response, Meng Pe refrains from further questioning and instead asks, "What about the remnants of the sword sect that the Shadow Guard mentioned?" The Wheel King narrows his eyes and reflects, the remnants of the sword sect. Long ago, I was fortunate to witness Gongsun Jianghu, the sword sect's foremost disciple, on the plains. At that time, he wielded his sword with such grace, unleashing a torrential downpour of sword energy, a true embodiment of flamboyance that I wonder if, after 60 years, he still possesses that charm. Meng Pe chuckles. After all these years, Gongsun Jianghu is likely a weary old man now. The Wheel King, retaining a youthful appearance, clicks his tongue. The sword path does not promote longevity. Even the once gallant youth will eventually succumb to age and decay. It is indeed a lamentable sight. The allure of youth will inevitably be eroded by the winds and rains of time. Only the imperial capital and Duxiang Peak remain ever steadfast. Chapter 35. The quivering green blade seeks balance. The Wheel King's gentle demeanor inadvertently diffuses the tense atmosphere between the Demon Suppression Hall and the Shadow Guard, bringing a sense of relief to many soldiers of Xiliang and also to Lu Chen, who is en route to Dunhuang City. The intricate web of factions within the Demon Suppression Hall can be seen as a microcosm of internal struggles within the Taoist order. The Wheel King, being a trusted confidant of the true leader, represents his stance as the true leader values old ties and refrains from open hostility. It is unlikely that a war will erupt between the Demon Suppression Hall and the Shadow Guard. Signs of the undercurrents in Xiliang gradually calming are apparent, yet this tranquility is confined to the eastern city. In the western city, Su Beiyu remains oblivious to these developments. Over the past few days, aside from essential meals, Su Beiyu has sequestered himself in his room, poring over the text. The Analects explained. His master once remarked that the Confucians also embody a spirit of righteousness, asserting that reading could potentially lead one to an immortal realm. The esteemed Chancellor Zhang from yesteryears was a paragon of Confucian prowess. The master also mentioned that the three teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism are often spoken of in unison. Presently, the Taoist sect holds dominion over the world's practitioners, with an abundance of masters within its ranks. Although the Buddhist sect remains low-key, it is possible that a few enlightened beings are meditating in seclusion at its ancestral ground. Currently, the Confucian sect is in decline. But every century, a figure emerges to achieve lasting contributions in virtue, words, and deeds. Now that over a century has passed since the last prominent figure, Zhang Jiangling, it is time for someone to rise and shoulder the responsibility of the Confucian sect. Su Beiyu is indifferent to whether he can cultivate the spirit of righteousness, as he seeks to explore the world through literature, believing that a genuine understanding of the world will enable him to navigate it more effectively. He remains patient, progressing steadily. Finally, on the fourth day upon reaching Dunhuang, Su Beiyu completes a rough first reading of the Analects explained. Although there remain many aspects he struggles to comprehend, he feels he has gleaned a basic understanding. After days of reading, his mind feels foggy, making it impossible to absorb any more information. Thus, the following day, he ventures out of the inn with Ji Yun, embarking on a tour of Dunhuang City. Generously, he purchases a variety of snacks, enjoying them as he strolls alongside Ji Yun. Throughout the city, one can frequently spot armored soldiers, their military bearing intact, with only a few decades of peace. The state of affairs has not yet reached a point of complacency. Consequently, the combat effectiveness of various border troops remains robust, and the offspring of military families are not merely indulged in pleasures. Many are well-versed in martial skills, able to wield a blade with ease. Su Beiyu cannot help but acknowledge that these scions of noble families, influenced by their rich heritage and well-trained mentors, possess lofty aspirations and broad perspectives. The few who lack substance are the exception rather than the rule. The vast majority can be deemed as elites, forming the backbone of the empire's upper echelons. Meanwhile, the common people begin their lives at a significant disadvantage, while the children of the common folk tend to livestock for survival. The children of noble families are reciting verses alongside great scholars. As the common children gather grass and firewood to assist their families, the noble children are tuning their lutes and studying scriptures. By the time the common children grasp the nuances of human relationships, the noble children have already learned the art of manipulation, mastering the subtleties of flattery and deceit. the child of a commoner dragged along a creaking, dilapidated cart, while the offspring of a noble family sat in a luxurious carriage drawn by a splendid steed. The disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. For those at the bottom, ascending into the upper echelons of society seemed as formidable as scaling a mountain. Thus, the underprivileged often had to exert themselves manifold, enduring great hardships, and rely on a significant stroke of fortune to even glimpse that unfamiliar world above them. In contrast, for the scions of aristocracy, such matters were simply a matter of course, utterly unworthy of mention. Injustice resonates as the natural order of things. So too does humanity. Su Beiyu found himself unwilling to accept this state of affairs, harboring a profound discontent within his heart. With such discontent, silence was not an option. His voice would resonate throughout the world. Upon arriving in Dunhuang, he could not resist the allure of visiting the renowned Mogao caves. After meandering aimlessly through the city for half a day, the two decided to venture beyond the city limits to witness the legendary caves. The distance between Dunhuang and the Mogao caves was 50 li. And as they finally caught sight of the cave's outline, the sun was already beginning to set. Ji Yun, weary, plopped down on a stone, her small face scrunching in discomfort as she rubbed her legs. Refusing to take another step, Su Beiyu, however, was more resilient. Seeing that they were close to their destination, he contemplated carrying Ji Yun on his back. Ji Yun's legs had grown numb, and her body felt foreign to her. Upon hearing Su Beiyu's suggestion, her fatigue overwhelmed her modesty, and after a moment of hesitation, she complied, clambering onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks blooming with a lovely flush. Thus, the young man bore the young woman, while she carried her burdens. As they pressed on toward the Mogao caves, as fatigue faded, her modesty reclaimed its ground. Ji Yun suddenly grasped the meaning of being trapped in a dilemma. This was her first intimate encounter with a male, causing her heart to race. Her arms tightened around Su Beiyu's neck as she became somewhat dazed by his proximity, regretting her decision to let him carry her. Clad in her oversized robe, which protected her from the wind and sand while concealing her features, Ji Yun sought to avoid unnecessary troubles. Yet, even the largest robe could only serve as a shield. In the absence of any space between them, this close contact left Su Beiyu feeling awkward, his back stiffening to mask his embarrassment. He could only focus on the path ahead. The little Taoist maiden seemed to sense his discomfort and became increasingly bashful, her face reddening as if she might burst into tears. As the sun set, painting the western sky in hues of crimson, the clouds blazed like fire. The young maiden's rosy cheeks and the deep red of the sunset intertwined, making it impossible to discern whether the sunset illuminated her or she brightened the sunset at that moment. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Unfortunately, Su Beiyu was oblivious to this enchanting view. Ji Yun lay quietly on his back, gradually acclimating to this strange yet delightful state. Her arms remained securely around his neck as she gently rested her chin on his shoulder, allowing him to support her legs while she closed her eyes and breathed softly. Her breath brushed against Su Beiyu's ear, sending a tickling sensation that spread to his heart, igniting his imagination anew, like wild chives that sprout again after being cut. In that moment, his mind turned to mush. The teachings of the 4 books and 5 classics and his master's sword techniques became useless at that instant. He could rely only on himself. He began to understand why his master had said that a beautiful woman could pierce the heart more than any sword. In this world, there exists a sword that slays without bloodshed and kills invisibly, known as a woman, adept at vanquishing foolish men. The ongoing battle between men and women has never ceased. The outcome is either the east wind overpowering the west, or vice versa, or both sides suffering losses. In this protracted conflict, men often hold the advantage, usually taking the offensive, while women predominantly remain on the defensive. As the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to loss. Thus, the contest between Su Beiyu and Ji Yun concluded with her conceding defeat by hopping off his back. By the time they reached the Mogao caves, twilight had descended, and most of the daytime visitors had departed, leaving the statues of Buddha shrouded in darkness, stripped of their celestial aura, presenting an eerie sight. They approached the central hall, where Ji Yun gazed into the pitch-black structure, a shiver running down her spine as she instinctively lowered her voice, suggesting they should not go inside. Su Beiyu retrieved a fire starter from his pack, igniting it to cast a faint glow as he remarked, having come all this way, it would be a pity not to take a look. Ji Yun grasped his sleeve tighter, her voice barely above a whisper. But it's so dark, It looks frightening. Su Beiyu, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You're not afraid of the dead, yet you fear the dark?" Ji Yun muttered softly, "That's not the same. The dead are just lifeless shells. But who knows what lurks in such darkness? Perhaps there are man-eating monsters or soul-devouring specters." That Su Beiyu understood. Her fear stemmed not from the darkness, but from the unknown lurking within it. Much like the world's reverence toward the supernatural, coupled with the terrifying impressions left by the two senior attendants of the Dragon Gate Inn, this inexperienced young maiden became timid as a mouse. Feigning bravado, Su Beiyu said, "What is there to fear? With me here, no evil spirit can draw near." Ji Yun glanced at him, then at the ominous black cave, weighing the two against each other, hesitating. At that moment, two figures, one large and one small, emerged from behind the grand statue within the hall. Su Beiyu turned to see two monks. The larger monk held a torch, his face warm and refined in the flickering light, while the smaller monk, hand in hand with the larger, gazed curiously at Su Beiyu and Ji Yun with bright, inquisitive eyes. The monk appraised them and paused slightly on Tianlan, inquiring, "Are you the disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo?" Su Beiyu was taken aback, then instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword to shield Ji Yun behind him. The middle-aged monk waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to be alarmed. I am Zhang Wubing. Gongsun Zhongmo has visited me before." Su Beiyu recalled that his master indeed planned to meet an old friend before entering Dunhuang, so his wariness lessened as he asked in a low voice, "How did you discern my identity, Master Zhang?" Zhang Wubing smiled gently, "Young man, your sword is too conspicuous. It would be wise to conceal it, much like this young lady does, to avoid unnecessary troubles." Su Beiyu felt a tinge of shame. 10 years prior, when his master had bestowed the Tianlan sword upon him, he had been cautioned against displaying the Qingfeng so openly. He had wrapped it in cloth, but upon reuniting with his master, he had forgotten this warning. Su Beiyu sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, master." Zhang Wubing shook his head. "I am no master. Simply call me Zhang Wubing." Su Beiyu readily complied. "Very well, Zhang Wubing." Zhang Wubing's complexion was somewhat pale as he gazed at Su Beiyu and slowly said, "Before departing, Gongsun Zhongmo mentioned that he would send his disciple to visit me, but I did not expect it to be so soon." Su Beiyu felt a bit awkward, for he had not seen his master in recent days. It was mere coincidence that had brought him here. Zhang Wubing muttered to himself, "Well, since you are here, it must be fate. Please follow me." He gestured for the small monk to go to sleep and turned to lead the way. Su Beiyu hesitated, asking Ji Yun to wait while he followed Zhang Wubing alone. The two walked through the many caves. Su Beiyu inquired, "Elder Zhang Wubing, do you know about my master?" Zhang Wubing did not turn around, responding flatly, "I know a bit. Gongsun Zhongmo is both the head of the Gongsun family and the leader of the Sword Sect, a figure of great renown. However, both the Gongsun family and the Sword Sect have faded into obscurity, merely hollow titles now. Over the years, Gongsun Zhongmo has sought to gather various disillusioned individuals, hoping to unite against the Taoist sect and the court. I am also one of those he regards as disillusioned." Su Beiyu frowned slightly, hesitant to voice his thoughts. He had only a vague understanding of his master's undertakings, which could be summarized in 8 words: grass snakes entwined, hidden veins stretching for miles. As for how many hidden pieces his master had set in motion or what contingencies were in place, Su Beiyu was entirely unaware. Zhang Wubing did not elaborate further. Instinctively pressing on the hilt of the dagger at his waist, the Taoist sect has its demon suppression hall, the court has its secret guard, and the Buddhist sect, once on par with the Taoist sect, has its eightfold guardians. These guardians uphold the law, representing the compassionate yet fierce side of Bodhisattva. The eightfold guardians consist of the Devas, dragon guardians, night spirits, Kinnaras, Asuras, Garudas, Gandharvas, and Maharagas. The dragon guardians hold a high status, second only to the Devas, and in terms of martial prowess, they are only surpassed by those presided over by the celestial deities and the notorious bloodthirsty Asuras. Zhang Wubing, the former leader of the dragon guardians, was known as the Dragon King. After walking for about half an hour, Zhang Wubing stopped before a small, dark cave and slowly spoke. "The 12 swords of the Sword Sect, aside from the Tianlan and Xinming already in your possession, 10 swords remain scattered throughout the world. Gongsun Zhongmo seeks to reassemble the 12 swords, and coincidentally, I happen to have one here." Su Beiyu maintained a calm demeanor, yet turmoil brewed within him. He understood the significance of each sword. Just the Tianlan sword alone could elevate him from the 5th rank to the 3rd rank, with further potential for advancement. What might happen if he possessed another sword? The 12 swords contained one-third of the sword sect founder's sword energy and intent. In the past, the founder had subdued 24 great immortals with a single sword. Even one-third of that power was equivalent to 8 great immortals. Undeniably a force to be reckoned with, this secret of the sword sect was not something even Jianghu, as a former Dragon King, could fully grasp. He merely suspected that Gongsun Zhongmo's quest to gather the 12 swords had some connection to the young man before him. Turning to face Su Beiyu, Zhang Wubing extended his right hand, and a stream of light shot forth from the cave. Landing in his palm as the light dissipated, its true form emerged, a slender sword, crafted from an unknown material, emanating a faint dark red glow, exuding an aura of formidable sword energy. Zhang Wubing lacked the sword sect's unique sword control technique, causing the sword to tremble and leap like a wild stallion. Attempting to escape his grasp, countless sword energy swirled madly around Zhang Wubing's right hand, even casting a dark red glow upon his face, yet leaving no trace behind. Had Gongsun Zhongmo witnessed this scene, he would surely have marveled at Zhang Wubing's invulnerable form. Zhang Wubing raised the sword, lightly flicking his finger, causing the sword energy to vanish without a trace, and the long sword fell silent. He spoke softly, "This sword is named Chuexia. I obtained it from a man-eating monster many years ago." Su Beiyu did not rush to respond. He understood that their encounter was merely a chance meeting, and there was no such thing as a free lunch. Negotiations were inevitable. As the saying goes, one must ask for a high price before settling on a lower one. Thus, this bargaining was also a battle, where the first to speak would lose the upper hand. Zhang Wubing gently said, "As you can see, this sword can only be wielded by a disciple of the sword sect. It holds little value for me, so I wish to exchange it for something." Su Beiyu cautiously inquired, "What is it you desire?" "What my master cannot provide, I likely cannot either." Zhang Wubing chuckled. "It's different. Gongsun Zhongmo asks for too much and offers too little. Besides, it's not that he cannot give, but rather that he does not want to. After all, he is strategizing for the greater picture and cannot expend too much energy on just one person." Curious, Su Beiyu asked, "What did my master promise you?" Zhang Wubing replied leisurely, "Empty promises." Su Beiyu was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. It seemed his master had aimed to accomplish something without any real investment. Explaining his fruitless return, suddenly, Zhang Wubing said, "Before we proceed, would you like to hear about Gongsun Zhongmo?" Su Beiyu hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "Sure. I suspect you are unaware that you have a stepmother." Zhang Wubing's first words struck Su Beiyu like lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. His master had a wife. In essence, this was not surprising. After all, Gongsun Zhongmo hailed from a prominent family and was likely a nobleman like Duanmuyu in his youth. Even now, in his old age, traces of his past elegance remained. It was only natural for him to marry and settle down. In fact, it would be more unusual if he did not. However, his master had never mentioned it, leading Su Beiyu to believe that his stepmother had long since passed away and that his master, like many, was a widower. Zhang Wubing seemed to read Su Beiyu's thoughts and continued, "Your stepmother is very much alive and well. I met her 10 years ago. Although she is of similar age to your master, she still possesses a captivating charm, appearing much like a woman in her 30s. Su Beiyu felt an unsettling premonition. Zhang Wubing reflected, "Your stepmother hails from the Jianghu family of Wei and shares the same master as your father. They are a well-matched pair. Alas, fate is unpredictable." And they ended up as a pair of resentful couple, initially respectful, then cold, ultimately becoming estranged. Su Beiyu remained non-committal, clearly skeptical of how Zhang Wubing could know such intimate details. Zhang Wubing patiently explained, "The grievances between them are well known among the older generations. It is only the younger ones who find it surprising. In fact, Gongsun Zhongmo's situation is not unique. There are more extreme examples. The founding emperor, a heroic figure who swept across the realm to restore peace, was, in truth, a man afraid of his wife. This esteemed emperor had no concubines throughout his life, marrying only one woman, with only her offspring, who is the current emperor of the Great Qi." Su Beiyu exclaimed, "The founding emperor was afraid of his wife?" Zhang Wubing smiled slightly. "Though I did not have the fortune to meet that empress, I have heard my master speak of her. She was domineering and decisive. During the founding emperor Xiao's illness, she even took over governance, causing the prince known for his strategic brilliance to suffer under her hand." Su Beiyu acknowledged with a sound, treating Zhang Wubing's words as mere anecdotes. Small figures delight in the tales of great ones, preferring to hear what they wish to hear. The underlying truth, however, remains unimportant. Everyone interprets the story according to their desires, ultimately crafting a narrative that diverges greatly from reality. even leading to entirely opposite conclusions. Zhang Wubing flicked his finger against the sword, causing Chuexie to emit a resonant clang. The reason I share this old tale with you is that what I seek is related to these individuals. Your stepmother and the late empress once had a minor grievance. They wagered a villa decades ago. And your stepmother emerged victorious. Su Beiyu, not foolish, cautiously inquired. Is there something you desire within that villa? Zhang Wubing smiled. Clever. Su Beiyu pressed further. And what about my master? Zhang Wubing shook his head. If it were your master, it would turn a blessing into a misfortune, and he would truly be turned away. Su Beiyu pondered for a moment, and then asked, what exactly is it? Zhang Wubing replied calmly, I cannot disclose that now. Gongsun Zhongmo knows the ins and outs of this matter. You may inquire with him in the future. Since the master is aware of this matter, Su Beiyu felt a sense of relief. However, he also sensed that the monk named Zhang Wubing was not as indifferent to worldly affairs as he appeared. Zhang Wubing tossed the Chuexie to Su Beiyu, stating that since it was a transaction, he would first demonstrate his sincerity by paying the reward up front. Su Beiyu caught the Chuexie and hesitated before asking, aren't you afraid that I might take the money and not fulfill my end of the bargain? The seemingly gentle and scholarly monk laughed heartily, responding, lending money to others requires the ability to collect debts. Otherwise, it becomes akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. If it were Gongsun Zhongmo making this statement, I would certainly ponder it. But as for you, you still have much to learn. Su Beiyu felt slightly embarrassed, realizing he had asked a foolish question. Although Zhang Wubing's tone remained nonchalant, the implications of his words carried a subtle threat. Gongsun Zhongmo would not be able to protect you for a lifetime. Su Beiyu held the Chuexie with both hands, cupping them in respect, and replied, I have learned much. Zhang Wubing turned away, facing the dimly lit Buddha cave, and waved his hand at Su Beiyu, then turned to leave. Upon retracing his steps to the main hall cave, Su Beiyu discovered not only Ji Yun waiting for him, but also another figure meticulously examining the colossal Buddha statue that had stood for centuries amidst the wind and sand, Gongsun Zhongmo. Su Beiyu held the Chuexie in his hands and softly addressed, Master. Gongsun Zhongmo withdrew his gaze, glanced at the Chuexie, and quietly remarked, Zhang Wubing. Su Beiyu nodded and explained. Zhang Wubing gave me the Chuexie and instructed me to retrieve an item from Master's wife. Gongsun Zhongmo emitted an unusual grunt, leaving Su Beiyu unsure whether it was due to dissatisfaction with his wife, Zhang Wubing's mention of past events, or Su Beiyu's presumptuousness. Nevertheless, Gongsun Zhongmo quickly regained his composure and elucidated to his disciple. The Buddhist sect maintains its own monk soldiers. This is not a novel concept. Zhang Wubing is the leader of the Dragon clan among the Eightfold Assembly and is also the head of the monk soldiers. Hence the title Dragon King. However, he was not always called Dragon King. He was once known as the Sick Tiger. Over 20 years ago, he served as the commander of the Imperial Guards and was even viewed as the successor to the Grand General Wei Jing. Yet, as fate would have it, he was a man of the court, and when he stood in the wrong position, he fell from grace along with Han Xian, losing his prominence, which led him to shave his head and embrace a monastic life. Transforming from the court's Sick Tiger into the Buddhist sect's Dragon King, Su Beiyu was well aware of who Lan Yu was. From the onset of Emperor Taizu's rebellion, Lan Yu had been assisting him. After the establishment of the Great Qi dynasty, Lan Yu was conferred the title of Duke Zhao and became the foremost minister in the Lingyan Pavilion, regarded as the first cabinet premier of the Great Qi. He later served as the Crown Prince's tutor and was further honored with the title of Grand Tutor. Following the Crown Prince's ascension, Lan Yu became one of the highest-ranking officials, second only to Zhang Jiangling, to receive the title of Grand Tutor during his lifetime. Upon the passing of Duke Su Lin of Shihe, who ranked second among the Lingyan Pavilion's meritorious officials, no civil or military official in the court could compare to Lan Yu. Not even Wei Jin, Su Lin's successor. Lan Yu now stood on the brink of receiving a posthumous honorific title, achieving a complete legacy. Gongsun Zhongmo casually remarked, Han Xian, styled Wenbi, was once the deputy minister of the cabinet. After losing power, he left the eastern capital for the northwest, ultimately settling in a place called Xiafangshui. The eastern capital was the former name of the imperial capital, a term only the older generation would still use. Su Beiyu remained silent for a long while before softly stating, So, sir, you are Han Xian, the deputy minister of the cabinet, just as master is Gongsun Zhongmo, the sect master of the sword sect. Gongsun Zhongmo paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, Su Beiyu sighed. How many secrets are you and sir still keeping from me? Gongsun Zhongmo jested. Why not take a guess? Chapter 38. The gates of Shiliang. Su Beiyu instinctively gripped the Chuexie in his hand. Pondering for a long time, The master had once said that all matters in the world revolve around profit. The bustling world exists for gain, and the commotion arises from seeking benefits, as the master resides in the mundane world. He naturally cannot escape this truth. The term profit does not merely denote gold and silver, but rather encompasses desires and aspirations. Once one comprehends what the master seeks, it becomes possible to infer his future actions. Gongsun Zhongmo, slightly surprised, scrutinized his disciple. Please, continued Su Beiyu, loosened his grip on the Chuexia and spoke emphatically. What the master desires is simply the prosperity of his clan and sect. The court that extinguished the Gongsun family and the Taoist sect that toppled the Sword Sect are both the greatest mountains of our time. Even someone of the master's caliber, a sword immortal, finds it challenging to surmount them alone, let alone overturn them. Thus, the master must seek to ally with like-minded individuals, as for who these individuals may be. That is the greatest secret of the master. Gongsun Zhongmo sighed. Though not entirely accurate, you are not far from the truth. Beiyu, you are indeed remarkable. Su Beiyu was taken aback, attributing it to the teachings of both his master and the sir. Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head. A rotten wood cannot be carved, and soil cannot form a wall. If you are not inherently capable, no amount of guidance from us will be of use. Su Beiyu felt a flush of embarrassment. A brief silence ensued between them. Su Beiyu suddenly sighed, contemplating, do emperors and generals not possess their own destinies? This was a phrase once uttered by a woman riding a steed adorned in purple, which Su Beiyu had not fully understood at the time. Over a month later, he grasped its profound meaning. Gongsun Zhongmo replied indifferently, there is no inherent destiny in generals and ministers. A man must strive for self-improvement. Duanmu Yu's current power arose from his father, Duanmu Ruisheng, who fought alongside Xiao Yu in numerous campaigns decades ago. Beiyu, your father did not leave you a family legacy. You must rely on yourself. Su Beiyu nodded heavily, gazing up at the starry sky. The night was calm, with neither wind nor rain, a splendid sight of twinkling stars. The night was deep, yet the former Xiliang governor's mansion was ablaze with light. Lu Chun, the head of the Northwest Dark Guard, finally arrived in Xiliang Prefecture and was set to meet with the 10th chief of the Taoist sect's Demon Suppression Hall, the Wheel King. That very night, the losses sustained by the Northwest Dark Guard were unprecedented in the last 20 years, beginning with the near-total destruction of the central capital's Dark Guard, which resulted in the deaths of over a dozen officials, including those below the Inspector General, along with 5 inner guards dispatched from the imperial capital. Following this, the entire party of the Lone Swallow was annihilated, leading Lu Chun to suffer 2 major losses in a single month. However, what truly pained him was the deaths of the 2 high-ranking officials who had defected from the Demon Suppression Hall. Duanmu Yu, sensing the impending doom, had withdrawn from the murky waters of the Northwest early on, leaving Lu Chun in a dilemma. He had no choice but to face the aftermath in Xiliang Prefecture. Fortunately, the representatives from the Taoist sect were moderate figures, with the Wheel King being a key player. So there was still room for discussion. The main hall of the Xiliang governor's mansion was not a place one could enter casually. Even the provincial governor of Xiliang would not be granted entry. At this moment, only a few individuals occupied the main hall: the Wheel King, Yizue, Lu Chun, and the head of the Xiliang general's family. Li Jingyi. Li Jinj had become the intermediary not because he wielded influence over the decisions of the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard, despite being a prominent figure in Xiliang Prefecture, but rather because he could communicate with both sides. The elder of the Li clan had once served in the Dark Guard for a time, making him a semi-retired veteran, and he had a long-standing acquaintance with the Wheel King. A generation ago, when Xiao Yu was still a minor figure, he had been cast out by his family and relied on his wife, commanding only a few thousand troops while struggling to survive among major factions. At that time, Xiao Yu's father-in-law, the Khagan of the Steppe, Lin Yuan, passed away, drawing him into the internal conflict of his wife's family. It was during that conflict that Xiao Yu, leveraging his wife's name, consolidated a portion of his father-in-law's former subordinates, thereby taking his first step toward unifying the realm. As Xiao Yu grew in strength, he caught the attention of the Taoist sect, which sided with him, while the Sword Sect opposed him, aligning itself with the former queen. Ultimately, Xiao Yu and the Taoist sect triumphed over the former queen and the Sword Sect, allowing Xiao Yu to inherit his father-in-law's throne and become the ruler of the steppe. At that time, Gongsun Zhongmo, the Sword Sect's representative in the steppe, quietly departed and did not return for 2 decades. Li Jinj and the Wheel King had met during that tumultuous period. Back then, Li Jinj was merely a sergeant, and the Wheel King was an ordinary disciple of the Taoist sect. Now, at the age of 80, Li Jinj remained tall, his withered face still bearing traces of past authority, leaning on a blackwood cane. Physically, he embodied the phrase old but vigorous. Upon seeing the Wheel King, he burst into a series of hearty laughs that seemed capable of toppling the old Shiliang governor's mansion. Each wrinkle on his aged face radiated a unique brilliance. "You haven't changed a bit after all these years," he exclaimed. The Wheel King rose from his seat, spreading his arms like a steppe dweller, and laughed heartily. "You've changed immensely." The young man who could crawl under a horse's belly has now become an elder leaning on a cane, after exchanging embraces according to their past customs. Li Jinj shook his head and sighed. Time waits for no one at that moment. Lu Chun, who had been seated opposite the Wheel King, also stood up, cupping his hands in greeting. Li Jinj turned his gaze to Lu Chun, his smile unwavering. "Lord Lu, you are a rare guest. Now that you have come to Shiliang Prefecture, I must extend my hospitality." Liu Chen responded with a warm smile, showing no trace of his earlier grim demeanor. Certainly, certainly. The crafty elder, Li Jinj, would not forget the young man. Yi Zue. The Yi family had a legacy spanning a millennium, producing a sword sect master and two leading figures in the Buddhist sect. Moreover, the current Taoist sect's master was the uncle of the present head of the Yi family, and the Yi family had maintained ties with the reigning Shao family for many years, making them one of the foremost noble families of the time, far surpassing the newly risen Duanmu family. Thus, even though Yi Zue was merely one of many young Yi family members who had fallen from grace within family struggles, he was still deserving of Li Jinj's smile. That Li Jinj addressed him appropriately as Yi Ji, rather than young Master Yi, allowing Yi Zue to perceive it as mere politeness while also fostering a sense of goodwill. This demonstrated the elder's keen understanding of human nature, honed over decades, a skill not easily acquired through mere reading. After their pleasantries, Li Jinj, now assuming the role of intermediary, finally subdued his smile and solemnly stated, "Years ago, the master of the Taoist sect and Emperor Taizu met at the Bailuo Lake debate in the steppe and became lifelong friends. Alongside Chancellor Lan, the three established the foundation of the Northwest, leading to the subsequent unity of the realm. Thus, whether it be the Taoist sect or the court, we are essentially one family. Why must we complicate matters among ourselves?" The elder paused, scanning the room's occupants without lingering on any individual. Before continuing, recently, the Chonglong Temple was annihilated, and some claim the Dark Guard was responsible. In my opinion, this is sheer nonsense. It is slander, and some believe that with the passing of Emperor Taizu, they can act at will and sow discord between the court and the Taoist sect. The Wheel King interjected, "Remnants of the Sword Sect," Liu Chen calmly added. "They could also be remnants of the White Lotus Sect. They excel at confusion and framing others." Li Jinj continued to steer the conversation, his voice resonating like clashing weapons. "The court and the Taoist sect are allies, one family. Whether remnants of the White Lotus Sect or the Sword Sect, they are our enemies. Decades ago, we trampled them underfoot. Decades later, they shall remain beneath us." Chapter 39. The two saints share the world in today's realm. There exists a subtle, yet widely circulated notion. The two saints jointly govern the world. The so-called two saints refer to His Majesty the Emperor and the Master of the Taoist sect, one wielding supreme authority within the secular realm, the other holding the highest status beyond it. Together, they command the entire world. However, since ancient times, there has been another saying. The heavens do not have two suns, nor does a nation have two sovereigns. The discord arising from the struggle for power between the court and the Taoist sect is destined to be difficult to reconcile. While Xiaoyu was still alive, he shared a close friendship with the master of the Taoist sect, and many of the founding officials of the court were old friends who had fought alongside the Taoist elders, maintaining a certain camaraderie, much like the Wheel King and Li Jinj. However, with Xiaoyu's passing and the gradual decline of the older generation, the successors who rose to power lacked that bond and were unwilling to sustain such amicable relations. This was particularly true for the current Emperor Shao, who, as the son of Emperor Shao, might consider the opinions of his father's old ministers, but that consideration would ultimately have its limits. Once the last vestiges of the old generation, such as the Wheel King and Li Jinj, pass away, the court and the Taoist sect will tear away the final facade of cordiality. Fortunately, a significant portion of the older generation remains alive and wields considerable power. Emperor Shao does not possess the same authority as his father. His prestige is insufficient to compel the numerous elder officials. More importantly, although Emperor Shao has departed, the master of the Taoist sect and Lan Yu still remain, acting as two stabilizing forces pressuring both the Taoist sect and the court. Of course, among the elders, there will be those who advocate for war, just as there are younger individuals who desire peace. It cannot be generalized. However, overall, the elder officials tend to favor peace, while the younger generation leans toward conflict, which is the prevailing trend. In today's Shiliang governor's mansion, there are technically 3 advocates for peace: Yizue, Li Jinj, and the Wheel King, while Lu Chun stands as the sole proponent of war. Yet, due to the prevailing circumstances, he must temporarily shift to align with the peace faction, leading everyone to nod in agreement with Li Jinj's remarks. The negotiations proceeded smoothly. After Li Jinj established the overall tone, it was only natural to label the Sword Sect remnants as the culprits, providing a summary of the previous events, which was the desired outcome for the Dark Guard. However, for the Demon Suppression Hall to accept this conclusion, the Dark Guard must demonstrate greater sincerity, essentially offering the Taoist sect a satisfactory explanation, which is the crux of these negotiations. The earlier exchanges of tentative inquiries and casual banter were merely precursors to this final decisive agreement. Leaning back in his chair, the Wheel King appeared youthful only in appearance. Internally, he had aged like Li Jinj, and even showed signs of fatigue as he slowly stated, "The Inspector Judge is dead." Lu Chun suppressed the feigned amiability on his face, revealing the imposing aura of a regional official, and calmly replied, "He died at the hands of the Sword Sect remnants." The two shared an unspoken understanding. Deliberately omitting any mention of the intrigues within the Dragon Gate Inn, the Wheel King remarked, "It is not surprising that the Inspector Judge perished at the hands of the Sword Sect remnants. After all, those who survived multiple purges are undoubtedly experts above the human and celestial realms, while he was merely a ghostly figure." However, Mengpa had specifically mentioned a young man named Su Beiyu, stating that he had a master whose depth she could not perceive. Despite her innate ability to sense energy, Liu Chen nodded. On the night of the Chonglong Temple incident, an elderly man and a young man also appeared. The Wheel King lightly tapped his index finger on the armrest, thoughtfully resting his chin on his hand. They must be the ones who took Ji Yun, and considering the timeline, the elder remnants of the Sword Sect should begin cultivating successors. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally felt a sense of relief, allowing a hint of warmth to return to his expression, dispelling the earlier gloom. After all, the Dark Guard had emerged as the loser in this struggle. What could not be regained on the battlefield would not be reclaimed at the negotiating table. Achieving a stable resolution to the aftermath was already meeting expectations, and the Wheel King's mention of Ji Yun could also be seen as a subtle warning, making it wise to know when to stop. While ahead, Liu Chen's voice was slightly subdued, reflecting both sincerity and a tinge of sorrow, skillfully balancing the two without letting the sorrow morph into schadenfreude. The Chonglong Temple, nestled within the city of Jianghu, had been obliterated by the remnants of the Sword Sect, and the responsibility of the Northwest Dark Guard was undeniable. Thus, he prepared a modest gift, not daring to ask for the Taoist sect's magnanimity, only seeking to console the spirits of the deceased. The Wheel King adjusted his posture, finally adopting a semblance of formality. His silence implied acquiescence. Lu Chen could not suppress a sigh. The success of the peace talks also signified the comprehensive failure of the Northwest Dark Guard, leaving only a thin veneer of dignity, which further indicated that his own career was nearing its end. Not only was his return to the imperial capital indefinitely postponed, but even his position as deputy commander was precariously hanging by a thread. Liu Chun retrieved the purple sandalwood box he had brought. Feeling the dense sword energy emanating from within, a chill penetrating to the bone, that he softly spoke. This sword was acquired from a master of the Sword Sect. It measures 3 feet 4 inches in length. With a 3-inch hilt, elegantly designed, the blade a pale hue, and the guard and tip a deep black, razor sharp, qualifying it as an exquisite weapon of our time. The Wheel King straightened, a serious expression crossing his face as he murmured, "It is the mysterious sword." Liu Chun nodded affirmatively. The Wheel King gazed at the sword box in Lu Chen's hand, a satisfied smile breaking upon his face, saying, "Indeed, the Dark Guard shows great sincerity." Lu Chun set down the sword box and retrieved a hefty dossier, hesitating momentarily before stating, "This contains information on the remnants of the Sword Sect that the Northwest Dark Guard has gathered over the past 2 decades. I shall hand it over to the Demon Suppression Hall today, hoping they can utilize it effectively to eradicate the Sword Sect remnants and avenge today's grievances." The Wheel King rose to accept the dossier, his countenance grave, remaining silent. To him, this dossier was more precious than the mysterious sword. Over the years, Gongsun Zhangmo had tirelessly rallied support, in the Demon Suppression Hall was aware of this, but they were hindered by a lack of manpower. Excelling in pursuit but falling short in intelligence gathering compared to the rumored 200,000 of the Dark Guard, Liu Qin's gesture was indeed well calibrated, making it difficult for the Wheel King to decline. Yi Zue, who had remained silent, sighed softly. Lord Liu makes a grand gesture. Liu Qin smiled in response, rising to present the sword box to the Wheel King, his tone shifting to one of somber tranquility. Wheel King, this situation has escalated, alarming both the Taoist sect and the imperial court. If we allow it to spiral further, both you and I will become mere pawns in this game, unable to act of our own volition. Therefore, I hope we can consider this matter resolved today, leaving no loose ends, for the future remains long, does it not? The Wheel King handed the sword box and dossier to Yi Zue, deep in contemplation. While Lu Chun, clad in his flying fish robe, awaited his response, Li Jinj nodded subtly towards the Wheel King, hoping for his agreement. After a lengthy pause, a smile finally returned to the Wheel King's face, fleetingly laced with a hint of menace. As he nodded, I have one request. The Dark Guard must assist the Demon Suppression Hall in capturing 2 remnants of the Sword Sect, Liu Qin softly replied. Agreed. Chapter 40. The present state of court in Jianghu Xiliang Prefecture, bordering the western regions, transitions into desert and barren lands beyond the Human Pass, with numerous small nations coexisting. While the Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall possess some foothold here, it cannot be compared to the Central Plains. Thus, capturing the 2 so-called remnants of the Sword Sect requires intercepting us before we enter the western regions. As Gongsun Zhongmo stated, the journey from Dunhuang City to Human Pass represents their final opportunity. In truth, the Guardian of the Thousand Buddha Caves was tasked with safeguarding the entrance to the western regions, but Zhang Wubing was evidently not one to fulfill his duty diligently. He had his own ambitions, especially after the Buddhist sect stripped him of his Dragon King title, and he would not linger within their ranks for long. At this moment, Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu were walking along the streets of Dongcheng, while Jiun had already returned to the inn. Unlike the dark and somber West City, Dongcheng was brightly lit even in the dead of night. Passing through a street lined with brothels, many dazzling women and their managers were actively courting customers. Gongsun Zhongmo, for once, had donned a new outfit today, exuding an aura of authority that deterred the women from approaching him, although the inexperienced Su Beiyu found himself awkwardly jostled by a group of women. His clothing in disarray and his face slightly flushed from unintended contact with certain soft areas. Finally escaping the throng of flirtatious ladies, Su Beiyu waved his hand to disperse the cloying scent of perfume. Returning to their earlier discussion, are we heading to the western regions? Or does Master have connections there? Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head. That area is the territory of the White Lotus sect. I have no connections there. Su Beiyu appeared puzzled. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled. Who said we are going to the western regions? While the area west of Xiliang Prefecture indeed leads to the western regions, the east opens to vast grasslands. By traversing the entire prairie, we can reach the northeast, where the Liao King's stronghold lies. He is the last of the non-surnamed feudal lords in existence, although he has faced significant suppression from the likes of Emperor Xiao and Lan Yu, as well as Wei Jin. His standing remains considerable in the 3 northeastern provinces that in earlier years. I had some rapport with him, and he is reliable. Crossing the grasslands, Su Beiyu could not help but admire his master's audacity. The grasslands were expansive. He had heard his teacher speak of them, stating that departing from the grassland royal court and riding eastward could leave one wandering for a month, with the surroundings still a vast sea of grass. Even on foot, it could take years to traverse. Of course, if his master were to employ his sword-riding technique, it would be a different story. The thought of walking across the vast grasslands made Su Beiyu a bit apprehensive, a natural reaction, as he sought to strive but was not yet ready for a monk's asceticism. Noticing his disciple's hesitation, Gongsun Zhongmo continued, we will not head to the northeast just yet. First, we will go to Jilu City. Jilu City? Su Beiyu inquired. I've heard of it. It seems to be a fief of some royal family. Gongsun Zhongmo revealed, Jilu City was originally the location of the protectorate of the Great Chu dynasty, situated at the convergence of the Central Plains and the grasslands. After the downfall of the Great Chu, it changed hands several times, ultimately falling into neglect, becoming a place neglected by all 3 factions, thus attracting numerous refugees, bandits, and even disgraced nobles as well as rogue cultivators, a veritable melting pot of society. Then how did it become a fief? Su Beiyu asked, frowning. Gongsun Zhongmo explained, the Xiao family actually divides into two branches. One branch, the Hojian lineage, originates from the marriage of the Xiao emperor's sister to the ruler of the Hojian state. The other branch is the current royal family of Deqi. Both share the same ancestry. After the founding of Deqi, the emperor bestowed titles to royal relatives, and the Xiao family heavily distributed fiefs, earning them the title of direct lineage, indicating their close kinship. The Hojian branch, however, occupies a somewhat ambiguous position, higher than common nobility but lower than direct lineage and external relatives, referred to as collateral lineage. Jianghu city was granted to the collateral lineage member. Prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo. Su Beiyu recalled having read about the prominent noble families, remembering that Xiao Mo was the legitimate eldest son of the previous Prince of Lingwu, Xiao Shu, who was the 23rd of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Gongsun Zhongmo added quietly, Xiao Mo is aligned with Emperor Xiao, not with Lan Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Su Beiyu grasped his master's implication. Evidently, his master understood the concept of leveraging power. But he did not wish to align with any faction. Rather, he aimed to let the Taoist sect and the court engage in mutual destruction while he observed from the sidelines. This atmosphere of mutual hostility had long been brewing within the Taoist sect and the court. Though the older generation had suppressed it firmly, Gongsun Zhongmo's goal was to continually undermine the pro-peace faction led by the elders, assisting the younger pro-war faction in rising, ultimately leading to a complete rift between the court and the Taoist sect. Since Xiao Mo was not aligned with Lan Yu, he could be considered a useful ally. Furthermore, Gongsun Zhongmo hinted at a more significant revelation. The Xiao emperor was the most prominent advocate for war. This sovereign, having reigned for 20 years, could no longer tolerate the existence of the two saints narrative, nor could he endure Lan Yu's constant interference. Upon realizing the implications, Su Beiyu remarked solemnly, "The Dark Guard was responsible for the destruction of Chonglong Temple, and the Dark Guard is directly under the emperor." Gongsun Zhongmo nodded in approval. Thus, the truth behind the Chonglong Temple incident is that the Xiao emperor tested the Taoist sect's reaction while circumventing Lan Yu. If the Taoist sect were to compromise or retreat, the emperor would reveal further maneuvers. Su Beiyu remained perplexed. In order to fend off external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. There is still Lan Yu, who stands above all others in the court. Why does the Xiao emperor not resolve matters with him before targeting the Taoist sect? Gongsun Zhongmo, producing a flask of wine from somewhere, inhaled its aroma and replied calmly, "It's quite simple. Lan Yu's backing is the Taoist sect. Han Xian and Zhang Wubing suffered defeat, not merely due to Lan Yu's tactics, but largely because of the Taoist sect's intervention. During the conquest, the Xiao emperor, the Taoist sect's leader, and Lan Yu were referred to as the three chariots of the Northwest, with deep ties among them. If Lan Yu were in peril, the Taoist sect's leader would not stand idly by. Hence the Xiao emperor must first address the Taoist sect. If my intuition serves me well, there are already individuals within the Taoist sect who have pledged allegiance to the Xiao emperor, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at Lan Yu. The once mighty prime minister is about to enter a turbulent period." Gongsun Zhongmo uncorked the wine flask and took a sip, but Su Beiyu remarked, 20 years of enduring and biding time. This emperor is no simple character." Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled. "Indeed, not simple at all. Xiao Yu has only this one son, raised beside him since childhood and tutored by Lin Yinping. If he were a fool, that would be truly strange." As they spoke, the pair arrived before a grand estate. The crimson doors stood closed, flanked by imposing stone lions. Su Beiyu noted that the lions bore 13 tufts of mane, indicating that this estate was no ordinary noble's residence, but rather an actual princely manor. Gongsun Zhongmo softly stated, "The court and Jianghu may seem unrelated, yet in truth, the court influences Jianghu, and Jianghu reciprocates. Those far removed from the Jianghu can indeed affect the lofty court. This is Xiao Mo's estate in Shiliang Prefecture. That I will meet him shortly. You should wait here." Chapter 41. Night approaches the prince's residence. To meet the heir, the estate appeared desolate, devoid of guards, and surrounded by a lack of passers-by, as if it had long been abandoned. However, since Gongsun Zhongmo claimed it was Xiao Mo's retreat, there must be hidden depths within. Presumably, the Prince of Lingwu was cautious, unwilling to present himself as an overbearing figure in the territory of the Shiliang clan. Had it been the Lingwu prince's manor, the atmosphere would likely be entirely different. After Gongsun Zhongmo gracefully entered the estate, Su Beiyu withdrew into the shadows beside the manor, beginning to gather his breath and channel his inner energy while silently absorbing the residual sword energy within his body by the time the hour of the rat arrived. Gongsun Zhongmo had yet to emerge from the estate. Su Beiyu began to feel anxious. After several moments of hesitation, he moved to a secluded corner, his figure darting silently over the high courtyard wall. Slipping into the mannered in any noble residence, regardless of size or layout. Those of princely status invariably adhered to their own protocols. The intricate corridors twisted and turned, and without understanding their complexities, one could easily lose their way upon entry. This reminded Su Beiyu of a widely circulated tale about a reckless man attempting to assassinate the emperor, but ended up wandering the palace for half the night without locating the emperor's quarters. Ultimately becoming lost himself, Su Beiyu found himself in a similar predicament. Fortunately, the estate had few servants, and most areas were shrouded in darkness, with only the main hall brightly illuminated. He simply needed to proceed toward the light. Su Beiyu's figure, concealed by the night, moved silently like a cat, gliding without a sound. Now at the third-grade realm, Su Beiyu was not yet a master. In the imperial capital, he would be akin to a guard. But in the distant Shiliang prefecture, this level of cultivation was considered quite respectable. While Shiliang was home to many elite soldiers, true masters were scarce. Su Beiyu dared not approach the intricately designed main hall directly, and instead first ventured into an inconspicuous side courtyard. In the side courtyard, there were people, and bright lights shone from within. Su Beiyu did not dare to come too close, but it was late summer, and the heat lingered, prompting the occupants to open the windows. Revealing the scene inside, Su Beiyu's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively stifled his breath. A gloomy man clad in the third-grade flying fish attire sat within, his brow furrowed with an undeniable shadow. Beside him sat a young man adorned in a crimson dragon robe. The robe, crafted from satin, varied in the number of dragons embroidered upon it according to rank, its color distinguishing the 5 primary hues: red, green, yellow, white, and black, known as the upper 5 colors, while purple, pink, blue, lake, and fragrant colors represented the lower 5, or secondary colors. Only royal relatives or first-grade nobles had the right to wear the upper 5 colors, while those of the second grade or below could don the lower 5. In the Great Qi, black was the most esteemed color, followed by white, and then red. The young man in the crimson robe, featuring 9 embroidered dragons, was thus akin to a national duke. This was Xiao Mo's residence. Xiao Mo was nearing 70, making the young man's identity evident. He was the heir to the prince. Su Beiyu endeavored to recall the contents of the family evaluations, which were collaborative works of several esteemed scholars, specifically critiquing the prominent noble families of the world, besides recording the current heads of these families. It also listed the next generation heirs qualified to succeed. Naturally, the heir of the Prince of Lingwu would be among them. It was noteworthy that although the Gongsun family had perished, they still held a place in the family evaluations. With Gongsun Zhongmo as the current head, yet the heirs section was conspicuously empty, a dismal state. After pondering for a while, Su Beiyu finally remembered the heir's name: Xiao Shilu. He was the younger son of Xiao Mo, with an elder brother named Xiao Shilian who had passed away several years prior, leading Xiao Mo to designate Xiao Shilu as the heir. Due to the succession of 2 heirs, the family evaluations had explicitly noted this. Su Beiyu found the naming conventions of the Xiao family perplexing. Xiao Mo and Emperor Xiao were contemporaries, yet judging by the names of the 2 sons, it seemed the Xiao family had reached a generation where the character Shi was prevalent. However, the current crown prince, along with the reigning Emperor Jing, Emperor Wu, Emperor Taizu, and the current Emperor Xiao Xian, all had 2 character names. Following a lineage, shaking his head, Su Beiyu concluded that the naming within the Xiao family was too chaotic. One could not discern the generation merely from the names alone, relying instead on the family evaluations for clarity. Xiao Shilu poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip, and remarked, "Lord Lu seems burdened with worries?" Lu Chun, unable to conceal his fatigue, sighed. "It is indeed due to the matter of Chonglong Temple." Xiao Shilu smiled. "Hasn't Lord Lu already reached an understanding with the Demon Suppression Hall?" Lu Chun responded with a cold smile. "The Taoists of the Demon Suppression Hall, relying on their martial prowess, forced me into an alliance, and if I do not avenge this enmity, my 23 years in the Dark Guard will be in vain." Xiao Shilu shook his head, saying, "To be fair, the Wheel King is relatively reasonable. If it were someone like the Eastern Ghost Emperor, the Northwest Dark Guard would be truly in chaos." Liu Chen stroked his beard, slowly stating, "If the Eastern Ghost Emperor were to come forth, I would not be the one to greet him. one of the three commanders of the White Tiger Hall would likely take the stage. And at that point, the Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall would be irreparably torn apart. Xiao Shilu was about to speak when he suddenly glanced outside, his eyes narrowing as he sneered. I was careless earlier and failed to notice a little mouse hiding in the courtyard that Su Beiyu, eavesdropping, sensed the impending danger. Just as he hesitated over whether to reveal himself or flee, Xiao Shilu took the initiative, launching a punch that shattered the wall before him, crashing through it and heading straight for Su Beiyu's hiding place. Liu Qin merely observed, showing no intention to intervene. Xiao Shilu was a master of the first rank. In an instant, his overwhelming fist intent surged forth like a mighty river, fierce as thunder, reminiscent of the young girl from the Dragon Gate in Su Beiyu had traveled alongside Gongsun Zhangmo, diligently honing his skills. Advancing from Sword 4 to Sword 13, and with the support of Tianlan's Sword Qi, his swordsmanship was commendably proficient. With a clang, Tianlan unsheathed from behind him, spinning midair and slicing towards Xiao Shilyu's arm. For disciples of the Sword Sect, the simplest way to prove one's swordsmanship is to wield their sword with mastery. Even the most rudimentary technique is a genuine demonstration of sword control. Xiao Shilu scoffed, clearly dismissive of this so-called sword control, and swept his arm horizontally. The clash between his forearm and the sword's edge produced a sound akin to metal striking stone, as if two weapons had collided. Su Beiyu leaped up, catching the returning Tianlan's sword, but the fierce fist intent that clung to the sword surged into his body, draining the color from his face. This was the Xiao family's fist intent. Capable of shattering the void when perfected, Su Beiyu thought he had taken sufficient precautions, only to realize he had underestimated Xiao Shilyu's prowess. Gripping Tianlan tightly, Su Beiyu dared not hold back, with a swift execution of Sword 9. He instantly conjured 5 sword shadows in front of him. Among the 36 swords, Sword 9 was the most elusive, capable of creating myriad sword images that blurred the lines of reality. However, Su Beiyu's cultivation was still shallow, and 5 sword shadows were already his limit. Observing this, Xiao Shilu did not rush to strike. Instead, he remarked with interest, Sword 36. So, a remnant of the Sword Sect dares to play tricks in the Wangfu at night. State your name. This young master does not slay nameless ghosts. Su Beiyu remained silent, waving his hand as the 5 sword shadows shot forth, 2 of which were real, while the other 3 were illusions. Xiao Shilu smirked, charging forward again, his fists unleashed, instantly dispersing the 2 sword shadows. However, those 2 striking sword shadows were merely illusions, while the 2 real ones pierced his lower and middle dantians. Xiao Shilyu's expression finally shifted, abruptly halting his advance. The sword shadows failed to leave marks on his body, merely tearing through his crimson python robe, yet the stone ground beneath his feet bore the cracks of his weight. Not daring to linger, Su Beiyu executed Sword 7, moving with the sword as if he were an arrow, darting out of the courtyard and vanishing into the night. Chapter 42, The Spirit Martial Duke. Xiaomo Su Beiyu did not dare to linger in the residence any longer, even if there were no hidden experts or if all had been summoned to deal with his master. He was still no match for Xiao Shilu alone, that he had relied on 2 factors to confront a first-rank opponent: the advantage of Tianlan and the element of surprise from Sword 36. He had managed to escape due to Xiao Shilyu's carelessness, but he had no confidence that he could withstand 3 moves from this young master again. At such a young age, Xiao Shilu had already attained the first rank. The Spirit Martial Duke, Xiao Mo, who had emerged from the battlefield and gained his status through military achievements, likely possessed the realm of an immortal. However, Su Beiyu had initially approached the light, but now, in a hurried retreat, he found himself surrounded by darkness. The noble estates loomed like slumbering beasts in the shadows, and after several leaps, he found himself deeper within the estate rather than escaping. Su Beiyu's palms began to sweat. If he failed to escape before dawn, the absence of cover would spell disaster. Just as he climbed over another wall, he unexpectedly encountered 2 figures. Even Su Beiyu, usually composed during significant events, was left momentarily speechless that he saw his master, Gongsun Zhangmo, standing alongside an elderly man with a head of white hair. The old man was tall, clad in a black python robe embroidered with 9 dragons. His waist adorned with a jade belt, and 6 large eastern pearls glimmered under the moonlight atop his crown. According to the customs of the Great Qi, the number of eastern pearls on a crown was predetermined. The emperor had 9, the crown prince 8, and so forth, decreasing in number for dukes and princes. The identity of this elder was unmistakable. He glanced at Su Beiyu, who had barged in, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, and said with a smile, "Brother Gongsun, your disciple is quite impressive." Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled lightly. "Your grace flatters me." It appeared that Gongsun was quite familiar with the elder, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he gestured for his disciple to come closer. Once Su Beiyu approached, Gongsun gently explained, "This is the spirit martial duke, who once served as the governor of Shiliang Prefecture in the 5th year of the Chengping era. Lan Yu deposed the governor and became the protector of the western regions. This duke preferred not to endure the sands of the Yimengguan and thus retreated, residing in Jiulu City, Dunhuang City, Zhongdu, and the imperial capital according to the seasons. Currently, he is in Dunhuang, that if you had arrived a few days later, he would have moved to Jiulu City." After establishing their acquaintance, Xiaomo turned to Su Beiyu with a warm smile. "In my youth, I served under the Khan of the grasslands, accustomed to the seasonal migrations of the plains. Upon returning from the grasslands, I emulated this lifestyle, residing in Zhongdu in early January, moving to Dunhuang after mid-April, and then to Jiulu in early July, departing the northwest for the imperial capital as the weather turns cold." Su Beiyu was not surprised that Xiao Mo had served in the grasslands, since the Khan was not only the leader of various tribes, but also the northern king appointed by the central court. More importantly, his sister was married to the founding emperor, who had risen with the support of her family. In more straightforward terms, the Khan was the emperor's uncle, a powerful relative indeed. Su Beiyu bowed respectfully. "I have met the duke." Perhaps out of respect for Gongsun Zhongmo, Xiao Mo did not assume a noble's demeanor, but instead appeared as an ordinary elder, smiling. "I am of the same generation as Brother Gongsun. If you do not mind, you may call me Uncle Xiao." Su Beiyu smiled, refraining from taking it literally, and certainly did not dare to call him Uncle Xiao. Xiao Mo was unconcerned, merely smiling it off. Gongsun Zhongmo suddenly spoke. "Speaking of the Khan of the grasslands, we must mention the founding emperor of the Great Qi, Xiao Yu. In his time, he was the sovereign of all under heaven. Now, however, Emperor Xiao is merely the emperor of the Great Qi." "Su Beiyu, do you know the difference?" Su Beiyu shook his head in ignorance. Xiao Mo explained, "During the late emperor's reign, neither the grasslands nor the Ho Jian dared to harbor ulterior motives. However, after the late emperor's passing, not only the grasslands and Ho Jian, but even the Wei king and the northeast Liao king began to stir, showing insubordination to the court. Thus, the current emperor can only be considered nominally sovereign over all." Su Beiyu pondered. "Does the duke mean that the Khan of the grasslands has ulterior motives?" Xiao Mo laughed heartily. "A clever child indeed." Gongsun Zhongmo dismissed the notion. "There are no true heroes in times of peace. It is merely a child achieving fame. Without the late Empress Lin, how could he enjoy his current glory? When discussing certain unattainable women, especially those with stories, even the most reticent men become loquacious." Although Xiao Mo was a renowned duke, he could not escape this norm, his expression reflecting nostalgia as he remarked, "Empress Lin, I might begrudgingly call her sister-in-law. Her presence was truly unparalleled among women for a century. During her lifetime, who dared to defy her? Even the late emperor would occasionally find himself embarrassed. There was a saying in the court about the two saints, referring not to the emperor and the headmaster, but to the emperor and empress themselves. The late couple spent their lives together, sharing the same bed and attending court side by side, their bond profound. The 6 palaces remained vacant, and there were no other children. Within 3 months of the late emperor's passing, the empress followed, their love enduring even in death. Perhaps reminded of his own wife, Gongsun Zhongmo unexpectedly exhibited a hint of wistfulness. Xiao Mo's smile revealed a trace of disdain. Empress Lin was the daughter of the previous Khan, Lin Yuan, and the sister of the current Khan, Lin Han. Brother Gongsun speaks truthfully. Without the empress's support, Lin Han would never have ascended to the throne of the Khan. Su Beiyu sighed. "In such a relationship, what more could one desire?" Xiao Mo replied, "Young people should not be overly fixated on romantic matters, for the vast empire lies before you. If you cannot shoulder it, what a pity that would be." Su Beiyu shook his head. "I am but a commoner. How could I dare to think of such matters?" Xiao Mo finally displayed a hint of the duke's authority. Speaking sternly, "I do not appreciate such talk. I have been through this. I understand the fervor of youth. I have encountered countless people and believe I possess some discernment. That I do not believe you are one to settle for mediocrity." Su Beiyu glanced at his master, noticing no signs of discontent on his face, and finally revealed some of his hidden thoughts, saying, "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am afraid of making a misstep that could lead to a path of ruin." Xiao Mo quickly regained his previous joviality, saying, "Whether a path is right or wrong is not for you to decide. With your master overseeing you, you will not stray from the path. Moreover, everyone inevitably makes mistakes in their lifetime. If everyone adhered strictly to the rules, how dull this world would be." Chapter 43. Who is the praying mantis, and who is the cicada? Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu departed the duke's residence in the early hours. Along the way, Su Beiyu recounted his experiences from the previous night, particularly regarding the dark-clad officials and the young master, Xiao Shilu. Gongsun Zhongmo was not surprised. Those like Xiao Mo, high-ranking officials, were accustomed to keeping a firm grip on most matters. Regarding the elusive Gongsun Zhongmo, they appeared familiar but were, in fact, wary that no matter how strong their ties of friendship, true trust was hard to come by. This was true for both Xiao Mo and the northeast Liao King. The master and disciple did not linger in the eastern city, returning to the southern inn to gather Jianghu before proceeding directly out of Dunhuang's city gates under the morning light. About 20 miles from the city, Su Beiyu finally could not contain his curiosity. "Master, why are we in such haste to leave Dunhuang?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied plainly, "The demon suppression hall and the dark guard are about to move." Su Beiyu felt a twinge of shock, but refrained from probing further into how his master knew this information. In his view, given his master's connections with figures like Xiao Mo, he clearly had deeper roots than he appeared to. Perhaps there were old acquaintances among the demon suppression hall and the dark guard. Gongsun Zhongmo's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts, and he himself felt little sentiment, having lived as a remnant of the sword sect for decades. With the demon suppression hall's pursuit ongoing for over 10 years, he had long since shed any feelings of anxiety or fear. Rather, it was those from the demon suppression hall who were consumed by such emotions. As they pursued him, the current leader of the sword sect, where a single misstep could lead to death, creating an atmosphere of great terror that few could face calmly. The collaboration between the Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall was neither the first nor would it be the last. An hour after Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo exited the city, a carriage followed suit, flanked by 200 guards from the Shiliang military, their formation imposing, the sound of hooves thunderous. Inside the carriage were three figures: Lu Chun, the Wheel King, and a blood-armored figured Lu Chun lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside. Sneering, Gongsun Zhongmo does not disguise his movements. He awaits our trap. The Wheel King leaned against the carriage wall, nonchalantly stating, "The mantis stalks the cicada." Who is the mantis and who is the cicada? Gongsun Zhongmo is indeed a master, but he harbors the flaws of the sword sect, too much faith in his sword and an overestimation of himself. Believing he can conquer the world with it. In the past, the founding emperor wove a vast net over the world using the Dark Guard, while the headmaster employed the Demon Suppression Hall like a spider within this net, both effectively capturing insect prey. Unfortunately, in recent years, the Taoist sect and the court have grown distant, and while the spider possesses the skill to catch insects, it cannot ensnare them, merely watching them escape the web. Today, with our collaboration, there should be no room for error, Lu Chun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. If you and I could eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo, he would have perished long ago and would not still be wandering about. The Wheel King's face paled further as he coughed lightly, chuckling. Who said we must kill Gongsun Zhongmo? We do not possess such capability, and even if we did, it would not be our credit to claim. We are merely part of this great net. The spider has its own designated wielder. For us, success does not necessarily mean killing. Failure does not preclude it either, as long as we achieve our goals. That is sufficient. Lu Chun pondered for a moment, and then remarked, "The Wheel King is indeed the right-hand man of the king of the underworld. Your insight is beyond my grasp." The Wheel King laughed heartily. "What insight? It is merely the luck of living a bit longer, gaining some understanding of what to do and what not to do." Lu Chun sighed. "We have ultimately become pawns on this chessboard, subject to the whims of others." The Wheel King interlocked his pale fingers in front of him, speaking slowly. "The world is a chessboard, and the Taoist sect and court are the players. The central plains in Jiangnan are the great dragons. While the Northwest should not have been embroiled in this struggle, however, due to certain reasons, the idle pawn of Chonlong Temple has become a crucial factor in this corner dispute. Pulling on one thread affects the entire fabric. Thus, we find ourselves in the current predicament. In truth, we have long been pieces on the board. It is just that we were unaware until now." Lu Chun lowered his head, tacitly acknowledging the Wheel King's assertion. The Wheel King continued, "This is a game between the court and the Taoist sect. Our faction hopes for a stalemate, while yours insists on a clear victor. However, regardless of the outcome, a fundamental premise must be met. The game must remain within the rules. If we exceed those boundaries, someone is bound to overturn the board, transforming the game into a violent conflict, resulting in mutual destruction. Liu Chen raised his head and spoke solemnly, and others will benefit from the chaos. The Wheel King nodded in agreement. Gongsun Zhongmo sees through this, which is why he wishes to be a disruptor, to muddle the game, compelling the court and the Taoist sect to upend the board. Only in that chaos does he stand a chance to revive the sword sect. That Liu Chen murmured. What a Gongsun Zhongmo. No wonder he is the leader of the sword sect, the Wheel King remarked casually. Years ago, when the sword peak master defected, betraying the sword sect and slaughtering the sword Qi Lingkong Hall, only the Grandmaster and Emperor Shao were privy to this. Even the immortal Su Guanchen did not foresee it. Yet, Gongsun Zhongmo saw through it and fled Bio Island early, thus escaping death. From that moment, I knew he was extraordinary. Had he not been born of the sword sect, but of the Taoist sect, he would also be among the players today. Liu Chen felt a wave of despondency. If the world was indeed a chessboard, he was not far from being a discarded piece. Escape, in this vast world. Where could one go that was not ensnared in the web of the Dark Guard? The Dark Guards were always more merciless towards traitors than they were to enemies. Just the thought of the 3 grim commanders in the White Tiger Hall sent shivers down his spine. The Wheel King sat cross-legged, his hands resting gently on his knees, and spoke softly. Gongsun Zhongmo has broken the rules, and thus he must face death. The Taoist sect and the court are in agreement on this matter. Even if it means temporarily sealing the chessboard, Gongsun Zhongmo must be eliminated. He gazed at Liu Chen, his profound eyes seemingly piercing through his thoughts, and calmly added, "This is also your final opportunity to atone for your past mistakes." Liu Chen straightened, remaining silent as a palpable aura of bloodlust enveloped the carriage. However, the source of this murderous intent was not Liu Chen himself, but the blood-armored figure beside him, unable to conceal his own deep-seated gloom. Liu Chen wearily remarked, "Years ago, the martial ancestor emperor left behind 12 blood guards to suppress evil. After being refined by King Wei, their power has only increased, due to the escalating tensions in the northwest. Commander Fu specifically entrusted one to me." The Wheel King nodded slightly. Showing no surprise, Liu Chen reached out to remove the sealing talisman from the blood guard's forehead. In the next moment, the blood guard crashed through the carriage, charging forward with the ferocity of a blinding scarlet streak across the heavens. Chapter 44. A thunderous roar shakes 500 miles as the blood guard departed. The Wheel King, who had been sitting beside Liu Chen, vanished without a trace. 10 miles away, Gongsun Zhongmo abruptly halted, gripping the Xianming at his waist. Moments later, a blood-red thunderbolt descended like a divine weapon, crashing into Gongsun Zhongmo with its very body. Unperturbed, Gongsun Zhongmo did not draw his Xianming. With a casual flick of his sword, he repelled the blood-red lightning. It was at this moment that Su Beiyu finally discerned the true nature of the blood-red figure. It was a towering figure, 8 feet tall, clad in impenetrable blood-red armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of blood that bore a resemblance to the ghostly soldiers of ancient battlefields. Although their strengths were worlds apart, one a mere pawn, the other a formidable warrior on the battlefield, they shared a fundamental similarity, being devoid of any consciousness, existing in a bizarre state of half-life. Nervous, Jiyun whispered to Su Beiyu, "I have heard my master mention that the Dark Guard Bureau possesses 12 blood guards, each impervious to blades and fire, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners." Indeed, although Gongsun Zhongmo's sword had pushed the blood guard back, it sustained no substantial damage, its aura of blood still surging fiercely. Instilling fear in all who beheld it, Su Beiyu's eyes widened as he scrutinized the blood guard, asking, "Master, what exactly is this blood guard?" Gongsun Zhongmo slightly tilted his Xianming, unconcerned, and replied, "This creature is called a blood guard. Back in the day, we referred to it as a blood-armored man, originally a trinket created by Xiao Lai for his son. Xiao Jin. It served little purpose, merely acting as a guardian. Later, Xiao Jin, along with Ming Qian, improved it by incorporating the Taoist heavenly character talisman, rendering it more than a mere decoration. It seems the Office of Ceremonial Affairs and the Tiangui Pavilion under Lan Yu also got involved, expending countless resources, resulting in only 12 of these blood-armored men. Su Beiyu gasped in admiration. With the court's financial resources, they could only produce 12 blood guards. Clearly, they are incredibly valuable, worth their weight in gold. Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head and laughed. not merely worth gold. Even if worldly merchants were willing to pay 100,000 gold, they could not acquire such a blood-armored man, nor would they dare to. It involves numerous intricate entanglements of fate. Should an ordinary person attempt to wield this blood-soaked armor, they would likely perish within 7 days. That Su Beiyu was left speechless. Gongsun Zhongmo raised his xianming and suddenly declared, "If you do not come forth now, I shall truly destroy this blood guard, leaving you with nothing." A young Taoist appeared behind the blood guard, his snow-white hand covering his mouth as he coughed lightly, then bowed respectfully. "The Wheel King of the Demon Suppression Hall has come to see you, Mr. Gongsun." Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly, "The Wheel King, rank 10th, have you come to seek a duel with me, or are you following Chun Ye's orders to hunt me down?" The Wheel King responded softly, "I have not come to confront you, Mr. Gongsun, but rather to request the return of a person." Gongsun Zhongmo remained unfazed, asking, "Who do you seek?" The Wheel King extended his pale finger, pointing at Jiyun. "She is a disciple of our Taoist sect and the sole survivor of Chonglong Temple. She ought to return with me to Duxiang Peak to meet the master and recount the events of Chonglong Temple." Upon seeing the Wheel King gaze in her direction, Jiyun recalled the fearsome inspector and the Northern Ghost Emperor, her face paling as she instinctively hid behind Su Beiyu. "And what if I refuse to hand her over?" Gongsun Zhongmo drove the xianming, along with its sheath, into the ground, crossing his arms over the sword's hilt. The Wheel King, unperturbed by Gongsun Zhongmo's response, chuckled bitterly. "Why must you make this difficult for someone as insignificant as me?" "Insignificant?" Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled lightly. "Then who qualifies as significant?" The Wheel King replied somberly, "Certainly the Lord of the Hall, the various peak masters, and the master himself." Gongsun Zhongmo calmly stated, "Then let the significant ones come to me for her." The Wheel King fixed his gaze on Jiyun, slowly saying, "Since you refuse to relent, I have no choice." Before he could finish, the still blood guard suddenly erupted into motion, its fist crashing towards Gongsun Zhongmo's face. Gongsun Zhongmo narrowly crossed his sword in front of him, the sheath vibrating 9 times in rapid succession, deflecting the fist with precision, his stance unwavering as tall as a mountain. Su Beiyu discerned the underlying technique. The bloodguard's punch bore the essence of the Shao family's martial arts, fierce and unyielding, while his master employed the soft, yielding style of the sword, embodying the principle of overcoming the hard with the soft. Suddenly, Su Beiyu felt a chill at his neck. The moment the bloodguard struck, the Wheel King vanished, but instead of attacking Gongsun Zhongmo, he appeared beside Su Beiyu, his icy fingers resting on his neck. Su Beiyu was utterly defenseless, his energy suspended in that instant. The Wheel King coughed lightly, pressing down on Su Beiyu, softly saying, "Mr. Gongsun, how about exchanging a life for a life?" Gongsun Zhongmo feigned indifference, stepping forward. The xianming still sheathed, he struck the blood guard's chest with the hilt, forcing the massive figure back several paces. The blood guard, despite its formidable construction, was not immune to the impact. In the next moment, it surged back to its feet, charging forward like an ancient beast, carving a deep trench nearly 100 feet long into the ground, the aftermath causing the earth around to collapse and resonate with a thunderous roar. Gongsun Zhongmo gripped the sheath of his sword, positioning it before him. The xianming emitted a clear, melodious hum, as though eager for a worthy opponent. The blood guard slammed into the horizontal sword sheath, akin to a massive wave crashing against a dam. Gongsun Zhongmo remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, while the blood guard was repelled back several dozen feet, its feet carving deep grooves into the earth. Gongsun Zhongmo's expression remained stoic as he spun the long sword in his hand, gripping the hilt with measured calm. The xianming quivered slightly within its sheath. Sword 14, Thunder of the Sky. The sword's intent resonated, the heavens serving as a drum, the sword in his hand as a mallet, creating a thunderous beat that echoed throughout the realm. Years ago, Shangwan Xianxin had emerged from obscurity, defeating the first sword immortal of the south, Dongxing, with this very sword, shaking the heavens for 500 miles, and ultimately establishing his name. The soundless thunder surged through the blood guard's armor, reverberating within its form for 500 miles. The blood guard staggered backward, internal thunder echoing within, cracks forming on its armor, dark blood seeping from the fissures. Gongsun Zhongmo stepped forward again, covering 100 feet in a single stride. Finally, the xianming unsheathed with a resounding clang, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Moments later, as the sword energy dissipated, so too did the blood guard, reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 45. the sword severing life and death. The Wheel King watched this scene with a darkened expression. The booming sound of the sword still echoed in his ears, relentless and unyielding. Although he wielded no sword, he understood the sheer dominance of that blow. The path of swordsmanship typically comprises 4 stages: technique, qi, intent, and Tao. The most perfect sword is one that seamlessly merges all 4. The young man before him had barely grasped the threshold of qi, while sword 13 represented the pinnacle of qi. Sword 14 harmonized technique and qi into one. The Wheel King believed that had he faced this sword, he would have had no choice but to retreat, waiting for the momentum to wane before attempting to counterattack. Turning his gaze towards Gongsun Zhongmo, he spoke in a low tone. "What is your intention, Mr. Gongsun?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied flatly, "In my lifetime, I have never been coerced by others." The Wheel King frowned, asking, "Do you not fear for the life of your cherished disciple?" As he spoke, a blue-white chill radiated from the point where his finger rested, instantly encasing much of Su Beiyu's body in crystalline ice, shimmering and translucent. Jiun, witnessing this, was rendered speechless, desperately covering her mouth, fearing she might scream. The senior officials of the Demon Suppression Hall had revealed to her the dark side of the Taoist sect, more terrifying than the Dark Guard Bureau. Gongsun Zhongmo regarded the Wheel King, his eyes devoid of the usual muddiness of old age, appearing instead as clear as a newborn's. The Wheel King felt a shift in his expression, involuntarily blinking as a murderous intent surged. Within Gongsun Zhongmo's clear gaze, a shadow of a sword slowly emerged, as if a sword hidden in the depths of a lake was rising to the surface. In the next moment, the Wheel King found himself engulfed in darkness, his eyes transforming into 2 deep blood holes. He was blind. Without hesitation, the Wheel King summoned a surge of cold energy, instantly encasing Su Beiyu in ice, rendering him a lifelike sculpture, ready to shatter with the slightest touch. Yet Gongsun Zhongmo did not afford him that opportunity. With a flick of his finger, another sword strike was unleashed. This time, the Wheel King's right hand was severed cleanly, with his back against the wall. The Wheel King could no longer afford to care for Su Beiyu. Channeling all his strength into a counterattack, 6 radiant wheels materialized around him, spinning ceaselessly. The reason the Wheel King bore such a name was due to his mastery over the wheel of life and death. The 6 wheels converged into one, forming a colossal rotating disc in the void. As he waved his arms, the wheel began to spin rapidly, growing larger with each revolution, and after 36 turns, it had expanded to a mountain's size, obscuring the sky. Countless souls, tormented and wailing, pushed the wheel of life and death onward. Now, the wheel turned in the positive direction, signifying reincarnation after death. With each rotation, a suffocating aura of death seeped forth, threatening to annihilate any ordinary martial artist who came into contact with it, leaving even beings of the ghost and human immortal realms in a state of disarray. The Wheel King was indeed worthy of his rank as the 10th in the Demon Suppression Hall. The dark aura of death enveloped the world, casting a grayish veil over everything except Su Beiyu and Jiun, while Gongsun Zhongmo stood firm, embracing the deathly energy, his robes billowing as if caught in a tempest. The Wheel King, concealed behind the wheel and the aura of death, displayed a fluctuating demeanor, clutching a black stone in his remaining hand, weighing his options, hesitating to fleet by conventional wisdom. The Sword Sect was not renowned for defensive tactics. They had always favored offense over defense. Even if Gongsun Zhongmo were a celestial being, he should not remain unscathed amidst this suffocating death energy. Yet Gongsun Zhongmo defied all expectations, standing resolute, raising his Xinming, and positioning it before his eyes, lightly brushing his fingers along the blade. Instantly, 100-foot radius was filled with sword energy. From the center of his stance, countless sword energies swirled, dispelling the surrounding death aura and forming an impenetrable cage of sword energy. The Wheel King's expression shifted, but he had anticipated Gongsun Zhongmo's overwhelming prowess. No longer hesitating, he softly declared, "In the 10 halls of Yama, the 10th hall, the Wheel King resides beyond the dark stones of the underworld, judging solitary souls and differentiating between the rich and poor, determining lifespans, and dispatching souls for reincarnation. That my position as the second only to King Qin Guang in the 10 halls of Yama is for good reason. Even if I am not your match, I can still impede you." The black stone in the Wheel King's hand shot into the air like a meteor, carving a dark trajectory as it tore through the sea of sword energy, crashing forcefully into Gongsun Zhongmo's chest. Gongsun Zhongmo's white hair billowed violently as he staggered back, the sword energy momentarily stalling. Seizing this chance, the Wheel King transformed into a streak of black light. Attempting to flee this treacherous place, however, just as he morphed into a black streak, a mocking smile crept onto Gongsun Zhongmo's lips. Behind the Wheel King, a waiting sword descended with devastating force, caught off guard. The Wheel King was pierced through the heart by the Chuexia's sword, his energy dissipating in an instant. Gongsun Zhongmo raised his Xianming, delivering a decisive blow. The sword energy cascaded like the Milky Way, tearing the clouds asunder in its wake. Sword 13, with its overwhelming power, shattered the Wheel King's life wheel. The Wheel King was cleaved in two, blood spraying like rain, staining the icebound Su Beiyu crimson. Amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, Lu Chen arrived just in time, his eyes widening in disbelief, swiftly shifting to horror. His agreement to ally with the Wheel King in hunting down Gongsun Zhongmo had not stemmed from recklessness. He believed that with the 10th-ranked Wheel King and a blood guard that rivaled most human immortals, they would at least ensure their own safety against Gongsun Zhongmo. Yet, Lu Chen could never have anticipated that within the span of a single incense stick. Not only had the blood guard been destroyed, but the Wheel King had also met his demise beneath Gongsun Zhongmo's sword. The once mighty adversaries were reduced to mere dust before Gongsun Zhongmo, as if they were made of paper, obliterated in mere moments. Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed both the Xianming and Chuexia, turning his gaze toward Lu Chen. You are Lu Chen? If I recall correctly, you are one of Fu Zhongtian's men. Today, I shall spare your life. Go back and relay a message to Fu Zhongtian. Years ago, he orchestrated an assassination against me, Gongsun Zhongmo, mobilizing 8 senior assassins from the Dark Guard Bureau. I have always kept this debt in mind. And one day, I shall settle it with him. Liu Chun nodded repeatedly, carefully turning to leave At that moment. He could no longer care for the hunt of the remnants of the Sword Sect, or even his own position as commander. He only wished to flee this place as swiftly as possible. Gongsun Zhongmo's gaze turned icy as he swept his sleeve. All 200 of the guards fell, dead, horse and man alike. Liu Chen's arm fell limply to the ground, his complexion pale, not daring to utter a word or even glance back, hastily retreating. How could he not be terrified? This man had wielded his sleeve as a sword, slaughtering over 200 elite soldiers. What could he possibly do? After stumbling 5 miles, the commander of the Northwest Dark Guard Bureau finally hoarsely muttered, "The Wheel King has deceived me." Chapter 46 to 47. The autumn's coolness sunlight cascaded upon Su Beiyu, now transformed into an ice sculpture, intermingled with blood, creating a crystalline spectacle. Beneath this sanguine glow, Su Beiyu's expression remained remarkably calm and composed, exuding a unique and cruel beauty. Meanwhile, Jiyun, drenched in blood, wept silently, her hands covering her mouth. Fearing that a single sob would seal Su Beiyu's fate, rendering his return impossible, Gongsun Zhongmo approached the solid ice with a deliberate pace, pausing briefly before stating, "He shall not perish. My disciple's life rests in my hands, and none shall take it away." As he spoke, Gongsun Zhongmo raised his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, and continued, "Having practiced the sword for 80 years, I can both slay and save." With a gentle sweep, he deftly sliced through the layer of ice, ensuring not a single harm befell the soul encased within. It was crucial to note that Su Beiyu had become one with the ice. Any miscalculation could lead to a catastrophic shattering of both man and ice. Gongsun Zhongmo's confidence in his skill was evident. With each precise movement of his sword fingers, shards of ice danced in the air, showcasing a masterful technique that appeared bold yet revealed meticulous caution. Truly a display of extraordinary swordsmanship. After expending nearly half an hour, the ice enveloping Su Beiyu was entirely removed. Gongsun Zhongmo then infused Su Beiyu with a breath of sword energy, guiding the internal flow of his vital force. An additional hour later, with countless delicate touches from his sword fingers, even the seasoned Gongsun Zhongmo's complexion paled slightly. Only when Su Beiyu's color began to normalize did he exhale a sigh of relief. Gently placing his disciple into Jiyun's embrace, murmuring, "He shall awaken in about half an hour. Keep a watchful eye on him." With a heart finally at ease, Jiyun sat on the ground, cradling Su Beiyu and wiping away her tears. Smiling through her sorrow. "It's all right now." Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his swords, appearing far removed from the notorious figure ranked second on the Demon Suppression Hall's wanted list, resembling instead a diligent farmer as he began to clear the area of fallen bodies, leaving the space to Su Beiyu and Jiyun. Jiyun gazed at the peacefully sleeping Su Beiyu, hesitating momentarily before cautiously reaching out to caress his face resting against her. However, as her fingertips made contact with his slightly cold skin, she recoiled like a startled fawn, her cheeks flushing crimson as she quickly looked down, as if Su Beiyu might awaken at any moment. The initial step was daunting. After failing the first attempt, her courage to try again faltered. Thus, she began to observe Su Beiyu closely for the first time, noticing the thick calluses on his fingers and the subtle scars on his wrists and forearms. She instinctively glanced at her own hands, delicate and untouched by hardship. Throughout her life, she had resided within the Chonglong Temple, especially fortunate to be under the protection of the old abbot. How could she fathom the struggles of the lower echelons or the perils of the martial world? To her, being scolded by her master or losing a pet bird felt like monumental disasters, causing her to sulk for days. The destruction of Chonglong Temple was akin to the sky collapsing. Yet, on the whole, she was fortunate. All others perished, leaving her alive, and her previous days felt like eternal spring. After more than half an hour, Su Beiyu stirred from his slumber, leaning against a warm, soft presence. He sensed a chill yet also an indescribable comfort, as if his internal energy had significantly strengthened. Though still distant from the second-tier realm, he was no longer comparable to an ordinary third-tier martial artist. Instinctively, he shifted slightly. Jianghu, now fully aware, turned crimson from her ears to her neck, her skin radiant as if it could drip with DEWS. Su Beiyu gradually awakened. He became acutely aware of the situation, sitting up abruptly to find Jianghu with her head lowered, leading to an exceedingly awkward moment for both to in that silence. A vivid memory was etched into their minds, capturing a fleeting yet poignant moment of youthful innocence. If 20 is the spring of life, then their budding feelings were akin to vibrant blossoms in the warmth of spring, pure and untainted by the scheming of maturity or the burdens of old age. Gongsun Zhongmo, in the distance, casting the last body to dust, smiled softly and mused, "Youth knows not the taste of sorrow, ascend higher and ascend again." Indeed, Su Beiyu was oblivious to the weight of sorrow. He muttered something that made Jianghu's face lose its redness. And in a surprising turn, she playfully tapped him, her cheeks puffed with mock anger, yet her eyes sparkled with laughter. Gongsun Zhongmo observed this scene with a heavy heart, tinged with nostalgia. Memories of a past era flooded back. A time when the Taoist sect and the Sword Sect were on the brink of war. In that critical moment, Elder Xiaoshan of the Sword Sect betrayed them, aligning himself with his nephew, Xiaoyu, and becoming the leader of the Taoist Sword Peak. That year, on Lianhua Peak, Xiaoshan unleashed a massacre upon the unsuspecting Jianqi Linkong Hall, nearly annihilating it. Only Gongsun Zhongmo and a woman managed to escape with their lives. As fate would have it, the news of their master's tragic demise struck, plunging the Sword Sect into despair overnight. The subsequent defeats against the White Lotus Sect led to the collapse of the Sword Sect, prompting a relentless hunt for its remnants. The two were left to flee together, their paths diverging amidst the chaos of the world. While many believed they parted ways without a word, they had shared countless moments of mutual support in times of peril. At that time, Gongsun Zhongmo was not the formidable figure he was now. He was still in the early stages of his cultivation, pursued relentlessly by the demon suppression hall, living in constant trepidation. In those dire straits, the two, already betrothed, became husband and wife without the pomp of ceremony. No elaborate rites, no grand halls, no friends or family, no bridal procession, and no wedding gown. Only the two of them, 2 swords, 2 candles, and 2 jugs of wine, pledging their vows beneath the heavens. That was a summer in Gongsun Zhongmo's life, characterized by both scorching sun and tempestuous storms. The reasons for their estrangement were simple. 20 years later, the woman grew weary, no longer wishing to roam, while he could not provide her the stability she sought. When an opportunity for security arose, their relationship naturally reached its conclusion. Mutual support ultimately succumbed to the inevitability of forgetting one another in the vastness of the world. Gongsun Zhongmo recalled their parting. Not a word was spoken, just a resolute turning away. Reflecting on it now, circumstances played a role, yet youthful pride was also to blame. He pondered, as age gripped him with its icy fingers, whether he regretted the choices made. A breeze stirred, carrying with it the crispness of early autumn. Gongsun Zhongmo turned his gaze back to the young couple and sighed. In old age, one learns the taste of sorrow, wishing to speak, yet holding back. One can only remark how pleasant the autumn chill is. Chapter 48. The Celestial's leisurely abode. A night galloped swiftly from the outer city into the inner city, cutting directly through a significant portion of it until arriving at the gates of the Dark Guard Mansion. In contrast to the grandeur of the Demon Suppression Hall, the Dark Guard Mansion in the imperial capital appeared somewhat modest, even somewhat shabby. This was to be expected, as it lay beneath the feet of the emperor. Beyond the imperial palace, various government offices, the cabinet, and the Grand Commander's residence loomed above, preventing the Dark Guard mansion from overtly wielding its power. However, due to its direct affiliation with the emperor, the Dark Guard mansion held a prestigious position. Unlike other military offices scattered throughout the inner city, it was located near the main gate of the imperial city, facing the Grand Commander's residence, and across the street from the 6 ministries. Placing it at the very heart of the empire, the armored guards at the entrance of the Dark Guard mansion cast cold glances at the weary knight until he produced a black jade token from his bosom, prompting them to slowly retract their scrutinizing gazes. Approximately half an hour later, the knight appeared within a secret chamber deep inside the Dark Guard mansion. This space was small and dimly lit, furnished only with a bed, a table, and a cabinet. A middle-aged man clad in the robes of a lion warrior was seated cross-legged, his face obscured by the shadowy light. The knight knelt before him, presenting a sealed letter with wax intact. The middle-aged man, identifiable as Fu Zhongtian, the right commander of the Dark Guard mansion, possessed a noteworthy status as one of the 3 hall masters of the White Tiger Hall, overseeing regions such as Shuzhou, the Northwest, and the Western Prairie. Before becoming the right commander, he had commanded the inner guards and was renowned for his exceptional cultivation and ruthless methods. Over the years, countless so-called powerful officials had met their demise at his hands, allowing him to ascend to his current position atop a mound of their blood. Fu Zhongtian accepted the letter but did not rush to open it. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table and inquired, "What is your name?" The knight, still on the ground, respectfully replied, reporting to the commander, "My name is Gu Yin, Gu as in solitary, Yin as in wild goose." The voice was surprisingly clear. It belonged to a woman. Fu Zhongtian nodded and rose to speak. "Thank you, Commander." The woman stood, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of the deceased Gu Yin, albeit with a hint of cold beauty. Gu Yin and Gu Yin were orphans adopted by Lu Chun in his early years, resembling each other so closely in childhood that even Lu Chun struggled to tell them apart. However, as they grew, their personalities diverged. Gu Yin was lively while Gu Yin preferred tranquility, making it easy to distinguish between them. Now, with Gu Yin deceased, they were no longer sisters. Fu Zhongtian glanced at Gu Yin and softly asked, "How is Lu Chun faring?" Gu Yin replied in a hushed tone, "News from the northwest just arrived. Lord Lu has lost an arm and has returned to Jianghu, awaiting your command." Fu Zhongtian finally opened the letter, revealing 2 pages filled with densely packed fine script. He read the contents with an impassive expression, not revealing any joy or anger, nor expressing any opinion on the letter's content. The Dark Guard mansion was the ancestor of intelligence gathering. Fu Zhongtian, as one of its 3 main officials, had alternative channels to verify the truth of Lu Chen's words. He placed the letter over the oil lamp on the table, watching it turn to ash before speaking slowly. "Gongsun Zhongmo has slain the 10th-ranked Will King of the Demon Suppression Hall with a single sword strike. Truly, he is the sword Sect's master, exhibiting remarkable dominance, having failed to eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo when he was still weak. Attempting to do so now is both too late and exceedingly difficult." Jiu Yin dared not speak, acutely aware of Gongsun Zhongmo's formidable reputation. The current leader of the Sword Sect, ranked 2nd on the Demon Suppression Hall's wanted list, second only to the transcendent Qinchendaran, and even overshadowing the formidable Murong Xinyan. As an upper echelon member of the Dark Guard mansion, Gu Yin had access to some of the hidden truths of the world. The realm beyond the human immortal realm, known as the Earth Immortal Realm, was immensely profound, its vastness surpassing the sum of several preceding realms. Those who attain the title of immortal, dwelling in the Earth Immortal Realm, engage in relentless cultivation, refining their essence and transcending worldly concerns, ultimately shedding their mortal coil to ascend. Fu Zhongtian mused softly. Gongsun Zhongmo has a young companion. When one considers his age, he is already 80. The sword path is unlike the Buddhist path, which fosters longevity. It seems he is nearing the end of his lifespan and is preparing to cultivate a successor. Jiu Yin quietly concurred, "That seems likely." Suddenly, Fu Zhongtian descended from the bed, his face emerging from the shadows. He possessed an elegant demeanor, with 3 strands of long beard, embodying the visage of a cultured gentleman more than a martial artist. Gu Yin instinctively took a step back, startled. Fu Zhongtian grasped Gu Yin's chin, examining her closely for a moment before chuckling. "What a beautiful woman." Jiu Yin stiffened, feeling somewhat at a loss. Commander. Fu Zhongtian smirked slightly and stated, "Lu Chun has committed a grave error and deserves death." Jiu Yan's complexion turned ashen. To her, Lu Chun was akin to a father, and she could not bear to see him in peril. Just as she opened her mouth to protest, Fu Zhongtian leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "However, Lu Chun has delivered you to me, a most exquisite gift, one that pleases me greatly. I can grant him a reprieve." Gu Yin froze, gradually losing her strength. Fu Zhongtian straightened up, his hands steadying her as he looked down upon her. He recalled Gongsun Zhongmo's words from his youth. A sword is akin to a beloved wife. A beautiful woman like a prized sword. The sword must never leave one's side. While the beautiful sword can be cherished and displayed for enjoyment. Wasn't he holding a stunning sword in his grasp? Chapter 49. A beautiful nation's path to heaven. Su Beiyu now found himself in a predicament akin to being surrounded by a group of enchanting beauties, yet sorrowfully realized he was still an undeveloped child, helpless, sorrowful, and utterly exasperated. Tianlan, Jiueshe, and Xianming appeared as three exquisite ladies of varying backgrounds. Tianlan was the childhood sweetheart, having long surpassed the stage of mere hand-holding and kissing, only needing that final step. Jiueshe was a recent acquaintance, a dignified young lady with an intriguing air of ambiguity, as if to say, "Come, once you conquer me, you shall immediately rise to a formidable tier." Yet, he could barely manage to win over Tianlan, let alone the more formidable Jiueshe, leaving him to merely gaze thirstily at her captivating allure. As for Xianming, she is a stunning beauty who has seen many remarkable men in the world. With the presence of Gongsun Zhongmo, her former master, she completely disregards Su Beiyu, remaining impervious to the winds of change, exuding an air of superiority as if she regards men as mere clouds. The group has now departed from Dunhuang, heading eastward. Upon crossing the Wuqiao Ridge, they will enter the Xiulong grassland, and beyond that lies their destination, Jiulu City. The three are traversing the rugged mountain path of Wuqiao Ridge, with Gongsun Zhongmo leading the way, Zhiyun in the middle, and Su Beiyu bringing up the rear. Gongsun Zhongmo gazes at the distant verdant horizon and remarks with a hint of nostalgia. In the past, during the grand gatherings, we had the debates at Biluo Lake, the secrets of Jinglu Lake, the trade fairs of Jiulu City, the Taoist discussions at Xuandu, the Buddhist Ulambana festival, and the sword duels at Bio Island. It was truly a time of flourishing ideas. Now, looking back, only the Taoist discussions and the Ulambana festival remain. Curious, Su Beiyu inquires, "Master, what is the trade fair of Jiulu City?" Gongsun Zhongmo, without any pretense, explains. The trade fair is essentially a marketplace for commerce. For instance, if you are a Taoist who comes into possession of a Buddhist artifact that you cannot use, and I am a Buddhist with a Taoist artifact that I also cannot utilize, we would seek to exchange them. Thus, the trade fair in Jiulu City was established to facilitate such transactions. Intrigued, Su Beiyu expresses excitement at the prospect of such a place. Gongsun Zhongmo quietly laments, "Alas, you have missed that era." After the defeat of General Murongyan, who retreated to Jiulu City, he expelled the local cultivators, leading to the demise of the trade fair. Su Beiyu shows little disappointment, merely shaking his head and uttering, "What a pity." Gongsun Zhongmo continues, "Over the years, the Taoist sect has monopolized power, resulting in an increasing number of wandering souls like us. This time, Xiao Mo aims to reopen the trade fair in Jiulu City, inviting heroes from all over, and has specifically requested my presence. His ambitions are not small. I suspect he may have the support of the Shao Emperor behind him. After all, while the Lingwu Duke is not insignificant, he pales in comparison to the Taoist sect. They could easily crush him, with only a formal apology to the court as a consequence. In my day, even the execution of several high-ranking officials only caused the Taoist sect minor discomfort. Nothing more severe. Su Beiyu is profoundly shocked that he had thought the Lingwu Duke to be a prominent figure, yet his master regards him as a mere pawn of the Shao Emperor. Furthermore, the loss of several high-ranking officials does not even constitute a serious blow to the Taoist sect. How profound must their foundation be? Gongsun Zhongmo chuckles at himself, noting that the Taoist sect's dominance has led to a plethora of talented individuals being drawn into their ranks. Taoist masters proliferate like weeds, endlessly harvested, and the death of a few officials is trivial. Even during the Battle of Huliao Mountain, when 36 high-ranking officials perished, it changed little. Su Beiyu hesitates to speak, though Gongsun Zhongmo has his back turned. He perceives his disciple's thoughts with clarity and comments with a gentle smile. "Are you wondering how we can revitalize the sword sect, given the Taoist sect's overwhelming power?" Su Beiyu, unembarrassed by being seen through, nods affirmatively. Gongsun Zhongmo explains, "Before the Jiazi era, the Taoist sect spoke of a grand plan spanning a millennium. This so-called Millennium Plan began with the Sword Sect's defection from the Taoist sect and culminated in its near extinction, a span of roughly 1,000 years. In other words, the Taoist sect of a millennium ago is not vastly different from today's. Both periods saw the Taoist sect as the unrivaled sovereign. However, during that 1,000 years, the Taoist sect lost its supremacy, leading to the rise of Confucianism and Buddhism and the concept of the three teachings coexisting. Ultimately, the Millennium Plan is about revitalizing the Taoist sect. Su Beiyu, perceptive as he is, contemplates this and responds. So, Master, you mean that the Taoist sect, which once thrived, fell into decline, and thus the current Taoist sect is not invulnerable? Gongsun Zhangmo nods in approval. Precisely. 1,000 years ago, my Sword Sect's founder single-handedly challenged the Taoist sect's leader and 24 great immortals, leading the sword peak in defection. The current situation mirrors that of the past. If a singular figure were to rise, the Taoist sect could once again be toppled. My master, Shangwan Xianqian, was poised to become the second founder, but tragically perished under heavenly punishment. Su Beiyu, can you inherit the legacy of your ancestor? If so, I wonder if I will witness it in my lifetime. Su Beiyu is taken aback. Me, Gongsun Zhangmo calmly states, the Earth Immortals 18 levels. The Celestial Immortals 9 heavens. Once, our ancestor nearly reached the realm of the Celestial Immortal. Before his death, my master crossed the threshold of the 18 levels. The path I present to you may lead to the heavens or to a dead end. Whether you walk it and how far you go depends entirely on you. With determination in his eyes, Su Beiyu declares, I will certainly walk this path. However, I have never understood why you and the teacher have taken such a liking to me. I do not believe there are good things in this world that come without a price. Even if there are, it is unlikely I would encounter them. Gongsun Zhangmo does not provide an answer but remarks, there are many inexplicable things in this world. Your disbelief stems from your lack of experience. Once, Xiaoyu, regarded as a discarded son, captured the interest of the proud grassland princess. How could someone so seemingly insignificant be noticed by the mighty Taoist sect? With countless talented individuals, why did this young man end up with the world? Many find it perplexing and attribute it to fate. They say, if only someone else had defeated Xiaoyu back then, how different things would be now. But regardless of the circumstances, the victor claims the spoils, and Xiaoyu's triumph was inevitable. Su Beiyu furrows his brow, awaiting further words from his master. Gongsun Zhongmo continues. You assert that there are no good things that come without a price. But let me ask you, is it not a stroke of fortune for the scion of a noble family to be born into wealth and comfort? Is it not fortuitous for a Taoist disciple to be favored by the sect leader and rise to prominence? Those who achieve greatness must possess a measure of opportunity. Otherwise, how could they stand out among millions? If Xiaoyu had hesitated as you do, the fleeting opportunity would have vanished, and he might have met a silent end without a grave. Su Beiyu exhales slowly, acknowledging, I see my error. Gongsun Zhangmo advises gently. Clarity can lead to barrenness. Caution is commendable, but excessive caution breeds suspicion. Distrust can push those in the center to the opposing side, which is a grave mistake. You must remember this. Su Beiyu nods respectfully. Gongsun Zhongmo sighs softly. Ultimately, it is all fate. The Taoist sect emphasizes the importance of fate, fortune, and lineage. In my youth, I was skeptical, but now I am a firm believer. Consider the current court elite, such as Lan Yu and Wei Jin. They indeed possess extraordinary qualities. Yet others, like Duanmu Ruisheng, have no remarkable capabilities. If an ordinary citizen occupied their position for years, they too could maintain their composure and adeptness. What does that denote? A mere stroke of luck. Strip away their official robes, and what remains? A heart filled with vice or a splendid realm. Chapter 50. The 10 people of the heavenly machine list. Han Xian once advised Su Beiyu that it matters little if one comes from humble beginnings. As long as one knows how to adapt to the world, it does not matter if one has not seen the grand stage. However, when the grand stage unfolds before you, fixating on trivial matters such as the price of a meal is unacceptable. This lesson is one Han Xian learned firsthand. When he first arrived at Xiaofang village, he carried the airs of a high-ranking official, only to find himself impoverished as soon as his funds ran dry. Conversely, attempting to ascend using the mindset of a commoner guarantees a lowly rise. Even if one manages to climb high, the fall will be devastating. Gongsun Zhangmo's purpose in guiding Su Beiyu through various locales is to cultivate a broader perspective, to experience worldly affairs, to expand his horizons, and to elevate his demeanor, thus embodying the grace expected of a great figure. Only then can he shoulder the heavy burdens anticipated by the two elders. As Gongsun Zhangmo stated, fate, fortune, lineage, accumulated merits, and learning fate is decreed by heaven and unchangeable. While accumulated merits are actions of ancestors that have become established. Su Beiyu lacks in lineage, but is willing to strive in his studies. Now, with Gongsun Zhangmo and Han Xian joining forces to bestow upon him a vast opportunity, whether he succeeds depends on whether destiny favors them. Wuqiao Ridge, also known as the Watershed Ridge, has historically served as a crucial military location. Since the era of the Great Zheng Dynasty, Wuqiao Ridge has replaced its original name. Looking eastward, it overlooks Longdong and the Shaanxi region, while to the west, it commands the Heshi Plain. Since ancient times, it has been the gateway of the Xiliang Corridor, connecting to the Xiaolong grassland. It serves as the first line of defense against the cavalry from the grasslands. When the Great Zheng's founding emperor ventured into the grasslands, he returned empty-handed from the Wuzhen, but reclaimed the Heshi Plain, incorporating it into the Great Zheng territory. He constructed 2 fortresses on either side of Wuqiao Ridge, Anyuan City to the north and Anmen City to the south, interspersed with watchtowers. Approaching Anyuan City, the number of armored soldiers increased significantly. Gongsun Zhongmo stood atop a high slope, gazing at the ancient city built against the mountains. The walls, battered by the winds and sands of time, were witness to countless stories. He softly mused, the ancient city of Shua, the vicissitudes of life, in the whisper of the wind, one can still hear the clang of armored steeds. Su Beiyu chose not to interrupt. The northwest, particularly the grasslands, held a complex significance for his master, as it was the birthplace of the Shao Emperor and the onset of the Sword Sect's downfall. Gongsun Zhongmo pointed at Anyuan City and quietly said, after the defeat of Piyuan, I fled from the grasslands through here, in a dire state, nearly losing my life at the hands of the Taoist sect. Su Beiyu seldom delved into his master's past, both out of respect for the teacher-student relationship and the tragic nature of those events. While his master now appeared calm and unperturbed, traveling the world with an air of recognition, Su Beiyu believed that such memories were not easily forgotten. The more nonchalant one appears, the heavier the weight of the past. Gongsun Zhangmo began to descend the mountain. Su Beiyu and Ji Yun silently followed behind him. Wuqiao Ridge is a site of military significance. Yet due to the allegiance of the grasslands, it is not as tightly guarded as before. Apart from the 2 cities of Anyuan and Anmen, as well as numerous watchtowers, other areas do not prohibit the passage of travelers. With an undertone of assessment, Gongsun Zhongmo remarked to his disciple, Xiao Mo's invitation to Jilu City surely carries ulterior motives. It is likely that both the Taoist sect and the court are already aware of this news, eagerly preparing a trap for me to fall into. Su Beiyu frowned and asked, is it the Lingwu Duke, Xiao Mo, who leaked this information? Does he seek to use me as a pawn? Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head with a smile. It's not quite using a pawn. It's more akin to a mutual struggle where the fisherman benefits. He wishes to incite a conflict between me and the Taoist sect, hoping to profit from their clash. I believe this is not Xiao Mo's true desire. Yet whether in the court or the martial world, one must adhere to the rules. There has never been a carefree existence beyond the bounds of rules. Su Beiyu asked, will you go or not? Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a smile, of course I will go. Why would I not? They have set the stage, awaiting my grand entrance. Such a significant play cannot be ignored. Despite his earlier suspicions, hearing his master affirm his intention to attend left Su Beiyu momentarily dazed. The Sword Sect operates on principles of swordsmanship, where a single sword can create a path. Regardless of the myriad schemes, they are mere trifles in the face of true mastery. This encapsulates the essence of the Sword Sect's philosophy. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, at the road's entrance, a man clad in the armor of a border officer awaited them. Kneeling upon seeing Gongsun Zhongmo and presenting a scroll with both hands, Gongsun Zhongmo accepted the scroll, gestured for the man to rise, and he promptly vanished from Su Beiyu's sight. Su Beiyu was secretly astonished, realizing the man likely possessed first-rate cultivation. Could he be a disciple of the Sword Sect, after all? His master still bore the title of Sword Sect leader and presumably had more than just one disciple. Gongsun Zhongmo calmly stated, I have traveled far and wide for most of my life, and I still possess some foundation. When I depart this world, they will recognize you as their master. As for whether you can hold on to that power, it will depend on your own abilities. Su Beiyu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. As dusk approached near Anyuan City, Gongsun Zhongmo opened the scroll in his hand and, after a brief review, remarked, after 40 years, Lan Yu has once again unveiled the heavenly machine list, allowing the Tianji Pavilion to release a so-called list of the 10 greatest individuals in the world. As expected, the Taoist sect's leader occupies the top spot. Deemed the invincible first, following him is the perennial second, the Buddhist abbot, and Murong Xianin ranks third. The fourth is the reclusive Mr. Pingyan, Zhang Baisui, who has long resided in the depths of the palace. Lan Yu, however, has cleverly distanced himself from the list, claiming his role as the evaluator precludes him from being listed. If he were to be included, he would undoubtedly rank among the top three. Su Beiyu had heard of the renown of the Heavenly Machine list, said to be extraordinary. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, they are inscribed upon it, unless one possesses significant transcendental abilities or holds the treasure itself. It is challenging to escape its influence. Thus, among cultivators, it is joked that only those who are not listed on the Heavenly Machine list are true masters. The Taoist sect's leader must possess the power to negate the list's influence. Yet there is no need for subterfuge. The Taoist sect stands tall in the world, and its leader is undoubtedly invincible. Zhiyun, typically reserved, was compelled by curiosity this time and mustered the courage to ask, "Senior Gongsun, what rank do you hold?" Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled, "Just a humble 8th. I feel I have let down my late master." Su Beiyu silently contemplated the significance of 8th place to in a world of countless cultivators. Being 8th may not seem high, yet it places one among the elite few at the pinnacle of the current era. Xiao Mo seeks to reopen the trade fair in Jilu City. Lan Yu stirs the pot from the capital with the Heavenly Machine list, which raises suspicions about his intentions. Gongsun Zhongmo then addressed Su Beiyu, "Do not concern yourself with the strengths and weaknesses of the old men. Below the top 10, there exists a special list, the Levexo list, dedicated to evaluating the younger generation. That a few individuals on that list may become formidable adversaries for you in the future." Point 1 is Qi Xianyun, a direct disciple of the Taoist sect's leader, who has already cultivated the Sanqing Ju to the 5th layer, possessing formidable human immortal abilities. Another is a girl from the Shao family's branch, adept in Shao family martial arts, also at the human immortal level. Additionally, there are 2 others, a swordsman from the grasslands and a rogue from the streets, both of whom are not to be underestimated. Su Beiyu nodded solemnly. Among the 4, he had encountered the girl from the Shao family, who had rescued Duan Muyu at a critical moment, while the other 3 remained unknown to him. Chapter 51. Cultivation as Commerce. Su Beiyu and his master, along with Zhiyun, chose not to enter the heavily guarded Anyuan city, but instead circumnavigated this crucial western stronghold, making their way directly to the Xiulong grassland. The boundary between Shiliang Prefecture and the Xiulong grassland is marked by the Wujia River, a tributary of the Qing River, where the air is thick with moisture, and even from a distance, one can sense its humid embrace. The trio proceeded northeast along the Wujia River, stopping to rest by the water's edge. After approximately a day's travel, they finally located a ferry crossing, where a sheepskin raft was available to transport travelers across the river. The raft was manned by an elderly man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and his hands gaunt, with sinews prominently visible beneath his weathered, dark skin. Beside him was a child, equally poorly clad, indicating a possible grandfather-grandson duo. Upon seeing the 3 travelers, the old man, familiar with the routine, called out for business. "Do you wish to cross the river? If you prefer to wait until we have a full boat, it will cost 2 coins per person. If you wish to cross immediately, it will be 10 coins. Su Beiyu counted out 10 coins from his purse and handed them to the old man, stating that he would not wait and wanted to cross at once. The old man's aged face broke into a smile as he accepted the payment and turned to untie the ropes of the raft. The 3 boarded the sheepskin raft, the child sitting at the bow with his back to the river, while Zhiyun was placed in the middle, with Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo flanking her on either side. The old man stood at the stern, propelling the raft forward. Once they left Dunhuang, Zhiyun shed her large cloak, revealing her true appearance, and sat opposite the child, who gazed at this ethereal sister, his dark cheeks flushing with color. Amused, Zhiyun teased him. "What is your name?" The child glanced at her and quickly lowered his head, stammering, "I am called Shuisheng because my mother gave birth to me on the boat." Zhiyun affectionately ruffled his hair, causing his face to redden further. Gathering his courage, he said, "Sister, you are very beautiful." Zhiyun was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Su Beiyu beside her, softly replying, "You are the first to say that I am beautiful." Shuisheng's face turned crimson, and he stumbled over his words. How could it be? Sister is so beautiful. There must be many people. He trailed off, unsure of how to finish. Zhiyun smiled faintly, but her expression shifted to one of melancholy. The long journey stretches before her, and when it reaches its end, where shall she go? Seeing Zhiyun fall silent, Shuaishing worried he had said something amiss and dared not speak further. Before long, the sheepskin raft reached the opposite bank of the river. The three disembarked, and before departing, Jiun once more patted Shuaishing's head, causing the innocent boy, unaware of the concept of embarrassment, to blush anew. Jiun casually glanced at the man beside her, noticing Su Beiyu seemed lost in contemplation, oblivious to everything around him, a faint shadow of sadness passing over her face. Gongsun Zhongmo observed the scene and shook his head but chose not to comment, likely feeling that his disciple was beyond hope in this regard and not wishing to expend further effort. Indeed, Su Beiyu was lost in thought, engrossed in cultivating the formidable sword of 13. Frankly speaking, without Gongsun Zhongmo's guidance, it would have taken him years of diligent practice to grasp its essence. The path of cultivation has always been fraught with challenges, and finding a great teacher is rare. Regardless of one's innate talent or the strength of one's methods, one cannot do without a mentor who can clarify doubts. Even the venerated Confucian sage, revered since ancient times, sought wisdom from the Taoist patriarch in his youth. In the realm of martial arts, the transition from the 9th to the 1st rank is a monumental threshold. Without a mentor to guide the way, most martial artists would stagnate at the 2nd rank. Only by ascending to the 1st rank can one truly enter the realm of mastery, shedding the impurities acquired through earthly existence and approaching the innate state. This offers a glimpse into the 5 celestial realms that followed in the eyes of the esteemed Taoist masters. The ghostly realm is merely a stage of cultivation, while the human celestial realm represents true practitioners. Only those who reach the earthly celestial realm are deemed to have truly crossed into the domain of the immortals, the so-called celestial patriarchs, the boundless Buddha of light and longevity, and the transcendent beings from beyond all share this path. To draw an imperfect analogy, the journey of cultivation resembles a trade with the heavens. The ghostly beings are akin to peddlers wandering the streets. The human celestial beings are mere stall holders, while the earthly celestial beings possess proper establishments, the size of which reflects their level of cultivation. Ultimately, all three must heed the will of the celestial Tao, for it is only upon achieving the status of an immortal that one can negotiate with the heavens as a wealthy merchant. And the heavenly immortal realm represents the height of prosperity, akin to a tycoon whose legacy and disciples span the world, effortlessly reaping wealth even in solitude. Su Beiyu pondered the wealth he had accumulated thus far. By wealth, he did not refer to material riches, but rather the knowledge and skills he had acquired, which he could wield as his own. The Dragon Tiger Pill method, revised by his master, was merely a step into the doorway of mastery. He had memorized the first 12 of the 36 swords, now stalling at the 13th. His Heavenly Gale sword, absorbing 2/3 of the sword energy and spirit, was on the cusp of a breakthrough, hinting at an imminent rise to the 2nd rank. His satchel was filled with various texts, having skimmed through the records of Shiliang Prefecture, the Tao of Nanhua, essentials of military equipment, commentaries on the Book of Documents, an illustrated guide to the Emperor's Mirror, and was currently engrossed in records of the peaceful universe, the Great Pure Tao, and the Dragon Shaking Cannon. Additionally, he traversed Longnan and parts of Shiliang, experiencing countless local customs. Learning was both a joy and a hardship, yet Su Beiyu felt little suffering. Instead, he considered himself immensely fortunate. While reading thousands of scrolls is commendable, it pales in comparison to traveling thousands of miles. If one could accompany another in both reading and journeying, it would be the pinnacle of fortune. This was Su Beiyu's sentiment. Without the companionship of his master and Jiun, he might not have persevered through solitary travels. Most of their travel time was devoted to the master imparting teachings, guiding Su Beiyu on how to harness the sword energy within him and balance the dragon and tiger paths. In all fairness, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Few masters would provide such detailed instruction unless they were a direct blood relative. Gongsun Zhongmo, a grandmaster, typically convened his disciples for lectures, leaving it to the students' comprehension to determine their success. However, his meticulous guidance, answering every query, marked a significant boon for Su Beiyu. Moreover, the methods of cultivation imparted, whether the Dragon Tiger Pill or the 36 swords, were among the most esteemed secrets in the Taoist tradition, sought after by many but rarely obtained. During moments of respite, Su Beiyu would peruse the texts in his possession, and whenever he reached the illustrations in the illustrated guide to the Emperor's Mirror, Jiun would eagerly join him, admiring the exquisite images. This brought to mind the tale of a scholar reading at night. Although it was not evening, and there were no stoves or incense, The young Taoist girl beside him had yet to fully mature. Nonetheless, this experience significantly fulfilled Su Beio's romanticized fantasies of scholars and beauties. Even long after, when he had risen to prominence, he would fondly remember this scene. Beneath his feet lay an endless expanse of grassland, dotted with waist-high grass and concealed yellow sheep, while behind him loomed the shadowy mountains, crowned with ancient ruins and armored soldiers, the young swordsman aspiring to greatness, with a satchel full of books. Accompanied by his master, whose white hair spoke of age, and that ever-exhausted little Taoist girl, her face scrunched yet radiating a captivating smile. Chapter 52. The passage of time. Jianghu City, established during the reign of the Great Chu, has endured through the ages, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties for over 6 centuries. That it commands the northwestern grasslands and is revered as the city of tyrants, resembling a crouching tiger. Embodying a grandeur that rivals the imperial capital in the era of Great Chu, it was a pivotal frontier stronghold, teeming with soldiers and armor. However, when the later dynasty's cavalry descended upon the central plains, this became the first stronghold to fall, ravaged by invaders, leading to its desolation. It was not until the period of the Great Jianghu that a descendant of the later dynasty's Shao family, Shao Zhang, arrived and restored Jianghu City, initiating the Jianghu trade fair, thus reviving its fame. In the late years of the Great Jianghu, Jianghu City once again fell victim to the chaos of war. As 5 princes of the later dynasty rose in rebellion, the young emperor of the later dynasty was slain, forcing General Murong Yin to retreat to Jianghu City, where he fortified his position and expelled local cultivators, causing the once thriving trade fair to vanish. Eventually, Murong Yin forged an alliance with Xiao Yu, who was then the king of the northwest, to quell the 5 princes' rebellion and support the ascension of Wan Yin Beiyue to the throne of the later dynasty. Continuing until the establishment of the Great Qi, Jianghu City returned to the Great Qi's jurisdiction and was granted as a fief to the first Lingwu Duke, Xiao Shu, and after his death, it was inherited by the current Lingwu Duke, Xiao Moi. In truth, the former lord of Jianghu City, Xiao Zheng, was Xiao Shu's father and Xiao Mo's grandfather, making this return to the rightful owner a fitting resolution. At present, Jianghu City can still be described as prosperous. The interaction between the central plains, the grasslands, and the later dynasty extends beyond the visible tea-horse trade routes. Numerous clandestine merchant caravans operate quietly. On the surface, these seem organized by border merchants, yet behind them stand influential nobles and officials, as long as they do not cause too much disturbance, whether it be the Shao Emperor, the later dynasty's ruler, or the Khan of the grasslands. They all turn a blind eye. The Lingwu Duke's estate is among the many powerful houses involved in the tea-horse trade, enjoying a natural advantage due to Jianghu City's strategic location at the intersection of 3 regions. Given that Duke Xiao Mo has deep roots in the northwest, the estate and Jianghu City stand as monumental pillars on the border. Regardless of which merchant caravan arrives, they must pay homage at the mountain peak and offer tributes to the Duke's estate. Since the news of Duke Xiao Mo's intention to reopen the Jianghu trade fair spread, the already bustling Jianghu City has become even more lively, attracting numerous caravans and a multitude of cultivators from all corners, turning the already chaotic city into a bottomless quagmire. Whether they are newcomers or local powers, anyone could easily find themselves overwhelmed. Rumors have even circulated that both the Taoist and Buddhist sects would send representatives, and indeed, significant figures, though the origins of this rumor remain unclear. However, those who heard it swore that at the very least, a grandmaster would personally visit Jianghu City. In the realm of Taoism, a grandmaster is a figure of great renown. Even among a sea of talented practitioners, while not every earthly celestial being can be a grandmaster, every grandmaster must ascend to the earthly celestial realm. In Taoist tradition, only those of the earthly celestial realm are bestowed the title of grandmaster, and only grandmasters can hold the position of peak master among the 8 veins. This is akin to the court's regulations, where only those who have passed the imperial examination may enter the Hanlin Academy, and only those from the Hanlin may enter the cabinet. The court's ability to contend with the Taoists and maintain its standing among practitioners stems from its vast resources and countless talented individuals, coupled with its military might. However, governance ultimately relies on scholars. Although the Confucian school has fractured, it has nearly merged with the court, with officials possessing substantial influence. The chief minister, Lan Yu, is regarded as one of the top scholars in the realm, even praised by Gongsun Zhangmo as a peerless figure. Nonetheless, the Confucian school cannot claim dominance within the court. The military, led by the Grand Commander's office, serves as the backbone of the dynasty. The Great Qi's 5 armies are formidable forces, with the Northwest Border Army overseeing Xiliang Prefecture, Shanzhou, Xia Prefecture, Henei Prefecture, and the imperial capital, standing out as the elite, given that the Shao Emperor rose from the northwest. Although it is not the emperor's domain, the senior generals in the army predominantly hail from the northwest, fostering deep ties that cannot be matched by other border armies. The northwest is characterized by its fierce populace and abundant military resources, earning it the title of the foremost border army. In the northwest, the influence of local officials and civil servants pales in comparison to that in the Jianghu region, where there exists a hierarchy of military, official, Taoist, and civilian ranks. The formidable Xiangliang generals act with a certain arrogance, reliant on the support of the Northwest Border Army. Xiaomo's prominence in the Northwest is not merely due to his title as Duke of Lingwu, but stems from his extensive service within the Northwest military for over a decade. Even Chief Minister Lan Yu once expressed during a casual conversation with the emperor how imposing the Northwest was. Given these circumstances, the position of Left Commander of the Northwest Army is of paramount importance. It was once held by the venerable General Zhuge, but he has grown frail with age. Within the Northwest military, currents of ambition swirl, with several right commanders vying for advancement. However, this position is exceedingly critical. With the emperor, chief minister, and grand commander yet to express their views, and Zhuge's own stance is of utmost importance. Given his 2 decades of service in the Northwest military, his recommendation would significantly enhance anyone's chances. The Northwest Command is located in the imperial capital, adjacent to the Duke's estate. An unremarkable carriage swayed as it entered the eastern gate of the capital, proceeding without obstruction as if cutting through the wind and waves, traversing the city filled with soldiers until it came to a slow halt before the Northwest Command. An elderly man clad in deep blue robes alighted from the carriage, appearing to be in his 60s. Yet his white hair suggested he might be well over 100, with no trace of color other than white, meticulously groomed, embodying the uprightness expected of his age. 5 fully armored generals, swords drawn and at the ready, stood in formation at the entrance of the command, their eyes fixed on the old man who descended from the carriage, swallowing hard. Judging by their armor and insignia, these 5 were clearly high-ranking officers of the second rank. In the Northwest, such officers are few and far between, and the only individuals who could gather 5 right commanders to greet them were few indeed. The Grand Commander Wei Jin would be one. Yet he is currently recuperating in Suzhou and unlikely to appear in the Northwest. The Taoist sect's leading master would not count, as he has remained in seclusion for nearly a decade. As Su Beiyu counted the influential figures, only one remained. The current chief minister, Lan Yu. The elder walked directly toward the Northwest Command. The 5 right commanders parted to the sides, dropping to one knee in salute. We humbly greet the chief minister. Due to the overshadowing presence of the adjacent Duke's estate, the Northwest Command was somewhat dim. Upon entering through the main gate, the chief minister paused, surveying his surroundings. Decades prior, he had made this place his residence, at a time when there were still the late emperor, the former Grand Commander Su Lin, the current Grand Commander Wei Jin, the King of Wei, Xiao Jin, and the present left commander of the Northwest Army, Zhuge Gong. Among many others, Su Lin was the first to pass away, followed shortly by the late emperor, then the likes of Min Xing and others, leading to the gradual departure of the older generation of officials from the Northwest. Now, even Zhuge Gong may not have much longer to remain. A generation has aged and faded. Lan Yu resumed his steps, his gait showing signs of frailty, softly murmuring to himself, "I am growing old." Chapter 53. The changing seasons of life. The various border armies of the dynasty, each led by different commanders, possessed distinct temperaments. Take, for instance, the central army stationed in the imperial capital, a remnant of those loyal to the Shao Emperor during the conquest, representing the first generation of the Northwest Army and carrying the esteemed title of the Emperor's personal army. In the presence of the imperial sovereign, residing in the most esteemed of places, the central army exudes an air of dignity and grandeur, possessing a perspective and vision of the highest caliber. In contrast, the Northwest Army, albeit a continuation of the original first generation, inevitably bears the mark of being lesser in status when compared to the direct imperial forces, while the Northwest Army ranks first among the border troops within the Grand Commander's office. It remains overshadowed by the Imperial Army. Consequently, there exists a palpable resentment among the ranks of the Northwest Army, which has maintained a particularly rigorous approach to military discipline over the years. standing in stark contrast to the imperial forces. A renowned scholar once remarked that the Central Army, known as the Royal Way, is a manifestation of rightful authority, while the Northwest Army, commonly referred to as the Forward Army, embodies a more tyrannical essence. The ongoing military rivalry within the dynasty essentially mirrors the age-old debate of legitimacy versus might. Zhuge Gong, though not inherently harsh, conformed to local customs upon assuming command of the Northwest Army, necessitating a certain severity in his governance. The Northwest governor's residence emanates an atmosphere of steel and valor, chilling even in the sweltering summer heat. As Lan Yu moved through the premises, he was followed closely by 5 right governors. Upon reaching the depths of the residence, he raised his hand, signaling for his companions to halt before he entered a dimly lit chamber alone. Behind a screen lay an elderly man, frail and nearing the end of his days. Upon hearing footsteps, the old man struggled to open his eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible smile illuminating his gaunt face. With a hoarse voice, he greeted Mr. Lan. Initially, Lan Yu had served as a strategist for Emperor Shao, earning the respectful title of Mr. from the generals of that era, a title that some of the older generations still upheld. The elderly man remarked that it had been quite a while since he last saw Mr. Lan, recalling their last encounter during the 3rd year of the Chengping era, 2 decades prior, when Lan Yu had remained unchanged while he had aged considerably. As Lan Yu approached the bed, he softly replied, "I remain the same, yet you have grown old." The man lying in bed was none other than Zhuge Gong, the left governor of the Northwest Army, one of the most seasoned figures even during Emperor Shao's rise to power. When Emperor Shao had only a few thousand troops and Lin Han was merely an aide to his brother-in-law, Zhuge Gong had already risen to the rank of a captain. Had it not been for his limited aspirations, he would have surely achieved greater accolades, much like Su Lin, and been granted a title of nobility. Coughing weakly, Zhuge Gong remarked, "Aging is inevitable. Most of my comrades from those days of conquest have passed." General Su Lin was the first to go, followed by the turmoil of the 19th year of Taiping. Min Xing and Han Xiong soon followed, and since the new emperor ascended the throne, old veterans like Xiao Gongyu, Zhang Haijiu, Wei Huang, and Sun Ligong have also departed. The greatest loss was Su Yan, who died before reaching 60. Frankly, few like me have lived this long. Compared to those early departures, I have lived enough. Lan Yu sighed softly, expressing his long-standing advice for Zhuge Gong to reside in the warmer southern regions, like Jiangnan or Shuzhou, places conducive to health, far superior to the harshness of the Northwest. Zhuge Gong turned his head southward, smiling gently. "In my youth, I yearned to journey south with the emperor, to conquer the lands beyond the pass. Yet now, in my old age, I wish to remain in my homeland, not wanting to die away from it." Lan Yu grasped Zhuge Gong's hand, now marked by age, and remained silent. Zhuge Gong cleared his throat, struggling to articulate. "I once thought that if I were to conquer the world, I would not venture to the Central Plains or the South, but return to the grasslands. 20 years ago, I visited the imperial capital, the last time we met, and upon seeing the former heir become the emperor, I felt it was time to return home, though I no longer know where my ancestral lands lie. Thus, I shall remain in the Northwest." Zhuge Gong cast his gaze upward at the canopy above, squinting as he declared, "I will stay in the Northwest, not venturing elsewhere. That I have traversed north and south, visiting Shuzhou and the imperial capital. I have seen enough of the southern lands that I should have followed the emperor in the 1st year of Chengping. Now, every day I live is a gain." Lan Yu sighed again, shaking his head with a smile. "Among the loyal ministers of that time, you were the most unpretentious." Zhuge Gong glanced at his old acquaintance, now a high-ranking official, and said softly, "In my life, few things weigh on my mind. My descendants will find their own fortunes. I do not concern myself with them. The only thing that troubles me is the Northwest Army. I share these heartfelt words with you today, hoping you will safeguard its future, ensuring that it is not entrusted to unworthy hands." Lan Yu inquired, "Whom do you favor?" Zhuge Gong, an old general who had witnessed the ravages of war, exhaled deeply, feeling a chill in the post-summer air, and murmured, "In this era of peace, even the common folk and the high officials have not encountered true, grand battles, fierce conflicts, or life-and-death struggles, while the southern regions are relatively secure. The Northwest is different. It borders the grasslands, and should the nomadic armies choose to invade, this area will be the front line. Lin Han's temperament is known to you, Mr. Lan. In the time of the former emperor, it was manageable, but since the departure of the former emperor and the empress dowager, no one has been able to earn his respect. With his ambitions, War is inevitable within the decade. Thus, a new Northwest governor must possess military knowledge, authority, and capability. Looking across the court, there is only. Zhuge Gong hesitated before slowly stating, only that former sick tiger, Zhang Wubing. Lan Yu nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Zhuge Gong slowly closed his eyes, fatigue evident as he said, years ago, Zhang Wubing opposed you alongside Han Xian and was expelled from the court by your own hand, and I understand your predicament. Inviting him back would be akin to losing face. Yet, so many years have passed. And he should have recognized his mistakes. For the sake of the court and the state, I implore you. Lan Yu interjected softly, in a few days, write a memorial and submit it. I will have the cabinet prepare the necessary documents. Zhuge Gong's spirit revived as he opened his eyes, trembling with gratitude as he clasped his hands, raising his voice slightly. Your noble intentions are commendable, Lord Rui. Lan Yu shook his head and exited the room. In early autumn, a cool breeze began to rise, penetrating the air. With hands clasped behind his back, he walked forth. The autumn wind whispered, bringing forth a sense of change. Chapter 54. The Nameless Swordsman Slays the Bandits. A significant upheaval affecting the entire Northwest was slowly unfolding through the brief exchanges of the two elderly men. The transition of power among the greatest local warlords in the Northwest signified an impending earthquake within both the political and military arenas. Should Zhang Wubing truly return to the court and secure the position of left governor of the Northwest Army, it would likely render the efforts expended by Su Beiyu and his disciple fruitless. It is unlikely that Su Beiyu could have anticipated that just months prior he was a mere insignificant figure in the Northwest. And now he had unwittingly crossed paths with a soon-to-be influential character in the region. There exist two types of individuals in this world, one who defines themselves by their actions, and another who defines themselves by their associations. Su Beiyu was determined not to be the latter. He did not wish for others to refer to him as Su Beiyu, disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo. Rather, he preferred to be identified as Gongsun Zhongmo, master of Su Beiyu. In the first 30 years, one observes the father respecting the son. In the later 30, the son respects the father. While reading the Avatamsaka Sutra, Su Beiyu encountered a Buddhist verse, to become a dragon or elephant among the Buddhas, one must first be like the horses and cattle among sentient beings, which resonated deeply with him. At the same time Lan Yu arrived in the capital, several notable events were unfolding not far from Shilong Prairie. Due to a recent surge in travelers to Jianghu City, the prairie had seen an influx of swift-moving bandits. These marauders refrained from targeting wealthy merchant caravans with powerful patrons, instead preying on smaller, less protected groups, including solitary martial artists. Consequently, the prairie was littered with corpses. However, in recent days, these menacing bandits faced their reckoning, as a nameless swordsman single-handedly decimated several groups of them, beheading their leaders and displaying the severed heads on stakes, inciting admiration from many merchants who had suffered under the bandits' tyranny. Speculation arose regarding the identity of this avenger, with theories ranging from a disciple of the Taoist sect to a lay follower of Buddhism, and even claims of a young nobleman from Wei. Yet, discerning individuals dismissed these rumors, knowing that if one truly hailed from an influential sect, they would not act so covertly, but would rather proclaim their name openly to gain a reputation in Jianghu City. On a chilly autumn night, the cold of the prairie was particularly biting. In a sheltered spot on a small hillside, a flickering campfire illuminated a dozen menacing, robust bandits feasting on roasted sheep. Their horses were tethered nearby, devoid of any carts or goods, clearly indicating their occupation as thieves rather than legitimate merchants. A shadowy figure bearing a sword appeared atop the hill, coldly surveying the band of men below, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if he were looking at lifeless corpses. Autumn is an apt season for bloodshed. The prairie grass had grown tall enough to conceal bodies, rendering them invisible when tossed aside, and soon the remains would be devoured by scavenging wolves, sparing the trouble of burial. The leader of the bandits gripped his knife's hilt, looking up at the swordsman on the hill with a disdainful sneer. Are you the infamous nameless swordsman who has been slaying bandits of late? Young man, every profession has its rules. You have broken them. There is a bounty of 500 taels of gold on your head. Encountering us today is your misfortune. I say this to clear your mind when you meet the King of Hell, ensuring you understand your place in the next life. The masked swordsman remained silent, slowly drawing his sword, which shimmered like water in the moonlight. The 12 formidable bandits rose, their massive blades gleaming ominously under the moonlight. They were known collectively as the 12 Wolf Bandits, not engaged in simple theft, but specializing in extortion, taking money from the wealthy to settle scores. They had received a bounty of 500 taels of gold from a client to lie in wait for this unruly swordsman. The leader, known as Wolf Head, maintained a steely gaze on the nameless swordsman, exhibiting neither carelessness nor excessive caution. Although this young man had dispatched several bandits, they were mere common thieves, fundamentally different from the 12 wolf bandits. Wolf Head did not believe this youth could escape their grasp. The nameless swordsman was Su Beiyu, who had been tasked by his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, with eliminating the bandits. Despite their elusive nature, they were easily tracked by Gongsun Zhongmo, who had directed Su Beiyu to engage them. These bandits, lacking formal training, were mostly of the 5th or 6th rank, yet their skills were honed through countless battles, displaying a ferocity typical of the most reckless criminals. Their numbers allowed them to charge like a cavalry unit, making them ideal practice for Su Beiyu, who had yet to taste much bloodshed. It must be noted that prior to reaching the 5th rank, combat was the best means to refine one's prowess. After several encounters with bandits, Gongsun Zhongmo had refrained from accompanying Su Beiyu, instead providing him with locations to pursue his training. Su Beiyu had ventured forth alone, sustaining numerous deep wounds while claiming 87 bandit heads, allowing him to absorb much of the latent energy within their corpses, bringing him closer to glimpsing the 2nd rank. The 12 wolf bandits would serve as his final and most critical challenge. Su Beiyu tightened his grip on his sword, advancing rather than retreating. Wolf Head and the other 11 bandits were taken aback, their initial surprise giving way to derisive laughter. This audacious youth dared to challenge 12? The 12 wolf bandits were no mere decorations. Each member was above the 3rd rank, with Wolf Head himself having reached the 2nd rank. Without genuine skill, one could not engage in their line of work. Wolf Head exchanged glances with his comrades, and the two closest to him charged forward, raising their weapons as they approached within a few paces of the swordsman, wielding their massive blades with deadly precision. Su Beiyu slightly sidestepped, deflecting one blade with a seemingly effortless motion, sending the attacker staggering back. In one fluid movement, he struck down on the 2nd bandit's weapon, redirecting it before delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. It was a clean and decisive maneuver. Wolf Head's expression darkened as he raised his hand. All 12 bandits lifted their massive blades, forming a fan-like formation around him. Su Beiyu inhaled deeply. He had just crossed into the 2nd rank. Facing a 2nd-rank opponent and 11 3rd-rank foes, this might seem the folly of a madman. But as the saying goes, one must be mad to attain enlightenment. To achieve the exalted status akin to the Buddha, one must possess the fervor to risk one's life. With determination, Su Beiyu pressed forward. Wolf Head narrowed his eyes at the masked swordsman and charged, delivering a seemingly simple yet devastating strike. In an instant, a wave of energy surged forth, showcasing Wolf Head's unique technique, the illusory blade technique, which had caused many unsuspecting experts to falter. Unfazed, Su Beiyu extended his sword, embodying calmness as he met the blade's ferocity with unwavering steadiness. This was the 5th sword, stillness. Reaching its pinnacle, his sword became a mountain, solid and immovable. When their blades clashed, a resounding metallic reverberation echoed, sending gusts of wind that swept the surrounding grass backward, creating a remarkable spectacle. Su Beiyu twirled his sword, deflecting the massive blade, closing the distance to almost face Wolf Head. He unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy aimed directly at the bandit leader's heart. However, the leader of the bandits was not easily intimidated. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a punch, clearly intent on trading wounds for a fatal blow. Su Beiyu, unwilling to engage in such a reckless exchange, redirected his palm to strike the back of Wolf Head's hand, inflicting a wound. Seizing the opportunity, Wolf Head retreated, and the remaining 11 bandits no longer allowed Su Beiyu to engage them one by one. They all charged in unison, their massive blades descending upon him. Su Beiyu skillfully parried one strike, gliding through the opening, evading the onslaught with grace and agility, escaping the encirclement of the 11 bandits. Wolf Head's face darkened, his voice booming. Form up. Previously, he had regarded the swordsman with a sense of playfulness. But after their exchange, he felt nothing but a burning fury. When had he, the formidable leader of the 12 wolf bandits, ever faced such humiliation? Together, the 12 bandits raised their massive blades and charged at Su Beiyu. Su Beiyu wielded the Tianlan sword, its aura emanating a formidable energy. Although he could not match Gongsun Zhongmo's extraordinary sword chi that extended for dozens of yards, his own reach of 3 feet was not to be underestimated. Faced with 12 ferocious bandits wielding massive blades, he could repel an assailant with a single stroke. Relying on his profound cultivation in the dragon-tiger alchemy, his energy far surpassed that of others at the same level. His swordplay flowed with unrestrained elegance, focused not on killing but on honing his craft. The 12 bandits worked in unison, creating a formation that blocked Su Beiyo's escape routes. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his movements as fluid as a painter's brush. Navigating through the onslaught of blades with effortless grace, the bandit leader's expression darkened. Where had this anomaly emerged from? His realm barely straddled the line between the third and second ranks. Yet the depth of his energy surpassed even that of the second-tier leader, almost rivaling the first-tier level. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was astoundingly sophisticated, reminiscent of celestial techniques. Had it not been for the leader's vast combat experience, he might have perished in their initial clash, suppressing his shock and fury. The bandit leader felt no fear. After all, this young man was not even at the second rank. Even if he were, facing a second-tier fighter alongside 11 third-tier comrades would surely lead to his demise. The leader had unwavering confidence in their combined assault, recalling how they had once overpowered 2 second-tier experts on the grasslands, gaining renown and establishing their foothold. With a heavy exhale, the leader bellowed, "Do not give him a moment to breathe. Exhaust him until he can fight no more. Let us see if this young man truly possesses inexhaustible energy. Whoever beheads him shall have my new bride as a reward." The bandits' attacks intensified, their blades weaving a deadly net around Su Beiyu. Unfazed, he maneuvered with his sword, evading the flurry of strikes as he unleashed a counterattack. The Tianlan sword spun from his grasp, guided by his energy. Clashing against the massive blades with a symphony of metal on metal, the bandits, unaccustomed to the finesse of Su Beiyou's technique, were momentarily stunned, their hands tingling from the impact. The leader's eyes widened in astonishment. A flying sword? Without a hint of emotion, Su Beiyu launched another attack, directing the sword straight at the leader's heart. The bandit leader scoffed, summoning a surge of energy that radiated from him, his strength magnified in an instant. He raised his massive blade, deflecting the incoming sword with calculated precision, seamlessly transitioning into a downward strike. His movements were a testament to the deadly art of combat, a perfect blend of offense and defense. As his blade descended towards Su Beiyu, the leader suddenly sensed danger. Without hesitation, he pivoted, carving a deep trench into the ground as he evaded the flying sword aimed at his head. Though he had gained the upper hand, he felt an unsettling frustration, anger swelling within him that he retaliated with another strike. His form a whirlwind of lethal light, the flying sword danced amidst the chaos, clashing with the bandits' blades. The leader, consumed by fury, was a stark contrast to Su Beiyou's calm demeanor, who seemed to glide through the battlefield with an air of nonchalance, demonstrating mastery over his technique. After 3 successive clashes between the Tianlan and the leader's blade, Su Beiyu finally grasped the sword directly, channeling the gathered energy into a single, powerful stroke. Sword 13. This strike resonated with the essence of the first-tier realm. The leader, utterly bewildered, could not fathom how someone so young and seemingly inexperienced could unleash such a formidable attack. Desperately, he raised his shattered blade in defense, but it crumbled under the force of Su Beiyou's strike. With a powerful leap, he retreated among his remaining 11 comrades, roaring, "Kill him!" The 11 bandits, previously cautious of friendly fire, surged forward, blades raised, ready to strike as they closed in on Su Beiyu. He executed a circular motion with his sword, deflecting 5 of their blows while countering the remaining 6. Only one blade managed to graze his shoulder. The bandit who struck felt a fleeting sense of triumph, but it quickly vanished as he met Su Beiyou's cold, indifferent gazed eye. In the next moment, Su Beiyou's arm pierced through his chest, leaving the bandit lifeless. With blood on his hands, Su Beiyu switched to dual-wielding his swords, charging directly at the wounded leader. The remaining bandits stood in his path, only to be cleaved in half by Su Beiyou's blade, their blood erupting skyward. With nowhere to retreat, the leader's face twisted into a mad snarl as he lunged at Su Beiyu, determined to take him down in a final act of desperation. Simultaneously, the other 9 bandits launched their own attacks. Yet, Su Beiyu remained unfazed. He pierced the leader's skull with his sword, then deftly sidestepped, parrying 2 incoming strikes with a resounding clash of metal. He then leapt onto their blades, executing a horizontal strike that sent 2 heads flying through the air. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, 6 of the 12 bandits lay dead, including their second-tier leader. With the leader's demise, the remaining 6 bandits fled in terror, abandoning all hope. A cruel smile crept across Su Beiyou's face as he began his pursuit. Not long after, all 12 bandits were slain. Covered in blood, Su Beiyu hoisted a half-man-high wooden stake on his shoulder, holding the Tianlan sword in one hand and a string of severed heads in the other, resembling a gruesome display of trophies. Upon reaching the top of the hill, he drove the stake into the ground and hung the heads from it before turning away, sword in hand. Chapter 56, on talent and potential descending the slope. The campfire lit by the 12 bandits still flickered, and a roasted yellow sheep remained warm nearby. Su Beiyu discarded his blood-stained outer robe into the flames and savored a piece of meat from the sheep's neck. Chewing slowly, his objective was clear: to slay 3 second-tier fighters and 1 first-tier fighter, a target set by Gongsun Zhongmo. He could not return until this was accomplished. Su Beiyu had heard of the Taoist assessments, the monthly, yearly, and triennial examinations. The sword sect shared roots with Taoism, and this was his first monthly evaluation. Though he was unsure of the consequences of failing, he understood they would not be trivial. The battle against the 12 bandits was pivotal. After it, he felt the dormant sword energy within him had been fully integrated into his dantian, ready to propel him past the threshold of the second tier, attaining genuine second-tier prowess. The second-tier inner guards who had besieged Chonglong Temple were merely at the same level. After leaving this place, Su Beiyu continued his journey toward Jilu City, aware that the grasslands were teeming with bandits. Only as he neared the city would their numbers dwindle, according to a geographical record left by his master. He was still 200 miles from Jilu City and would not arrive there for several more days. His current position was precisely where the bandits roamed most freely. As he walked, Su Beiyu diligently practiced his still immature Sword 13, while Sword 14 eluded him entirely. Occasionally, he would take on the role of an unnamed swordsman, slaying bandits and collecting their heads as grim trophies along the way, creating a bloody path. On this day, the autumn sun shone with relentless intensity. Had it not been for the dragon tiger alchemy at his side, merely walking beneath the sun would have been a tremendous ordeal. Su Beiyu viewed this as a form of ascetic training, remaining undeterred as he walked, synchronizing his breathing to cultivate his energy. His master had once explained that the potential of individuals could be broadly categorized into 5 levels. The first level was that of the transcendent, individuals born with extraordinary talents and innate wisdom, destined for ascendance. Figures such as the current Taoist leader, Tian Chun, former leaders of the White Lotus sect, and the founding monarch of the Wei Kingdom, all belonged to this elite tier. The second level was that of the celestial, whose potential was lesser than the transcendent, but endowed with unique insights and the prospect of becoming an earth immortal, provided they encountered a wise teacher. Notable figures like Gongsun Zhongmo and the former Taoist leader, Zichun, fell into this category. The third level was that of the true immortal, with average roots and comprehension. They might reach the human immortal realm through diligence, but would struggle to attain true immortality without exceptional fortune. The fourth level was that of the mediocre, lacking clarity of purpose, with their highest achievement limited to the first tier. They could only aspire to the ghostly immortal realm through fleeting opportunities. The final level consisted of those deemed failures by the Taoist community, unable to harness their potential, destined to remain stagnant throughout their lives. Su Beiyu once inquired about his own potential, but Gongsun Zhongmo had only replied that he possessed the insight of a celestial, the roots of a true immortal, and the temperament of a transcendent. Leaving Su Beiyu pondering his place among these categories, gazing at the sky, he mused, a carefree life or eternal existence. Suddenly, a voice interjected, to cultivate without attaining immortality is to pursue an empty dream. Startled, Su Beiyu turned to find an elderly Taoist in light blue robes standing behind him. Although the robe was not from the demon suppression temple, he appeared to be a wandering Taoist. Su Beiyu remained cautious. The man's silent approach suggested he was no ordinary practitioner, especially in such a perilous region. The old Taoist, hands clasped behind his back, smiled lightly. "Young man, you study both alchemy and swordsmanship. Are you a disciple of the Tao or the Sword Sect?" Su Beiyu's heart stirred at the old man's perceptiveness, but he maintained his composure, remaining silent. The old Taoist, with a white beard and a robe slightly worn yet immaculate, possessed an ethereal presence. Noticing Su Beiyu's reticence, he continued, "I once practiced within the Tao, but now I travel the world that I happened to see you utilizing the dragon tiger alchemy and was intrigued by the sword techniques you employed, which seemed to blend Taoist and sword sect principles. That I hope you don't mind my inquiry." Su Beiyu responded slowly. "May I ask your name, esteemed elder?" The old Taoist chuckled. "I have traversed the world for decades and have forgotten my true name. You may call me Qing Taoist." Su Beiyu respectfully bowed. "It is an honor to meet you, Qing Taoist." The old Taoist smiled. "Our meeting is fated. if you are not wary of my potential to misguide you. I would like to share some insights on cultivation. Su Beiyu sincerely replied, I would be grateful for your guidance. The old Taoist continued, young man, you base your cultivation on the dragon tiger alchemy while practicing the sword techniques of the sword sect. This harmonious approach embodies the cosmic balance of heaven and earth, creating a magnificent spectacle. You are now refining your sword intent through combat, which aligns with the essence of the 4-9 white gold sword chi, a method for further development. Although Su Beiyu had never heard of the 4-9 white gold sword chi from his master, he nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the old man's wisdom. The old Taoist's expression became serious. The 4-9 white gold sword chi is fundamental to the sword sect. Fierce and unyielding. When combined with the dragon tiger alchemy, it becomes overwhelmingly powerful. However, one must be cautious. Excessive rigidity may lead to downfall. While it may triumph before reaching the earth immortal realm, overcoming the threshold to attain true immortality is fraught with difficulty. Su Beiyu shook his head. What you speak of, esteemed elder, is far beyond my reach. The old Taoist shrugged. Whether I speak or remain silent is my concern. Whether you heed my words is yours. Our fated encounter ends here. To escape the pitfalls of rigidity. I see two paths, the grand path and the minor path. The grand path involves perfecting your swordsmanship to achieve harmony. This is the path taken by the sword sect's ancestors. Yet, it is a challenging journey that requires immense luck, perseverance, and talent. The minor path is simpler. Seek a partner skilled in softer techniques for dual cultivation, though it won't address the root of the problem. It can provide temporary relief. Su Beiyu was taken aback, speechless. The old Taoist chuckled and turned away, disappearing from Su Beiyu's sight. A partner, a spouse, a companion. Su Beiyu shook his head, exhaling deeply as he continued northeastward. Chapter 57. The autumn wind and rain favor the killers. After parting ways with the Qing Taoist, Su Beiyu traveled north, bypassing Jianghu City, and swiftly traversed the entire Xiaolong grassland, entering the core region of the vast plains known as Wusuyuan. This was the realm of the earth immortals, where the sea meets the sky. The horizon was but a stone's throw away. Had Su Beiyu traveled on foot, even with relentless effort, it would have taken him over a month to cross the Xiaolong grassland. The center of Wusuyuan was where the royal tent of the grassland kings resided. Inside the golden tent were the Khan Lin Han and the esteemed guest Murong Xianin, thousands of miles away in Jianghu City. The architecture was meticulously arranged, with strict hierarchies and cumbersome regulations that could not be breached. The very heart stood what used to be the lord's residence, now the residence of the Lingwu Duke. This duke's abode was far grander than the one in Dunhuang City, occupying an entire block due to the vastness of the land and the distance from the emperor, rivaling even some royal residences in the capital. It was a marvel of architecture, second only to the imperial palace and the residences of the royal family. In the southeastern corner of Lingwu County, there stands a lofty watchtower, reaching 30 zhang in height, from which one can gaze far beyond the city walls, standing out like a crane among chickens within the confines of Jianghu City. At this moment, two individuals are kneeling across from each other within the tower. One is a woman adorned in an elegant palace gown, exuding an aura of aloofness. Her figure is graceful, her demeanor detached, and as she kneels, she subtly showcases her alluring charm, enticing yet not wanton. She is undoubtedly a noble woman emerging from the opulent halls of a lordess residence. The other is clad in a formal black python robe, crowned with a diadem set with 6 eastern pearls, and cinched at the waist with a jade belt. Time has stripped away the youth of this elder, yet it has bestowed upon him an air of authority that commands respect without the need for anger. He is the lord of this land, the current Duke of Lingwu, Xiaomo. The woman, radiating a palpable pride, as if looking down upon all, remains undeterred even in the presence of the formidable Duke, addressing him coolly. Xiaomo. This trade fair in Jianghu City has been jointly approved by the Master of the Tao and His Majesty the Emperor, with you tasked to oversee it. Even the palace lord will only offer support from the sidelines, placing a heavy burden upon your shoulders. Should you fail in your duties, I fear the crown atop your head may no longer sit securely. Xiaomo, addressed so directly, remains unfazed, smiling as he responds. His Majesty does not disdain my frailty, but entrusts me with this weighty responsibility. I shall do my utmost to repay His Majesty, even if it costs me my life. You need not worry about that, my lady. The woman smirked slightly, her demeanor turning serious. If that is the case, let me be frank. Gongsun Zhongmo must die this time. As for how my demon suppression palace intends to accomplish this, that is none of your concern. However, should anything go awry on your part, do not blame the palace lord for being unyielding. Even if you are the Duke of Lingwu, you will be regarded as a remnant of the sword sect and dealt with accordingly. Unperturbed by the woman's explicit threat, Xiao Mo retorts with a wry smile. The title of palace lord carries considerable weight. Indeed, the world may liken you to the master of the Tao, but is it not foolish to think so highly of yourselves? You claim my life is forfeit, yet neither the palace lord nor the master of the Tao would dare say such a thing. After all, I still bear the surname Xiao, and only the current emperor, who shares my name, holds the power to decide my fate. The woman's expression darkens, and after a moment of silence, she delivers her words with heavy emphasis. What a remarkable Duke of Lingwu you are. Truly unyielding that I hope you can maintain this fortitude in the future. Xiao Mo gazes calmly at the woman, smiling as he responds, if you wish to kill Gongsun Zhoumo, then go ahead. Although I share some connections with him, we are not so close as to be bound by life and death. Thus, I shall remain an observer as for whether you succeed. That depends on your methods that I offer you this advice, rather than expending your energy on me. You would be wiser to consider how to eliminate Gongsun Zhoumo. He is no mere fish in a pond, but a dragon in the river. A careless move could mean disaster for both man and vessel. The woman coldly counters, the sword sect is already annihilated. What can a mere stray dog like Gongsun Zhoumo stir up? Xiao Mo suddenly bursts into laughter, unabashed and boisterous. True, the sword sect has fallen. But it was not by your demon suppression palace's hand. Shangwan Xianxun perished by divine decree. The Sword Chi Pavilion was destroyed by the Peak Master Xiao Shun, and the Great Sword Servant fell to the Master of Tianji Peak. The Sword Tomb Island and the 36 islands were seized by the Master of Yuheng Peak. What connection do any of these events have with your demon suppression palace? Over the years, aside from hunting the remnants of the Sword Sect, what accomplishments can you boast? He chuckles. There is one notable incident, though. During the Battle of Hileo Mountain, the Great Master Qinshun nearly wiped out half of your demon suppression palace single-handedly. A cautionary tale indeed. The woman sharply lifts her head, fixing her gaze on the Duke. Are you provoking the demon suppression palace? Who do you think you are? Qinshun or Gongsun Zhoumo? There are indeed those who can disregard the demon suppression palace. But you, Xiao Mo, are not among them. Xiao Mo replies calmly, in truth, we are both mere pawns, akin to pieces on a chessboard. A powerful chariot is worth more than a mere pawn that cannot retreat. Yet, when it comes to protecting the king, even a chariot may be sacrificed. The woman's expression shifts abruptly. What do you mean? Xiao Mo explains flatly. Consider this a reminder. Jianghu City is a chessboard. Although Gongsun Zhoumo has but a lone king remaining, he is a king unbound by rules, free to move beyond the confines of the 9 palaces. Killing him is not so simple, and your side has few pieces left. The chessboard has always dictated that the king is rarely seen. Ultimately, it is the king who can counter the king. The reckless king acts on his own accord, and the past serves as a warning. Do not become a pawn that cannot turn back. The woman remains silent for a long while. Xiao Mo turns his gaze toward the exterior, where dark clouds have gathered ominously, signaling an impending storm. He sighs lightly. What a splendid autumn rain. The woman suddenly inquires. Where is Gongsun Zhoumo? Xiao Mo gestures downwards, softly stating, he is within this city. As the autumn wind blows, it carries with it the chilling rain, which has finally begun to fall after much anticipation. The gentle patter of raindrops strikes the eaves, the blue tiles, the streets, and the stone walls, creating countless fine sprays of water, enveloping Jianghu City in a veil of mist. The originally dusty bluestone streets reveal their true, deep azure hue after being drenched by the rain. An elder, bearing a sword case, walks along the slick streets, holding a yellowed oiled paper umbrella, his steps unhurried. The autumn rain is far less vigorous than summer rain, merely producing a soft rustling sound as it hits the umbrella. Reminiscent of autumn leaves stirred by the wind, that he suddenly halts, extending his hand to catch a few raindrops, feeling their coolness in his palm, and murmurs to himself, autumn winds and autumn rains are well suited for killing. Chapter 58. When immortals clash, mortals take flight. Since Gongsun Zhoumo's arrival in Jianghu City, this autumn rain has persisted for 3 days, showing no signs of abating. During these 3 days, Su Beiyu has traversed over 200 li, slaying 32 bandits, including 2 leaders of third-tier realms. His journey has been leisurely, aside from dispatching bandits. Most of his energy is devoted to Sword 13. In truth, eliminating these common bandits offers no benefit to Su Beiyu's swordsmanship. He merely hopes that those who hired the 12 wolf bandits will seek out another wave of assassins. Such free targets suit his purpose perfectly. As night descends, the autumn rain becomes increasingly fine, and the already cold grasslands feel even chillier. Subayu carries tea on lawn, stepping cautiously through the dark grassland, thoroughly drenched by the cold rain. Fortunately, the chi within sustains him, causing him little harm. A common person would likely freeze to death on such a night. After walking for much of the night, Subayu finally spots distant flickering campfires. Upon approaching, he discovers a group of merchants who have temporarily set up a rain shelter, gathered around the fire for warmth. Although the merchants regard the lone Subayu with a hint of wariness, they do not take the young man seriously. Subayu pats his soaked sleeves, splashing droplets, and produces a small piece of scattered silver, saying, "Gentlemen, I am merely a passerby seeking refuge from the rain and a chance to dry my clothes. Might I impose upon you for a moment?" The leading merchant glances at the silver in Subayu's hand, ponders briefly, and then nods. Subayu smiles, tossing the silver into the merchant's hand before stepping into the shelter and settling in a corner. With the silver as a pretext, the merchants are more inclined to smile and offer their assistance. A lean man hands over a wine flask, saying, "Little brother, you must be soaked through. Take a sip to warm yourself. According to the seasoned veteran's wisdom, one should never drink unknown liquor in unfamiliar surroundings." However, Subayu does not decline, accepting the flask and taking a hearty swig before returning it with gratitude. His show of trust clearly earns the favor of the other merchants, and the leading merchant introduces himself. "My name is Jianghu, a merchant from Shan Prefecture. We are merely a small group of traders. Little brother, you should take off your wet clothes. I have an outer robe you can wear for now." Being all men, Subayu does not hesitate, shedding his soaked garments to remain in his trousers, then donning Jianghu's outer robe. After draping his wet clothes over the fire, the merchants resume their previous conversation. The lean man takes another swig of wine, exclaiming, "This nameless swordsman is indeed quite a figure. He has already slain over 100 bandits, and I heard some of the major bandits are offering a heavy bounty to the 12 wolf bandits for his head." As he mentions the 12 wolf bandits, the lean man raises his voice slightly, adopting the tone of a storyteller in a tavern. "Who are the 12 wolf bandits, you ask? They roam the Xiaolong grasslands, committing countless murders, their brutality unmatched. In recent years, many skilled individuals have fallen at their hands. Just a few years back, a pair of chivalrous lovers from the Central Plains, both solid second-tier cultivators, crossed paths with the 12 wolf bandits and met their demise." Jianghu nods. "I've heard some tales about that. So, did this nameless swordsman fall to the 12 wolf bandits?" The lean man slams his thigh, saying, "Indeed, he did not fall. Rather, he wiped out the 12 wolf bandits cleanly. 12 heads strung together on wooden stakes, each one dead without a chance to close their eyes." The merchants who had not heard this news exchange glances, clearly incredulous that the notorious 12 wolf bandits could be so easily defeated. One cannot help but ask, is that true? Can this nameless swordsman truly be that formidable? The lean man grows more animated, eyes widening. How could it not be true? Just the day before yesterday, people witnessed it firsthand. 12 heads, their signature weapons, and 12 horses, all present. If not the 12 wolf bandits, who else could it be? Jianghu's expression shifts slightly. If that's the case, this nameless swordsman truly is a remarkable individual, perhaps even a first-tier expert. To rid the Xiaolong grasslands of a menace is indeed a noble deed. Subayu interjects. "It seems you gentlemen have just come from Jianghu City, where the Grand Jianghu Trade Fair is taking place. Why leave so early?" Jianghu and the lean man exchange glances, offering a bitter smile. To be honest, the atmosphere in Jianghu City is turbulent, with experts from all sides converging. We are but small fish in this vast ocean and cannot afford to get involved. No matter how enticing the silver, one must have their life to spend it. If you also wish to go to Jianghu City, my advice is to turn back sooner rather than later." Subayu, intrigued, asks, "What do you mean by that?" Jianghu hesitates before continuing. "You must have heard the rumors that a great master from the Dao Sect is coming to the Jianghu Trade Fair?" Subayu nods. Jianghu continues, "The rumors are true. A great master has indeed arrived in Jianghu City, and it's someone no one expected. It's the master of the Demon Suppression Palace. I have traveled far and wide, and I've heard of the Demon Suppression Palace. It holds power comparable to our court's secret service. Just imagine how formidable the master of the Demon Suppression Palace must be." He pauses, lowering his voice slightly. "Now, if it were just him, it wouldn't be such a big deal. After all, celestial beings don't usually trouble us insignificant mortals. But here's the twist. Another notorious figure has arrived. Fitting the saying, when immortals clash, Mortals suffered if these two get into a disagreement. We small fry might just have to run for our lives to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The other merchants' expressions reveal they are already aware of the situation, leaving Su Beiyu to ask, what sort of devil dares to confront a great master from the Tao sect? Zhang Suing replies in a hushed tone, it's not so much a confrontation with the master of the Demon Suppression Palace, as it is with a high-ranking Taoist known as the Eastern Ghost Emperor. This Eastern Ghost Emperor is also a celestial figure, capable of flying and summoning storms. The notorious figure, Gongsun Zhoumo, seems to be a sect leader, and he and the Eastern Ghost Emperor are locked in a fierce battle. When that devil waves his hand, the raindrops transform into swords. For every raindrop, there is a sword. The spectacle was so grand that I shall never forget it. It nearly turned the Eastern Ghost Emperor into a sieve. The lean man chimes in, indeed, the rain of swords was as if the heavens were pouring them down. Su Beiyu, maintaining a calm demeanor, softly inquires, what happened next? Zhang Suheng's face lights up with a hint of reverence as he recounts. What followed was truly a conversation between immortals. The voice resonated from the heavens, clear and audible to all in the city. If I am not mistaken, it was the master of the Demon Suppression Palace speaking. They agreed to settle their dispute in 3 days, which is why we ordinary folks must steer clear of this place of conflict. He instinctively glances at the young man, who happens to lower his head. Zhang Suing retracts his gaze with a sigh. These are celestial beings. Witnessing an immortal clash is not something everyone can hope for. The lean man asks, by the way, who is Gongsun Zhoumo to be able to contend with the master in black? Zhang Suing hesitates. Since he is a devil, he must be from the southern region, where many such figures abound. Su Beiyu raises his head, his expression unreadable, and softly states, he is the leader of the Sword Sect. Zhang Suing is taken aback, but the Sword Sect has perished. Su Beiyu lets out a long sigh. Indeed, the Sword Sect has fallen. What remains are merely its remnants. Chapter 59, A Sword Made of Umbrella. The lean man, having recently embraced the faith, scoffs at the notion. If they are but remnants, why still call him a leader? How shameless. Before he can finish, he feels a chill run down his spine and glances sideways. Finding the young man staring at him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Under this piercing scrutiny, the lean man stifles the latter half of his sentence. Zhang Suing, sensing the tension, quickly shifts the topic, saying, speaking of men, especially as they reach middle age, life is indeed not easy. With aging parents above and a wife and children below, the weight of the family rests upon our shoulders. If it weren't for this burden, who would willingly risk their lives in such a profession? To be honest, I haven't been home in over 6 months. I wonder if my son still recognizes me. Su Beiyu replies calmly, it is indeed not easy. A woman seeks stability, while a man can provide stability for a woman but not for himself. A lifetime of toil. My master is just like that. Zhang Suing inquires, is your master doing well these days? Su Beiyu softly responds, my master has gone to Jianghu City. I am on my way to find him. Zhang Suing takes a swig from the wine flask, his tone turning somber. Once this business is concluded, I will return home. He raises his hand, gesturing a height, his previously stern face softening as he says, my son must be this tall by now. Su Beiyu remarked, I am, by nature, nurtured by the heavens and the earth. Unaware of who my parents are. I have only 2 relatives. One is the gentleman who raised me, and the other is my master who taught me my skills. My master is currently in Jianghu City, and as a disciple, it is only reasonable for me to visit him. Zhang Suing slowly responded, in my youth, I encountered a wandering Taoist who imparted many truths to me. He stated that in this world, there are 2 paramount principles. One is rules, and the other is reason. There are no rules without reason, nor is there reason that does not adhere to rules. Su Beiyu nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the wisdom in those words. As dawn broke and the rain lessened, Su Beiyu donned his attire, secured the Tianlan sword, bid farewell to the merchants, and continued his journey toward Jianghu City. Yizue, a name somewhat peculiar, was undeniably of the esteemed Yi family. His personal cultivation placed him in a position of mediocrity among the many stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall, preventing him from engaging in confidential matters. Yet he was by no means a marginal figure, since entering the Demon Suppression Hall 5 years prior. Due to his status as a Yi family heir, the headmaster had never openly acknowledged him. Yet several influential stewards within the hall extended him certain courtesies. With the right opportunity, Yizue could swiftly advance within the hall. Yizue was not one to harbor an arrogant disposition owing to his lineage. His reputation within the Demon Suppression Hall was rather favorable, and he preferred to lower his status to befriend disciples from outside the hall. He was among the few stewards who commanded a good reputation. During the intense battle in Jianghu City, he was present but merely observed from a tavern, not revealing his identity. After all, engaging in combat against a master of Gongsun Zhangmo's caliber was beyond the capabilities of even the first-grade practitioners, let alone those in the ghostly immortal realm. At most, one could only watch from afar. Having witnessed Gongsun Zhangmo's transformation of rain into swordplay, Yi Zue's eyes were opened wide. Although the Taoist sect was not devoid of high-ranking figures in the earthly immortal realm, these masters seldom intervened directly. Imagining the prowess of such figures through mere words was a starkly different experience than being present to witness it firsthand. After observing the clash between Gongsun Zhangmo and the Eastern Ghost Emperor, the severely injured Eastern Ghost Emperor entrusted him with a task before entering seclusion to recuperate, to ambush Gongsun Zhangmo's disciple outside Jianghu City, and to seek the whereabouts of the last surviving disciple of Changlongwen, Ji Yun. Thus, Yi Zue departed from Jianghu City, poised to wait for an opportunity. Half an hour after Yi Zue's departure, another individual left Jianghu City to eye in the vast grassland. The two walked in tandem for over 10 miles until they reached a secluded spot. Yi Zue, who walked ahead, finally turned and said, "Since you have followed me for so long, why not reveal yourself for a conversation?" As his words fell, a young woman appeared a short distance behind him, holding a delicate oiled paper umbrella, dressed in light blue garments, and adorned in white embroidered shoes with 2 charming pom-poms on the tips. Her hair was casually tied with a silk scarf, and her appearance was that of a refined beauty, with 2 dimples gracing her smile. Yi Zue scrutinized the young woman and inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you must be from the Sword Sect?" The woman smiled and feigned surprise, saying, "Shouldn't it be referred to as a remnant of the Sword Sect? To hear such words from a steward of the Demon Suppression Hall is indeed flattering." Yi Zue shook his head, stating, "Whether from the Sword Sect or a remnant thereof, it ultimately amounts to the same. For a millennium ago, the Taoist sect and the Sword Sect were one. I was fortunate enough to peruse the confidential archives of the Demon Suppression Hall, which noted that the Sword Sect's master, Gongsun Zhangmo, had once reconstructed the Hall of Sword Qi, with 12 sword masters and 36 swordsmen. May I ask what position you hold among them?" A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's face before she chuckled lightly, saying, "Yilanyi, since you adopted the name Yi Zue upon entering the Demon Suppression Hall, it seems you have fared much better than during your time in the Yi family, even uncovering such confidential matters. Truly, as the saying goes, an orange grown in the south is not the same as one grown in the north. Since you have guessed my background, I shall not conceal my identity any longer. My name is Song Guangguan, a sword master of the Hall of Sword Qi." Unperturbed by the revelation of her true name, Yi Zue smiled and asked, "May I inquire about your purpose in following me?" "Miss Song?" The young woman smirked. "On the orders of my master, I am here to retrieve the Mo Ming sword." Yi Zue gestured toward the sword on his back, chuckling. "I presumed you were here to escort your young master." Song Guangguan replied nonchalantly, "The young master has his own destiny to fulfill. Since he has chosen to venture into the world, regardless of his background, he must rely on his own abilities for survival. To take on the mantle of leadership requires the readiness to face life and death. Should one be inadequate and perish in the tumult of the world, they have no one but themselves to blame." Yi Zue applauded, exclaiming, "Well said." As autumn rain fell incessantly, turning the grassland into a muddy expanse, Song Guangguan traversed it without a hint of dirt adhering to her. With a graceful flick of her fingers, she spun her oiled paper umbrella, which blossomed open like a blue lotus, leaving a clear trace against the backdrop of the rain. She then moved in sync with her umbrella, advancing forward. The sound of rain grew louder, shattering the prior tranquility, replaced by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Yi Zue drew the Mo Ming sword from its sheath, the metallic clash resonating above the storm. The blade exuded a fierce sword energy. In the next moment, the white curtain of rain was cleaved in two, a faint, fine line of sword energy descending upon the umbrella at that instant. Song Guangguan gripped the umbrella handle and snapped it shut with a sharp sound. When opened, it served as an umbrella. When closed, it transformed into a sword. The paper umbrella met the sword energy, creating ripples. Countless raindrops shattered into mist, rising to form a thick veil between the two. Unwavering, Song Guangguan pressed onward, directing the umbrella ahead with the relentless force of a sword. piercing through the white mist until it collided with the Mo Ming sword. Two torrents of formidable sword energy erupted in a spectacular explosion. Although Song Guangguan ranked 12th among the sword masters of the Hall of Sword Qi, her cultivation had already reached the ghostly, immortal realm, despite Yizue wielding the Mo Ming sword and possessing various secret arts. He dared not underestimate her. He used the sword's blade to counter the errant streams of sword energy while advancing, his feet gliding over the rainwater without soiling the ground, as though skimming across the surface. The Mo Ming sword lightly tapped at Song Guangguan's brow. With a crack, the umbrella opened again, transforming into a large shield that deflected the strike. Song Guangguan then spun the umbrella fiercely, sending countless raindrops flying like arrows. The paper umbrella had 12 tassels, thus creating 12 rain swords. The surrounding rainstorm erupted with explosive force as Yizue, unperturbed and composed, moved with purpose, striking down 9 rain swords in succession. Nevertheless, 3 still found their mark. Blossoming into crimson flowers upon his arms and shoulders, Song Guangguan chuckled lightly, her oiled paper umbrella closing once more. This time, the surrounding rain shifted, the umbrella ensnaring it to form a colossal rain sword aimed at Yizue. The sword descended with the force of a whirlwind, scattering the rain in all directions. With no options for evasion, Yizue could only position the Mo Ming sword before him, pushed back nearly 100 paces as his feet sank into the ground. Carving deep trenches in a state of disarray, his garments were muddied, losing the grace he once held. Glancing down at a fresh crimson stain on his chest, he wiped the rain from his face with his sleeve, calmly stating, "I concede." He had not anticipated that this young woman would possess such formidable skill. To reach the ghostly immortal realm at her age was indeed astonishing. The fact that she was so close to the earthly immortal realm exceeded his expectations, making his defeat quite reasonable. What perplexed Yizue further was why Gongsun Zhongmo had chosen a young man who had not yet reached the first-grade realm as his successor instead of this remarkably talented woman. Song Guangguan reopened the umbrella, resting it on her shoulder, and with a slight smile, gently said, "A wager entails accepting defeat. Now that you acknowledge your loss, should not young master ye surrender the sword you hold?" Yizue chuckled, remaining silent. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a mystical talisman from his sleeve. Song Guangguan's expression changed drastically, her form darting away like a fleeting butterfly, her toes lightly touching the ground, leaving a trail resembling lotus flowers with each step she took. Each step birthed a blossom of lotus. The mystical talisman was a crucial means of self-preservation for Yizue, a Taoist talisman from a sect that categorized its talismans into various ranks. Among these was the celestial rank's Yuqing talisman, specifically the suppression talisman. Even with Song Guangguan's cultivation, if sealed by this talisman, her spirit energy would be largely confined, rendering her no different from an ordinary woman. The art of suppression was the foremost technique within the Taoist arts. In ancient times, during palace intrigues over favor, a queen had once summoned a Taoist to suppress a concubine's fortune, a matter that ultimately reached the emperor's ears. Following this incident, the Zheng dynasty harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the Taoist sect, leading to sustained oppression against them. This would later result in the Taoists supporting Xiao Yu's uprising to seize control of the Zheng realm. As Song Guangguan evaded, she closed her umbrella and struck with it like a sword, landing 7 blows to temporarily halt the talisman's pursuit. Then, she surged forward, aiming directly at Yizue, no matter how powerful the talisman. Without a wielder, it was merely an inanimate object. The Mo Ming sword quivered in Yizue's grasp, its vibrations resonating even amidst the chaotic rain. Once more, the umbrella and sword clashed, producing a resounding clang. Cracks appeared on the surface of the paper umbrella. Song Guangguan smiled slightly, gripping the handle, and with a sharp sound, drew forth a slender sword concealed within the umbrella. Although the fine sword did not pierce Yizue's throat, it found its way into his chest, blood gushing forth. Yizue clutched his chest, staggering back as his energy dissipated. In that instant, the Yuqing talisman lost its efficacy and fell to the ground. Cultivators possess 3 vital energy centers, namely the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Only upon reaching the earthly immortal realm can one unlock the upper dantian, the purple mansion. After attaining the first-grade realm, the middle dantian becomes crucial. Thus, when the judge was pierced through the chest by the Northern Ghost Emperor, his energy collapsed instantaneously. Song Guangguan spoke softly, "My master has ties with the Yi family. In light of the past camaraderie among the 5 families, I will spare your life today. However, as I said, after you hand over the Mo Ming sword to me, you may take your leave, and I will take my path." With a smile, she added, "Young Master Yi." "Yilanyi, does this sound agreeable?" Yizue scoffed coldly. Yet Song Guanguan maintained her smile, saying, "Yilanyi, if you refuse, I shall take it myself." With a deep breath, Yizue tossed the Mo Ming sword toward her, calmly stating, "Take it." The young woman caught the sword, her delicate palm immediately stained with crimson threads, a testament to the sword energy's potency. Yizue remarked, "This sword has been refined with my blood and the Taoist sword-wielding techniques. The sword is yours, but how you erase my marks upon it to prevent it from harming your young master is your concern." Song Guanguan released her grip, allowing the Mo Ming sword to plunge into the ground, trembling incessantly. Then, with a flick of her hand, she summoned the fallen Yuqing talisman into her grasp. She affixed the talisman to the sword's blade, which had been quivering, and immediately it stilled. Consider this talisman as the rental fee for using the Mo Ming sword. As for other matters, my master will handle them. There is no need for young Master Yi to worry. Yizue withdrew a small jade vial from his robe and swallowed a crimson pill. The wound on his chest swiftly clotting, and his pallor improved slightly. Observing this, Song Guanguan exclaimed, "Truly, as expected of a Yi family scion, possessing such wealth to carry a life-saving pill like the fire lotus Dan. Unlike us children of poor families, who can only dream of such luxuries." That Yizue ignored her, closing his eyes to focus on resolving the effects of the medicine, attempting to regulate his chaotic energy. Song Guanguan pouted, choosing not to say more, and decisively turned to leave with the Mo Ming sword in hand. Her master had entrusted her with two tasks. One was to reclaim the Mo Ming sword from Yizue, which she had completed, and the other was to deliver it to Su Beiyu. However, since Yizue had already refined it, erasing his influence would require considerable effort, and while she excelled with the sword, she was at a loss regarding other matters, although she claimed her master would resolve it. With Gongsun Zhongmo currently confronting the head of the Demon Suppression Hall in Jianghu City, there was little time for him to deal with such trifles. A subordinate who could not alleviate their master's burdens was not a worthy one. After walking a distance, Song Guanguan glanced at the Mo Ming sword adorned with the talisman, scratched her head in frustration, and angrily tossed it to the ground, grumbling, "Young master, oh young master." As Su Beiyu journeyed alone toward Jianghu City, he encountered several groups of merchants fleeing the city. He felt an inexplicable sense of reckless bravery, akin to knowingly walking into danger. What was his purpose in heading to Jianghu City, traversing the muddy grassland? He reflected that beyond reason, there was a youthful sense of chivalry. He had heard his master describe a world unlike any other and listened to Zhang Suing speak of Gongsun Zhongmo's epic battle with the Eastern Ghost Emperor, and the invitation to duel from the head of the Demon Suppression Hall. Su Beiyu felt his heart swell with emotion, yearning for adventure, the ability to soar through the skies, to move mountains and drain seas, to summon winds and rains. Was this not the world he longed for? Since the opportunity to step into such a realm had presented itself, how could he not seize it? Jianghu City was but the first step into this enchanting world. Su Beiyu believed he understood his master well. Though he typically bore a stern demeanor, occasionally reflecting on poignant memories, he would become detached and carefree in critical moments, a seasoned elder with countless stories. Yet not unlikable. However, as he traveled, Su Beiyu heard numerous rumors about Gongsun Zhongmo, each more varied than the last. Some claimed he was a peerless fiend who honed his sword skills through bloodshed, leaving no survivors in his wake, having single-handedly slaughtered entire cities, with the mere aura of his killing intent capable of causing ordinary people to perish instantly. Others portrayed him as an unparalleled sword enthusiast, slaying only immortals and gods, with the Taoists harboring deep animosity toward him for having slain 3 grandmasters of their sect. The most fantastical tale suggested that Gongsun Zhongmo was a puppet secretly supported by the court, his true identity being the foremost guest official in the imperial palace, a legacy left for the new emperor by the previous sovereign. As for the most audacious claim, it stated that Gongsun Zhongmo and the headmaster of the Taoist sect had once been close friends in their youth. Their bond severed over a feud regarding the third of the 4 great beauties, Zhang Xueyo, leading to a bitter rivalry. Ultimately, Gongsun Zhongmo won her heart, and they parted ways for good, though the headmaster later took the renowned beauty Murong Xian as his partner. The resentment from that past betrayal lingered, prompting him to command the Demon Suppression Hall to hunt Gongsun Zhongmo to the ends of the earth. The creativity of these rumors was astonishing, eliciting laughter and disbelief from those involved. While leaving Su Beiyu in As he walked leisurely, recalling these tales, his spirits lifted inexplicably. In this regard, his master had become a legendary figure. If he was indeed a legend, How could he easily come to harm? In a moment of distraction, Su Beiyu suddenly felt a sense of alertness. Yet, before he could react, a pair of icy little hands covered his eyes from behind, followed by a gentle voice laced with mirth echoing in his ear. "Guess who I am?" Su Beiyu's body stiffened abruptly. After a brief silence, he replied calmly, "I beg your pardon, but I cannot guess." Here's a hint. Sword chi soaring through the air. Could it be the sword chi of the sword chi soaring hall? Might you be someone from the sword sect? Do you now know who I am? Young master, still unaware. Young master, you are now the young lord of the sword sect. I still don't know. I have no idea how many people are in the sword sect. That I only know the sect leader. Gongsun Zhangmo, are you Gongsun Zhangmo? Such words should not be spoken lightly. That you are the young lord, you cannot address the sect leader so casually, nor can you jest about him. Be wary of being punished by the sect leader to kneel with the sword. Is it really that severe? Indeed, back when the madam was still in the sword sect, she was in charge of the justice department. Kneeling with a sword, hanging with a sword. It was truly harrowing. Would you like to hear more? If so, let me share slowly. I never felt my master was that strict. Many believe you to be the sect leader's illegitimate child. This is the first time we have witnessed the sect leader being so patient. It's as if he is treating his own flesh and blood. When I see my master, I must relay this to him. Young master, I was wrong. Do not, under any circumstances, let the sect leader hear this. If he finds out, I am doomed. It was Song Guanguan, a swordswoman of the Sword Chi Soaring Hall, who released her hands from covering Su Beiyu's eyes and stepped around to face him. Grasping his hand and shaking it repeatedly, her voice sweetly syrupy. Su Beiyu, both amused and exasperated, replied, "You need not speak of it, but you must reveal your identity." Song Guanguan finally restrained her playful demeanor, stepping back and bowing respectfully, declaring, "I am Song Guanguan, a swordswoman of the Sword Chi Soaring Hall, at your service." Young Lord. Su Beiyu frowned slightly. He found the title Young Lord somewhat unacceptable. Tom. The Sword Chi Soaring Hall was a double-edged sword, capable of harming others as well as oneself. Accepting this identity without caution was akin to a child wielding a sharp blade. It would only bring harm to himself, and even with a master behind him, it would invite disdain and resentment. Su Beiyu shook his head slowly, saying, "I am no young lord. I am merely my master's disciple. As for who shall inherit the sword sect, until my master speaks, it remains uncertain." Song Guanguan smiled, then replied solemnly, "Young lord, it is pointless to deceive oneself. The sect leader has invested tremendous effort in cultivating you. The esteemed position of the sword sect leader shall not be passed to anyone else. And you have Han Wenbi behind you, a significant figure whose stature far surpasses our humble selves." Su Beiyu frowned again and insisted, "Do not call me young lord. I am Su Beiyu." Song Guanguan, in her early 20s, still retained a youthful innocence. Pouting slightly, she responded, "Your name can be called by the sect leader, but I cannot utter it. That is the rule. If the rule is broken and the sect leader learns of it, I shall be punished." Su Beiyu remained silent. After a moment, Song Guanguan suddenly linked her arm with Su Beiyu's, saying, "Perhaps I shall call you young master instead. How does that sound?" Su Beiyu, having just advanced to the second rank, found himself unable to escape the grasp of this formidable swordswoman and reluctantly conceded, "Fine, let it be young master." Song Guanguan continued to cling to his arm, inquiring, "Are you heading to Jilu City?" Su Beiyu nodded. "Yes, I wish to take a look." Song Guanguan replied softly, "You are arriving at the perfect time. Currently, Jilu City is rife with entangled factions, and I have just come from there, familiarizing myself with the situation. There are several factions worth noting. Foremost is the Taoist sect led by the Lord of the Demon Suppressing Hall, boasting the greatest strength. Next is the local power, the Lingwu Duke's residence, representing the court, and then there is our sword sect, forming a tripartite balance of power. Additionally, there are the Grassland Royal Court, the Maluan Temple, and even pawns from the Northwest Border Army, all mingling in the chaos. Eager to profit from the turmoil. Su Beiyu remarked, "Indeed, it is a chaotic scene of fish and dragons." Song Guanguan leaned her head on Su Beiyu's shoulder and softly said, "Not long ago, I heard of an unnamed swordsman from Xiaolong Grassland who slew 12 wolf bandits. I surmise that this unnamed swordsman is none other than you, practicing your sword amidst the killings. Since I can guess, those from the Demon Suppressing Hall are not fools either. They have laid traps around Jilu City for your arrival. I have already dealt with one on the way here. Allow me to escort you to Jilu City. Is that agreeable?" Su Beiyu softly affirmed. "All right, Song Guanguan. You may simply call me Guanguan, young master," she replied. "Guanguan, Please loosen your grip. I am not going to run away. Young master, you are now the young lord of the sword sect, precious beyond measure that I must protect you closely, but it need not be so. As the saying goes, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. How can this be appropriate? I have practiced swordsmanship since childhood, but have not studied the classics of the sages, nor have I learned the principles of propriety. As for what men and women should do, I am entirely ignorant, Deesse lady. It would be better to be a bit more reserved. The sect leader has said that I am to be your maid from now on. I shall attend to your clothing and meals, and later, I shall serve you in a more intimate capacity. What need is there for modesty? After some playful banter, the two of them proceeded to slay a few inattentive bandits and change to riding horses. With 2 horses, Su Beiyu finally escaped Song Guangguan's clutches. They journeyed without rest, day and night, and after approximately 3 days of travel, amidst the sweetly repeated address of young master, they finally beheld the majestic outline of Jianghu City. Due to the bustling trade in Jianghu City, it welcomed visitors from all directions, and at this moment, the city gates stood wide open, allowing free passage for pedestrians. However, 3 miles outside the city, a cavalry force of over 30,000 was stationed. At the command of Lingwu Duke Xiaomo, they could enter the city at any moment. The two halted their horses before the city, and Su Beiyu gazed up at the towering walls of Jianghu City. This grand fortress still bore the scars of past battles, weathered and worn. If Jianghu City was likened to a robust general in his prime, then Jianghu City resembled an aging soldier, stripped of its former glory and left with only a myriad of wounds. After a prolonged pause, Su Beiyu remained silent. Song Guangguan remarked, "There is little of interest in present-day Jianghu City. If we were to travel back several decades, this city was a place of all sorts of trades, selling goods, lives, and even people. The offerings were as diverse as one could imagine. If one had money, nothing was unattainable." Su Beiyu replied calmly, "Money is a fine thing." Song Guangguan blinked and said, "Young master, to speak of money so openly is unbecoming of a sage. Those of high stature regard wealth as mere dirt." Su Beiyu chuckled at himself. "I am far from being a sage. Merely walking proudly in this world is already a feat." Song Guangguan lowered her head. Lost in thought, Su Beiyu continued, "To live honorably and justly is even more challenging." A moment of silence enveloped them. "Young master. Shall we enter the city?" "Let us go into the city." The vast grasslands, a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, presented Jianghu City as a sanctuary, free from slaughter, yet ensconced in layers of intricate rules, unwritten and passed down through word of mouth. Within its confines lay some of the most complex stories in the world. Perhaps the storyteller in a roadside tavern, sharing tales over drinks, once welcomed guests from across the land in the Central Plains. Maybe the drunken patron had once wielded a sword with grace. And perhaps the butcher, brandishing a bloody knife, had once been a formidable warrior on the battlefield. Even the bouncy little girl with twin ponytails should not be underestimated. Who could tell if she was not a master who had returned to her youthful form? As the saying goes, the greatest concealments lie within the court, the marketplace, and the wilderness. In this city, alongside those who dwell in obscurity, many outlaws, bandits, assassins, and even former bandits who have come into wealth to retire, mingle with the spies of the Shadow Guard, wandering Taoist preachers, elite soldiers from the Northwest Border Army, merchants from various guilds, and the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. Jianghu City has transformed from a mere muddle into a quagmire. Easy to enter but difficult to exit. In the most chaotic places, rules are paramount, though they are often obscure. Many who step foot in Jianghu City for the first time find themselves ensnared in these unspoken rules before they even grasp their meaning. Jianghu City is not averse to killing. However, every death must adhere to the established rules. Should anyone dare to kill outside the prescribed norms, whether it be the Lord of Jianghu City, Xiaomo, or anyone else, someone will inevitably step forward to educate the rule breaker on the customs of Jianghu City. There are those who have dared to disregard the rules of Jianghu City and have emerged unscathed. But they are few, like the Lord of the Demon-Suppressing Hall or Gongsun Zhongmo. The former commands respect due to his status, while the latter wields power rooted in martial prowess. When strength reaches a certain level, it transcends many rules and principles. This is why those from the sword sect often proclaim that all matters in the world boil down to the sword. The two did not enter through the nearby west gate of Jianghu City, but rather took a detour. Entering through the south gate, Su Beiyu understood that according to the records in Taiping Huanyuji, the former lord's residence, now the Lingwu Duke's residence, faced north with its back to the south. A unique deviation from the norm. Entering through the south gate would lead them to the back of the Duke's residence, conveniently avoiding the most chaotic areas in the front of the city. Before entering, Song Guangguan shared several city rules with Su Beiyu, but she only skimmed the surface. After all, she believed Su Beiyu, as the young lord of the sword sect with the sect leader backing him, was more akin to a dragon crossing the river and should not be overly concerned with these so-called rules. However, the local factions and families were ones to heed carefully, for they were the ones who set the rules. Once inside the city, Song Guangguan pointed to several towering lookout towers, explaining, "Each lookout represents a family, a rule of Jianghu City. Only those who surpass a certain threshold may construct a lookout. Currently, there are 5 lookouts, indicating 5 families. The tallest belongs to the Xiao family, while the others are the Wei, Min, Shi families, and the Xianshui Pavilion, except for the Xianshui Pavilion, which is a sect of cultivation. The other families are deeply entrenched and interconnected with the prominent families of the court. The Min family, for instance, is descended from Min Xing, the 6th-ranked meritus official from the Lingyan Pavilion. Min Xing harbored resentment after losing a power struggle against Wei Jin. Later, when Min Xing and Han Xiong were implicated in a conspiracy, the previous emperor, Xiao Yu, executed him. However, out of gratitude for Min Xing's contributions, the emperor spared his family and relocated them to Jianghu City, placing them under the care of Lingwu Duke Xiao Shu. Subsequently, Min Xing's son changed their name to Min, resulting in today's Min family. Su Beiyu expressed his surprise. Then the Wei family is indeed the one belonging to the Grand General Wei Jin? Song Guangguan clarified. Wei Jin, as the Grand General, controls the Grand General's office and is incomparably esteemed. His direct lineage resides in the imperial capital. However, after forming an alliance in Daliang City, Wei Jin was tasked by Emperor Xiao with overseeing Jianghu City, where he left behind an illegitimate child. With Wei Jin's support, this child established the Wei family of Jianghu City, now a mere offshoot of the imperial Wei family. Su Beiyu frowned. Along their journey, he had heard 2 resounding names, Lan Yu and Wei Jin. Both were high-ranking officials, one civil and one military, in contrast to Lan Yu's overwhelming presence. Wei Jin appeared relatively low-key. Su Beiyu then asked, "And the Shi family?" Song Guangguan replied with a smile, "They are descendants of Shi Lu, the 22nd of the 24 meritus officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, originally part of the Northern Town King's Old Guard. Shi Lu became a deputy in the Grand General's office after the Northern King Lin Han was sent to the Grassland Royal Court. Following the incident during the first year of Qingping, he was dismissed from his position and returned to Shiliang Prefecture, secretly aligning himself with his former lord, the Northern King. With the support of the royal court, he established the Shi family in Jianghu City during the 12th year of Qingping. Though their foundation is shallow, they should not be underestimated." Before Su Beiyu could inquire further, Song Guangguan continued, "As for the Xianshui Pavilion, its origins are shrouded in mystery. Neither our sword-chi soaring hall nor the demon-suppressing hall can trace its roots. However, I have heard the sect leader mention it in passing. The Xianshui Pavilion likely shares some obscure connection with the later established Murong Xian, possibly even tied to the Xian sect." Su Beiyu felt as if the threads of understanding were beginning to weave together. The Northern King and the Shi family, Murong Xian and the Xianshui Pavilion, Emperor Xiao and the Lingwu Duke. Half of the prominent forces in the world seemed to converge in Jianghu City. As they walked along the stone-paved street, several middle-aged men, appearing to be locals, gradually approached them. Song Guangguan stepped forward, tossing a few pieces of scattered silver. The men weighed the coins in their hands, scrutinized the 2 for a moment, and then turned to leave. Noticing Su Beiyu's astonishment, Song Guangguan chuckled lightly. "The king of hell is easy to meet. Yet the little ghosts are troublesome. It is not worth our time to engage with these local ruffians over a few coins." Su Beiyu nodded, then suddenly asked, "By the way, Guangguan, what is your cultivation level?" Song Guangguan replied with a light laugh, "Above the ghost immortal, below the human immortal, not quite a master, but sufficient to deal with small fry." Upon entering the city, Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan dismounted and each led their horse along the path. After a while, they spotted a tavern with available seating. Su Beiyu hesitated, handing the reins to a waiter enticing passers-by, and walked straight into the tavern. Taking a seat, the sharp-eyed waiter, noticing that the young couple, while not dressed in the finest attire, carried an air of distinction, hurried over and greeted them with a flattering smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Would you like to dine or stay the night?" Song Guangguan asked. "Do you serve wine?" "Of course, how could a tavern not have wine? We have all sorts: Wu Jiapian, bamboo leaf green, huadiao, funjiao, and shadaozi. Just name your preference." After a moment's thought, Song Guangguan replied, "Bring us a jar of huadiao." along with some of your signature dishes. Certainly. The waiter called out loudly to the kitchen before darting away. Shortly, the food and drink arrived. Su Beiyu picked up his chopsticks and stated, "I do not drink." Song Guangguan stared at him, incredulous. How can a man not drink? Su Beiyu chuckled softly but said nothing. Realizing her comment might imply that Su Beiyu was not manly enough, Song Guangguan blushed and, after pouring herself a bowl of wine, took a hearty sip. Finishing it in one go, Su Beiyu merely focused on his food. After finishing her drink, a rosy flush appeared on Song Guangguan's face. Resembling a ripe apple, she lazily squinted her eyes and remarked, "The taste of this wine is like a woman. You only truly appreciate it after trying it. The huadiao here may not compare to the authentic ones from Jianghu, but it is decent enough. Young master, want you try a sip?" Su Beiyu remained unmoved and replied, "No, then I shall drink it all." Song Guangguan shook her head, seemingly lamenting Su Beiyu's lack of fortune, as if fearing he might regret it. This time, she brought the entire wine jar closer, taking a deep breath as the liquid within surged forth like a dragon emerging from water, gushing into her mouth. With a jar of wine consumed, without using her cultivation to dispel the intoxication, her complexion transformed from that of a slightly ripe apple to nearly overripe, her eyes first becoming hazy, then glassy. Before she burped and collapsed onto the table, Su Beiyu was initially taken aback, then at a loss. Eventually finding the situation absurd, the inebriated Song Guangguan continued to murmur drunkenly, her words barely audible amidst the clamor of the tavern. He could roughly discern she spoke of her hometown, its temples, stone caves, spicy soup, and peonies, all picturesque scenes. Before mentioning her parents who had passed away in her early childhood, Su Beiyu sighed softly, realizing they were both lost souls in this world. He finished the feast laid before them and prepared to awaken Song Guangyu and Hearty that moment. A middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard appeared outside the tavern, dressed in a blue long robe and a square scarf. Resembling a scholar, suddenly, the previously intoxicated Song Guangguan jerked her head up, her eyes devoid of any drunkenness. Fixating on the man approaching the tavern, he appeared to be in his 40s, walking leisurely with one hand behind his back and the other stroking his long beard. Despite his tattered clothing, he emanated the aura of a refined scholar. Su Beiyu followed her gaze and recalled his master's words about the 36 chief deacons of the Demon Suppression Hall, one of whom hailed from a scholarly background, well-versed in the doctrines of the 3 teachings. This individual had famously debated with several eminent monks, gaining renown in the Jianghu scholarly circles. However, after being embroiled in scandal with a widowed daughter-in-law, his reputation was tarnished, leading him to retreat into the Taoist sect, adopting a new name and becoming one of the 36 chief deacons. The man before them bore some resemblance to that once great scholar. As the middle-aged man entered the tavern, he looked at Su Beiyu and said with a soft smile, "What a big fish." Song Guangguan stepped in front of Su Beiyu, stating clearly, "Song Diwang, the 14th ranked among the 36 chief deacons of the Demon Suppression Hall." The middle-aged man, Song Diwang, took out a jade ruler from his sleeve and inquired, "Will you surrender, or shall we fight?" "I believe the former would be preferable. It would spare you some physical pain and save me some effort." Song Guangguan sneered, "Song Diwang, are you not afraid the wind will twist your tongue?" He chuckled softly, casually waving the jade ruler. Su Beiyu felt no shift in energy, yet Song Guangguan was on high alert. In the next instant, half of the tavern collapsed, splitting it in 2, debris raining down, while several unfortunate souls were entombed beneath the ruins, leaving them lifeless. The residents of Jianghu City had grown accustomed to such displays of divine conflict. Witnessing the chaos, the other patrons fled in panic, the tavern keeper and staff rushing to the back, leaving only 3 individuals behind. Song Guangguan produced a slender sword, the same she had used in her earlier confrontation with Yizue. The sword remained unrefined, still strapped to her back. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she prepared for battle. Song Diwang stepped forward, waving the jade ruler in Song Guangguan's direction. Releasing an invisible force, she crossed her sword in front of her, which bent alarmingly under the pressure. Her face paled as she managed to sever the invisible force, then darted towards Song Diwang with her sword drawn. Her sword energy surged, extending over 10 feet, thick as a man's arm, radiating an imposing presence. Song Diwang merely waved his sleeve, effortlessly capturing her sword, which quivered in vain against his grip. Simultaneously, he swung the jade ruler down upon her. This ruler was a remarkable artifact, crafted from azure white jade of the eastern Kunlun and imbued with the essence of metal, resembling the legendary celestial measuring ruler. inscribed with 8 major talismans that it felt weightless in hand, yet could crush foes with tremendous force. Anyone struck by it, barring those with exceptional physical fortitude, would likely meet a gruesome end, and Song Guangguan was no exception. Her expression shifted as she executed a maneuver, her embroidered shoes leaving lotus impressions on the ground. Narrowly evading the ruler's strike, the slender sword bent and transformed into a thrusting stance. Engaging Song Diwang in direct combat, the sword's energy surged, slicing toward his palm that he laughed coldly, confident in his superior cultivation. Unperturbed by the efforts of a mere girl yet to step into the realm of true immortality, the sword could no longer withstand the strain of their conflict, ultimately fracturing under the pressure. Blood surged to Song Guangguan's face, which quickly paled, and as she staggered back, she formed a sword gesture, sending the remnants of her blade flying towards Song Diwang. He deftly deflected the shards with a sweeping motion, clearing them from his path. At that moment, Song Guangguan retreated to Su Beiyu's side, grasping his shoulder, intent on fleeing. "Where do you think you're going?" Song Diwang mocked, unleashing a brilliant flash from the Jade Ruler. In a split second, Song Guangguan pushed Su Beiyu out of the tavern, only to be struck in the back by the ruler, causing her complexion to drain of color as blood trickled from her lips. Her energy dissipating. With her last ounce of strength, she uttered a single word: "Run." Chapter 64. Sword energy. In the Hall of Sword Masters, Su Beiyu crashed through the tavern wall, landing in the street outside. Shortly after, Song Diwang emerged, dragging the powerless Song Guangguan, calmly stating, "Can you escape?" An overwhelming aura emanating from the realm of immortals enveloped Su Beiyu, who was merely at the second rank, making it difficult for him to remain upright. Teetering on the brink of collapse, he gazed at Song Guangguan, whose throat was gripped by Song Diwang, and quietly declared, "I had no intention of leaving." Song Diwang scoffed. The esteemed young master of the sword sect is willing to risk everything for this insignificant girl? How touching. I wonder how Gongsun Zhengmo will feel about this. He will likely be quite disappointed. A robust figure approached from the end of the street. Song Diwang remained unfazed by the arrival, for it was expected that the Taoists and the sword sect would converge in Jilu City, with the various deacons of the Demon Suppression Hall and the sword masters of the sword sect present. The individual's appearance was both logical and anticipated. Stopping 3 paces from Song Diwang, the imposing figure, clad in black and wielding a massive sword, regarded Su Beiyu with disdain. She was merely a dead soldier. Dead soldiers are meant to die. You risk everything for a dead soldier. Truly a heavy burden to bear. He then turned his gaze to Song Guangguan, dismissively stating, "Useless trash." That Su Beiyu closed his eyes, remaining silent. He had known Song Guangguan for only a few days. Any notion of deep affection felt insincere. Yet, she had just risked her life to save him, and he couldn't abandon her without a second thought. Song Diwang smirked, preparing to snap Song Guangguan's throat. Simultaneously, the tall man grasped the hilt of his massive sword. Regardless, Song Guangguan was one of the 12 sword masters. Allowing her to be killed before his eyes would be unacceptable to both the other masters and the sect leader. Song Diwang paused, glancing at the towering swordsman before tossing Song Guangguan at Su Beiyu's feet and drawing the Jade Ruler once more. The tall swordsman began to unsheath his massive sword, its energy thick and soaring skyward. Although he and Song Guangguan were both sword masters of the same sect, she ranked among the lowest, while he was one of the top 3, having transcended the realm of ghosts and becoming a true immortal. A clash between the Taoist and sword sect immortals was imminent. However, Su Beiyu paid no mind to this impending conflict. Sitting on the ground, he cradled the unconscious Song Guangguan, who had just spat blood onto his chest. The vivid scarlet stark against his attire. Her face had turned ashen, blood seeping from her orifices, her breaths growing shallower. In the orthodox cultivation system of the Tao, there are 3 dantians. The lower dantian as the Sea of Qi, the middle dantian as the Qi Palace, and the upper dantian as the Purple Palace. The region between the back and chest is critical for the Qi Palace. After being struck by Song Diwang, Song Guangguan's Qi became chaotic, disrupting her meridians. Had she been of the immortal realm, her robust physique would have mitigated the damage. However, her rapid cultivation method left her without a solid foundation, causing the chaotic energy to become a death knell. This starkly contrasted Su Beiyu's approach. He advanced steadily, cultivating body, qi, and swordsmanship in tandem, while he was aware of the potential pitfalls. He never anticipated such a predicament. He watched helplessly as the woman in his arms struggled for breath. his fingers gently wiping the increasing blood from her face. The juxtaposition of white and crimson was dramatically striking in that moment. Su Beiyu deeply understood the cruel reality of the world of cultivators, where, beyond the seeming freedom and ease, lay a brutality surpassing that of the mundane realm. It was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Song Guangguan managed to open her eyes. Her voice strained. Life and death are fated. I lack your exceptional talent, destined to be a mere dead soldier. Though I never wished to die, such is my fate. In that instant, she ceased referring to herself in the diminutive form and instead used I. Just as Su Beiyu had remarked, being able to stand tall in this world was no small feat. Su Beiyu forced a smile, dismissing her words. We disciples of the sword sect never believe in fate. Song Guangguan gasped, the pain overwhelming her, rendering speech nearly impossible. It's all right. Master will surely have a way. I will seek him out, Su Beiyu whispered soothingly. She shook her head, speaking haltingly. The sect leader must prepare for the battle with the demon suppression halls mastered. He will not concern himself with such trivial matters. Besides, I've always said my life is cheap yet resilient. I may not die. Just a little pain. Su Beiyu retorted angrily. A matter of life and death is trivial. What then constitutes a grave matter? Must the heavens themselves collapse for it to be considered serious? Song Guangguan's beautiful features contorted with agony, her eyes reddening as she uttered, young master, I too do not wish to die. With her in his arms, Su Beiyu rose slowly, reassuringly stating, you will not. Song Guangguan leaned against his chest, her eyes fluttering shut, her breathing growing faint, her vitality waning. Su Beiyu gazed at the woman nestled in his embrace. During the recent battle, her hair ribbon had fallen, allowing her dark tresses to cascade down, framing her face and enhancing her delicate beauty. Rendering her even more pitiable, he carried her away from the scene of conflict, softly whispering in her ear, you mentioned the peonies in Luoyang are truly beautiful. As long as we survive this ordeal in Jianghu City, I will take you to Yuzhou to see the ancestral temple of the Buddha, the stone caves, and the peonies of Luoyang. How does that sound? Song Guangguan offered no response. Su Beiyu forced a pained smile. An elderly figure appeared nearby, speaking blandly. You've handled every situation with composure, from the confrontation with the 12 wolf bandits to other matters, yet you falter for a mere girl. This is truly unbecoming. Su Beiyu turned to the elder, kneeling slowly, and earnestly pleaded, I beg master to save her life. Gongsun Zhongmo flicked his fingers, infusing a surge of energy into Song Guangguan's body, saying gently, take her to the Xian Shui pavilion in the south of the city. Return in 7 days. If she still lives, she will belong to you. If she does not, find a good burial site for her. Honoring the bond between master and servant, Su Beiyu responded with a calm understood. Carrying Song Guangguan in the direction of the south, upon Gongsun Zhongmo's appearance, Song Diwang wasted no time retreating. Having witnessed the fate of the previous Wheel King, the other chief deacons of the Demon Suppression Hall treated Gongsun Zhongmo with utmost caution. The towering swordsman approached Gongsun Zhongmo, kneeling before him. I pay my respects to the sect leader. Gongsun Zhongmo waved his hand dismissively. The red-scaled swordsman rose and withdrew. Gongsun Zhongmo stood in the empty street, quietly considering, Yujia, how many of your 12 sword masters can serve Su Beiyu? A voice emerged from nowhere, raspy and aged, reporting to the sect leader, only 4, from Qibing down, are willing to serve the young master. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled softly. 4, that's rather few. The concealed Yujia replied calmly. I and Xian, you will follow the sect leader's orders. Gongsun Zhongmo replied evenly. If one day I am no longer here, take him to meet Han Xian. Once he reaches the realm of Earth Immortals, hand over the sword energy hall to him. Chapter 65. To die is no regret. Finally, Gongsun Zhongmo added slowly. Yujia, please have Xian inform the Xian Shui Pavilion. With such commotion, they are bound to hear of it. With a soft affirmation, Yujia retreated into the shadows. Gongsun Zhongmo then departed, leaving behind a tavern reduced to ruins, still recounting the events that had just unfolded. Su Beiyu carried Song Guangguan to the southern part of the city, where a striking black-tiled building stood, expansive and serene, featuring winding paths leading to hidden realms. The towering lookout in its center signified its identity as the Xian Shui Pavilion. One of the 4 prominent establishments in Jianghu City, the Xian Shui Pavilion had received word in advance. A woman clad in a flowing black robe awaited at the entrance, accompanied by several maidservants. Upon seeing Su Beiyu, she bowed gracefully. I am Lung Qiu Shui of the Xian Shui Pavilion. Greetings to you, young Master Su. Though the title Young Master had lost its prestige, now commonly bestowed upon any young man of decent appearance. Su Beiyu had not been called such until he met Song Guangguan that he leaned slightly forward, returning the gesture. Lung Xiushui regarded Song Guangguan in his arms, softly saying, "This must be the Song young lady mentioned by Mr. Gongsun. Please allow us to take her into the pavilion. However, as it is a place for women, we kindly ask that you return in 7 days." Su Beiyu carefully handed Song Guangguan to 2 maidservants beside Lung Xiushui. Murmuring, "I appreciate your assistance, Pavilion Master." Lung Xiushui smiled faintly. "It is my duty. I dare not claim credit." Stepping back, Su Beiyu clasped his hands, saying, "Farewell." With a lingering smile, Lung Xiushui replied, "No need to see me off." The heavy black doors closed slowly behind him. As Su Beiyu turned to leave, a figure cloaked in black stood nearby, stating in a deep voice, "I am Xianyi of the Sword Energy Hall. Paying my respects to the young master. The sect leader awaits you at the Golden Jade Courtyard in the south." Su Beiyu paused, an unbidden smile creeping onto his face. "Young master," Su Beiyu mused, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile. Am I truly a person of stature? The esteemed sword masters of the Sword Chi Hall, if not for the grace of his master, would hardly spare him a glance. Even now, as they addressed him as young master, how many truly respected him in their hearts? With the fall of mountains and the departure of allies, in the journey of life, one can rely solely on oneself. Su Beiyu nodded at the second-ranked master among the 12 sword masters and departed gracefully. The Xianyi sword master was taken aback, and after Su Beiyu had walked away, he chuckled to himself, recognizing that those favored by the sect leader indeed possessed a certain charm. Jianghu Courtyard. Its name alone suggested it was not a place of virtuous reputation. This expansive establishment, akin to the residences of the powerful, was unlike any ordinary brothel. Within the Jianghu Courtyard lay a unique realm of tranquility, with deep, serene gardens, devoid of any hint of debauchery. Deity was not solely inhabited by courtesans. Artisans, musicians, tailors, and numerous servants thrived here. Many influential figures from Jilu City would secure a private chamber here, not merely for carnal pleasures, for those bearing the title of nobility were never short of beautiful wives and concubines. It was more a sanctuary for retreat and self-cultivation, a means to find peace amidst the chaos. The presence of Gongsun Zhongmo, hailing from an illustrious family, settling here was unexpected yet understandable. Jianghu Courtyard was renowned throughout Jilu City, and Su Beiyu easily located it by inquiring with a few passers-by. Guided by a servant adorned with a green scarf, he traversed through winding corridors until he arrived at the courtyard where Gongsun Zhongmo resided. Upon entering, he was greeted by flourishing flowers and verdant greenery, an atmosphere of purity enveloping him. One could hardly discern any trace of a brothel. Su Beiyu marveled inwardly, realizing how little he knew. Though Gongsun Zhongmo was absent, he encountered Shi Yun, a familiar face from days past. Shi Yun remained her shy, demure self, in stark contrast to Song Guangguan. Upon seeing Su Beiyu, she merely fidgeted with her clothing. Casting her gaze downward, hesitating to speak, Su Beiyu jested. "What is this? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" Shi Yun blushed and whispered, "Of course not." He smiled gently. "Then shall you show me around?" Shi Yun beamed and led the way. Later that evening, Su Beiyu finally met his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, and they engaged in a profound conversation in a pavilion. What was termed a private discussion was more akin to a question-and-answer session between master and disciple. Seated across from each other, Gongsun Zhongmo spoke softly. "Once you reach the Earth Immortal realm, regardless of whether I am still here, you shall be the leader of the Sword Sect." Su Beiyu nodded, not surprised. As the night breeze stirred and a coolness seeped into the air, the moonlight filtered through the foliage, casting peculiar shadows upon the ground. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed at the radiant moon and continued, "My lifelong aspiration has been to re-establish the Sword Sect. Now, having surpassed 80 years of age, my hope for longevity in this world is dim. That I must find a successor to carry on my legacy." Su Beiyu softly inquired, "Master, have you not already rebuilt the Sword Sect?" Gongsun Zhongmo turned his gaze back to Su Beiyu, then sipped from the serpent gall wine before him. "What I envision for the Sword Sect is not merely the Sword Chi Hall, but a complete structure including the Sword Pavilion, the Punishment Office, the Sword Repository, the Sword Cave, Bio Island, Zhangjian Island, and numerous other domains, 300 sword tombs, 500 sword pools, and nearly 1,000 sword furnaces. I seek to restore a complete sword sect, but alas, it has long ceased to exist." Su Beiyu fell silent. Gongsun Zhongmo's voice was serene, akin to the serpent gall wine he held. "Here, It is just you and I. My disciple, some truths must be spoken plainly. The sect was divided long ago, and its standing diminished significantly. The Taoist sect has spent nearly a millennium to restore itself. Thus, rebuilding the sword sect cannot be accomplished in a single generation. Your master's words ring true. Each generation must focus on its own tasks, leaving others to future successors. Sube nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, master's words hold wisdom. Gongsun Zhangmo drained the serpent gall wine. Sighing, what I have managed to achieve in my lifetime is merely the restoration of the Sword Qi Hall. The legacy I can pass on to you is just this hall, and whether you can seize it depends on your own abilities. To speak candidly, I hope you can grasp the Sword Qi Hall while I am still alive. That way, I can depart in peace. Even if I am no longer here, the Sword Qi Hall will remain intact and strong. Subeyu countered. Does Master lack confidence in the upcoming battle against the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall? Gongsun Zhangmo shook his head. Not exactly. The Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall is indeed formidable, yet not at a level where I am helpless. However, at my age, I find myself contemplating matters of legacy more deeply. He hesitated before continuing. Some responsibilities must be embraced by someone that if one chooses to act, one must face the reality of life and death. When death approaches, if one is unwilling to perish, the task cannot be completed to fulfill one's ambitions. One must be prepared to sacrifice. Someone must take the fall. Be it you or me. If we perish yet achieve what we sought, then our deaths were not in vain. It is a death with purpose. Su Beiyu softly concluded. The elder chuckled, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Chapter 66. The Sword Immortal's dominance. The realm of cultivation is vast, and to carve out a name within it swiftly, one must possess profound skills, backed by the support of their sect, and showcase remarkable deeds or unique characteristics. How did the young Shangwan Xianshan rise to fame? Simply put, he slaughtered 5 Earth Immortal Masters with a single sword strike, including the then Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, creating a sensation in the cultivation world and earning the title of the Unrivaled Sword Immortal. There exists a shortcut, the ability to ascend the heavenly mechanism ranking among the top 10, naturally rendering one a household name. However, it must be noted that those who reach the pinnacle of the heavenly mechanism ranking are seasoned veterans or grandmasters who need not rely on such rankings for fame. If 2 among the top 10 were to engage in a duel, it would undoubtedly stir the entire cultivation community. The 8th-ranked Gongsun Zhangmo and the 7th-ranked Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, Chen Yi, announced a duel in Jianghu City. This news struck like a boulder into a tranquil lake, sending waves across the realm. Merchants began to flee Jianghu City, yet more cultivators flocked to witness the spectacle. After all, these 2 near-divine figures had built their reputations over many years, and their true capabilities were unquestionable. In his travels, Gongsun Zhongmo had dispatched countless Taoist masters, solidifying his status as a genuine sword immortal. Conversely, Chen Yi had presided over the Demon Suppression Hall for half a century, rarely intervening personally. The opportunity to witness such a climactic battle against a formidable opponent like Gongsun Zhongmo was rare. Missing it while nearby would surely be a source of lifelong regret. At the northern gate of the city stood a towering watchtower, a neutral ground where Emperor Xiao Yu had forged a verbal alliance with General Morong Yan, leading to the establishment of 5 kings. This place was akin to a forbidden zone, off-limits to the uninvited. At this moment, 2 figures stood in the empty tower. One was the palace-dressed woman who had visited Xiaomo, now devoid of her usual haughty demeanor, revealing her fatigue and weakness from injuries. Addressing the middle-aged man gazing out the window, she said, I am incompetent, stopping at the 20th sword of Gongsun Zhangmo. Unable to discern his true strength, the middle-aged man, tall and clad in a dark robe, his hair neatly tied back with a black jade hairpin, turned to reveal a handsome face, exuding a blend of elegance and authority. His lips curled into a habitual smile, softening his otherwise imposing presence. Do not blame yourself. The swords beyond the 20th are lethal. If you had truly forced Gongsun Zhangmo to use them, I would not see you here today. The woman lowered her head, though she did not argue, her demeanor somewhat petulant, akin to a young girl. In terms of both status and age, she was indeed younger than the man before her. She was the Eastern Ghost Emperor, second only to the Central Ghost Emperor, while he was the master of the entire Demon Suppression Hall. Chen Yi, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, belonged to the same generation as the late Emperor Xiao, the Prime Minister Lan Yu, and Gongsun Zhangmo. Having served in the Demon Suppression Hall since his youth, Chen Yi had built a solid reputation over decades. Following the resignation of his predecessor, he naturally ascended to the position of Hall Master, completing the transition of power within the hall. After taking the helm, numerous legends surrounded him, portraying him as a ruthless butcher, a glutton for flesh and blood, often wiping out entire families. Such tales mirrored those of Gongsun Zhangmo, who also practiced swordsmanship through bloodshed. Rumors painted him as an ambitious figure, likening him to the black-clad lord of the Tao, suggesting he sought to supplant the current leader. Over the years, he had played a significant role in the intricate power dynamics, with various grudges accumulating into an unfathomable ledger. During the chaotic times when various lords vied for supremacy, many innocents suffered, and it was then that Chun Yi discovered and brought the Eastern Ghost Emperor into the Taoist sect. For her, Chun Yi was a complex figure, teacher, father, and superior. Both Gongsun Zhongmo and Xiao Mo appeared as mere shadows of aging figures, their skills insufficient to instill fear. Su Beiyu and his contemporaries were even less noteworthy. Yet before her stood the Hall Master, capable of commanding her respect and humility. Chun Yi dismissed the Eastern Ghost Emperor's discontent, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. You youngsters have not witnessed the events of yesteryear. Gongsun Zhongmo is a man of exceptional character and talent, yet fate has not favored him. Had he been a Taoist, his accomplishments might have eclipsed our own. The Eastern Ghost Emperor scoffed softly, her frustration evident. Chun Yi merely smiled, unperturbed. From the northern gate to the Lingwu Duke's residence, a broad, straight avenue stretched. The master and disciple walked along this path, with the northern gate in sight. Su Beiyu, squinting towards the towering watchtower, murmured, "Master, when I was young, I asked you what a sword immortal was. You told me it was the ability to transform breath into a flying sword, to summon swords as rain, to soar to the heavens and tread the earth with unmatched prowess. That moment, I thought sword immortals were truly magnificent." Without turning back, Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled. "What is this?" Su Beiyu grinned. "How about you demonstrate that magnificence today?" "Master," Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily. "Very well." The ensuing scene mirrored their initial meeting a decade prior. The elder, with his sword case on his back and white hair flowing, paused 300 paces from the northern gate. He planted the sword case with a thunderous crash, cracking the ground beneath, sending ripples of invisible energy outward, rattling the tiles on nearby rooftops. In the next instant, Gongsun Zhongmo pointed towards the sky. Initially, a single sword silhouette appeared, followed by 2, then 4, 8, 16. Multiplying in number. Soon, countless sword images obscured the sky. A smile graced Gongsun Zhongmo's face as he gently pushed his arm forward, beginning to stride onward. Thousands of sword images followed, all aimed at the northern gate watchtower. In a firm voice, he declared, "To the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, Chun Yi, Gongsun Zhongmo of the Sword Sect calls you to battle." Inside the watchtower, Chun Yi chuckled. "So, Gongsun Zhongmo has arrived. Stay here and observe. Do not interfere." The Eastern Ghost Emperor bit her lip, then nodded in agreement. Chun Yi's figure vanished, reappearing atop the watchtower's eaves. His voice echoed throughout Jilu City. "I am Chun Yi. Please, Gongsun Sect leader, draw your sword." On this day, the city of Jilu, filled with cultivators, bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Countless sword images cascaded from the heavens, dense and overwhelming, cloaking the sky in a tempest of blades. What a magnificent rain of swords. Chapter 67. The thunderous descent of fate. Xiao Mo stood on his watchtower, observing the ominous sword rain that obscured the sky, squinting with a smile. This time, the thunder is loud, but will the rain follow? What do you think? Shirlu, who stands a better chance? Standing a short distance behind him was the heir of Lingwu Duke. Shirlu. He pondered for a moment before replying. It should still favor the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. After all, he is renowned as the most formidable master beneath the Taoist leader, and without considerable prowess, he would struggle to command the 36 senior officials. Moreover, in the heavenly mechanism ranking, the Demon Suppression Hall's lord ranks above Gongsun Zhongmo. Yet, Xiao Mo shook his head. If we speak of power, Chun Yi indeed ranks as the foremost beneath the Taoist leader. However, when it comes to true cultivation, that remains uncertain. The older generation of the Taoist sect, although dwindling, still harbors a few masters who have surpassed a century, either secluding themselves for longevity or lingering in a state between life and death. These venerable figures are the true backbone of the Taoist sect, rarely revealing themselves, and they certainly won't appear on the heavenly mechanism ranking. This reflects an unspoken agreement between the mechanism pavilion and the Taoist sect. Thus, take the rankings as mere reference, neither to fully trust nor completely dismiss. Xiao Shirlu acknowledged with a soft hum, his expression unchanged, but internally, he felt a surge of excitement. Every cultivator yearned for the opportunities presented by two immortals clashing. Additionally, The long-standing enmity between the Taoist sect and the sword sect, rooted in past conflicts, continued to echo through the present. The ongoing sword dispute. Who would emerge victorious? Chunyi stood at the eaves of the watchtower, softly reflecting. What a remarkable sword! 9.as his words resonated. The myriad sword images froze in mid-air, suspended above. Gongsun Zhangmo remained unfazed, waving his hand in a beckoning gesture. The clouds above churned violently, resembling a true dragon in flight. In an instant, an unseen giant hand seemed to grasp the sky, summoning a massive pillar of cloud that cascaded down like a waterfall, bridging heaven and earth. The throngs of spectators within Jianghu City were left in awe, rendered speechless by the spectacle that it appeared as though a sword, a colossal, unfathomable cloud sword, had descended from above. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke slowly. In the past, the Taoist sect's leader wielded a sword forged from the snow-covered peaks of Baishan, cleaving through the capital with a single strike. Today, I shall fashion a sword from the clouds above, and with it, I will sever the mighty deer. The magnificent cloud sword loomed tall, its presence overwhelming. Before this strike, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall appeared as insignificant as an ant. The soldiers stationed at the North City Gate and on the walls, occupying a vantage point, felt the suffocating pressure of the impending blow. All eyes were fixated upwards, paralyzed by fear, lest a single movement would invite disaster upon themselves and the city gate beneath their feet. The ensuing spectacle confirmed their thoughts. Gongsun Zhangmo, with empty hands, mimicked a sword grip and then executed a downward cut. The cloud sword in the sky followed suit, crashing down with thunderous force. Its momentum was akin to a collapsing mountain. Su Beiyu gazed at the scene, murmuring, indeed, a sword immortal, truly magnificent. In the face of this sword, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall remained calm, extending his right index finger to allow the strike to descend. Yet, mere 3 feet from him, it could advance no further. He had sealed the sword's path. Once, the Taoist sect's leader had indeed wielded a sword of snow, but at that time, he had not yet attained mastery, and his strike was shattered by the then great General Su Lin with a single punch. To put it in perspective, such theatrics might intimidate the ordinary, but against true masters of the same realm, it bore a hint of superficiality. Gongsun Zhongmo softly uttered a dispersal incantation, and the colossal cloud sword disintegrated in an instant, transforming into nearly 1,000 normal-sized flying swords that hovered in midair, forming a circular sword formation, each blade's tip aimed at Chun Yi in a heartbeat. The swords intertwined, unleashing a frenzy of lethal trajectories towards Chunyi. Even more astonishing was that despite the onslaught of over 1,000 flying swords, not a single one grazed the watchtower beneath Chunyi's feet, demonstrating Gongsun Zhangmo's terrifying mastery over the sword energy. Chunyi, no longer merely on the defensive, made no visible move, yet in an instant, he scattered more than 200 flying swords, creating a vast breach in the previously impenetrable formation. Then, his figure flickered through the gap. Standing above the heavens, suspended in the void, Gongsun Zhangmo chuckled, raising his arm to again mimic a grasping gesture. The sword energy erupted, piercing the sky like a dragon ascending. The energy coiled inward, aimed directly at Chunyi's face. Sword 20, Ascending Dragon Strike. The Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall spread his fingers, lightning flickering in his palm, and casually slapped the surging sword energy. Instantly, the energy erupted before him, scattering like lightning, wreaking havoc on the city. With some fortunate structures merely punctured, while others were cleaved in two, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Chunyi's technique derived from the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique of the Taoist sect, which revered thunder methods above all. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique is one of the grand paths leading to ascension within the sect, and in terms of the Earth Immortal realm, it is not inferior to the 3 Pure Ones method associated with the sect leader. Chunyi's voice rang out, clear yet not loud, but each word resonated within the ears of all in the city, rendering attempts to block their ears futile. Gongsun Zhangmo, do you not draw your sword? For a disciple of the sword sect, the difference between having a sword or not is monumental. Gongsun Zhangmo laughed heartily, soaring into the air, his robe billowing, a long, pitch-black sword appearing in his right hand. Chunyi smiled faintly, his gaze indifferent. At last, you grasp a sword with your own hands. Gongsun Zhangmo, how grand you truly are. Chunyi spread his arms, clad in a flowing black robe that swayed in the wind. After Gongsun Zhangmo had conjured a sword from the clouds, the sky turned a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds, but at that moment, clouds began to gather ominously. Gongsun Zhangmo glanced at the sky before calmly averting his gaze, rising to a height equal to Chunyi, standing with sword in hand. Chunyi, ranked higher on the heavenly rankings, declared, it would be improper not to reciprocate with the eastern azure dragon, western white tiger, southern vermilion bird, and northern black tortoise, totaling 28 constellations. I invite you to observe closely. As Jianghu spoke, the black clouds thickened, revealing 28 luminous points that emerged sequentially, resembling stars in the night sky. The Thunder Pool formation is renowned within the Taoist sect, mastered by past leaders such as Zichuan and Weichen, even used to suppress the not yet fully realized power of Shangwan Xianchen. Chunyi had sat as the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall for decades, recently dubbed the black-robed sect leader, illustrating his esteemed status, second only to the sect leader. His personal intervention in challenging Gongsun Zhongmo was a bold move. Knowing that Gongsun would not wield a sword against him, the very act of invoking the Thunder Pool was a profound insult, reminiscent of how Gongsun's master Shangwan Xianchen was once suppressed by this very technique for months. In the black clouds, the brilliance of the 28 Thunder Pearls intensified, finally revealing their true nature. These were no mere stars but 28 Thunder Pearls glowing in blue-violet light, each the size of a human head. In the next moment, thunder rolled within the dark clouds. Gongsun Zhongmo, holding the Xianin sword, remained poised, awaiting the descent of the thunder. Legends speak of the once unrivaled sword immortal Shangwan Xianchen, who perished under the divine retribution for his numerous sins. Yet, Gongsun Zhongmo knew the truth. His master had withstood 9 bolts of heavenly thunder, nearly spent yet still capable of fighting. Just then, the emperor's sword, wielded by the newly crowned Xiao Huang, struck down upon his master. The master countered with 35 strokes of his sword, ultimately blocking the emperor's blow but succumbing to exhaustion. A thunderbolt, as thick as a water barrel, crashed down. Almost simultaneously, Gongsun Zhongmo thrust out his sword. The sword's might surged, rivaling the heavenly punishment itself. With this sword, I honor my master. Chapter 68. Who can stand between swords? The thunder bore down. Even one at the earth immortal realm must bow their head. The thunderbolt descended straight towards Gongsun Zhongmo, perfectly meeting the thrust of his sword. The resounding sword energy erupted upwards, resembling a hanging river of stars flowing against the current, akin to the legendary sword energy emitted by Shangwan Xianchen. The sword energy shattered the heavenly thunder. Observers throughout the city were left dumbfounded. Was the sword sect's sword art truly this domineering? The thunder, symbolic of divine calamity, was effortlessly obliterated by Gongsun Zhongmo with a single stroke. Chunyi, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. The previous thunder was but a preliminary test. Given the Thunder Pool formation, one must witness the spectacle of all 28 thunders moving in unison. The brilliance of the Thunder Pearls grew ever brighter. And like the earlier heavenly thunder, 28 bolts of lightning burst through the clouds, weaving a vast net towards Gongsun Zhongmo. The encompassing net of thunder roared, crackling with energy, not daring to cross the Thunder Pool's threshold. This formation, constructed from the profound principles of the Tao, far surpassed the true ancient Thunder Pool. Gongsun Zhongmo extended his hand, calmly stating, "Please." The sword box positioned on the ground erupted open with a resounding boom. A green sword energy soaring into the sky, followed by a matchless celestial sword rising from within the box, spanning the space between Gongsun Zhongmo and Chunyi. Upon its emergence, the previously obscured sky transformed into a vivid azure. With even the dazzling Thunder Pool formation dimming in its presence, the white-haired Gongsun Zhongmo grasped the sword's hilt, calmly declaring, "This sword is meant for slaying the carefree earth immortals." This sword, wielded by the sword sect's leader, was also the sword of its founder. Named Zhu Xian, it had claimed nearly 100 earth immortal souls over the past millennium. Gongsun Zhongmo brandished the Zhu Xian sword, laughing. "They say one cannot step beyond the Thunder Pool. Today, I shall step across it, eager to see what you, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, can do against me." Indeed, Gongsun Zhongmo advanced, defying the thunder net. The Zhu Xian sword traced a radiant arc through the air. Thunder fell silent. Clouds faded. One sword crossed the Thunder Pool, another broke it apart. The scene left Su Beiyu captivated. This was the true carefree earth immortal, the genuine sword immortal, and that Zhu Xian sword. He had witnessed its emergence a decade past. It was from this sword that Su Beiyu's bond with Gongsun Zhongmo had begun. A summer cicada and a celestial sword. What a reunion it was. On the watchtower of the Lingwu Duke's residence, Xiao Mo shook his head with a sigh, recognizing Chun Ye's defeat and Gongsun Zhongmo's victory. Xiao Shilu, astonished, could hardly believe. The Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall lost? And what of that sword? I have never heard of it before. There are no rumors in the cultivation world. How can that be? Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes, softly replying, "This sword is called Zhu Xian, once among the 3 great treasures of the Taoist sect, used to regulate fate. Over 1,000 years ago, during the sword path conflict, the sect split in two. This sword was taken to the sword sect, becoming its treasured heirloom, wielded by successive leaders. The previous leader, Shangwan Xianxin, passed it to Gongsun Zhongmo at the brink of death. And the Taoist sect has since been unable to reclaim this treasure, leading to its silence on the matter. The cultivation world dares not provoke the Taoist sect, and since the sword has long been dormant, it is unsurprising that your generation has not heard of it." Xiao Shilu hesitated before asking quietly, "Father, since Gongsun Zhongmo emerged victorious, what of the great deer market?" Xiao Mo replied calmly, "My intention in inviting Gongsun Zhongmo was to disrupt the status quo. This so-called mutual market is, in essence, a means for the court and the emperor to consolidate scattered cultivators. The last thing the Taoist sect wishes to witness is this outcome. Were it not for the presence of Gongsun Zhongmo, a formidable remnant of the sword sect, the Taoist sect would have been preoccupied, and this great deer market would not have come to fruition. However, the current situation has exceeded my expectations, as the clash between Gongsun Zhongmo and Chun Yi has drawn in so many cultivators. Which is indeed an unexpected delight." A smile crept onto Xiao Shiliyu's face. "Congratulations, father. If this matter succeeds, the emperor will undoubtedly be pleased, and perhaps you can leverage this opportunity to advance further." Xiao Mo smiled in return. Though the crown of 6 Eastern pearls was splendid, it paled in comparison to the 7 Eastern pearl princely crown. The title of prince was reserved for the direct lineage, in the early days of the new dynasty. The princes were genuine rulers, unlike those of the latter dynasty who held mere titular positions. The Great Qi dynasty had conferred princely titles on 5 individuals, including 2 of different surnames, the king of Liao in the northeast and the king of northern suppression on the grasslands. The remaining 3 princes hailed from the Shao family's direct lineage, the most renowned being the half-brother of the former emperor, Wei Wang Shaojin. Conversely, the side branches of the Shao family could only aspire to the title of duke. Perpetually overshadowed by the 3 great princes of the direct line that as the head of the Shao family's side branch, Lingwu Duke, Xiao Mo naturally sought to advance his standing. Xiao Mo murmured, "Shilu, the direct line has a princely uncle, 2 grand princesses, and 2 young princes. Meanwhile, our side branch boasts only a single duke and a grand princess. Our position is weak. Despite the familial ties, we cannot let the direct line oppress us. Why should Wei Wang claim a whole territory while my son and I are relegated to this desolate corner? The disparity is staggering. Since we cannot rely on ancestral connections, we must forge our own path. Otherwise, who in the court will take us seriously?" Xiao Shilu bowed, replying, "Father's teachings shall be etched in my heart." Xiao Mo sighed, turning his back on the monumental duel between the 2 carefree earth immortals. Departing the watchtower with a forlorn silhouette, the outcome of this battle had defied the expectations of the majority. Gongsun Zhongmo had decisively shattered the thunderpool formation of the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. While Chun Yi faced no mortal peril, he was left in a state of disarray, and for figures of their caliber, there was no longer any face to remain in Great Deer City. Following this battle, the Taoist sect's Demon Suppression Hall withdrew entirely from the city. Yet, this confrontation elevated Gongsun Zhongmo to the status of an undisputed leader of the sword path, his fame rivaling that of the most exalted figures within the Taoist sect. Through the accounts of countless witnesses in Great Deer City, Gongsun Zhongmo's name transcended the elite, reaching even those struggling at the bottom of the cultivation world, introducing them to the sword sect's leader. Gongsun Zhongmo. Regrettably, the sword sect's arrival was swift, and its departure even swifter. Shortly after the Demon Suppression Hall's retreat, the newly emerged sword energy of the Ling Kong Hall once again fell into dormancy, leaving no trace behind, and even Gongsun Zhongmo, the sword sect leader, vanished into the horizon. As Gongsun Zhongmo's disciple, Su Bei was privy to certain undisclosed matters. Following the battle, Gongsun Zhongmo held private discussions with 2 individuals, the very instigators of the Great Deer Market, Lingwu Duke Xiao Mo and Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall Chun Yi. Xiao Mo had summoned Gongsun Zhongmo to Great Deer City to disrupt the status quo. And now that Gongsun Zhongmo had perfectly repelled the Demon Suppression Hall, it was time for Xiao Mo to deliver his promised reward, a reward that left Su Bei utterly astonished. It was a jade seal, entirely of a verdant hue, standing over 3 inches tall, its base square and measuring approximately 2 inches on each side, inscribed with the words Ling Bao. In essence, this was a token that could be used to present a reasonable request to the current emperor. The favor of the reigning emperor, How monumental must that be? It was akin to a divine boon. As for the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, the two engaged in a transaction. Chapter 69. One seal for one life 30 miles outside Great Deer City. At the Farewell Pavilion. The pavilion was simple yet sturdy, designed to withstand the winds and rains of the grasslands. Two elderly men stood within, discussing matters. It was hard to believe that they had recently been at each other's throats, now conversing amicably as if they were longtime friends. Perhaps such an attitude was the key to thriving in this world, living longer and better. A young couple waited not far outside the pavilion. Feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy and heaviness, Subayu grew impatient with this limbo of awaiting results, unable to resist glancing inside, despite being the highest of masters. The two elderly figures presented starkly different images. Gongsun Zhangmo, in black attire with white hair, wore a stern expression, radiating authority and intimidation, much like the public's perception of the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. Conversely, Chenyi embodied the ideals of youth and wisdom. Tall and slender, exuding an ethereal demeanor, his presence refined and elegant. Though he was of a similar age, his countenance appeared more approachable, not detracting from his authority. Though Gongsun Zhongmo had triumphed over Chenyi, he could not eliminate him, meaning their statuses remained relatively equal. Su Beiyu was privy to the nature of their conversation, which only deepened his feelings of melancholy. With this in mind, he turned his gaze towards Jian, the young Taoist maiden who seemed to sense his scrutiny. She lifted her head to meet his eyes, managing a strained smile, appearing at a loss for words. Su Beiyu chuckled softly, feeling a pang of frustration. His initial decision to bring Jun along was born of necessity, but as their journey progressed, they had grown closer. He yearned to stand up and declare to his master and the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, "I do not wish for this young girl to return to the sect. I want her to stay by my side." Yet, he lacked the courage and conviction to voice such sentiments before his master. He lacked the courage to defy the will of his esteemed teacher. In the presence of the Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall, he found himself devoid of the confidence to oppose this towering figure of the age. The great Immortal merely turned his back to Su Beiyu, and the aura emanating from him was suffocating, making any notion of direct confrontation seem utterly absurd. Perhaps decades later, Su Beiyu might rise to such heights. But at this moment, he was incapable. Such was the lamentable reality. In the pavilion, their conversation drew to a close. Chenyi glanced at the young Taoist nun standing outside, appearing somewhat at a loss, and spoke evenly. "I appreciate the care of sect leader Gongsun during this time. Even if it means I owe a favor, I shall not shirk from it when the opportunity arises." Gongsun Zhangmo's expression remained tranquil, yet he felt a deep satisfaction with this response. The favor from the Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall, while not on par with that of the Emperor of the Great Qi, was still formidable, for it was not merely his cultivation that inspired fear, but the immense power he wielded. Rumors spoke of him as the foremost among the 36 great stewards, his prowess echoing through the ages, comparable to the mightiest expert in the inner court, Zhang Baisui. Yet, even he must heed the commands of this lord. Seeing Gongsun Zhongmo nod, Chenyi produced a black seal from his sleeve, inscribed with a qilin, its size akin to the spiritual treasure seal previously given to Gongsun Zhongmo by Xiao Mo. The base bore the inscription Qingga Hermit. Gongsun Zhongmo accepted the seal, smiling faintly. "Since my old age, my heart has softened. Let us, two old fellows, take a stroll while the young ones bid farewell to each other." Chenyi merely acknowledged him with a sound, offering no rebuttal. The two elders exited the pavilion, one after the other. Gongsun Zhongmo gestured to Su Beiyu. Su Beiyu's expression was complex as he looked at the timid Jiyan beside him, hesitating and unsure of how to speak. Was it truly time to part ways? Jiyan timidly glanced at the two elders moving further away and, summoning her courage, tugged at Su Beiyu's sleeve. Su Beiyu looked down, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, a sign of impending floods. Perhaps in Gongsun Zhongmo's eyes, these two young souls, having spent only a few months together, shared no profound feelings for him. Despite decades of companionship through trials of life and death, couples still parted ways in the end. The two youths would suffer for a time, but eventually, it would fade. Yet Jiyan thought differently. After the death of her adoptive master, the old leader of Chonglong Temple, she became utterly alone, and with the fall of Chonglong Temple, she lost her last refuge. Like a drowning person instinctively grasping at anything to hold on to, Su Beiyu became the driftwood Jiyan clung to, feeling that as long as she depended on him, she would not sink. "I don't want to go. I don't want to enter the Taoist sect," Jiyan whispered. Su Beiyu forced a smile, speaking insincerely. "What's wrong with the Taoist sect?" The celestial Xiandu, renowned as the Jade Capital, countless cultivators aspire to go there and cannot. Upon hearing Su Beiyu's words, Ji Yun felt tears welling up, lowering her head, refusing to look at him or speak further. After a moment of silence, Su Beiyu sighed, wrapping his arm around her shoulders gently. Do not be misled by our current glory as master and apprentice. Tomorrow we could be hunted down. That is the true life of fugitives, and I might not be able to care for you then. What if I were to lose you? That is why I want you to return to the sect. No matter its faults, it offers a semblance of security. Ji Yun kept her head bowed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed quietly. Su Beiyu wanted to wipe her tears, but she covered her face with her hands. Trembling as if feeling abandoned as a burden. Regardless of how delicately Su Beiyu had phrased his words, Ji Yun understood their implication. This was Gongsun Zhangmo's intent, rather than risk accompanying her. It was better to exchange her for a favor from the Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall, ensuring mutual benefit. After a long silence, Shi Yun, exhausted from crying, murmured indistinctly, I have seen that person. He once visited my master. That person, of course, referred to the Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall. Su Beiyu remained silent, not from a lack of words, but rather from a reluctance to voice them. Ji Yun wiped her tears with her sleeve and, lifting her head, spoke clearly. I will go. Su Beiyu retrieved a book from his satchel and presented it to her, feigning nonchalance. You like the illustrations in this diagram of the Imperial Mirror, right? Take it. It will keep you entertained on the road. Shi Yun instinctively accepted the book, momentarily lost in thought. Su Beiyu took her hand and began to walk toward the two elders. The Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall regarded Ji Yun with a calm expression as she approached. When they were but a few steps apart, Su Beiyu halted, releasing Ji Yun's hand, and softly said, Go. Clutching the diagram of the Imperial Mirror tightly, Ji Yun walked slowly towards the Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall, frequently glancing back, as if hoping Su Beiyu would call her back. Yet, Su Beiyu said nothing, merely waving his hand. In an uncanny moment, Su Beiyu found himself locking eyes with the Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall. When next they meet, in what capacity would Su Beiyu confront this formidable figure? Once they had distanced themselves, Gongsun Zhangmo patted his disciple's shoulder, smiling lightly. What does a great man fear of being without a wife? You've lost a little bride, and I shall give you a trinket. As he spoke, he tossed a seal into Su Beiyu's hands. It was made of jade, with the words spiritual treasure engraved on the base. Chapter 70. One Man, One Sword. The Sword Sect. Ultimately, Ji Yun departed, following the Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall back to the Taoist sect. However, Gongsun Zhongmo had hinted to Su Beiyu that as the last survivor of Chonlong Temple, Ji Yun would not face any repercussions. Rather, she would be fortunate enough to join the ranks of the Taoist sect under its leadership, a significant stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, Song Guangguan, who had been sheltered in Xianshui Pavilion, was recovering well from her injuries and would soon be escorted out of Jiulu City by the expert Jian Yi.as for Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu, due to their lofty ambitions. They left Jiulu City ahead of schedule, traveling eastward across the Xiaolong grassland toward the northeastern Liaozhou. This would not be Su Beiyu's final visit to Jiulu City, but it marked Gongsun Zhongmo's last connection to it in his lifetime. The current court featured two rival princes, one to the east and one to the west. The western prince was Lin Han, the late Empress's brother and the lord of the grasslands. Although nominally an ally of the Great Qi, he was effectively a vassal state, with laws and governance independent of the central authority. His domain extended from the Yulin River, encompassing the vast grasslands and deserts of the Great Snow Mountain. Supported by over 50 subordinate leaders and hundreds of thousands of cavalry, the Lin family of the grasslands and the newly established Wanyan family had once been viewed as swords hanging over the heads of the scholars of the Central Plains. Until Xiaoyu married into the Lin family, quelling the Red Daughter and consolidating power through his wife's lineage, with the help of Murong Yin, he launched a northern expedition to the Wanyan royal family, supporting the current ruler, Wanyan Beiwei, to ascend the throne, thus securing a long period of peace. On the eastern front, the Prince of Liaozhou and Baidu was naturally the Muk family. The first prince, Murenki, had been a high-ranking general in the previous dynasty, involved in the great conflict for dominance, even threatening the western territories of the Shao dynasty. After his defeat, he surrendered and was granted the title of Liaowang, overseeing the northeastern region. Interestingly, Su Beiyu had previously guided Duan Muyu and others to the ancient battlefield where Murenki's forces had battled against the current dynasty's Sulin cavalry. Su Beiyu had not anticipated such a connection to the Liaowang so early on. Of course, the current Liaowang was no longer Murenki, but his grandson, Mu Tongji. The current prince was astute and meticulous, though lacking the decisiveness of his predecessors and burdened by the oppressive influence of the court. After traveling for a period, the scenery of the grasslands began to wane, giving way to sparse woodlands. By now, Su Beiyu had firmly established his second-grade realm, with the Tianlan sword moving with the grace of his own limbs. Gongsun Zhongmo was greatly pleased. While his disciple might not rival the celestial beings in appearance, his unique talent was indeed rare. With the temperament of a celestial, he need not worry about stagnation due to bottlenecks in cultivation. Possessing the insight of a transcendental being, he was already equipped with the wisdom of predecessors. As they approached the earthly immortal realm, the importance of innate endowment faded. Crossing the formidable 18 floors required not only unexplainable fortune but also a steadfast heart. Gongsun Zhongmo mused that his disciple might one day ascend to the heights of the Taoist sect's leadership. Standing at the threshold of true immortality, with these thoughts, Gongsun Zhongmo's mind wandered, and he gently spoke. Beiyu, today I shall share with you the secrets of the earthly immortal realm. There are countless experts in this world. Yet those who attain true immortality have transcended humanity, becoming celestial beings. It is said that only by reaching the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm can one influence the tides of the world. What is the earthly immortal realm? He continued. It is akin to the immortal beings, differing only by a mere step to pass through the heavenly gate. In a century, only a handful have achieved this state. Excluding those who have ascended, only your grandmaster, the former leader of the White Lotus sect, the late Emperor Xiaoyu, the great rebel Qing Chun, and the current leader of the Taoist sect are among them. Yet, the earthly immortal is not the same as true immortality. Of these five, 3 have perished. My master succumbed to the heavenly retribution after countless battles. The leader of the White Lotus sect fell to the Emperor's sword. And Xiaoyu, too, met his end, likely hidden in the Maishan tomb, his fate unknown. Su Beiyu pondered this. Gongsun Zhongmo smiled and added, as for the other 2, Qing Chen is of an older generation. Having ascended long before, his cultivation is now unfathomable. He has delayed his ascension due to the shame of his past betrayal. The current leader of the Taoist sect follows the path of righteousness. Yet he still seeks the right moment to ascend. Burdened by the vast legacy of the sect, Su Beiyu asked softly, "Can you ascend as well, master?" Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled and shook his head. Ascend and attain enlightenment? In this lifetime, I do not hold such hopes. As long as I can pass on the legacy of our ancestors, I shall be content. Su Beiyu sighed. Feigning maturity, master, such a mindset will not do. I hope you ascend soon, so we can bask in the glory of your status. The title of celestial successor is formidable. Who would not fear it? Gongsun Zhongmo patted his disciple's shoulder, laughing heartily. While I am present in this world, others will fear you. Should I depart now, you would not maintain this legacy. He continued. I understand your intentions. You wish for me to enjoy life in the heavens. But if everyone yearned for immortality, the teachings of our ancestors would perish. Some responsibilities must be shouldered by others. The elder gazed at the sky and murmured, in the past, I failed to uphold the Gongsun family legacy. For the Sword Sect, I do not wish to repeat that mistake. Su Beiyu truly sighed this time. The former Sword Sect leader, Shengwan Xianqin, was once said to embody half of the sect, having elevated it to a status just below the 3 teachings, even standing against the Taoist sect. Yet, upon his death, the Sword Sect crumbled. Now, with Gongsun Zhongmo aging, the burden would inevitably fall upon Su Beiyu's shoulders. Could a single man wielding a sword sustain it all? Chapter 71. The swordsman. With the departure of both the Lord of the Demon Sealing Hall and the sword Qi Ling Kong Hall, Jianghu City finally returned to its regular pace. Riding the momentum of the duel between 2 unparalleled masters, a long-anticipated market for mutual exchange in Jianghu City commenced. It was unclear how many cultivators had been secretly gathered by Xiao Mo on behalf of the emperor. But judging by the beaming expression of the Prince of Lingwu in recent days, it seemed they had garnered considerable success. The court reveled in triumph. The Taoist sect faced setbacks. Those who felt disheartened sought ways to regain balance. Now that the Taoist sect had Zhiyun, the matter concerning Chonglong Temple would not be so easily resolved, and the murky waters involving the Demon Sealing Hall and the Dark Guard Bureau would continue to swirl. However, these affairs no longer significantly concerned Su Beiyu. The current objective for the master and disciple was the Liaowang mansion, where they would meet the prince if all went as planned. Su Beiyu would accompany his master further to the former Jian kingdom to meet the illustrious Wanyan Beiwei. The past few months had been surreal for Su Beiyu, as one prominent figure after another emerged, allowing him, once a mere nobody, to witness the grandeur of the upper echelons of this world. After a month of travel, they finally entered the northeastern territory. The weather had begun to turn, and the chill of late autumn in the northeast was nearly piercing. The word cold became Su Beiyo's first impression of the northeast. Though the northwest was also cold, it was dry, while the northeast chill carried a dampness that seeped in silently, reaching deep within, a stark contrast. Before entering Liaozhou, Gongsun Zhongmo instructed Su Beiyu to proceed alone. This time, Su Beiyu encountered a completely different opponent. If Duanmu Yu represented the scions of noble families, this foe was a grassroots figure like Su Beiyu, forged by combat and possessing a ruthless style. Upon meeting Su Beiyu, who had honed his skills through battle, this opponent wasted no words and immediately drew his blade, nearly inflicting a severe injury on Su Beiyu with a single strike. Their first clash occurred in a dense thicket, where the opponent lay hidden beneath layers of leaves. Undetectable even to Su Beiyu approached, the assailant sprang forth, aiming a deadly strike at Su Beiyu's head. And should it land, it would surely be a fatal blow. In a moment of peril, Su Beiyu lowered his head and crouched, while the Tianlan sword strapped to his back was compelled to unsheath by a surge of energy, barely deflecting the strike aimed at him. Nonetheless, he was left with a bleeding gash on his neck from the fierce blade's air. The two soon engaged in a fierce duel. Su Beiyu's swordsmanship, taught by Gongsun Zhongmo, was rooted in the principles of the Xianmen orthodox teachings, each movement embodying the essence of reason, starkly upright. In contrast, his opponent's knife techniques were honed through brutal battles, characterized by their fierce and unpredictable nature. Adept at exchanging life for life and injury for injury, a novice disciple of the martial world would undoubtedly suffer against such methods. Yet Su Beiyu was no ordinary newcomer, having emerged from humble beginnings. He had witnessed these life-and-death tactics while battling marauders on the grasslands, thus handling them with remarkable ease. The adversary, resolute in spirit, realizing the prolonged confrontation was futile, seized an opportunity to retreat abruptly. Vanishing into the dense forest, Su Beiyu did not pursue. After watching the lone wolf-like figure disappear into the thicket, he sheathed his sword and withdrew from the battlefield. An uncanny premonition stirred within him, foretelling that this unknown swordsman would not easily relent and would surely seek him out again. From their earlier encounter, it was evident that this individual had just entered the first rank, possessing a level of skill that surpassed Su Beiyu by a whole realm. Yet, the disparity in their techniques was significant, as the swordsman's art far outshone Su Beiyu's own, resulting in their earlier clash ending in a stalemate. This experience served as a valuable trial stone for Su Beiyu's swordsmanship, and he was unwilling to let it slip away lightly. 3 days later, they crossed paths once more on a desolate official road near Liaozhou. Deep in the night when few travelers wandered about, this time, the swordsman did not conceal himself, boldly confronting Su Beiyu with a direct thrust aimed at his heart. Su Beiyu, now prepared, unleashed a nascent form of his 13th sword. Catching the assailant off guard. In a hurried attempt to defend himself, the swordsman could only curl his body and cross his blade in front of him, bracing for the impact. The next moment, he was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the 13th sword, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Su Beiyu called out, "Who are you?" The swordsman offered no reply, quickly leaping from the crater he had created, vanishing again into the night. After his departure, Su Beiyu refrained from pursuing, his expression now grave. For someone of his current second-rank status, the nascent 13th sword represented his most formidable skill, the pinnacle of what he could cultivate before entering the first rank. While Su Beiyu could only summon a 3-zhang longsword energy with it, had it been the former master of the sword sect, Shangguan Xianxin, he could have easily leveled a city with a single strike. This technique, originally devised by the founder of the sword sect, was intended to be powerful enough to confront 1,000,000 soldiers. The third assassination attempt was slow to arrive, just as Su Beiyu was about to step into Liaozhou. The swordsman, who had refrained from attacking for several days, finally made his presence known. Amidst the crowd at the city gate, he leaped forward, aiming a vicious slash at Su Beiyu's abdomen. Once again, Su Beiyu disappointed the assailant, parrying the blow with his 5th sword, leading to another life-and-death contest between blade and sword. The swordsman's techniques were born from the grim realities of slaughter, daring to risk everything yet valuing his life. Displaying a ruthless ferocity, this time, he had entirely forsaken any thought of self-preservation, fighting as if each strike was a desperate gamble for survival. An old adage states that the barefoot need not fear the shod. And once, Su Beiyu had been in a similar plight, but now, adorned with the illustrious boots of the sword sect, he was unwilling to engage in a life-for-life confrontation with this commoner. Ultimately, the swordsman left a deep wound on Su Beiyu's left arm, one that exposed bone, before making his escape. However, this time, Su Beiyu was no longer patient. Angered by the swordsman's audacity to attempt to kill him with a dull knife, he resolved to not let him flee unscathed. Pursuing him with his sword raised, the chase led them swiftly away from the bustling area and into a nearby dense forest. Yet, upon entering the woods, the swordsman transformed from a mere attacker into a cunning assassin. No longer fleeing, but continuously ambushing Su Beiyu. Despite Su Beiyu's heightened vigilance, he sustained 3 more wounds from the assailant. However, the swordsman was not unscathed either. During the final ambush, Su Beiyu pierced his abdomen with a sword thrust, causing his energy to dissipate. Following this close-quarters encounter, the swordsman began to flee earnestly, no longer seeking to engage Su Beiyu. After pursuing for roughly 10 li, Su Beiyu eventually returned empty-handed. After this bout, Su Beiyu's anger had mostly dissipated, yet the swordsman could no longer suppress his resentment. Failing in 3 attempts at assassination had not disheartened him, but it had accumulated a simmering fury. What frustrated him further was the realization that this young swordsman, despite being a rank lower, had relied on his refined skills to gain the upper hand. Su Beiyu's cultivation clearly stemmed from a distinguished lineage, while he himself had emerged from the depths of obscurity. Bereft of such fortune, relying solely on his ruthless nature and willingness to stake his life, this swordsman must surely be of a noble clan. Chapter 72. Launching of Liaoxi in the capital of Liaozhou. Shuangfu, located south of the North Sea, west of Yenzhou and Yuzhou, and north of the grasslands, the ancestral home of the Murong family, Longcheng, was established by their forebears, Murong Longqing and Murong Fengwang. Su Beiyu arrived in Longqing after a challenging journey. Pausing at the city gate to gaze in awe at the imposing fortress, lost in thought, the once great Dian dynasty had long since vanished, yet the Murong family still endured. He recalled his master mentioning that after the passing of the family's 2 pillars, Murong Yuan and Murong Yin, the current head of the Murong family was a woman, known simply as Xian. Though a woman, Murong Xian was a figure of considerable legend. In her youth, she had been close to the future head of the Yi family. A childhood bond that might have led to marriage had fate not intervened. The Yi family revered the Tao, and the young Yi scion eventually joined the Taoist path, while Murong Xian was sent into a Buddhist monastery by her devout family, leading to their separation. Years later, as Murong Xian traveled the world representing the Buddhist sect, rumors circulated that she, along with the unmarried Empress Lin, who was merely the junior sister of Gongsun Zhongmo, and the future saintess of the newly established Xuanjiao, Qin Muxian, were collectively regarded as the 4 great beauties, with Murong Xian being hailed as the most beautiful of all. It is often said that the lives of beautiful women are fraught with adversity. And indeed, this proved true. Zhang Xueyao, after marrying Gongsun Zhongmo, dedicated years to restoring the sword sect, only for them to part ways, becoming a pair of resentful spouses. Qin Muxian had a tumultuous love affair with Emperor Xiaoyu but ultimately remained unmarried. As for the seemingly fortunate Empress Lin, who was revered by all, her husband took only her as his wife, and her son ascended to the throne, yet she and Emperor Xiao passed away early, casting doubt on her fortune. Only Murong Xian could be deemed fulfilled in this regard. Jealousy among women can be as complex as the rivalries among scholars. The 4 beauties of your formed 3 factions. Murong Xian and Empress Lin were close friends, while Zhang Xueyao and Qin Muxian each led their respective factions, often clashing due to men or other matters. For instance, Empress Lin and Qin Muxian became mortal enemies due to their connections with Emperor Xiao. In short, the disputes among women are a convoluted ledger that can never be settled. Once, Murong Xian visited her close friend, Empress Lin, in Zhongdu, coinciding with Xiao Yu's alliance with the Tao, as they schemed together for the world. The foremost disciple of the Tao also visited Zhongdu to meet with Xiao Yu, and this disciple was none other than the Yi scion who had once entered the Tao. This reunion of old friends rekindled their past affections, leading them to become Tao partners. Years later, after Xiao Yu's successful campaigns in the south and north, he swept through the realm, ultimately ascending to the throne. The Tao disciple became the new head of the Tao. Both women saw their statuses rise. One became an empress, and the other the wife of the Tao's head. Now, with the couple long departed, Murong Xian and the Tao head continued to thrive. The head resided at the peak of the heavens, while Murong Xian spent a significant portion of her time managing family affairs at the Murong estate. In earlier years, when Empress Lin was still living, Murong Xian would visit her old friend in the capital. However, after the deaths of both Emperor Xiao and his wife, and with the new emperor seeking to suppress the Tao, Murong Xian had not set foot in the capital since Su Beiyu suddenly entertained a whimsical thought. Perhaps he might catch a glimpse of the former world's most beautiful woman within the ancestral home of the Murong family in launching. While he might have the opportunity, it was unlikely that a junior like him would be granted such an audience. Carrying his sword case, Gongsun Zhongmo traversed launching for a full hour before stopping before a residence in the west of the city instead of the Liaowang mansion. The dark door stood firmly shut. The entire estate, along with the prominently displayed Murong characters, exuding an air of antiquity. Two black armored guards stood at the entrance, their presence radiating the essence of first-rank warriors. Only a few families, including the reigning Shao family and the long-standing Murong clan, could afford to employ first-rank experts as guardians. As Gongsun Zhongmo approached, the expressions of the two guards shifted, their fingers tightening around the hilts of their swords. Yet, under the invisible pressure emanating from Gongsun Zhongmo, they hesitated to speak. Drawing swords before a figure of his stature would be folly. However, trained from youth to serve the Murong family as loyal guards, they stood their ground, aware that drawing weapons against him would only lead to their demise. That moment, a gentle voice emerged from within. It is unbecoming to be rude to esteemed guests. Please open the central door for them. Upon hearing this, the two guards instantly knelt, responding in unison, yes. The next moment, the heavy doors creaked open, and Gongsun Zhongmo, unfazed, stepped into the ancestral home of the Murong family. He was not a stranger to this place. In fact, during the intermarriages among the 5 great families of the Wei state, Gongsun Zhongmo's mother hailed from the Murong clan, and he had visited here as a child, having a distant cousin relationship with Murong Xian. Upon entering the main hall, he found that the servants had been dismissed, leaving only a woman in white standing alone. She appeared to be in her 30s. Her beauty deserving of the epithet national beauty, as if her mere presence could eclipse all around her. Her demeanor was serene, her long hair adorned with 9 silver hairpins, cascading down in a pristine arrangement. Strikingly, despite her ageless beauty, her hair was entirely white, in stark contrast to Gongsun Zhongmo's dark locks. This woman was the current matriarch of the Murong family, Murong Xin. Her attitude towards Gongsun Zhongmo, her cousin and longtime rival, was neutral, devoid of affection or disdain, as if they were mere acquaintances. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke first. Murong, I have come to see you without other intentions, merely to. She interrupted calmly. To discuss your final arrangements? Gongsun Zhongmo paused, momentarily speechless. She continued. You must be 83 this year, correct? He nodded. Time is relentless. Murong Xian replied, her tone unchanging. At your age, many matters should be long since reconciled. I have mediated over the years. He has decided to grant both you and your wife a chance at life. Having escaped the depths of suffering, why cling to the past? Zhang Xueyao has moved on. Why can't you? Your persistence only forces me into a position where I must act as a mediator. Compelling him to intervene personally, Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. The he she referred to was undoubtedly the head of the Tao, residing atop the peak of the heavens. The younger generation may only see the esteemed position of the Tao head, but the elders understood the true weight of his power. After a lengthy silence, Gongsun Zhongmo finally spoke. Though there may be thousands, I shall proceed. That a flicker of anger surfaced in Murong Xian's eyes. Seemingly incensed by Gongsun Zhongmo's obstinacy, Gongsun Zhongmo remained composed. A man must act according to his principles. There are things a woman can avoid, but a man cannot. Murong Xian, I have kept track of your actions over the years. Yet this debt of gratitude may not be repayable. Murong Xian's voice grew colder. I require no repayment. I merely wish for you to remain compliant and refrain from instigating further discord. That is peace not preferable? Gongsun Zhongmo sighed lightly. Your peace is not the peace of those like us, the lost. Murong Xian's voice turned frigid. Enough. Gongsun Zhongmo, what of the Sword Sect's demise? The Gongsun family did not send you to the Sword Sect merely for its ruin. What of the Gongsun family's fall? Gongsun Zhongmo replied indifferently. That was a matter between Shao Jin and the Gongsun family, with no connection to the Tao. Gongsun Zhongmo, carrying his sword case, said calmly, each generation must confront its own challenges. Let my disciple and I settle these grievances once and for all. With that, Murong Xian turned her back, her white hair cascading down her shoulders. Since you are so resolute, it is best that we do not meet again. Take care of yourself. Gongsun Zhongmo smiled faintly and departed from the Murong estate. Murong Xian turned to gaze at the receding figure, sighing softly. Among their contemporaries from the 5 great families, could Gongsun Zhongmo truly be the first to depart? Chapter 73. Murong's tale and the extermination of immortals. As Su Beiyu stepped into Choyingfu, he felt a stark contrast to the customs of the Northwest, though both regions belonged to the North. The Northwest was rugged, while the Northeast was straightforward. Having been born and raised in the Northwest, Su Beiyu found himself in familiar yet foreign territory, strolling along the main thoroughfare of the city. He observed the myriad expressions of life. He chanced upon a vendor selling candied hawthorn berries and intended to buy a skewer, but suddenly recalled the little girl Jiyun, who adored such treats. He wondered how she fared after returning to the Taoist sect. Had she been bullied by her peers? Did she hide away and weep? A wave of unease washed over him, and ultimately, he chose to forego the purchase and moved on. Those who abandon me are lost to yesterday, while the turmoil in my heart grows with today. After walking a distance, Su Beiyu sensed a presence, instinctively grasping his sword and turning around, only to find a lively young woman standing a few paces behind him. The girl had changed out of her green attire, donning a pale blue tunic and matching skirt, with her shoes hidden beneath the hem, revealing only the tips adorned with cute pom-poms. Her long hair was secured with a silver hairpin, with bangs framing her cheerful eyes, presenting the image of a well-bred young lady. Su Beiyu was taken aback and smiled. "You're healed." The newcomer was Song Guangguan, who placed her hands over her abdomen and nodded shyly. Su Beiyu replied gently, "As long as you are well, that is what matters. In the grand scheme of life, nothing is greater than the matter of life and death." Song Guangguan smiled sweetly. "You speak with such wisdom, young master." Extending his hand, Su Beiyu felt a moment of hesitation from her, her cheeks flushing slightly as she placed her hand into his palm. He held her hand warmly and continued walking, while Song Guangguan's cheeks flushed further, transforming her from a poised swordswoman into a bashful young lady experiencing the stirrings of first love. Su Beiyu had not considered this aspect and asked, "On that day, when you were so grievously injured, I thought you would not survive. The methods of the Xianshui Pavilion are indeed remarkable. I have heard that this sect is comprised solely of women, with men prohibited from entering. Do you understand the intricacies behind this?" Song Guangguan softly replied, "In truth, there are men within the Xianshui Pavilion, specifically one, the only man, Murong Xianyin, who founded the pavilion. The sect leader once remarked that this so-called Xianshui Pavilion in Giant Deer City is merely a collection of concubines and maids raised by Murong Xianyin, due to the close relationship between the sect leader and Murong Xianyin. My sword Qi Ling Kong Hall has maintained a connection with the Xianshui Pavilion over the years. The reason I was able to receive treatment from them was due to these ties and the sect leader's influence, as well as the advantage of being a woman, allowing me to bypass the rule prohibiting men from entering. Su Beiyu pondered for a moment and then inquired, "I have long been curious about the relationship between Murong Xianyin and the illustrious Murong family." Song Guangguan thought for a moment before responding, "You must know that the current royal family, the Shao clan, is divided into the main lineage and the collateral branches, correct?" To Su Beiyu's surprise, she continued, "Are you suggesting that the Murong family is also split into two branches?" Song Guangguan nodded, explaining, "The former head of the Murong family had one legitimate son and one illegitimate son. After the legitimate son, Murong Yuan, succeeded as the family head, he could not tolerate his half-brother, Murong Yin, who then left the family and ventured to found a new territory. He later rose to the rank of Grand General in that territory and allied with Xiao Yu to combat the five kings of the region, establishing a branch of the Murong family there. The current head of the Taoist sect, Madame Murong Xian, is the daughter of Murong Yuan, while Murong Xianyin is the son of Murong Yin, making them, at best, distant cousins. That Su Beiyu finally understood the connection between the two branches of the Murong family, realizing why one Murong woman had become the head of a Taoist sect, while another had become a notorious figure in the demon suppression hall. Su Beiyu then listened as Song Guangguan recounted various legends and anecdotes about the dragon city of Chaoyang Prefecture, detailing how Murong Longqing and Murong Fenghuang exhibited extraordinary grace when the later Yin was established, and how the Murong family held dominion over this region. She also mentioned that this dragon city was known as the Buddhist capital because the Buddha had left behind 7 relics, which were enshrined in pagodas, 2 of which were located in Chaoyang Prefecture, thus earning its title. As noon approached, Song Guangguan suddenly sniffed the air, her eyes sparkling. Su Beiyu turned to see a tavern and smiled, asking, "Are you hungry?" Song Guangguan, playfully pinching her dress, looked down shyly and replied, "I am craving some wine." Su Beiyu chuckled and led her into the tavern, where they found a table by the window on the second floor, ordering a few vegetarian dishes for himself and 2 pots of wine for Song Guangguan. One was renowned Huadiao wine, famous for its associations with the legends of Daughters Red and Top Scholars Red, and the other was a local specialty known as shadaozi, recognized for its potent flavor. The tavern attendant was left dumbfounded, pondering how this seemingly roguish man eschewed wine for vegetarian fare, while a delicate-looking lady desired to indulge in a spirit that would intimidate even the most seasoned drinkers. The wine was served first, followed by the dishes. Song Guangguan poured herself a cup of shadaozi, taking a gentle sip, her eyes narrowing like a crescent moon. She smiled and said, "Young master, this liquor is reputed as the king of Liaodong wines. One sip ignites a fire in the chest. Won't you try it?" Su Beiyu merely shook his head in response. The tavern attendant, who was preparing to leave, thought to himself, what kind of man does not drink? Eventually, the vegetarian dishes were served, and after Su Beiyu sampled a few, he gazed out at the bustling street, softly remarking, "To read 1,000 books is not as enlightening as to travel 1,000 miles. The essence of worldly affairs cannot be gleaned from mere reading. One must experience them personally. This journey alongside my master has revealed much to me, particularly regarding the notion of the sword sect, which indeed embodies the complexities of human affairs." Song Guangguan refrained from commenting further, simply sipping her wine. Taverns have always been hubs of information exchange, despite the age-old adage of not speaking while eating. Patrons here often disregard it, engaging in lively discussions about current events. The most captivating topic at the moment was the climactic battle between the Demon Suppression Hall's leader, Chen Yi, and the Sword Sect's leader, Gongsun Zhongmo, in Giant Deer City. The black-clad leader needed no introduction, having been a prominent figure for many years, while Gongsun Zhongmo had remained in the shadows until now, stepping into the light and leaving the world of sword immortals in astonishment. What stirred the crowd's excitement was Gongsun Zhongmo's triumph over the Demon Suppression Hall's leader in the first confrontation of the legendary sword, the Zhuxian sword. This victory brought considerable shame to the Daoist sect. And what shocked everyone further was that the Demon Suppression Hall's leader had actually retreated, withdrawing from Giant Deer City. Discussion erupted among the patrons. If the Zhuxian sword is as formidable as claimed, how did the sword sect fall? One voice questioned, if it possesses such power, why did Gongsun Zhongmo only recently reveal himself? A voice retorted, if it is indeed a sword of the immortals, it must be wielded by one with the cultivation of an immortal. Gongsun Zhongmo could not wield the Zhuxian sword without such cultivation, which is why he remained hidden until now. Many nodded in agreement, and someone added, I heard from a monk at the North Tower that everyone has their own fate. Those with weaker destinies cannot bear the weight of national treasures, and so it must be with the immortal artifacts. Amused by the chatter, Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan exchanged a knowing smile. The Zhuxian sword, the essence of the 1,000-year-old sword sect, rests within this blade. Chapter 74. The Grand Taoist Temple stands tall. The news of the black-clad leader's defeat at the hands of Gongsun Zhongmo rippled from north to south, causing a stir across the realm and shaking the Taoist temple. The leader of the Demon Suppression Hall lost. The elders who had long since vanished from the world were not the only ones pondering this. The prominent figures on the surface, including the 7th-ranked master on the heavenly mechanism list, were taken aback. How could such a high-ranking individual, only a step below the true Taoist leader, suffer such a defeat? Many elders recalled the legendary figure, Shangguan Xianqian, who once dominated the world. Could Gongsun Zhongmo be a second incarnation of Shangguan Xianqian, especially for the Demon Suppression Hall? The words Zhuxian were akin to a haunting nightmare. As the previous leader had been vanquished by the Zhuxian sword, leading to a fall from grace and a premature demise, now, the current leader had suffered a similar fate. Was this destiny repeating itself? The Taoist temple, nestled at the southern terminus of the western Kunlun, comprises 9 peaks, each overseen by an elder and the true Taoist leader. The foremost peak, known as Dingtian Peak, is revered as the world's highest, often referred to as Xuandu Yujing, and it is where the true Taoist leader resides and governs. Amidst the vast sea of clouds, the 9 peaks tower above, with one peak significantly taller than the others. Resembling a crane among chickens, this peak, Dingtian Peak, appears as a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens, surrounded by clouds, representing the closest place to the divine on earth. The summit of Dingtian Peak features a remarkably flat surface, as if someone with supreme power had cleaved the original peak. Atop this peak lies a grand celestial pool, sprawling over an area comparable to a city, with a massive square built of white jade floating at its center. Seemingly endless in contrast to the shadowy Demon Suppression Hall, the square is adorned with magnificent halls, standing indifferently at the world's highest point, resembling a celestial palace overlooking the multitudes below. Here lies the core of the Grand Taoist Temple, with the Zixiao Palace, Ancestor Hall, and 3 Pure Tao Hall at its very heart. The Zixiao Palace is the residence of the true Taoist leader, while the Ancestor Hall venerates the founders of the Taoist sect. Those who may enter the Ancestor Hall, aside from the leaders of each generation, are individuals who have made significant contributions to the Taoist sect, all of whom were once illustrious figures. The three Pure Tao Hall serves as the meeting place for the true leader. Peak masters and other high-ranking officials. At this moment, on the long staircase before the Zixiao Palace, two figures made their way upwards. Point 1. Clad in a black robe with wide sleeves, wore a mixed yuan cap adorned with a piece of purple-black jade, and a Taoist robe secured with a sword belt symbolizing the severance of troubles, desires, and greed. He walked with dark shoes that seemed to blend into the clouds, a true figure of the Taoist sect. Behind him followed a young Taoist maiden in a blue robe, wearing a lotus leaf cap, devoid of adornments, appearing to be an ordinary outer disciple of the sect. Yet, if she were merely an ordinary disciple, how could she stand before the Zixiao Palace, the residence of the true leader? The Zixiao Palace, along with the Qingshu Palace at the mountain's foot, were the only two structures built by the Taoist ancestor during his lifetime. It is said that prior to establishing the sect, the ancestor constructed the Zixiao Palace atop Dingtian Peak as a place to impart teachings, later building the Qingshu Palace below for visitors who could not ascend the peak to find rest. As the Taoist sect flourished, the number of disciples grew, leading their families to settle in the vicinity, forming what is now known as Linsin Prefecture. The two reached the 99 steps of the staircase and arrived at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. Two attendants stood at either side, holding whip-brooms. Upon seeing the black-robed figure, they respectfully bowed, saying, "We greet the leader of the Demon Suppression Hall. The true Taoist leader has instructed that if you arrive, you need not announce yourself. You may proceed directly to see him." Chunyi nodded slightly, stepping over the threshold and entering the Zixiao Palace with his companion. Inside, the Zixiao Palace retained the layout from the days when the Taoist ancestor delivered teachings. With no chairs present, only cushions, the high platform at the front was where the ancestor once sat, flanked by 18 seats for the founding masters of the Taoist sect. However, the Zixiao Palace now stood empty, devoid of the ancestor and the masters, save for the enduring cushions that had withstood the test of time. Jian dared not look around, maintaining her gaze downward as she followed Xinyi closely. The ancestor's seat was unoccupied, with only a small incense burner emitting a thin wisp of smoke. Jian cautiously lifted her gaze, aligning her view with the high platform, where she caught sight of a pair of black shoes adorned with white patterns and the hem of a purple robe. In Xinye's perception, the space was both empty and occupied, existing in a realm between visibility and invisibility. The higher the cultivation, the less discernible one becomes, while those of lower cultivation can perceive more. Such was the art of the external manifestation of one's being at that moment. The true leader's physical form was likely in seclusion within the palace, seldom emerging unless necessary, at which point he would manifest this external form. Chunyi bowed slightly to the empty space and said, "I apologize for disturbing the tranquility of the esteemed master. I have come to discuss the matters of Chonglong Temple and the Sword Sect. I humbly request your judgment." A calm and even voice arose from the void. "Regarding the Sword Sect, you need not interfere. I will handle this matter personally." Xinye's eyes widened in shock. Was the true leader preparing to emerge from seclusion? He quickly gathered his thoughts and replied solemnly, "Understood." The voice paused briefly before asking, "Is this the child?" Xinye nodded gently. "Indeed, this is the sole surviving disciple of Chonglong Temple, Zhiyun. How does the esteemed master intend to handle this?" The voice contemplated for a moment before responding. "Zhiyun, raise your head." Filled with trepidation, Zhiyun complied, and before her stood a middle-aged Taoist man with phoenix-like brows and a complexion akin to jade. His plain purple Taoist robe bore no adornments, not even a headpiece, with his hair simply secured by a wooden hairpin. This middle-aged man was none other than Qiu Yi, the true leader of the Taoist sect. His attire, though unremarkable, deviated from the sect's norms. Typically, even the true leader would not appear so casually. However, this external manifestation reflected his thoughts, unbound by conventionality. Qiu Yi scrutinized Jiyun for a while before saying, "Although you have followed Master Longchen in your training, it was under his tutelage as a substitute, hence you belong to the Yun generation. Now that Master Longchen is passed, if you wish, you may cultivate alongside me." This remark, Xinyi felt a stirring within him. The disciples of the true leader were notoriously few, and there had never been a mediocre individual among them. The current top disciple of the younger generation, Qi Xianyan, hailed from this lineage. Could it be that this young girl possessed some hidden potential yet to be revealed? Though Zhiyun was inexperienced, she was not naive. After a moment's pause, she knelt before the middle-aged Taoist. Xiaoyu waved his hand, and a young attendant approached, softly saying, "This sister, please follow me." Jian followed the attendant out of the Zixiao palace, where she was handed over to a cold-faced woman. Jian gazed at the woman, who wore a lotus crown and a white Taoist robe. Although she appeared to be in her mid-20s, she had already attained the esteemed status of a guest elder. It is noteworthy that such a position could only be bestowed upon those who had transcended the mortal realm. The woman said nothing, merely gesturing for Jiyun to follow her. Subsequently, the woman guided Jiyun to change into a light blue attire symbolizing a direct disciple, complete with a Taoist cap, headscarf, robe, footwear, and accessories, finally arranging for her to reside in a solitary courtyard on Dingtian Peak. Once these arrangements were made, the woman turned to leave. Jiyun finally summoned her courage to ask, "May I inquire your name, sister?" The woman glanced back at her and replied, "Qi Xianyun." Chapter 75. The Arhut sits in the North Tower within the Zixiao Palace. Only the true leader and the Demon Suppression Hall's master remained. Qiu Yi existed in a state between visibility and invisibility. Jiyun and the young attendant could perceive him, but the highly skilled Chun Yi could not. He could only faintly sense Qiu Yi's presence. His eyes partially closed, as if in meditation. Suddenly, Qiu Yi's voice resonated, "Disciple, you seem troubled." Chen Yi was taken aback. Swiftly reining in his thoughts, he realized that since entering the Zixiao Palace, he had exhibited signs of disquiet on 2 occasions. Never expecting Qiu Yi to sense it, he felt compelled to explain, "Ever since my defeat at the hands of Gongsun Zhangmo, my state of mind has indeed faltered." Qiu Yi responded calmly, "The Sword Sect has long been a thorn in the side of our Taoist sect." Enduring for a millennium, a heavy silence enveloped the hall, the atmosphere tense. The Taoist sect and the Sword Sect share a common lineage, originating from the same roots. The animosity between them stretches back 1,000 years. A long-standing feud that neither side can fully account for, with no possibility for reconciliation, only a struggle to the death. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi spoke, "The true leader's desire to descend the mountain is indeed significant. Yet the world today is not the same as it was 30 years ago." Qiu Yi's tone turned frigid. Ever since Shao Xian ascended to the throne, he has persistently eyed our Taoist sect, intent on repeating the events of the past, seeking to expel us. He fails to realize that without our Taoist sect, how could the Shao family have attained their current dominion? Upon his birth, Shao Yu and I forged a bond with the Taoist sect, and he deliberately bestowed upon him the character Xian, signifying the mysterious essence of the Taoist ancestors. Today, he likely has forgotten the origin of that name. The reason I have refrained from holding it against him is that I have never truly believed that Shao Yu would perish. After all, he was the foremost figure of his time. How could one simply declare him dead? Chen Yi was taken aback and inquired, "Does Master mean to suggest that Emperor Shao still lives?" Qiu Yu replied calmly, "Years ago, at Laojun Mountain, Shao Yu entrusted me with the construction of the Meishan tomb under the guise of arranging his final affairs. Considering our mutual sentiments, I naturally acquiesced. Following the southern Jianghu conflict, once the situation was settled, I reported this matter to Master Tianqin. Since the first year of Taiping, the Taoist sect has dispatched over 400 disciples to Meishan, working alongside the 100,000 laborers and 30,000 soldiers mobilized by Shao Jin to construct the tombs. After a decade, 2 tombs were completed, one for Shao Yu's parents, which was finished first, and the other, the Ming tomb, concluded in the 10th year of Taiping. It is said that after its completion, Shao Yu personally arranged for its embellishments, with participation from the Buddhist sect, Confucian school, shamanic teachings, Shin teachings, in the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, culminating in the 15th year of Taiping. This grand mausoleum, built over 15 years, drew upon the strength of the entire cultivation community, with its intricacies known only partially even to the Taoist sect. Shao Yu and his wife are interred within this Ming tomb. Chen Yi murmured, "There are rumors that the founding emperor has nurtured countless Yin soldiers within the tomb, awaiting the moment when the great Qi falters to re-emerge into the world. I previously dismissed it as mere folklore, but it appears there is truth to these whispers." Qiu Yu responded flatly, "The winds often rise from the edges of the green rushes. Many seemingly absurd rumors point directly to their origins." Silence enveloped the grand hall as the 2 venerable figures stood in quiet contemplation. After a prolonged pause, Chun Yi slowly remarked, "On the political front, the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion have passed away one after another. Although the turmoil of the first year of Jinping was quelled by the Empress Dowager, Prime Minister Lan has sustained considerable damage. Following the Empress Dowager's demise, Emperor Shao has gradually consolidated power, leaving Prime Minister Lan in a precarious position on the court, likely unable to endure for long." Qiu Yi spoke calmly, "This matter is of no concern to me, as long as Shao Yu does not reappear. Who among the vastness of the world can contend with me? Even if Xiao Yu still lives, as long as I do not venture into the imperial capital, he cannot do anything to me. Chun Yi was about to speak further when Xiao Yi finally manifested his form, raising a hand to silence him, his expression serene as he said, "You may go now. Seek an account from the 3 commanders of the Dark Guard regarding the matter of Chonglong Temple and bring it to a conclusion. As for other matters, I will make my arrangements." Chun Yi bowed respectfully. "Understood, Master, that I take my leave." Upon arriving in Liaozhou, we were not far from the northern capital of Ainar dynasty. Both royal and princely lords possess fiefdoms, and according to their rank and the size of their lands, they are assigned varying degrees of military power, either guarding a city, such as the Lingwu Prince Xiao Mo, or a province, like the Yin Wang Xiao Li and Qi Wang Xiao Bai. There are also those who guard a kingdom or region, such as the northern king Lin Hanji, overseeing the vast grasslands, and the Wei Wang Xiao Jin, who resides in the former Wei kingdom, having personally annihilated the Zhang and Gongsun clans. The last is the Liao Wangmu Tangji, who defends the northeastern provinces. With the world initially pacified, it was wise for the royal family to protect the state, and there was no dissent among the officials. Even now, no one dares to speak of diminishing the prince's powers, save for Liao Wangmu Tangji, who continuously attracts criticism, for all other princes are kin, and either they or their ancestors have contributed to the dynasty's rise. Only the lineage of Liao Wang was granted the title of prince under duress from the previous emperor. Thus, presently, both the emperor and prime minister Lan are persistently suppressing Liao Wang. And rather than receiving sympathy, the public revels in his misfortune, highlighting his isolation. As the court tightens its grip, the Liao Wang's estate retreats step by step. In the vast northeastern region, apart from Liaozhou, only the northern capital remains. Each has a Liao Wang's estate, yet the true Liao Wang's estate resides within the northern capital. Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo must visit the Liao Wang, necessitating a journey to the northern capital. However, it appears the Liao Wang wishes to demonstrate his sincerity in honoring the worthy, hence he specifically traveled from the northern capital to the Liaozhou Chaoyang prefecture. Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan exited the tavern and, as per their master's instructions, proceeded to the north tower to meet him. Within the city of Chaoyang, 3 ancient towers stand majestically, known colloquially as the East Tower, South Tower, and North Tower. The North Tower, constructed during the Northern Wei dynasty, was built by Empress Wencheng of the Northern Wei at the old site of the great Yin Longqing Palace, to pray for the longevity of her grandfather and to propagate Buddhist teachings. After enduring numerous wars, it has been rebuilt several times, forming a structure with a base of rammed earth from the later Yin dynasty, the base of the Si Yin Buddha pagoda, and a brick tower as its core, making the Chaoyang North Tower a marvel of architecture, renowned as the foremost tower in the northeast. The underground chamber of the North Tower houses the true relic of the Buddha, and with the relics enshrined in the South Tower. The city boasts 2 sacred Buddhist relics, earning it the title of the Buddhist capital, with numerous esteemed monks residing here, one of the few places devoid of Taoist influence. Upon reaching the northern part of the city, the resplendent North Tower comes into view, its golden light shimmering. Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan made their way directly toward the North Tower, pausing only when they were 100 feet away from its base. Song Guangguan pointed at the North Tower, whispering, "I once read in Sect scriptures that a high monk who attained the Arhat fruit resides within this tower, capable of withstanding a strike from our sect leader. Such individuals are rare, and this monk is among them, having reached a near-perfect state of indestructibility, having withstood attacks from 6 of Xian teaching celestial masters without retaliating or sustaining injury." Su Beiyu inquired. "Arhat fruit?" Song Guangguan explained. "The concept of the 5 celestial realms is a Taoist term. The Buddhist sect does not categorize realms in this manner. The Arhat fruit is equivalent to the Taoist Earth Immortal realm." Su Beiyu scoffed softly. "Another formidable Earth Immortal," Song Guangguan gently remarked. "The Taoist sect speaks of the 8 peaks masters, while the Buddhist sect has its 6 great masters. These 14 individuals all exist above the 9th level of the Earth Immortal realm. Someone of the 1st or 2nd level, like the wheel-turning king, is but a mere chicken before them." Su Beiyu stepped forward, his tone flat. "Even the weakest Earth Immortal is still an Earth Immortal, far beyond my capacity, as I have yet to step foot into the realm of Ghost Immortals." The area surrounding the North Tower was remarkably desolate, lacking even temples or other structures. Only this solitary pagoda stood. According to legend, the aforementioned Buddhist monk resides at the tower's pinnacle, guarding the Buddha's relic. Over the years, no one has dared to covet the Buddha's relics. Su Beiyu instinctively glanced at the tower's apex, where the golden light was so dense it appeared almost tangible, a magnificent sight. Within the golden light, a figure sat, hands clasped, softly reciting, Namo Amitabha. Chapter 76. What of the indestructible golden body? The old monk, draped in a golden red robe, sat cross-legged, resembling a golden Buddha. Gradually, he rose and descended from the tower. Each step seemed to carry immense weight, as if he were not a mere mortal, but a statue forged from adamant and rock. The entire North Tower radiated with Buddhist light as the old monk walked forth, akin to a divine being descending to the mortal realm. Song Guangguan, astonished, murmured, "The Arhat has emerged from the tower." A faint golden hue adorned the old monk's skin as he walked, the ground trembling with each step, waves of vital energy rippling outward. Subayu's Tianlan sword vibrated in response to the energy. As the old monk advanced, the Buddhist light enveloped him, swiftly transforming the area before the North Tower into a golden, crystalline world. Song Guangguan forced himself to regain his composure, standing shoulder to shoulder with Subayu, softly stating, "This man is Master Yuan Yu of the Buddhist sect, the head of the Arhat Hall. Possessing approximately the cultivation of a 10th-level Earth Immortal. He does not cultivate the Dharma forms, but focuses solely on the indestructible golden body. The sect leader has remarked upon him, saying he is as heavy as a mountain and unmoving like a mountain, seldom manifesting in the mortal realm. That I wonder what has prompted him to emerge today." Stopping a mere 10 or so yards from Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan, the old monk suddenly halted, and from his center, the golden crystalline world began to expand rapidly, encasing the two of them within. Just then, a sword descended from the heavens, like a comet streaking across the sky, trailing a blinding radiance as it plunged into the ground 3 feet in front of Su Beiyu. This sword, akin to a stabilizing needle, caused the once turbulent golden crystalline Buddhist light to subside abruptly, unable to advance another inch. Observing this scene, the old monk shook his head slightly, placing his hands together in salute, and spoke softly to Su Beiyu, "Benefactor, I perceive a connection between you and the Buddha. Would you care to study the Buddhist teachings with me?" Su Beiyu was taken aback, but soon shook his head, saying, "Master Jest, I already have a teacher." The monk inquired, "The sword sect?" Su Beiyu nodded. Indeed, the sword embedded in the ground before Su Beiyu began to tremble violently. The old monk's expression remained impassive as he shifted his gaze from Su Beiyu to a figure emerging from behind them. This individual had flowing white hair, dressed in black attire, with a sword sheath slung over his back. Though the sword was concealed within the sheath, to the old monk, its aura surged skyward, approaching Su Beiyu. He grasped the quivering Xinming sword. Without any visible motion, the overwhelming Buddhist light vanished in an instant. The old monk sighed. The sword sect's leader, Gongsun Zhongmo, sheathed the Xinming sword, smiling faintly, "Master Yuan Yu, have you perhaps overstepped?" The old monk's expression turned grave, and he took 3 steps back, maintaining a distance from Gongsun Zhongmo, before glancing at Su Beiyu and slowly speaking. "So it is the esteemed disciple of Gongsun. I have been impolite." Gongsun Zhongmo maintained a pleasant demeanor, though his tone grew slightly colder, suggesting that it was not mere impoliteness but rather an intention to deceive the sword sect into believing it was unprotected. He stepped forward forcefully, and with his foot as the center, a wave of sword energy rippled outward. The entirely golden old monk disregarded the sword energy emanating from Gongsun Zhongmo's step, closing his eyes and bringing his hands together. Standing immobile. In the next moment, the monk's robe billowed backward, yet his form remained steadfast. The sword energy, potent enough to cleave through an ordinary ghost immortal, left not a trace upon the old monk. Su Beiyu inhaled deeply, realizing this was the indestructible golden body, its sheer physicality surpassing many treasures. If the sword sect represents the sharpest spear of the present day, then the Buddhist sect stands as the most unyielding shield. Ultimately, this contest of spear and shield must be measured by the heights of their respective cultivations. It is impossible for the weak to triumph over the strong. The old monk again joined his hands in reverence, bowing his head. "I mean no contention with Gongsun Benefactor." Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily, releasing a torrent of sword energy, "Yet I wish to understand how the Buddhist golden body can remain undefeated, with but a single strike." The sword energy surged higher, reaching the heavens before cascading down like a river of stars. The old monk silently chanted a Buddhist name, and his golden light intensified, resembling a Buddha standing between heaven and earth. Atop the North Tower, 2 individuals observed the unfolding drama. The younger one was tall, garbed in a black brocade robe, with a tiger head belt and inlaid jade-tipped iron boots, embodying the features of a northern dweller. Yet his countenance bore a discernible gloom. Most northern folk are robust, and though this young man was of above-average height, the slightly older individual beside him towered even higher, nearly reaching 10 feet. Resembling a living iron tower, the young man leaned against the window, bathed in golden light, and softly asked, "Xiaobo, who do you think will win, Gongsun Zhongmo or Master Yuanyu?" The towering man named Xiaobo pondered briefly before responding. "Reporting to your highness, if neither employs the extermination of immortals or the Buddha's relic, but instead relies solely on their realms, the odds of victory seem to favor Gongsun Zhongmo 6-4. Your highness, in the strictly regulated Great Qi, only princes, dukes, princesses, and equivalent heirs to dukes may be addressed as such. In Liaozhou, the only one entitled to such a title is the Liao Wang Mu Tongji, an anomalous prince of a different lineage. Though Mu Tongji has suffered repeated defeats in court, he has made remarkable strides in cultivation, already reaching the Earth Immortal realm at a mere 30 years of age. His indestructible Buddhist prowess rivaling that of an ordinary Buddhist monk. Standing beside Mu Tongji, Xiaobo was no ordinary figure. He was the left commander of the Northeastern Border Army. Although the Northeastern forces have been constrained by the Liao Wang's influence and sustained losses, ranking lower among the major border armies, they remain one of the most elite fighting forces in the Great Qi, their standing only diminished in comparison to other armies. Regarding Xiaobo's assessment, Mu Tongji merely smiled. "I do not possess your level of cultivation, much less that of the two great masters who have surpassed the 10th floor. As for the outcome, I can hardly discern it. But I do understand human nature. Gongsun Zhongmo's initiative is not rooted in any grudge against the Buddhist sect, nor is it a reaction to some minor incident. Ultimately, it is a display for me. Previously, we were merely acquaintances, marked by pleasantries, but now, seeking deeper ties, he must show his true capabilities. Since he dares to act, he must possess considerable confidence. Though Mu Tongji has faced defeat repeatedly in the court, it is not due to lack of cunning or capability, but rather because his adversaries are the current emperor, Prime Minister Lan Yu, and Grand General Wei Jin, opponents of overwhelming prowess, rendering his losses unjust." Xiaobo solemnly replied, "Your Highness speaks wisely. It is I who have been short-sighted." Mu Tongji mused. The Demon Suppression Hall faces three significant threats. The first is Qingchen, a formidable figure who has engaged in contest with the previous two Taoist leaders. The second is Murong Xianin, who leads the newly established Xian teachings, known for his enigmatic methods and remarkable deeds, having maintained close ties with the Northern King. The third is Gongsun Zhongmo, who traverses the world and builds extensive friendships, having devoted years to reviving the Sword Sect and recently vanquishing the Demon Suppression Hall's leader. Among these three, who would not wish to recruit them, should they sincerely submit? Even the Taoist sect's leader might overlook past grievances. Unfortunately, our Northeastern temple is too small to accommodate such great bodhisattvas. We can only offer incense in hopes of their divine intervention during critical moments." Xiaobo chuckled. "His Majesty is indeed tempted." Mu Tongji sighed, falling silent. Suddenly, Xiaobo's expression shifted dramatically. The sword energy cascading from the heavens finally struck the ground. Master Yuanyu's golden body remained steadfast against the torrent, yet the ground beneath him shattered inch by inch, and he was directly plunged hundreds of feet deep into the earth. Mu Tongji remained silent for a moment before turning to descend from the tower. The outcome of life and death was still uncertain, but the victor was clear. Chapter 77. The sound of bells and the feast of black corridors. Mu Tongji, accompanied by Xiaobo, descended from the north tower, smiling as he clasped his hands. "Gongsun, sir, it has been a long time. How have you been lately?" Gongsun Zhongmo cut to the chase. "I initially believed I could ride the coattails of the Great Deer City battle without further effort. But it seems Liao Wang's intentions are rather weighty, wishing to witness my skills firsthand. Very well, I shall take this opportunity to experience the Buddha sect's indestructible golden body. As the golden light ascended, Master Yuanyu's form gradually rose from the great pit, hands clasped. "Gongsun sect leader possesses remarkable techniques. I humbly bow in admiration." The shadow in Mu Tongji's eyes flickered away as he responded warmly. "I have prepared a welcoming banquet for you, Gongsun sir, that I hope you will honor us with your presence." Gongsun Zhongmo smiled faintly, acknowledging the invitation. However, Master Yuanyu, bound by his duty to guard the North Tower, could not depart and did not follow them. The banquet was set at the Liao Wang Fu, not in the contemporary fashion of round-table dining, but in a style steeped in antiquity, with individual tables for each guest, who knelt as they dined. Attendants flanked the tables, elegantly pouring wine from white jade vessels and serving dishes with ivory chopsticks. Musicians filled the space with melodies, while dancers performed in the center, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Setting aside the opulence of the Liao Wang Fu, the grandiosity befitting a royal household truly opened Su Beiyou's eyes. The two maids beside him had clearly put thought into their appearance, donning wide-sleeved garments reminiscent of Jiangnan ladies, their hair adorned with scarlet and jade headbands. Each time they served wine or dishes, they would gracefully flick their sleeves, reminiscent of fragrant red silk, exuding an air of elegance. If one were not informed, they might mistake them for the daughters of ordinary officials rather than maidservants of the Liao Wangfu. Having never ventured into the upper echelons of society, Su Beiyu felt a mix of awe and trepidation at this gathering, especially given the presence of the Prince of Deqi, who nominally governed the three northeastern provinces, one of the most esteemed individuals in the realm, while his master, Gong Sanjiangmo, had the standing to engage with such figures. Su Beiyu did not share that privilege. The conversation primarily flowed between the Liao Wang and Gong Sanjiangmo, with Su Beiyu occasionally included, yet he did not feel neglected. In truth, Mu Tongji was already showing him considerable favor. Had he not been designated as Gong Sanjiangmo's successor, a young man of his humble stature would hardly qualify to share a table with such dignitaries. Opposite Su Beiyu sat the commander of the Northeast Border Army, Chabo, a man in his 40s with a formidable presence, known for his stern demeanor, a common trait among those from the northern military ranks. Though Chabo appeared silent, he was quietly observing Su Beiyu, who, despite his inner turmoil, maintained an imperturbable facade. For both Mu Tongji and Chabo were neither foes nor allies. He was no longer the wandering rogue of Danxiao village, but the young master of the sword sect, accompanied by a sword immortal for a master and a teacher who had once engaged in a contest of strength with Lan Yu. As the dancers performed the ancient dance of Yumen, weaving through the space like flowing clouds, Su Beiyu was struck by a wistful thought. If only he could encounter the woman clad in purple, sharing in the experience of dance and drink with her. Yet, her fleeting image stirred a ripple of bittersweet longing within him. Self-deprecatingly, he raised his cup and drained it. The banquet continued deep into the night, and after it concluded, Gong Sanjiangmo and Mu Tongji retreated to the study, while Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan followed a steward down a long, dimly lit corridor to the guest quarters. Although this was a side courtyard, it surpassed many grand residences in its refinement. The seemingly endless corridor was lined with dark columns, perfectly aligned, creating an unbroken line from any perspective. Rows of crimson lanterns hung between the columns, casting a scarlet glow that danced upon the polished black surfaces, intertwining red and black to deepen the courtyard's mystery. This scene momentarily touched Su Beiyu, as the corridor mirrored his current path, red symbolizing blood and black embodying an obscure future devoid of light. Their intertwining representing a journey fraught with hardship and sacrifice. The path seemed endless, just as he was uncertain how far he must travel to dispel the mist and reveal the moon. Following Gong Sanjiangmo's lead to restore the sword sect had elevated him from his lowly origins into another realm, yet it also ensnared him on a road of no return. This path was a towering mountain of the Taoist sect, seemingly insurmountable. Even with his master guiding him, he would eventually have to tread this path alone. He understood that this mountain obscured all light, leaving only the colors of blood and darkness beneath his feet, devoid of any glimmer. Should he continue, he risked being crushed beneath its weight or mustering the strength to topple it. Alternatively, he could retreat and cling to a life of mediocrity. In a moment of clarity, it felt as though two paths diverged beneath him, growing ever more distant. After a brief silence, he resolutely stepped onto the intertwined road of red and black. Hesitation in such matters was not in his nature. Beside him, Song Guangguan, less affected by the ambience, regarded Su Beiyu in his dark red inner robe and black patterned outer garments. She merely thought the setting suited her young master well, wishing he could one day possess such a residence. Unbeknownst to her, a sense of fate had gripped her since their first encounter, an inexplicable belief that this young master could indeed inherit the legacy of the sect leader, not solely because he was favored, but due to an aura about him that she could not articulate until much later, when she would understand it as the quiet composure that prevails in moments of great significance. The steward leading them was no ordinary figure. The Liao Wangfu had two chief stewards, one overseeing the northern residents, and the other, the one before them, managing the Liao Wangfu in Liaozhou. Though this was a side courtyard, it concealed profound intricacies, particularly the corridor, arranged by a master to form a narrow formation using the columns and lanterns as focal points. This formation did not concern cultivation, but rather targeted the mindset of those who entered. Those who lacked inner fortitude would inevitably find themselves momentarily lost, unable to access the guest quarters, and forced to seek alternative lodgings. The chief steward, astounded, noted that aside from a fleeting moment of distraction upon entry, Su Beiyu displayed no signs of confusion throughout the journey. The side courtyard, named King Lianju, only hosted esteemed guests, having received a myriad of notable figures over the years: Taoist masters, eminent Buddhist monks, celebrated Confucians, high-ranking officials, and military commanders, totaling nearly 100. Excluding those with transcendent cultivation, only a handful had remained unaffected by its subtle pressures. Remarkably, this young man, who had yet to attain even the first rank of cultivation, exhibited such composure. It was said that the offspring of prime ministers often turned out to be minor officials, and the chief steward, accustomed to the great tides of fortune, could not help but regard Su Beiyu with newfound seriousness. Remembering a name that might one day resonate throughout the realm, he silently led the way, reminiscing about the influential figures who had traversed this path before. Years past, Wei Wang Xiaojin had walked this corridor, representing the late emperor in persuading the old prince Mu Rinchi to surrender. The great Taoist Qiu Yi had also passed through here, along with the Buddhist master Qiu Yu. The current chancellor, Lan Yu, had walked this path, as had the grand commander Wei Jin. All were figures capable of shaping the destiny of the world, and now the young man named Su Beiyu had joined their ranks. Would he one day rise to their heights? In the study, Mu Tongji and Gongsun Zhengmo sat facing one another. Soon, a knock echoed from outside. Mu Tongji softly instructed, "Enter," dressed in dark red and black. Su Beiyu entered, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness." Mastered at merely 30, Liao Wang Mu Tongji possessed youthful and handsome features, yet his demeanor belied the weight of a much older man, reflecting the burdens they both carried, one sustaining a waning sword sect and the other a crumbling royal house. Gongsun Zhengmo, seasoned by decades of experience, had cultivated an unflappable disposition, while Mu Tongji, still a young man, appeared burdened by the pressures of his station. Even Su Beiyu could perceive the shadows of worry etched upon his brow, indicative of the heavy thoughts weighing upon him. Mu Tongji nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor neither overly cordial nor dismissive, revealing the polished grace of a well-bred noble. Stripped of his royal title, he could have easily been mistaken for a refined gentleman. Yet fate had tethered him to the constraints of nobility, losing his parents early and shouldering the heavy mantle of leadership, with the caution instilled by the example of Mu Yu. Su Beiyu regarded his peer from the aristocracy with due apprehension. The Liao Wang, a paragon of the gentry, commanded his utmost respect. Gongsun Zhengmo observed the budding alliance between Su Beiyu and the Liao Wang with keen interest. Although he did not expect immediate contributions from Su Beiyu, the intricate web of relationships he had woven over a lifetime depended on his successful succession. Young men like you and the Liao Wang have a long road ahead. Gongsun Zhengmo remarked lightly, "This world may belong to us old-timers today, but tomorrow it shall be yours." Mu Tongji smiled but said nothing. Gongsun Zhengmo's words carried a hint of elder wisdom, perhaps a bit presumptuous. Yet he and Mu Tongji's mother belonged to the same generation, making it a somewhat fitting sentiment. As for Su Beiyu, though he exhibited no overt signs of promise yet, his selection as Gongsun Zhengmo's successor implied he was not lacking in potential. Pointing to Su Beiyu, Gongsun Zhengmo continued, "The road ahead for the Liao Wang and the sword sect will be long, but my time grows short. In the future, it will be he who speaks the difficult truths to you." "Your Highness," Mu Tongji replied calmly, "is Master Gongsun preparing for his final affairs?" Sitting upright, Gongsun Zhengmo chuckled. "As one ages, one tends to ponder such matters. You understand the nature of aristocracy, whether it be humble families or royal lineages. It ultimately boils down to the family unit. When one is a young master, one waits for the patriarch to pave the way, and when one becomes the patriarch, one does the same for their children. This cycle continues through generations. The sect operates similarly. My predecessor departed too soon, and the sword sect waned in his absence, causing me great suffering. Thus, I wish to spare my disciple from traversing the winding paths I endured." Mu Tongji chuckled softly, his tone tinged with the subtle melancholy cultivated in the royal palace. "Master Gongsun, given your cultivation, is it not premature to discuss such matters? One must relinquish when the time comes." Gongsun Zhengmo replied with a gentle smile, "While I am still here, I can correct any missteps to prevent future regrets." Mu Tongji appeared incredulous, having heard of Gongsun Zhengmo's youthful camaraderie with the head of the Taoist sect. Yet their mindsets were vastly different. Unfazed, Gongsun Zhengmo remarked, "Though we are of the same age, our fates diverged. He ascends to the heavens while I descend to the earth." Su Beiyu remained composed, silent. The Buddhist teaching spoke of the 8 sufferings of life: birth, aging, illness, death, separation from loved ones, encounters with those one resents, unfulfilled desires, and the inability to let go. Gongsun Zhongmo had endured the downfall of his family, the loss of his brother, the separation from his spouse, unfulfilled wishes, and an unshakable attachment to the sword sect. He had weathered countless hardships. Perhaps in the near future, he would face yet another painful separation. Life was indeed filled with suffering. Yet, as the sage once said, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility, it must first temper one's will, exhaust one's strength, starve one's body, and disrupt one's actions, thereby honing one's resolve and fortitude. Such trials had shaped Gongsun Zhongmo into the man he was today. No longer the arrogant youth of his past, but a self-made figure capable of contending with the Taoist sect and the court, carving out a place for himself in the world. Now, even clad in a tattered black robe, Gongsun Zhongmo exuded a presence that overshadowed Su Beiyu, who wore finely woven silk. This aura was forged through years of experience in the trials of life. The deep conversation in the study continued until the early hours of the morning, with Su Beiyu largely remaining a listener. Afterward, the master and disciple made their way to Qingli as they passed through the long, dark corridor. Gongsun Zhongmo remarked, "Did you find this corridor peculiar? It is, in fact, a formation left by one of the three great Buddhist masters. Nengkonged it is quite interesting. Initially, I intended for you to accompany me to the study. But Mu Tongji disagreed, leading to a wager. If you could traverse this corridor, he would permit you to enter the study, and you did not disappoint me." Surprising to Liao Wang. Mu Tongji was a man of principle. Whether one deemed him pragmatic or ambitious, he adhered to a code and accepted the outcome of their wager. What is most crucial for a man? Gongsun Zhongmo mused. It is not the bedroom, but the study. In the past, Xiaoyu had three studies: the Wen Ti Zhai, Yang Xin Zhai, and Shou Xin Zhai. The Wen Ti Zhai was accessible to those of certain status, where Xiaoyu would convene discussions. The Yang Xin Zhai was far more private, reserved for a select few trusted confidants, while the Shou Xin Zhai was off-limits to all but Xiaoyu himself, even to Lin Yinping. Thus, by allowing you into his study today, Mu Tongji is, in essence, acknowledging you. Though it may be partly due to my influence, it also serves to nurture goodwill. Should you one day ascend to my position, this early bond will hold substantial weight. Su Beiyu nodded in silence. Since we have reached this point, Gongsun Zhongmo continued, I wish to share some heartfelt words. When Mu Tongji inquired if I was arranging my affairs, it was both true and false. Having lived to this age, I am aware that my time draws near. The road ahead will be yours to walk alone, and it will not be easy nor short. It may take a lifetime to traverse. To navigate it with ease, you will require resilience, insight, and the ability to navigate the complexities of human nature. Among your peers, your composure is commendable, as you can keep your emotions in check. What you lack are insight and perspective, which are typically interdependent. Only through experience can one cultivate these attributes, and it cannot be forced on. If you wish to rise above others, that is commendable, for I detest those who, at a tender age, speak of a carefree life, seeking to retreat into obscurity. There is no such thing as a carefree existence. To attain it, you must first conquer the world beneath your feet, and then you will find true freedom. Su Beiyu nodded solemnly. Consider the common folk, minor officials, county magistrates, governors, and the hierarchy of the 6 ministries and the cabinet. What obstacles lie in their paths, not to mention, beyond this? There are military officials under the Grand Command, and the royal relatives and eunuchs. The court claims to have 1 million soldiers and 100,000 officials. This is no mere exaggeration. Thus, take your time to endure. As you persevere, you will eventually rise. Just as one steps upon the shoulders of others to ascend, when you find that there is no one left to step upon, that is when you will truly become extraordinary. Chapter 79. Who can avenge the dead? That night, the master and disciple conversed for an extended period. Gongsun Zhongmo consumed 2 flasks of wine. Although his demeanor remained calm and composed, he could not conceal the profound solitude and melancholy that accompanied his advancing years. He even spoke of the virtues of marriage, reflecting with great sentiment, one should marry a virtuous wife and take a concubine out of love. If you aspire to achieve greatness, a wife is of paramount importance. The 3 familial ties, father's lineage, mother's lineage, and wife's lineage, are crucial. Without parents, one cannot rely on either lineage. Thus, the wife's family becomes the most significant. It is said that a lone tree cannot support a forest. It was precisely because Xiaoyu married Lin Yuan's daughter that he acquired the foundation for his rise. Even the esteemed Shao Emperor of Daqi adhered to this principle. How can you escape such conventions? Therefore, you must choose a wife who can be your ally. There are 2 types of supportive women. One possesses innate qualities, and the other comes from a noble lineage. Generally speaking, if you are of noble birth, seek the former. Otherwise, pursue the latter. Su Beiyu hesitated slightly, then remarked, "Master, I once encountered a woman riding a magnificent purple steed. Her background must be significant, as even Duanmu you would appear inferior before her." Gongsun Zhongmo replied nonchalantly, "To make Duanmu's scion bow his head, she must indeed belong to the Shao family, and more specifically, the legitimate branch. Women of the Shao family are formidable allies in every aspect. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Many women from the Shao family possess deep-seated cunning and intricate personalities. None are easy to engage with. It would not be an exaggeration to say they devour men whole. If you were to provoke a woman from the Shao family now, you would risk utter ruin. It is wiser to wait a few more years." Su Beiyu nodded, saying, "I shall heed your counsel." "Master." After a moment's hesitation, Gongsun Zhongmo placed a hand on Su Beiyu's shoulder and said gently, "You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Your future extends far beyond a single hall of sword energy. The vast world and its landscapes are more beautiful than any woman, so do not rush to make decisions. Even when it seems there is no way out, do not hastily burn your bridges. Wait, reflect, and perhaps the situation will turn for the better." Although Su Beiyu was puzzled by his master's unusual outpouring of wisdom, he committed each word to memory. To be frank, the accolades from others, calling him the Sword Sect's young master, were primarily due to Gongsun Zhongmo's reputation. Without him, who would know who Su Beiyu was? Gongsun Zhongmo nurtured him, intending for him to shoulder the responsibilities ahead. Thus, Su Beiyu felt compelled to rise to the occasion. It is illogical to acquire skills without accepting responsibility. Subsequently, Gongsun Zhongmo recounted many tales of the past, some from his own experiences, others from what he had witnessed or heard. One particular story resonated deeply with Su Beiyu. In the imperial capital, among the numerous aristocrats, a young prince accidentally killed someone while riding. Had this victim been an ordinary commoner, it may have been overlooked. But he was a scion of the Shao family, making matters complicated. Regardless of circumstances, the name Shao could not be easily dismissed. The entire family might face repercussions. However, this young prince was resolute, alone, wielding a short blade. He went to the residence of the deceased, knelt, and acknowledged his fault. He then plunged the blade into his own abdomen before the spirit of the deceased, declaring that a life must be repaid with a life. Fortunately, many guests were present to witness this act, preventing the young prince from succumbing to his injuries. After this display of self-sacrifice, the Shao family's representative, Shao Mo, found it challenging to pursue the matter further. And a reconciliation was reached with the young prince's father. Of course, the prince's family had to make some concessions, but this was far preferable to open hostility. This exemplified the cunning and resourcefulness of noble science. After hearing this tale, Su Beiyu thought to himself that anyone who believed these aristocrats were merely frivolous wastrels was truly naive. Their cunning and ingenuity were not qualities possessed by just anyone. In the future, dealings with such individuals would require utmost caution. As dawn approached, Su Beiyu took his leave. Once he departed, Gongsun Zhongmo set aside the wine jug and sighed gently. What a pity! If only I could have a son like that. The Gongsun family would not lack for heirs. Chapter 80. Reminiscing on how to enter the imperial capital since her husband's death, Feng Shi could not avoid making her appearance felt. However, she was no ignorant woman confined to the inner chambers. Having joined the ranks of Mu Tongji, she had gained broader insights and understood well what the title of sect leader represented. The news of the sect leader descending the mountain was akin to stating that the emperor was embarking on a southern tour, an event that would undoubtedly stir countless souls. Feng Shi had great confidence in Mu Tongji's connections. Having been cultivated over generations. Mu Tongji's maternal grandfather, Mu Rinchi, and his great-uncle, Mu Guanji, were once towering figures in their time. Mu Rinchi had collaborated with the Daqi Wuzhou emperor, Xiao Lai, to usurp power from the previous Shang dynasty. With the emperor serving as prime minister and Mu Rinchi as the chief of the Privy Council, both enjoying a period of great prestige, even after the Shao family rose to power. Sweeping through the northern territories, the Mu family did not degenerate into mere puppets of the royal family, retaining significant power in their own right. After Mu Rinchi's death, his father, Cha Mang, married Mu Rinchi's daughter, preserving the title of Marquis. Throughout the generations, the family managed to maintain control over the provinces of Liao, Yu, and Jin. By the time of Mu Tongji, the Liao royal house was still under the Mu surname, while the Jin and Yu provinces had adopted the Shao surname. Despite these changes, the bonds of kinship cultivated by the elders remained intact, especially with the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, who regarded Mu Tongji almost as a nephew. The news from the demon suppression hall could not be doubted. Could it be that the sect leader, who had not descended for over 30 years, was indeed breaking that precedent? Following another round of intimate exchanges, Mu Tongji returned to his usual demeanor, closing his eyes and leaning against Feng Shi's embrace, relishing her gentle caresses. He expressed with slight regret. If Gongsun Zhongmo can weather this storm, I shall earnestly pursue an alliance. However, if he cannot, I cannot be blamed for betrayal, as the world operates thus, and I too am bound by these circumstances. Feng Shi remained silent. Some truths were not hers to voice. The two sat quietly upon the embroidered grand bed, each lost in thought like tea that moment. Mu Tongji had shed his previous gloom and regal detachment. Resembling a child who had yet to mature, after an indeterminate time, a faint light filtered into the room, prompting Mu Tongji to open his eyes. With Feng Shi's assistance, he began to dress, adorned in a dragon robe and a golden crown. With a jade belt and embroidered boots, he surveyed his reflection in a tall bronze mirror, transforming back into the Liao prince of his usual self. He stepped outside, gazing at the rising sun, bathed in the autumn morning light, and softly murmured, "How can one attain true freedom in life?" In the nearby Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu was already up, slowly practicing his swordsmanship, lacking only in energy. Song Guangguan stood beside him, holding the sword sheath and offering corrections from time to time. After all, she was a skilled practitioner nearing the realm of ghost immortals and was more than capable of guiding someone like Su Beiyu, who had yet to reach the first rank. After 108 sword movements, Su Beiyu paused, tossing the Tianlan sword into Song Guangguan's hands, then taking a cloth to wipe his own. He shook his head in exasperation. "This time, I have witnessed the ways of the noble families. Even dressing requires 4 maidservants to attend. It is no wonder some members of the aristocracy never dress themselves." Such is not an exaggeration. Song Guangguan chuckled. The Liao royal house is still somewhat moderate. The nobility of the imperial capital is truly meticulous. Su Beiyu returned the cloth to Song Guangguan, reclaimed his Tianlan sword, and said, "I must visit the imperial capital one day to see what this esteemed land of the realm is truly like." Song Guangguan's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she recounted. In the past, the imperial capital was called the Eastern Capital. When Emperor Shao departed from there, he remarked that if he were to become emperor, the Eastern Capital would be adorned in black armor. Eventually, he returned with 100,000 black-armored troops, and the city erupted in cheers. Moreover, our sword sect's founder, Shangguan Stanchen, was invited by the emperor of the Great Jianghu to the Eastern Capital to contend against 3 prominent figures from the Taoist sect. Riding upon a dragon formed from countless flying swords, visible throughout the city. If you were to become a great sword immortal and enter the imperial capital, it would be a scene of overwhelming majesty. Su Beiyu momentarily lost himself in thought, then chuckled, "You only know how to fill my head with fantasies. What great sword immortal entering the imperial capital? I shall focus on honing my swordsmanship." Song Guangguan's expression turned serious as she replied, "I genuinely believe you will reach that day." Su Beiyu grasped the Tianan sword, gently stroking its hilt, and smiled. "Then I shall take your good wishes and await that day." Song Guangguan's face brightened once more, though she fell silent. The reason she had recounted these old tales was partly due to her faith in Su Beiyu and partly out of concern for him. The imperial capital could no longer be described as a mere mix of fish and dragons. It was a veritable den of hidden talents. In the northwestern territories, Duanmu Yu was regarded with great esteem. Yet in the imperial capital, he would merely be considered an upper-middle-tier scion. The intricacies of the court were vast. The 6 ministries, 9 ministers, the grand commanders, 5 military governors, the royal family, noble families. The inner court with its 24 offices, alongside the covert guards, the imperial academy, the astronomical bureau, the heavenly mechanism pavilion, and the Hanlin Academy. What a formidable array! In terms of cultivation, anyone below the Ghost Immortal level was destined to be a mere gatekeeper. Even at the Ghost Immortal level, one would only be treated as a guest elder. It was not uncommon for the truly great noble families to have celestial immortals as their venerable guests. This was the core of the court, comparable to the Taoist sect, not to mention the royal Shao family, which had long held sway over the imperial capital. The Taoist sect's leader had even remarked that if Emperor Shao were alive, he would not dare venture into the imperial capital. Just as the invincible Emperor Shao had refrained from ascending the Taoist sect's Xian Du alone at Tio Song Guangguan, Su Beiyu's current cultivation level would render him incapable of making a significant name for himself in the imperial capital. At best, he would merely survive amidst the crowd, with the possibility of being completely overshadowed. Thus, she intentionally shared these thoughts to dissuade Su Beiyu from the nascent aspirations he had just begun to entertain. Su Beiyu indeed focused his mind, commencing his cultivation of the dragon and tiger technique. Song Guangguan observed Su Beiyu as he quietly cultivated, noting his clean features devoid of the ruggedness typical of northern men, yet possessing a lofty spirit reminiscent of the expansive northwestern plains. Such a person was destined to live a long life. In contrast, the Liao prince, who had only caught her eye from afar, struck her as someone whose temperament was unworthy of his position, destined to be stifled. Resembling a figure fated for an early demise, Song Guangguan prided herself on her keen insight into character. In her youth, after losing her parents, she contemplated how to avoid starvation when a tall elder with a sword case approached her, asking if she wished to follow him. After a moment's consideration, the young Song Guangguan nodded in agreement. This time, she had gambled correctly. She followed the man, who was none other than Gongsun Zhengmo, to a hidden place where many orphaned girls like her gathered. Each girl was given a wooden sword, yet the daily rations only sufficed for 10 of them. To satiate their hunger, they had to defeat one another. After experiencing hunger just once, she was never hungry again. A few months later, she encountered the elder once more, who personally taught her the way of the sword. Later, she finally discovered the true identity of the old man. By this time, she had already become a swordswoman of the sword Qi Ling Kong Hall. Subsequently, under the command of the sect leader, she repeatedly completed various tasks, most of which involved killing. Yet, despite this grim reality, she felt that her current situation was far better than the precarious days of her past. She took great pride in her decision to follow the sect leader. Had she not made that choice, would she now be a mere patch of grass on a grave, or perhaps there would be no grave at all? Her remains devoured by wild dogs long ago. Now, she had risen to the rank of one of the 12 sword masters of the sword Qi Ling Kong Hall, though she held the last position. She was still above the 36 swordsmen, barely earning the right to be part of the ranks. When she first laid eyes on Su Beiyu on the Xiulong Prairie, she paid him little mind. However, as they spent more time together, she grew increasingly fond of this young master, believing that one day he would inherit the position of sect leader and elevate the sword sect to new heights. She trusted her judgment. Chapter 81. The young lady named Xiao Jinan. After completing his daily routine, Su Beiyu continued to focus primarily on the external sword techniques of the 36 swords while supplementing his training with the Longhu Dan Dao. In a short time, he would be able to absorb the divine intent of the Kei sword and step into the first-tier realm. Song Guangguan had been dispatched by Gongsun Zhengmo to contact the disciples of the sword sect in Liaozhou, while Gongsun Zhengmo himself went to meet Mu Tongji. With little to occupy his time, Su Beiyu ventured alone from Qinglian residence to the back garden of the Wangfu, where he unexpectedly encountered a woman he never could have imagined. She wore a light blue narrow-sleeved dress, layered with a lake-colored gauze garment, and adorned with embroidered shoes in a verdant hue. Her hair was styled with a jade hairpin, and she strolled gracefully through the back garden of the Liawangfu. The woman wore a touch of light makeup, her figure delicate, exuding an air of exceptional grace and poise, as if untouched by the 8 winds. When she came into Su Beiyu's sight, a few clusters of daisies surrounded her, creating a picturesque scene, a beauty perfectly framed by nature. Su Beiyu stood frozen, overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions he could not quite articulate. The woman, noticing his gaze, turned towards him, surprise fleeting across her features as she smiled and asked, "Su Beiyu?" Taking a deep breath, Su Beiyu looked at the woman whose image had lingered in his mind. Though he had never seen her face clearly, he distinctly remembered her as the first person to show him kindness. Albeit with an unconscious air of superiority, nevertheless, her figure had etched itself deeply into his heart. Even though she remained an elusive presence, he had often fantasized about her. Thus, when she appeared before him, it felt almost surreal, as if a distant figure had suddenly materialized. He even harbored an unspoken standard in his heart. Whether he could become a person of distinction depended on whether he could bring such a woman home. After a moment of contemplation, Su Beiyu nodded and replied, "It is I. As the woman approached, she appraised him from head to toe and smiled. "It has been a few months since we last met. You've changed quite a bit, haven't you? This robe made of shoe brocade must not be cheap. Younger men should travel while they can. As they wander, they inevitably rise higher," Su Beiyu replied with a faint smile, suppressing the turmoil in his heart and regaining his usual composure. "What brings you to Liaozhou?" With a gentle smile, she answered, "Is it wrong for us women to venture beyond our doors while you men roam freely? I've left home to explore, with the northwest being my first stop. Next, I plan to journey southeast, completing the northern rivers before heading to Jianghu next year." Su Beiyu hesitated before commenting, "It seems your family is quite well off. Last time, you were accompanied by a young master from the Duanmu family, and now you're directly staying in the Liawangfu." The woman stepped closer, grinning as she said, "Don't speak of me. You two have changed. Previously, you were a wandering swordsman chasing after 100 taels of silver, and now you are a guest of the Prince of Liao Wangfu. So, have you found your master?" This was Su Beiyou's first close look at her features. Although they had been near before, she had worn a hood that concealed her beauty. Now, he beheld a visage so exquisite that words eluded him. Yet, it was her demeanor that captivated him even more, proud yet reserved. Slightly distant but not cold, her phoenix-like eyes added a touch of allure, while her slightly thin lips tempered it, presenting a harmonious blend of grace and dignity if she were to press her lips together. An undeniable aura of authority would radiate from her. Among all the women Su Beiyu had encountered, none compared to her, especially due to the indelible impression her demeanor left on him. In her presence. He felt unusually bashful and replied, "Yes, I have found him. Congratulations," she said with a smile. Su Beiyu fell silent for a moment before straightforwardly asking, "Miss, your surname is Xiao, is it not?" The woman paused slightly, a teasing smile flickering across her lips. Do you think I am of noble lineage?" Su Beiyu chuckled but remained silent. She continued with a tone of playful sarcasm, "There are many figures of status in this world, but they need not all be surnamed Xiao. Take the current court, for instance. The few who can enter the cabinet, those in the Grand Governor's office, the officials of the Etiquette Supervisory Bureau, and the Secret Guard, are all esteemed individuals. If we include the 6 ministers, the left and right assistants, the 9 ministers, and those of rank above Earl, or the 3 governors of a province, the so-called powerful would be even more numerous. However, very few of them bear the surname Xiao. Su Beiyu replied, "Your words have indeed broadened my horizons. While these individuals wield great power, how many can claim the privilege of housing their daughters in the Liao Wangfu? I fear it is a rare feat." The woman clapped her hands in delight. "You are right. Although the Liao Wangfu has seen better days, it is not a place one can easily trifle with. If it were solely up to me, Mu Tongji would likely pay me no mind, and even if he did, it would probably be with ulterior motives. However, out of respect for my father, the Prince of Liao Wangfu must still treat me well. Even if he is unwilling, there are many who do not bear the surname Xiao in this world. But coincidentally, I truly am a Xiao." Su Beiyu sighed. To bear the surname Xiao is indeed to possess a grand legacy. The woman offered no response, instead walking to a nearby pavilion and seating herself. With fingers like sheep fat white jade, she gently tapped the glossy black stone table before her, speaking leisurely, "Su Beiyu, what kind of person is your master? To deduce my surname is Xiao, it seems likely that it was not your own acumen, but rather your master who guessed and informed you. Would this humble girl have the fortune to meet such a remarkable figure?" Su Beiyu felt a sense of reverence as she effortlessly pierced through his thoughts. He shook his head, saying, "Whether or not you meet him is not for me to decide. Moreover, I do not believe you are unaware of my master's identity, especially after the commotion caused in Jilu City, in which Xiao Mo was involved. Surely, the members of the Xiao family would be well aware." With a flirtatious glance, the woman replied softly, "Gongsun Zhongmo, the sect leader of the Sword Sect, I am certainly aware of that. However, as for what kind of person he is, I cannot say. Perhaps some of the older generation know him. But hearing about someone is not the same as meeting them in person. Only through direct interaction can one truly comprehend." Su Beiyu did not reply, while he indeed felt a strong attraction to the woman before him. He had not lost his sense of discernment. After all, his master had just cautioned him that the women of the Xiao family were cunning, and a single misstep could lead to being toyed with at their whim. Nevertheless, he considered an unlikely scenario. If she were to propose such a request as his wife, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Noticing Su Beiyu's silence, the woman seemed to understand and remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering. "If it is inconvenient now, let us save it for another day." Su Beiyu felt a sense of relief mixed with an unspoken regret. As the woman prepared to leave, he found himself inexplicably calling out to her. She paused, turned around, and with a slight smile asked, "What is it? Have you come to a realization?" Su Beiyu shook his head, a hint of shadow crossing his heart, though she did not look down on him. She also did not regard him with the same weight as Ji Yun or Song Guangguan, leaving him with a profound sense of powerlessness, akin to when he had faced that third-tier shadow guard alone at Chonglong Temple. Gazing at her every smile and frown, he felt a moment of disorientation, yet he managed to voice the question that had long lingered in his heart. "May I ask for your name?" "Miss?" The woman hesitated slightly before breaking into a radiant smile. This smile transformed Su Beiyu's fleeting confusion into a more profound reverie. After a moment, she regained her composure and said, "My name is Xiao Jinan." Xiao as in the grass character, and Jinan as in the southern part of Jiangnan. Chapter 82. The silver candle's autumn light on the cold painted screen. This name would undoubtedly become an unforgettable memory for Su Beiyu. Yet the vast chasm between them filled him with a sense of frustration and deep helplessness. Though she did not look down on him from her elevated position, the distance between them was indeed insurmountable. Su Beiyu yearned to marry such a woman. Even if she were willing, her father would be a formidable mountain to climb. Moreover, she had yet to exhibit any signs of affection towards him. This woman had witnessed the grandest of spectacles, hailing from one of the most prestigious families in the world. Her pride and aloofness seemed to be woven into her very being. To those unaware of her background, she appeared approachable, yet she remained indifferent to the flattery of all men. Unshaken by the winds of praise, Su Beiyu found himself at a loss as to what kind of extraordinary individual could tame such a remarkable enchantress. After introducing herself, Xiao Jinan showed no intention of leaving, softly saying, "The ancient battlefield we visited last time was the site of the great conflict between the Northwest and Northeast armies. In that battle, the Xiao family of the Northwest nearly faced annihilation, but in the end, it was the Mu family of the Northeast that suffered defeat on the banks of the West River. After that battle, the Mu family could no longer compete with the Xiao family, retreating to the northeastern corner and watching helplessly as the Xiao family surged into the capital." Su Beiyu, puzzled, asked, "What are you trying to convey?" Xiao Jinan replied softly, "The Mu family is unwilling to accept their fate. They do not wish to sit idly by while the Xiao family gradually consumes them. Therefore, while they still possess enough resources, they will choose to fight to the death. If they win, they will restore the glory of the Mu family. If they lose, they will die with great fanfare." Su Beiyu furrowed his brows and remarked, "Are you suggesting that the Mu family will retaliate, and that we, as master and disciple, are playing with fire?" Xiao Jinan chuckled, turning her back to him as she gazed out at the lake beyond the pavilion. "I do not favor the term playing with fire. Life is inherently a pursuit of wealth and honor amidst danger. Even the founding emperor faced numerous life-threatening situations before establishing this magnificent empire. A person's perspective is determined by their position. The emperor and the sect leader stand atop the world, surveying all beneath them, perceiving life as a grand chessboard with all beings as mere pieces. In contrast, we, the struggling common folk, stand at a lower vantage point, unable to see clearly, thus must strive to ascend. This process can yield three outcomes. One may rise to greatness, becoming a person of distinction, remain a commoner, or, in the event of a misstep, fall into an abyss from which one cannot return." Xiao Jinan's words, imbued with a commanding spirit, may have emerged from her lack of kindred souls on this journey. Or perhaps she saw in Su Beiyu a striving spirit. Thus, she spoke more freely than usual, sharing thoughts she felt were perhaps too profound for such a budding acquaintance. Su Beiyu listened attentively, pondering her words. Upon reflection, it does seem to be the case. With her eyes sparkling, Xiao Jinan's initial disinterest transformed into fervor. Su Beiyu, you are remarkable. Continue to follow Gongsun Jianghu, though it is a winding path. It is also a shortcut to the summit. As long as you do not falter along the way, I believe one day you will reach the peak and behold the boundless scenery above. My father once said that the world is never short of heroes and extraordinary figures. What is lacking is a stage for them to showcase their talents. It is in chaotic times that heroes emerge. Gongsun Jianghu has provided you with this opportunity. Do not squander his efforts. Su Beiyu was taken aback, wondering if this young lady was truly unaware of the nature of their endeavors, so nonchalantly offering encouragement. Could it be that all intriguing women possess such depth? Xiao Jinan seemed to read his thoughts, clarifying, "The matters concerning you and your master are for the secret guard to handle. I am merely a young woman waiting to be married, and these affairs do not concern me." Su Beiyu hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Xiao Jinan seemed to sense his intent, waving her hand dismissively. No matter how vast the martial world may be, it pales in comparison to the greater world. When discussing the world, one cannot overlook the court. I have said all I can. You must navigate your own path from here. With that, Xiao Jinan turned on her heel, hands still clasped behind her back, and sauntered away. Su Beiyu lingered for a while longer before returning to Qinglian residence. This residence had been intended for Xiao Jinan by Mu Tongji, but she had declined it, opting instead to stay in the Qingling residence across the way. Inside Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu settled into a grand armchair and idly flipped through a volume of the Taiping Huanyuji, a collection of texts bestowed upon him by Gongsun Jianghu, encompassing a wide array of subjects from the martial world to geography and political strife. The collection, totaling 200 volumes, was the longest he had ever read, with nearly every page marked with annotations. While these notes could not compare to those of great scholars, they were a rare accomplishment for someone of his age. Not long after, Song Guangguan returned, Peeking through the door to glance at the young master engrossed in reading before retreating, Su Beiyu, adopting his master's demeanor, let out a measured hum, beckoning her to enter. Song Guangguan tiptoed into the room, glancing up at him before lowering her head and softly saying, "Young master." Su Beiyu feigned a stern expression. "Where have you been?" She fidgeted with her clothing, explaining, "The sect leader sent me to contact the ghost Ding Sword Master. Preparing for our imminent journey to the great Liang city." Su Beiyu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Song Guangguan, still looking down, glanced up with a hint of curiosity. "Young master, did you happen to meet that lady over there today?" "That lady." Su Beiyu was taken aback at first. Then his expression shifted as he asked in a low voice, "How do you know?" Song Guangguan whispered, "The sect leader mentioned you would have a significant encounter today, which is why he asked me to stay away. He also instructed me to inform you that the court once had a secret organization called Peony, responsible for monitoring the secret guard. If the sect leader's suspicions are correct, the Peony may now be in the hands of that lady in Qingling residence." Su Beiyu's demeanor softened as he instinctively glanced towards Tianla. The sight of it reminded him of the old man who had entrusted it to him, conjuring memories of that summer afternoon, the howling winds, the cliff, and the cicadas of summer. Though they were master and disciple, Su Beiyu had never been able to perceive the full visage of his mentor. The elder bore countless secrets, and even if he were willing to impart his wisdom freely, it would be an exceedingly long journey for Su Beiyu to fully embrace it. Gazing at the Tianlan sword, Su Beiyu's thoughts drifted far away, lost in contemplation. Song Guangguan quietly lifted her head, tilting it to observe him with an adorable expression. At that moment, within the serene confines of Qingling residence, Xiao Zinan reclined on a small rosewood chair, her hands folded at her abdomen, eyes closed in tranquil repose. A maid, clad in the attire of a servant, knelt silently before her. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Zinan slowly opened her eyes, retrieving a recently dried document from the maid's hands. This document contained the past records of Gongsun Zhangmo and his entourage, with Su Beiyu's information being the most limited and Gongsun Zhangmo's the most extensive. However, Xiao Zinan scarcely glanced at Gongsun Zhangmo's section, singularly intrigued by the brief mention of Su Beiyu. The document detailed Su Beiyu's journey from his emergence at Danxia village to his departure from Jiulu city, a mere handful of words sketching the image of a youth freshly emerged from a small town. Xiao Zinan closed the document and addressed the kneeling maid. "Yin Zhu, send someone to Danxia village to investigate Su Beiyu's previous circumstances. Be discreet. Do not alert the Demon Suppression Palace or the Dark Guard. This afternoon, do not disturb me. I wish to enjoy some solitude. As for tonight, if possible, I will invite Su Beiyu for a discussion." With that, Xiao Zinan waved her hand. The maid finally rose, retreating quietly. Gongsun Zhangmo had only informed Su Beiyu of the mysterious maid, Peony, without disclosing that Xiao Zinan also had 5 stunning personal maids named Yinzhu, Qiuguang, Huaping, Qing Luo, and Luing, each with distinct roles of attendance, protection, surveillance, and management of mundane affairs. Chapter 83. The Chrysanthemum Yellow and the Crab Fat. Autumn in full bloom. At dusk, a maid arrived at the entrance of Qinglian residence, seeking an audience with Su Gongzi. Upon seeing her, Song Guangguan's countenance changed subtly. The maid possessed a beauty that could be described as enchanting, her appearance enough to leave ordinary people in awe. More importantly, Song Guangguan had encountered her before, and the two had engaged in a bout that ended in Song Guangguan's dismal defeat. That encounter marked the first formal clash between the sword chi of the Lingkong Hall and Peony, revealing the latter's existence to Song Guangguan. With a wary expression, Song Guangguan asked, "What brings you here?" Xiao Zinan's maid, Qiuguang, recognized Song Guangguan and smiled, easing the tension. "Oh, it's you. No need to be nervous this time. My master wishes to invite Su Gongzi to Qilin residence for a chat, that's all." Song Guangguan remained steadfast at the door, showing no intention of letting Qiuguang enter. They stood facing each other, and she stated directly, "Since it's an invitation from your master, I shall inform Gongzi, but you must wait here first." Qiuguang narrowed her autumn water eyes and smiled, acknowledging with a soft "all right." Ignoring her response, Song Guangguan turned and entered Qinglian residence. A short while later, within the study of Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu set aside the Taiping Huanyuji, suppressing his surprise as he calmly asked, "You mean Xiao Zinan wants to invite me to her place for a chat?" Song Guangguan nodded. "Indeed. However, I must advise you, this might very well be a small banquet akin to the Hongmen feast, so it might be better not to attend." Su Beiyu hesitated inwardly, maintaining a neutral expression as he pondered. "Hongmen feast?" Song Guangguan, with earnest sincerity, nodded emphatically. Su Beiyu scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly asking, Guangguan, is it possible you don't want me to go? Song Guangguan's heart skipped a beat, but she composed herself, responding, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. The sun and moon can testify to that. It saddens me that you would doubt my intentions. Su Beiyu chuckled lightly. If that's the case, please convey my acceptance to Miss Chiu Guang. I will certainly be punctual. Young master. You. Song Guangguan stamped her foot, reluctantly huffing as she turned to leave. Su Beiyu was left bemused, shaking his head as he resumed reading the Taiping Huanyu J. It was no wonder they say a woman's mind is as deep as the ocean. Whether it was Song Guangguan or Xiao Zinan, he found them incomprehensible. As evening approached, Su Beiyu arrived at Qiling residence as promised. Xiao Zinan, recently awakened, appeared somewhat languid, casually dressed with her long hair simply tied back with a ribbon, exuding a unique charm distinct from her daytime elegance. Upon seeing Su Beiyu, she gestured for him to sit, inquiring, Make yourself comfortable. Have you dined yet? If not, you might as well join me. As she spoke, a maid presented a bronze basin for hand washing, followed by another maid holding a white cloth. After Xiao Zinan deftly cleansed her hands, a procession of maids entered, carrying an array of delicacies. Moments later, a round table between them was adorned with a delightful spread. One maid lifted the lid of a glass dish to reveal 4 female crabs, their shells golden and flesh rich and succulent. Subsequently, another maid served a complete set of crab dishes. Xiao Zinan smiled. As autumn winds rise, crabs become a temptation. The yellow crabs are particularly delectable now. In this season, to forego crabs would be a significant regret. Although these crabs are raised in the Liao King's residence and cannot compare to those from Suzhou and Jiangnan, they possess their own unique flavor. Would you like to try? Su Beiyu nodded. Xiao Zinan had a refined way of eating crabs. While not an expert, her upbringing imbued her with grace, as she delicately cracked and peeled the shells. In contrast, Su Beiyu's technique was clumsy. Ultimately, he resorted to smashing the crab shell with his fingers, leading to a mess of pieces. Though he managed to taste the flesh, he felt he fell short compared to Xiao Zinan. After hastily finishing the crab meat, Su Beiyu became intrigued by the sight of the woman savoring her meal. Akin to admiring a masterful painting, she took her time, and Su Beiyu found himself captivated by her elegant dining manner, akin to a dancer performing or musicians playing in harmony. Eventually, the table before Xiao Zinan bore 2 lifelike crab shells, their contents consumed, while Su Beiyu was left with a mere pile of fragments. After rinsing her mouth with a cup of tea, Xiao Zinan waved her hands to dismiss the surrounding maids. Speaking in the true dialect of the imperial capital, I am a native of this city, with a lineage that extends back generations. In the capital, where gourmets abound, we cherish the art of fine dining. Every dish carries its seasonal significance or historical anecdotes, with various methods of preparation and consumption. For instance, the crab dishes may appear excessive to the untrained eye, yet for a true gourmet, this is the essence of enjoying crabs. Su Beiyu listened, somewhat confused, while Xiao Zinan continued. A true gourmet consumes everything. What flies above, runs below, and swims in water, without leaving a morsel behind. Ultimately, the rarest delicacies pale in comparison to fame and fortune. Su Beiyu, are you not curious how a woman from the Xiao family can reside in the Liao King's palace, observing every move of Mu Tongji, without him resenting my presence? Su Beiyu hesitated before nodding. Xiao Zinan replied calmly, Mu Tongji's thoughts are well known. It's not a secret. The officials in court see it clearly. In essence, this is a game of chess where each side's moves are transparent to the other. There are no hidden plots, only overt strategies. Thus, whether I know or not, it bears no weight on the grand scheme, and Mu Tongji will not act against me for this reason. One could not deny that this woman, capable of commanding peony, was not only of noble birth but also possessed an almost uncanny insight into human nature. After a long silence, Su Beiyu digested her words and slowly replied, Miss Xiao, it is evident that you are a person of broad experience. Such wisdom, even in a male-dominated court, is remarkable. To say it is remarkable is an understatement. Xiao Zinan leaned back in her chair and chuckled lightly. I have been fortunate to have a good upbringing, absorbing knowledge from a young age. After 20 years, understanding is inevitable. Had you been in my position, you would have gained similar insights. Su Beiyu shook his head with a smile. You are too modest. Your discernment far surpasses mine. Xiao Zinan, having grown up in the capital, had encountered numerous talented individuals over the years. Few received the same treatment from her as Su Beiyu. She smiled lightly. Su Beiyu, to speak frankly, your family background is not ideal. You lack a powerful father or a mother with a supportive family. However, while talented horses are common, Good mentors are rare. In this regard. You are fortunate to have caught the eye of the illustrious Gongsun Zhongmo. That is no small fortune. Pouring herself a cup of wine, she asked, "Will you drink?" Su Beiyu shook his head. Xiao Zinan did not press the matter. Downing her drink in one go. In this vast sea of humanity, our meeting is mere chance. To meet again after parting ways is no small fortune. So, do not call me Miss Xiao. It feels unfamiliar. You may call me Zinan, and I shall call you Beiyu. Is that agreeable? Su Beiyu nodded in agreement, taking a careful look at Xiao Zinan, realizing he had previously underestimated her. After setting down her cup, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, making her look even more enchanting. Suddenly, she inquired, "Beiyu, Su Beiyu, do you have any improper thoughts regarding me?" Su Beiyu was taken aback, nearly leaping from his seat, his expression shifting multiple times before settling on a singular response. Chapter 84. The chessboard of black and white moves. What do you mean, I am asking you a question. Is it perhaps so? What do you mean by perhaps? Su Beiyu stammered. Men should exhibit a man's demeanor. What are you acting coy for? A woman as enchanting as you, with such a noble lineage, marrying you would not guarantee a swift rise to power, but it would certainly smooth the path. More importantly, with your keen intellect, you could serve as an astute partner, a supportive muse, or manage the household. What young man would not harbor such thoughts? Very well, yet since you know my surname is Xiao, do you also know which Xiao family I belong to? What kind of king is my father? Which noble family does my mother hail from? My grandfather, uncles, and all those distant relatives, do you know their statuses? I do not know, but I can surmise a few things. In a prominent family, the rules are stringent. My current stature is entirely due to my surname, Xiao. Thus, many times, I am not entirely in control of my own fate. After all, nothing comes without a price. For everything gained, something must be sacrificed. Do you understand what I mean? Are you saying you cannot decide your own marriage? More or less if you wish to marry me. Given your current circumstances, it would be no less challenging than facing the trials of the 81 difficulties. Among the obstacles, Duan Yu is merely a minor player. So, are you intimidated? To say I am unafraid would be disingenuous. However, fear and courage are not the same thing. One can be afraid yet still dare. That is a comforting sentiment. Beiyu, you are increasingly appealing to my tastes. If this were years ago, and you were to become the next head of the Gongsun family, or the young master of the sword sect, I would have married you without hesitation. Unfortunately, those days are gone. The sword sect is not much better than a rat scurrying across the street. And the Gongsun family has been utterly annihilated. In contrast, the Xiao family has risen to become the current royal family, and our statuses have diverged completely, one in the heavens, the other on the ground. To ascend from the ground to the heavens is a treacherous path. The Taoist sage speaks of the 18 levels of earth immortals, but without the means to reach those heights, how can you succeed? Similarly, if you wish to marry me, you must overcome all 81 challenges. If you do not wish to face them, that is acceptable. We can each follow our own paths, without interfering with one another. This is not a matter of black and white. Indeed, what else could it be? Too hasty. Time is fleeting. Speaking of which, you, Beiyu, and I, Zinan, are quite well matched, are we not? If your Su were to be replaced by Su Lin, the Prince of Shiha, our affair would be much simpler. Zinan, you great bodhisattva, but beware of the karma you invite. Should you find yourself entangled in it later, do not blame others. This exchange between the noble Xiao Zinan and the remnants of the sword sect, Su Beiyu, began with a semblance of jest, but gradually turned pointed. Su Beiyu, unwilling to retreat further before the woman, found their conversation ensnared in an awkward impasse. Born of humble origins yet unwilling to remain so, he pondered his options. Should he fight, with passion and a sword? Could he carve out a place in this world? Alas, this was not an era where lives were as disposable as weeds, nor a time where heroes could find a stage for their talents. Even if he could flaunt his strength momentarily, could he truly alter the course of this world? The heavens are vast, and to rise above, one must bow low to make connections, to affiliate, to climb. Xiao Zinan broached the subject of marriage during their second meeting. While it seemed absurd, there surely lay ulterior motives behind her words. Su Beiyu had no desire to delve into her intentions. He merely recognized that Xiao Zinan, following Gongsun Zhongmo, presented another shortcut to ascendancy. He did not wish to squander this opportunity or become entirely subservient in their interactions. In the struggle between the sexes, either the eastern wind overcomes the western wind, or vice versa. The ultimate outcome remains uncertain. Would Su Beiyu's northern wind prevail over Xiao Zinan's southern breeze, or would her southern wind subdue his northern gusts? Or would they merely cross paths without further entanglement? No one could say that a seasoned master faced a novice. Battles on the chessboard alone could not determine victory. Su Beiyou's jest regarding their game of chess elicited hearty laughter from Xiao Zinan, who laughed unabashedly. Beiyou, do you wish to engage in a game with me? To be frank, our skills differ greatly. I have already lost the first move by discussing fate, but let me ask you, if I were to grant you the first move, how much chance do you believe you would have? Xiao Zinan's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an aura of nobility as she regarded Su Beiyou. Talking in theory is uninteresting. Shall we play a few rounds? Su Beiyou's expression grew serious. Go. Xiao Zinan chuckled. In the sword's 36 techniques, there exists a sword called Starry Array, which draws inspiration from the game of Go. Having studied under Gongsun, you should not be unfamiliar with the ways of the game. Very well, let us play Go. Su Beiyou nodded, maintaining his composure. Xiao Zinan clapped her hands, and 3 maids entered, each carrying black stones, white stones, and a Go board. The fragrant wood board was standard, with white stones of jade and black stones of ink jade. While not precious, it was a luxury item beyond the reach of common folk. Leaning back against the fragrant wooden chair, Xiao Zinan took the white stones, sliding the jar of black stones across the table towards Su Beiyou, softly instructing, "You may play first with black." Su Beiyou sat upright, picking up a black jade chess piece. After a moment of contemplation, he gently placed it on the already arranged board, marking the pivotal point. Xiao Jinan glanced at the piece, smiling faintly. The move, whether elegant or vulgar, was a question of skill. As she spoke, she picked up a crystal white jade piece, deftly manipulating it between her delicate fingers. Su Beiyou's understanding of Go was minimal, merely a superficial acquaintance. His choice to play at the center suggested a disregard for convention. Had he adhered strictly to the rules, he would likely have faltered in the mid-game. With a crisp sound, Xiao Jinan made her move at a standard star point. Adhering to established strategy, Su Beiyou's expression grew increasingly stoic as he focused, his pace quickening. His style was sharp as a sword, imbued with a fierce energy, even if it meant risking everything. Xiao Jinan remained calm, her play reflecting her composed nature, steady and unyielding, akin to the Taoist principle of strength within softness. Under Su Beiyou's relentless pressure, she appeared to retreat, yet concealed her strategic prowess. As the game continued, Su Beiyou barely managed to survive the mid-game before his position deteriorated, ultimately leading to his defeat as Xiao Jinan effortlessly captured a major piece. After contemplating the aftermath, he softly uttered, "Let us play again." Xiao Jinan smiled slightly, lifting her elegantly sculpted chin. The 2 attending maidservants began collecting the pieces. Qiu Guang, who had been silently observing by Xiao Jinan's side, had her thoughts elsewhere, scrutinizing Su Beiyou's demeanor, her exquisite face betraying no emotion. She considered her mistress's earlier audacious remarks, dismissing them. After all, her mistress had long been known for her bold endeavors. Yet, she was curious about what made this young man so special that her otherwise high-minded mistress would take a gamble on him, especially given her family's intentions to marry her off in recent years. In the second game, Su Beiyou again played black pieces. This time, he chose to contest the corners rather than the center, adhering to conventional strategy. Qiu Guang felt a twinge of disappointment, although a maidservant. She had been raised as a noblewoman, excelling in various arts, and her skill in Go rivaled that of Xiao Jinan. She found Su Beiyou's conservative play lacking the excitement of the previous game. Xiao Jinan, tapping her fingers on the board, proposed a change in roles. "This time, let me attack while you defend." As she made her move, her style transformed dramatically. Bold and uncompromising, she engaged Su Beiyou in a fierce contest for control. Just as Su Beiyou had mirrored Xiao Jinan's previous intensity, she now embodied the sharpness of a drawn sword, relentless and piercing. Lacking her hidden depth, Su Beiyou soon found himself overwhelmed and again had to concede defeat. Observing the board, Xiao Jinan inquired, "Shall we continue?" Su Beiyou nodded. The board was reset, and he suggested, "How about you take the first move this time?" This arrangement, known as seeding the pieces, involved placing 2 stones at the corners before the game, limiting the advantage of the first move and emphasizing the mid-game struggle. Xiao Jinan accepted, initiating the game with a calm demeanor. Su Beiyou, now serious, took his time with each move, gradually extending his contemplation. After an hour, he had finally navigated past the mid-game. However, after 128 moves, Su Beiyou found himself in a dire situation, with Xiao Jinan maintaining her advantage. Despite the possibility of a clever move to turn the tide, he struggled to hold on. After 180 moves, Xiao Jinan solidified her victory once more, prompting Su Beiyou to quietly shake his head, absently toying with a cool jade piece. While he had anticipated Xiao Zhinan's prowess, he was still taken aback by the realization that even with his utmost efforts, victory remained elusive. Qiu Guang, analyzing the outcome, furrowed her brow. Knowing her mistress's skills well, Su Beiyu's ability to contend with Xiao Zhinan until the end was unexpected. Stretching, Xiao Zhinan remarked, "Your skill, honed under esteemed guidance, is commendable, yet you lack dedication. If I were to lose to a half-hearted effort, it would be a disservice to my masters." Quite interesting, Su Beiyu mused, setting down the jade piece. Interesting, but ultimately limited, Xiao Zhinan replied. No matter the intricacies of the board, it is still a game. Compared to the larger game of the world, it pales in significance, which is why great masters cannot become strategists of the realm. Su Beiyu, adopting her posture, leaned back and suggested, "Let us follow the ancients and play 3 games today, saving the remaining 7 for later." Xiao Zhinan agreed, signaling her maidservants to withdraw. After they exited, she stated, "In a few days, I shall leave for Yanzhou and then on to Qizhou." Through the course of their 3 matches, Su Beiyu had gained an understanding of Xiao Zhinan's presence, his mindset remaining steady, a far cry from the initial timidity or later confrontational stance. He maintained a distant yet observant attitude, calmly replying, "I may venture to the grasslands or to Hocheng." His response did not surprise Xiao Zhinan. She expressed mild regret. "That would mean we are heading in opposite directions." Su Beiyu smiled. "Unlike you, I cannot face the world alone. I remain under my master's protection." During her visit to the Liao royal residence, Xiao Zhinan had not encountered Gongsun Zhongmo, her grandfather's contemporary. However, she gleaned insights into the sword sect leader's character from the records of the Peony and Shadow Guard. Deep down, she harbored a distaste for the cunning elder, who differed greatly from Su Beiyu. He epitomized the perfect noble scion, while she shared a similar lineage. Coincidentally, they had both assessed each other as equally shrewd. Ultimately, Xiao Zhinan personally escorted Su Beiyu out of Qingling residence. Her subtle smile at parting nearly caused Su Beiyu's hard-earned composure to crumble. Back in Qingling residence, Su Beiyu removed his outer robe and settled into the study, sipping tea and softly reflecting on the day's encounters. Xiao Zhinan is no ordinary woman. After 2 meetings, I feel more drained than after battling 12 bandits, almost akin to a life-and-death struggle. Beside him, Song Guangguan frowned and queried, "What does the Xiao family woman want?" Su Beiyu paused, shaking his head. "It's unclear for now, but I suspect she seeks something. Consider why Xiao Mo went to great lengths to invite my master to Jiulu City." Song Guangguan contemplated. The prince of Lingwu County invited the sect leader to Jiulu City, primarily to have him counter the Taoist demon suppression hall, ensuring the sect could not interfere with the trade in Jiulu City. Su Beiyu replied softly, "Thus, I surmise that Xiao Zhinan wishes to use me to balance against someone or something." Song Guangguan was taken aback that Su Beiyu continued, "It's evident that she remains indecisive, weighing her options, while I too remain observant, gauging the sincerity of her intentions before deciding whether to take the bait. I cannot deny that this woman is a tempting lure." Song Guangguan smirked. "Does this imply you have an interest in the noble woman?" Su Beiyu drained his cup of hot tea, savoring its warmth and subtle bitterness. "To be frank, it matters little if I am interested. What truly matters is whether she holds any interest in me." Song Guangguan hesitated, asking, "Is the master aware?" Su Beiyu sighed. "I inquired, and he merely advised me to wait and observe." Though he did not dismiss the notion entirely. "What are your plans?" Song Guangguan pressed. Su Beiyu replied, "I have no remedy. She possesses greater skills than I, and I cannot subdue her, not now. At least I can only remain a passive observer." Song Guangguan sighed. "You are increasingly resembling the sect leader, always weighing options. What seemed a romantic endeavor has been reduced to mere calculations." Su Beiyu placed his empty cup down, lamenting, "This is the only way to ascend." In Qingling residence, Xiao Zhinan shared similar sentiments with her close maid, Qiu Guang. At that moment, a maid entered softly, announcing, "Mistress, we have a visitor." Xiao Zhinan replied calmly, "Please, show them in." Shortly after, an elder strode into the main hall of Qingling residence. Xiao Zhinan appeared to anticipate his arrival, her expression serene as she gestured for the maidservants to withdraw. Once alone, the elder spoke slowly. "Xiao Zhinan, the legitimate daughter of Emperor Xiao Xin of Deqi, the granddaughter of Emperor Xiao Yu, a true princess, ranking 6th among the Xiao family, just below the current emperor, the crown prince, Prince Wei, and the grand princesses. With your noble status, why would you involve yourself with my inexperienced apprentice?" Xiao Zhinan responded evenly, "It is the men of the Xiao family who wield powered, we women, from my great-aunt to my aunt and now myself, merely possess noble titles. How can we escape the confines of our roles?" The elder inquired, setting aside the past, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Yui. What of you? Xiao Jinan, your power in controlling the peony is insignificant. Xiao Jinan smiled. They are merely a few maidservants left to me by my grandmother. My father dared not oppose her wishes. The elder chuckled. It seems Lin Yinping holds you in high regard. Xiao Jinan replied nonchalantly, perhaps my grandmother sees a resemblance between us. Gongsun Zhangmo's expression turned serious. When Lin Yinping was a princess of the Grassland Kingdom, she chose a worthless Xiao Yu. And what was the outcome? Not only did she secure the Lin family's vast grasslands, but she also became the empress and later the Dowager Empress of Deqi. Are you, Princess Xiao, intending to emulate her? Xiao Jinan's brow furrowed. Your words are a heartless accusation, Gongsun. The elder, carrying a sword case, replied coolly. If I am to commit acts of rebellion, I shall speak as such. Xiao Jinan's demeanor hardened. Her lips pressed together in silence. Su Beiyou's skills were still developing, but his master's experience made conversations with such a cunning elder less straightforward than before. The elder's visage bore the marks of age, yet with age came cunning and strategy. He had once opposed her grandfather, Xiao Yu, and had also clashed with the current leader residing in Xuandu. In this era, few could contend with both and emerge unscathed. Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall take the initiative. Let us be direct. What do you wish to achieve? Gongsun Zhongmo observed Xiao Jinan. His tone unhurried. I desire nothing, only find Su Beiyu intriguing. Though I initiated this entanglement, he was the one who first expressed interest. Xiao Jinan hesitated before sincerely stating, Gongsun, a sapling cannot grow beneath a towering tree. If you continue to shield Su Beiyu, how can he stand on his own, allow him the freedom to forge his own path? He is capable of achieving greatness. Gongsun Zhongmo's tone remained flat and rigid. Like an unyielding scholar, I have never doubted my apprentice's potential, but that is a matter for the future, not the present. Currently, he needs to learn and acquire what I have built. The sword sect has fallen, Xiao Jinan declared, her voice low and firm. To you, perhaps, but not to me. Gongsun Zhongmo narrowed his eyes, speaking calmly. The sword sect still exists in my heart. Do you wish for him to sacrifice his entire life for an intangible legacy? Forever lurking in the shadows, Xiao Jinan felt an unexpected surge of anger. Before the passage of 60 years, the sword sect never needed to hide, Gongsun Zhongmo stated. Xiao Jinan emphasized. But now, after 60 years, regardless of the past, it is irrelevant to the present. And what of 60 years hence? Gongsun Zhongmo inquired, still unyielding. If you believe in Su Beiyu, why not consider that he might truly restore the sword sect? Xiao Jinan was momentarily speechless. Gongsun Zhongmo continued, let us speak plainly. I am not here to make things difficult for you. I only wish for you to wait a while longer before drawing an unqualified Su Beiyu into your world. When the time is right, he will naturally find his way. Xiao Jinan remained silent for a long while before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, as Gongsun Zhongmo visited Xiao Jinan in Qiling residence, an unexpected guest arrived at Qinglian residence. He had come to see Su Beiyu. In the dark corridor of Qinglian residence, the two walked side by side. The younger man was Su Beiyu, while the other, with a forbidding demeanor, was Prince Mu Tongji of the Northeast. Su Beiyu recalled this imposing prince vividly and felt a sense of suffocation facing him alone. After all, Mu Tongji was a formidable regional prince and a master of the Earth Immortal realm. As they reached the midpoint of the corridor, Mu Tongji paused, glancing at a large red lantern overhead. With a warm tone, he said, Gongsun Shirshu is of the older generation, a peer of my late father. Beiyu, there are no outsiders here. We may address each other as brothers. Su Beiyu hesitated, then respectfully replied, I greet you, brother Mu. Su Beiyu was seemingly unfazed, a fact that briefly darkened Mu Tang's eyes, though his expression remained gentle. Recently, Gongsun Shirshu appeared to be contemplating retirement. At his advanced age, he deserved to enjoy a life of leisure. However, the vast family estate could not be abandoned without care. Someone had to step up to take over. In the future, when his younger brother became the master of the sword sect, it would be essential for the two of them to cultivate a closer relationship. Su Beiyu paused slightly, clasped his hands, and smiled, saying, certainly, I shall rely on you in the future. Brother. Mu Tang smiled warmly and waved his hand, saying, no need for such formalities. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Su Beiyu expressed his gratitude, finally revealing a hint of astonishment at the attention he received, a detail that did not escape Mu Tang's notice. No rabbit, no hawk, Mu Tang chuckled to himself. This young man, chosen by Gongsun Zhongmo, was indeed no ordinary person. He had previously investigated Su Beiyu's background. Unlike Xiao Jinan, who had an intricate history, Su's humble beginnings made him intriguing to Mu Tang. For someone who had not seen much of the world, to possess such composure was remarkable and rare. Had Xiao Jinan been in front of Mu Tang, her reaction would not have elicited the same interest. For she had been nurtured amidst privilege, having encountered the pinnacle of society since childhood. Mu Tang's lips curled slightly as he inquired, "Have you met the lady from Qinglingzhu?" Su Beiyu paused in surprise before nodding. Mu Tang jested, "What a pity. If she were a commoner's daughter, I would have recklessly intervened to claim her for you. But she is far from ordinary, and even I cannot afford to provoke her." Su Beiyu replied, "A lady whom you regard with such reverence must be quite rare, perhaps even of noble lineage." Mu Tang laughed heartily. "You are correct. She is indeed the beloved daughter of the current emperor. The only princess of our dynasty that it is said that she bears a striking resemblance to the late empress, possessing her grace and charm. Consequently, she has been spoiled by the emperor since childhood, often acting unpredictably." Lowering his voice, Mu Tang continued, "If you're interested, I would not mind playing matchmaker." Su Beiyu hesitated, shaking his head. "Such a noble lady is beyond my aspirations." The following morning, when Xiao Jinan departed, Su Beiyu was not present in Qinglianzhu. Only Song Guangguan stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Jinan surrounded by a throng of maidservants, she was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Jinan had the advantage of being raised at the pinnacle of society, and she did not flaunt her status arrogantly. Instead, she had been taught by the emperor to treat others with respect. With a gentle smile, she inquired of Song Guangguan, "Is your master present? If so, kindly convey my message." "Young master left early with his companion and is not in Qinglianzhu," Song Guangguan replied, now aware of Xiao Jinan's identity. The princess's polite request left her feeling both honored and astonished. "Since he is not here," Xiao Jinan contemplated for a moment, "please relay a message for me." With her hands clasped, Song Guangguan nervously replied, "I shall certainly convey your message, Your Highness, regardless." This princess was indeed a figure of significant stature, her status eclipsing even that of the powerful Duke of Lingwu. Xiao Jinan signaled for Qiuguang, Yingku, and the other maidservants to depart, then took a jade pendant from her sleeve, handing it to Song Guangguan. "Tell him that Xiao Jinan has left for Qizhou and will then proceed to Jiangnan. The mountains are high and the waters long, and if fate allows, we shall meet again. Should he wish to, he may come find me." Song Guangguan received the pendant, nodding in understanding. "Your Highness is departing." Xiao Jinan smiled. "If I delay any longer, I shall become a nuisance." Gongsun Zhongmo had already taken Su Beiyu away from the duke's residence. Heading northward from Chaoyang City to a long-abandoned border fortress, a secluded place rarely visited by others, standing atop the remnants of a wall that had yet to collapse, Gongsun Zhongmo withdrew 4 swords and planted them in the ground before him. Tianlan, Chuexia, Mame, Xianming. The sword sect possessed 12 swords, and the 2 of them already held a third of them in their hands. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke. "The Tianlan sword now belongs to you. Next is the Chuexia sword. Accepting it will elevate your realm to a first-grade level." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the Chuexia sword flew towards Su Beiyu, who caught it. Focusing intently, Gongsun Zhongmo had once explained to him the purpose of these 12 swords. They were a means of rapid advancement, allowing him to reach the realm of Earth Immortal in the shortest time possible. He had no decades to wait for Su Beiyu to ascend gradually. Furthermore, while Su Beiyu's character and comprehension were exceptional, his innate foundation was lacking. After 10 years of solitary practice, he had only reached the 5th grade realm. Thus, the 12 swords were meant to reconstruct his foundation and forge him into an invincible sword immortal. Su Beiyu sat cross-legged, placing the Chuexia sword across his knees, slowly closing his eyes. Gongsun Zhongmo faced him, lightly tapping his fingers. Each tap resonated, creating ripples of energy. Gongsun Zhongmo tapped 7 times, and 7 waves of energy surged from the Chuexia sword, entering Su Beiyu's body through his 7 orifices. Observing the sky, Gongsun Zhongmo noted the faint mist at dawn, a moment between night and day. With a sweep of his sleeve, the morning fog thickened, enveloping the entire site. Gradually, the ruins began to fade from view, as though they had never existed. Moments later, both Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu vanished completely. In truth, the sword sect was not adept at such concealment techniques. But over the years, Gongsun Zhongmo had traveled extensively, encountering extraordinary masters and learning various unconventional methods. His current level of cultivation was sufficient, and with the right timing, obscuring a small ancient fortress was easily achievable. Once employed, even a high-ranking Earth Immortal would find it difficult to detect, provided their level did not exceed Gongsun Zhongmo's. Gazing at his disciple, who was absorbed in absorbing the energy and intent of the Chuexia sword, Gongsun Zhongmo mused aloud. When Xiao Yi reached the realm of Heavenman at the age of 20, it was a different era. Now, we refer to it as the human immortal realm. By 30, he had attained the earth immortal realm. And by 80, he had surpassed the 18 levels of earth immortals, mere steps away from ascending into the heavens. His journey was remarkably smooth, akin to a swift sail through water. In terms of cultivation, I cannot compare to him that I had hoped to take in a worthy disciple who could surpass him, but the Taoist sect is the national religion, with its leader holding a revered status high above. Who wouldn't wish to join their ranks? Naturally, the most talented individuals flock to them. In contrast, our sword sect is like a rat in the street. Finding a disciple like you has been a challenge. You are excellent in many respects, yet your innate foundation is somewhat lacking, and no matter how good one's character and insight may be, without a solid foundation, it is akin to building castles in the air. When I left the small Fong village, I had hoped that you would reach the first grade realm after 10 years, yet you have only achieved the 5th grade realm, while Qiu Ye's disciple, Qi Xianyun, has already reached the human immortal realm. Such is the way of the world. There is no need to dwell on it. Thus, I must resort to this unconventional method, using the 12 swords passed down by our ancestors to forge your acquired sword bones. Elevating your realm is merely a side benefit. The true purpose of this method is to transform you into a being akin to a celestial being. You once mentioned that a certain Qing Taoist warned that this method is prone to breakage. That person must be the great master Qing Chun, and he speaks the truth. Utilizing this method, one transitions from innate to acquired, and the hope of ascending in this life is lost, relegating one to a mortal existence like mine, forever seeking the elusive immortality. With a long sigh, Gongsun Zhongmo reflected, Su Beiyu, should you ever reach the 18th level one day, I hope you will not harbor resentment towards your master. Su Beiyu remained unaware of the external concerns, focusing solely on absorbing the essence and intent of the Chuexia sword. Ascending to the heavens and attaining enlightenment was an elusive goal. In nearly 2 centuries, only 2 individuals had succeeded, both from the Taoist sect. Following the orthodox path, the sword sect's path was unyieldingly sharp and unmatched, with each master being unparalleled, yet few sword sect leaders had ever ascended. The Taoist sect emphasized the accumulation of virtue in the alchemical path. Whether genuine or not, at least earning heaven's recognition. In contrast, the sword sect followed a path of slaughter. Regardless of one's entanglement, it would invoke the wrath of heaven. The previous sword sect master, Shangwan Stanchen, possessed cultivation that was nearly comparable to true ascendance, yet he ultimately met a tragic end. By forging 12 sword bones within Su Beiyu using the 12 swords, Gongsun Zhongmo was engaging in an act of defiance against fate, which would inevitably attract the ire of the heavenly order. Coupled with the cultivation of the sword sect's path, it was akin to throwing fuel on the fire, should Su Beiyu truly ascend. The tribulation he faced would likely rival the devastating heavenly punishment suffered by Shangwan Xianchen, a tempest of lightning that even earth immortals dared not witness lightly. Unaware of these potential repercussions, Su Beiyu concentrated on guiding the external sword energy and intent into his energy sea, gradually operating his internal energy according to Gongsun Zhongmo's instructions, striving to breach the 1st grade realm. After a short while, the sun rose, its radiant light breaking the horizon and dispelling the deep blue of the sky. Gongsun Zhongmo stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind. Su Beiyu immersed himself completely, undisturbed by external distractions. The Chuexia sword across his knees flickered with light and shadow. Thus far, 2 swords of immeasurable value had been employed for Su Beiyu, retaining their essence in his hands, but becoming mere ordinary iron in others. 10 more swords awaited their turn to be utilized on Su Beiyu, a privilege that even the foremost disciples of the Taoist sect would envy, and even the wealthiest noble families would find it hard to bear. Gongsun Zhongmo's gaze remained calm. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. The sword sect required an unrivaled leader to restore its standing in the world. If he could revive the sword sect, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life for it. After another hour, Su Beiyu was finally on the verge of awakening. Gongsun Zhongmo waved away the surrounding concealments, smiling. One must be willing to give an order to gain. Su Beiyu stirred from his meditative state, first turning inward to inspect the flow of energy within him. His energy sea had expanded more than double its previous size. Transitioning from the 2nd grade to the 1st grade realm was a significant leap, marking the threshold of true mastery and the first step away from the realm of mundane martial artists. At this moment, practitioners resembled embryos, poised to undergo the refining process through the paths of Ghost Immortal and Human Immortal before ultimately achieving the status of Earth Immortal. Only then would they possess the foundation necessary to ascend the 18 levels. The Earth Immortal realm represented a watershed moment between humanity and the celestial. Once one reached this realm, they remained human. Yet to the ordinary observer, they would appear as beings of divinity, possessing certain celestial qualities. These qualities were not solely exhibited in their mystical powers, but were also reflected in their temperament. The higher the cultivation, the more detached the heart, viewing human life as inconsequential, indifferent to the lives of others. Some would shun worldly matters entirely, seeking to escape the mundane. Those who could remain true to their original intentions while dwelling high above could be deemed sages. As Su Beiyu sat cross-legged, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find his master standing before him. Gongsun Zhomo spoke plainly. Did you not encounter a first-grade swordsman before entering Jianghu City? Gui Ding has found him. Go retrieve his head. Su Beiyu nodded silently. In the northeast, known for its fierce folk customs, martial prowess was not considered remarkable. Most young men possessed some skill, with some bodyguards even reaching the fourth-grade realm. Exhibiting considerable combat strength, Zhang Jing was a young man hailing from the humble streets of Yuzhou, who had learned the art of the sword under a retired bodyguard, growing dissatisfied with his master's secrecy. He seized the opportunity to kill him and absconded with his master's daughter and treasured sword techniques. Whether from the Taoist sect or the Western Buddhist faith, they preached the equality of all beings and urged goodwill. However, Zhang Jing dismissed these teachings as nonsense. Why should the priests and monks live in comfort while he was condemned to a life of obscurity? Equality? Nonsense. Especially after murdering his master, he became increasingly devoted to a philosophy of violence. Believing that if he were virtuous, he would not have learned his master's most profound techniques. If he were virtuous, he would not have encountered his master's daughter. Thus, over the years, he developed a penchant for murder, specifically targeting the privileged sons of nobility, unable to tolerate those who were born into superiority. Why should he toil for something only to see it handed to another without effort? They all deserve to die. Upon arriving in Liaozhou, he killed a wealthy couple outrighting, first humiliating the woman in front of the man and then nailing them both to the ground, watching them bleed to death. Laughing heartily at having turned them into tragic lovers. To this day, he vividly recalled the expressions of terror, resentment, and anger on the faces of those young lovers, a memory that brought him excitement for long afterward. In addition to targeting the children of nobility, he also killed disciples from various sects, honing his own skills while also profiting from their possessions, acquiring medicinal pills and techniques that greatly advanced his own cultivation, allowing him to slowly climb to the first-grade realm. However, just a few days prior, Zhang Jing had suffered an unexpected setback. Outside Chaoyang City, he encountered a young swordsman who appeared to be a disciple of his sect. Eager for the hunt, he decided to ambush him, but he did not anticipate that despite the young man's lower realm, his swordsmanship was profound. More importantly, this individual was not like the inexperienced disciples he had faced before. He had rich combat experience and held his ground against Zhang Jing, even managing to gain the upper hand. In their final confrontation, both resorted to desperate measures, yet in the end, Zhang Jing hesitated to risk his life. Believing he was destined for greatness and that his life was invaluable, how could he trade it for the life of this young man? It was unwise. Thus, at the critical moment, he chose to retreat, only to be relentlessly pursued by the young man. Whenever Zhang Jing recalls this matter, a sense of unutterable frustration wells up within him, an urge to flay that young man alive, to subject him to 1,000 tortures. Yet, over the past few days, he has scoured Chaoyang City, finding not a trace of that lad, as if he had vanished into thin air. This leaves Zhang Jing with a pent-up resentment that has nowhere to go. Intensifying his agitation. As dusk approaches, Zhang Jing, having spent another fruitless day, exits the city and strides toward his hideout outside the walls. Thoughts of his junior sister's delicate form quicken his pace. Since he cannot find the young man, he will have to release his pent-up fury in the comfort of his bed. As he passes through a dense thicket, an instinctual alertness suddenly grips him, and he halts abruptly. His cold gaze sweeps the surroundings as he demands, "Which friend dares to reveal themselves?" From a nearby tree, a figure leaps down, clad in a dark red inner robe and a black battle coat, 2 swords slung across his back, despite his opulent attire. Zhang Jing recognizes him instantly as his elusive adversary, the young swordsman who had left him in a state of utter humiliation. In this fateful encounter, Zhang Jing furrows his thick brows instinctively. He has searched tirelessly for this young man for days without a hint of his presence. Yet the young swordsman has effortlessly tracked him down. Zhang Jing dismisses the notion of coincidence. After all, he has many enemies and takes great care to conceal his whereabouts, leaving no trace. The fact that this man can locate him suggests the use of outside influence, perhaps someone from the Liao royal family or that self-righteous Murong clan. Zhang Jing grips the hilt of his blade but refrains from drawing it hastily. No matter how reckless he may be, he knows better than to challenge these formidable forces head-on. The young swordsman, drawing one of his swords from behind, approaches calmly, stating, "The unfinished battle from that day shall find its conclusion today." The lawless swordsman sneers, his expression grotesque. You have any last words?" Zhang Jing grins viciously. "Ask yourself." The young swordsman positions his sword before him, shaking his head with a smile, clearly indicating there are none. In the next moment, Zhang Jing lunges forward, drawing his weapon with a fierce energy that carves a straight line in the ground as he charges at the young man. With his eyes closed, the young swordsman inhales deeply, channeling his energy throughout his body, harmonizing the dragon and tiger within him. The legendary dragon and tiger dance technique allows him to circulate his vital energy seamlessly, creating an unbroken flow of breath. In an instant, the 30 steps between them vanish, and Zhang Jing stands before him, delivering a downward slash. While the strike lacks intricate finesse, it is infused with overwhelming momentum and lethal intent. The young swordsman raises his sword to block, and with a sound like stone clashing against metal, he roots himself firmly in place. Zhang Jing, however, finds himself sliding backwards, astonished. In just a few days, this young man has ascended to a higher realm? Without allowing Zhang Jing a moment to recover, the young swordsman swiftly spins his wrist, launching himself upward, his sword flashing like a celestial being. Zhang Jing has no choice but to meet him with his blade. In an instant, they pass each other, and Zhang Jing realizes too late that he has met his demise. Turning around, the young swordsman points his blade downwards, droplets of blood rolling off the dark red sword and splattering onto the ground, forming small black-red dots. He approaches Zhang Jing's lifeless form, driving his sword into the earth, calmly stating, "We both hail from humble beginnings. Yet alas, there is but one path upward." He gazes at Zhang Jing's unblinking eyes and murmurs, "And I have been granted a touch more fortune than you. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, the onset of winter, a day deemed inauspicious for marriages and burials, with advisories to refrain from all but necessary tasks, as it coincides with the fierce tigers' clash in the north. On this day, the Zikanlun Mountains are blanketed in a flurry of pure white snow, while the 9 peaks of the Taoist sect remain lush and verdant, with butterflies fluttering and beasts roaming, a gentle breeze creating a scene reminiscent of a spring day in Jianghu. On the white jade plaza of Dishiang Peak, over 100 female disciples stand solemnly. Their leader, donned in a white Taoist robe and adorned with a hibiscus crown, is Qi Xianyun, the most outstanding disciple among the Yun lineage. Before long, a red sun leaps over the mountains in the east, its radiant light spilling across the sky. Accompanied by a melodious cry, nearly 100 white cranes ascend gracefully. Trailing behind a 7 fragrant chariot, a woman clad in white sits regally within, exuding an ethereal aura. The tumultuous sea of clouds flows like rivers rushing to the ocean, while the white cranes draw the chariot through the skies, accentuating the divine presence of the woman within. Even the seasoned Taoist disciples, accustomed to lofty figures, gaze in awe, hesitant to speak lest they disturb her serene passage. The imposing Dishiang Peak hosts numerous palaces, with the ascension platform towering above all. Over 30 years ago, the Taoist patriarch Tianqian achieved enlightenment and ascended from this very spot, causing the purple aura to rise and the heavenly gates to swing wide. Today, a group of inner disciples, recently assigned from other peaks to the ascension platform, pause in their tracks upon hearing of the white cranes approaching. They look up in astonishment, only to be captivated by the astonishing beauty of the woman within the chariot. Young disciples exchange incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes. Could she truly be a celestial being? The tales of heavenly maidens from the Taoist sect pale in comparison to this vision. Amidst the swirling clouds, as the 7 fragrant chariot glides through the air, a young Taoist boy murmurs in awe, "Celestial sister." The lead crane emits a clear call, spreading its wings wide as it descends slowly onto the white jade platform before the Zixiao Palace. 100 female disciples, who have been waiting, line up in perfect formation as the chariot lands. Qi Xianyun steps forward and softly intones, "Welcome, madam, back to the mountain." In unison, the female disciples reply, "Welcome, madam, back to the mountain." The white cranes disperse, and the woman gracefully alights from the chariot. Raising her hand in a gesture of dismissal, the disciples part to form a clear path as she walks along the jade-paved path toward the Zixia Palace, with Qi Xianyan accompanying her closely. The woman's complexion is as white as snow, her attire and hair equally pale, blending seamlessly with the white jade beneath her feet. She calmly inquires, "Xianyan, has your master emerged from seclusion?" Qi Xianyan responds, "Reporting to Master Mother, my master is scheduled to emerge today at the hour of Chun. If my calculations are correct, he is already waiting for you in the Zixia Palace." This woman is none other than Murongxian, the Taoist partner of the Sect's patriarch. Murongxian resides at Duxiang Peak during the spring and winter months, returning to the Murong family during summer and autumn, spending summer in the Wei Kingdom and autumn in Longqing. Today, the arrival of winter coincides with her return to Duxiang Peak. Murongxian ascends the steps before the Zixia Palace. Inside, a middle-aged Taoist in a purple robe stands with his hands clasped behind him. His appearance embodies all the ideals of a celestial being, exuding an otherworldly charm, and even in his advanced years, traces of his youthful splendor remain, marking him as a distinguished figure from a bygone era. The Taoist patriarch, Qiu Yi, gazes down upon the world from his lofty perch in the heavens, a man worthy of being paired with the stunningly beautiful woman before him. Murongxian steps into the Zixia Palace. Positioning herself at the entrance, while Qiu Yi stands atop the elevated platform, Qi Xianyan halts outside, gradually retreating. "You've returned," Qiu Yi softly states. This phrase, having been uttered 60 times, marks the passage of 60 years. Throughout this time, he has never strayed from Duxiang Peak. Murongxian nods in acknowledgement that I've returned, and it's been a challenge to catch my breath. Let us stroll together, so we may converse as husband and wife. Qiu Yi proposes. Murongxian replies with a gentle hum of agreement. The couple departs through a side entrance of the Zixia Palace, ambling toward the edge of the white jade plaza, then meandering alongside the heavenly pool. Gazing at the rippling waters of the heavenly pool, Qiu Yi reflects. Every reunion brings us closer to old age. Murong, how many more times in this life do you think we shall meet again? After a moment of contemplation, Murongxian inquires, "Are you preparing for ascension?" Qiu Yi shakes his head. "I still lack that final push. I seek liberation, yet cannot attain it. This liberation may still require another 10 years. Murongxian states calmly, "The Buddha's arrival is rare. How can one achieve such a state?" Qiu Yi chuckles. "Let us not dwell on such philosophical musings. How was your recent visit to the Murong family?" Murongxian's brows furrow slightly as she shakes her head. It remains much the same as for Yi Xia. Things are also satisfactory. However, just before my return, I encountered someone. Gongsun Zhongmo? Yes. What is he like now? A mere skeleton in a grave. A skeleton in a grave. Qiu Yi chuckles lightly. That may not be entirely true. During the battle in Jianghu City, he made quite a name for himself. The Taoist sect faced a rather embarrassing defeat in this affair. Even with Chun Yi personally intervening, we could not turn the tide. That I've heard he has taken on a young apprentice, someone named Su Beiyu. Chun Yi mentioned this young man, noting his exceptional character and potential for great achievements. If only the fates align. Murongxian replies evenly. That boy's foundation is not promising. He merely possesses the talents of an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Qiu Yi muses, for the Taoist sect, refining one's essence and marrow is never a daunting task. The challenge lies in the disposition and destiny, remaining undisturbed by accolades or slights, observing the flowers bloom and fade in the courtyard without concern, gazing at the clouds shift in the sky. Although the sword sect is diminished, it was once the pinnacle of the 9 schools, and transforming an ordinary talent into an extraordinary one should not be too difficult, should it? Qiu Yi studies Murongxian, his expression playful. As for destiny, Gongsun Zhongmo and the sword sect represent a tremendous opportunity for that boy. Murongxian retorts coolly. Gongsun Zhongmo's victory over Chun Yi in Jianghu City is indeed a remarkable feat. But what significance does it hold for the Taoist sect? It is merely a case of an ant attempting to block a chariot. As the esteemed patriarch, why pursue him so relentlessly? Qiu Yi turns to regard her intently. Murongxian stands her ground. Suddenly, Qiu Yi smiles. You possess many admirable qualities, yet you are overly sentimental. You treated me thus in the past, and now you extend the same to Gongsun Zhongmo. My earlier leniency toward him stemmed from your pleas, but I no longer intend to tolerate him for the sake of the Taoist sect. A 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant hole. We must prepare for potential troubles. Murongxian's expression darkens. Have you truly made up your mind? Qiu Yi speaks softly. My descent from the mountain is not contingent upon my own will. but rather on Gongsun Zhongmo. If he wishes to live out his remaining days in peace, I shall not pursue him relentlessly, regardless of who intercedes on his behalf. However, should he cling to the sword sect, which is destined to return to the Taoist sect, an aspiration of our ancestors, I, even as the current patriarch, cannot simply turn a blind eye. Murong Xian gazes at Qiu Yi, her voice tinged with sorrow. Yi Qiu, what if it were Zhang Xiao pleading on his behalf? Yi Qiu, the name he bore while still a member of the Yi family, and Zhang Xueyao, Gongsun Zhangmo's wife, with whom he once had an engagement. Thus, rumors of discord between the sword sect's leader and the Taoist patriarch arise due to a woman. Yi Qiu shakes his head. Regardless of who it is, the outcome remains unchanged. Were I still a young scion of the Yi family, I might have acquiesced out of sentiment. However, I am now the patriarch of the Taoist sect. Murong Xian lets out a soft sigh, falling silent. Yi Qiu also exhales lightly, finally revealing the truth. In reality, it is of little consequence. I am on the brink of ascension, while he is nearing his demise. We have coexisted peacefully for decades. What is another 10 years at most? Yet now, with Xiao Xian's machinations, pushing out the likes of Lan Yu, the Taoist sect must brace for a confrontation with the court. Victory would be favorable, but defeat would surely diminish the Taoist sect's fortunes. The grand plan cultivated over generations could be severely compromised, and at that point, how shall I face my revered master and our ancestors in the heavens? At this critical juncture, Gongsun Zhangmo represents the most significant variable, and the events in Jiulu City have indeed proven his connection to Xiao Mo, who is, in fact, a trusted aide of Xiao Xian. Therefore, I am resolute in my decision. No further persuasion is needed. As autumn wanes and winter approaches, Qiu Yi stands by the heavenly pool, hands clasped behind him, gazing down at the rolling azure waves. A massive shadow glides beneath the surface, and in the next moment, the once tranquil water erupts with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a mountain's collapse. Countless droplets of mist swirl in the air. And from within, a colossal head emerges. Antler-like horns, a camel-like visage, rabbit-like eyes, a serpent-like neck, a belly akin to a clam, scales resembling fish, claws like an eagle's, paws like a tiger's, and ears reminiscent of a cow. This is none other than the dragon's head depicted on the robe of the great python. Yet, it is magnified countless times. Standing before this being, Qiu Yi and Murong Xian appear as mere insects in comparison. Two sinuous dragon whiskers undulate gracefully, almost sentient, brushing lightly against Qiu Yi and Murong Xian. The dragon can be large or small, can ascend or conceal itself, can be ethereal or corporeal, can be slender or immense. When grand, it stirs the clouds and exhales mist. When diminutive, it hides within the waves. At the vernal equinox, it soars to the heavens. At the autumnal equinox, it submerges into the abyss, summoning winds and rains. In days of yore, celestial dragons roamed the earth, drawing water from the sea and releasing it back in torrents, a spectacle to behold. During the Taoist patriarch's lifetime, 2 dragons were left to guard the mountain gate. 1 male, 1 female. Centuries later, these 2 dragons ascended to the heavens, leaving behind a single offspring to remain in the world, which is the dragon now before Qiu Yi. Many seasoned cultivators recall the day when the sword sect's leader, Shangguan Xianshun, rode a myriad of flying swords into the eastern capital, prompting the Taoist patriarch to descend from the mountain upon this legendary dragon. This dragon has made the heavenly pool its home, accompanying the Taoist patriarchs through generations of cultivation. Now, it stands on the cusp of ascending alongside Qiu Yi, a monumental event in the annals of history. Qiu Yi smiles, gently nudging the dragon's whisker aside, patting its snout, and softly murmurs, "You need not accompany me." The enormous golden pupils reflect a hint of disappointment, almost human-like. Qiu Yi gazes into the golden depths, momentarily lost in thought, recalling the day his master brought him to the mountain as a young boy. Back then, he was merely a scion of a noble family, accompanied by his master to ascend Duxiang Peak. Though outwardly composed, his palms were slick with sweat. His master, aware of his inner turmoil, said nothing. Instead, holding his small hand and calmly introducing the various palaces established on Duxiang Peak, detailing their history and functions, and naming their current overseers. In the days that followed, he settled into this magnificent mountain, learning scriptures, moral precepts, the art of alchemy, and swordsmanship under his master's guidance. As for what lay ahead, he had no clear vision at that time. It wasn't until he turned 20 that his master summoned the peak masters and palace heads to the 3 Pure Hall, announcing before all the revered figures that he was to be named the foremost disciple of the Taoist sect, the next patriarch. that he suddenly grasped the enormity of his master's intentions. He was to inherit this sect that had been the focus of his master's life. To this day, Xiaoyi vividly recalls that moment. The master's every gesture, the expressions of those present, the gazes filled with admiration, envy, resentment, and indifference. Despite the considerable dissent at the time, his master leveraged his long-standing authority to forcibly elevate him to the position of the sect's foremost disciple. Yet, he did not disappoint his master's expectations. A year after reaching maturity, he entered the ranks of human immortals, emerging victorious at the Biluo Lake debate competition, defeating disciples from other major sects, earning the title of the foremost among his generation. At the age of 24, he ascended to the pinnacle of immortality through sheer determination and strength, unaided by elixirs or secret methods. His cultivation level surpassed that of his peers, earning him the title of a fallen celestial. At 25, he journeyed to the eastern capital, where he first vanquished the elder of the Xian sect, Ming Tong, and then single-handedly faced the combined forces of the Buddhist disciple Qiu Yu and the Xian sect's saintess, Qin Mu Mian. Emerging victorious. It was also in this year that he met the downcast Xiao Yu in the eastern capital, but he never anticipated that their chance conversation would forge a lifelong bond. Subsequently, the Khan of the Grasslands, Lin Yuan, passed away unexpectedly. His only daughter, Lin Yinping, was in the eastern capital at the time, while the queen consort, Hong Nyangzi, conspired with the Imo temple to seize power in the grasslands. Under these circumstances, he and Xiao Yu ventured to the grasslands to assist Lin Yinping in reclaiming her rightful authority. Their ensuing experiences unfolded like a legendary tale, as they broke through the obstacles posed by the shamanistic cult and the Imo temple, evading numerous assassins, and finally reached the loyal tribes of the princess, where they began to assemble an army to combat Hong Nyangzi. With the support of esteemed Taoist masters, he and Xiao Yu successively defeated the Imo temple and the Sword Sect, leading Gongsun Zhongmo to meet his demise. With the unwavering backing of the Taoist community, Xiao Yu's forces achieved victory after victory, and more tribes defected to the princess's banner, realizing the tide had turned against her. Hong Nyangzi fled to the Hot Sea, where Xiao Yu caught up to her and ended her life with a bowstring. At this juncture, Xiao Yu and Lin Yinping had developed mutual feelings, and the infatuated Lin Yinping wholeheartedly supported her beloved's ambitions. Thus, leveraging Lin Yinping's royal title, Xiao Yu seized power in the grasslands, embarking on a grand journey from a fallen noble to an emperor. What followed was a convoluted struggle within the court, culminating in the decision of Emperor Shenzong of the Great Zheng to mobilize an army of 330,000 for a northern expedition against the grasslands. Xiao Yu gathered over 200,000 troops from the grasslands and engaged the Great Zheng army in a decisive battle along the Yulun River during the harsh winter, with the land frozen. He, as the foremost disciple of the Taoist sect, commanded hundreds of Taoist disciples to construct a ritual platform 30 miles from the riverbank. The efforts were monumental, and upon completion, they invoked a celestial phenomenon, altering the weather, causing 3 days of relentless rain, which thawed the Yulun River and culminated in a catastrophic flood that engulfed the Great Zheng forces. This battle resulted in a resounding defeat for the Great Zheng, and Xiao Yu pursued the retreating enemy. At that time, Lan Yu, the young master of the Tianji Pavilion, maintained vigilance over the first stronghold in the northwest, Jianghu. He opened the city gates, allowing Xiao Yu to enter alongside him. As for the subsequent campaigns, including the southern conquests and battles across the eastern capital in Jiangnan, they have become widely known. Qiu Yi suddenly smiled, feeling a hint of nostalgia. Back then, they were truly favored by the heavens, thriving even in dire circumstances. Now, some had departed, and those remaining were at odds for various reasons, a lamentable turn of fate. Qiu Yu softly remarked, "It has been a while since I descended the mountain. I wonder if the scenery below is as I remember." Murong Xian echoed softly, "A century on the mountain, and the world below has changed entirely." Unbeknownst to them, the dragon had once again submerged beneath the waters, and the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a vast celestial lake. Qiu Yi gazed out, lost in thought. After a long while, he murmured, "I find myself missing Xiao Yu. When he was around, I had someone to share a drink with, someone to converse with. Now, he is gone, and I have no companion for my cups or for sharing my thoughts." Even the Taoist master, who resided high above the clouds, was not without human emotions. No matter how much one cultivates, one cannot entirely relinquish the emotion of affection. Yet, life is replete with uncertainties. Even the deepest affections can be swept away by the winds and rains of fate. As the master of the Taoist sect, he had his principles and obligations. Stepping forward, the venerable master, who had overseen the Taoist sect for decades, took a step ahead. As he did, the cranes depicted on his robe became animated, flitting about with joy, eventually alighting from his garment to circle around him in jubilant reunion. The celestial lake shimmered beneath the waves, and the sky danced with clouds. Xiaoyi reached out to touch the vibrant red crest on the crane's head, softly saying, "Let us descend the mountain." The crane, seemingly understanding his words, nodded with remarkable intelligence, unfurled its wings, and with a powerful flap, summoned a gust of wind, expanding in size several-fold. With a resounding call, it soared into the sky. The hurried Xianyan, witnessing this spectacle, was overwhelmed with astonishment and respectfully bowed, proclaiming, "Disciple bids farewell to the master." Xiaoyi waved his hand. "I shall be gone for 3 months. I will return shortly." As he spoke, vibrant clouds materialized beneath his feet, lifting him onto the crane's back, where he settled cross-legged. The crane emitted 3 triumphant calls, circling around the Dotian peak before ascending into the vast sea of clouds. That day, the Taoist master, who had sat in the Xiandiyu Jing for a century, descended the mountain. Chapter 91. The return to roots. At this time, Su Beiyu and his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, had departed from the Liao Wangfu. According to their plans, they were to visit the city of Hojian and meet with the ruler of Hojian, Wanin Beiwei, who had reigned for a century. However, for reasons unknown, Gongsun Zhongmo abruptly changed his mind and decided to head eastward towards Shizuku instead. He had dispatched 4 swordmasters, including the Imperial Armor Swordmaster and Song Guan, to represent him in Hojian, leaving only the master and disciple to journey to Shizuku. Shizuku, located at the easternmost tip of Liaozhou, neighbors the North Sea and serves as the largest port in the region, even in the dead of winter. It remains unfrozen. From here, one can sail north to Yongming City in Hojian or south to Jieshur in Qizhou. Upon arrival at Shizuku, the master and disciple did not linger, nor did they engage much with the ancient city. They simply rented a large ship and set sail onto the North Sea. The North Sea is known as the coldest of all seas, often dotted with drifting ice, and deep within lie endless glaciers and icebergs. At its farthest point lies an icebound expanse, surrounded by water, a place where mortals seldom tread, reserved for the exiled immortal beings of ancient times, the area where Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu found themselves. Although called the North Sea, was merely the coastal edge, where the water was cold but not markedly different from other seas. The two sailed southward along the coast towards Qizhou, expecting to reach Jieshur in about 10 days. Gongsun Zhongmo stood at the bow, gazing at the azure waves, and quietly remarked to Su Beiyu, "Before I turned 20, I lived in Weiguo and saw the sea daily, finding it empty and dull. After leaving Weiguo to traverse the world, I was glad to no longer see it every day, never thinking I would miss it. Now, at over 80 years old, the eastern capital has transformed into the imperial capital, and Weiguo has become Weiguo de Toc. This blue expanse again fills me with genuine joy." This was Su Beiyu's first glimpse of the sea and his first time on a ship. He felt unsteady, as if he were floating in the clouds, and his spirits were dampened, devoid of the elation one might expect from seeing the ocean, struggling against the nausea in his chest. He asked, "Master, what is our purpose in going to Jieshur?" As he spoke, Su Beiyu instinctively grasped the jade pendant left to him by Xiao Jinan, feeling an unusual sense of restlessness. Before leaving, Xiao Jinan had mentioned her intention to travel to Qizhou. So hearing the name now made him think of the remarkable princess. Such are the musings of a young heart awakening to love. Gongsun Zhongmo, seasoned by life's trials, discerned his disciples' thoughts, but chose not to address them directly, calmly stating, "Once we reach Jieshur, we will redirect to Weiguo." Weiguo? Su Beiyu expressed surprise. The names Weiguo and Weiguo share phonetic similarity, but differ in form and meaning, Gongsun Zhongmo explained. Weiguo has transformed into Weiguo, the former stronghold of the 5 great families and the Sword Sect, and it is my home. They say fallen leaves return to their roots. Thus, I wish to visit. Su Beiyu paused, lost in contemplation, remaining silent. Gongsun Zhongmo continued, "The 5 great families, Zhang, Yi, Murong, Gongsun, and Shangguan, each produced notable figures. However, following the Great Battle a century ago, the Zhang and Gongsun families were utterly decimated, and the Shangguan family has gone into hiding. Only the Yi and Murong families remain, still holding their esteemed positions. The Yi family produced a Taoist master, while the Murong family boasts a master's wife, a leader of the Xian sect. and a ruler of Hojian.it is no wonder that the clan evaluations established by Siegongyi ranked the Murong family second, only behind the Shao family. Curious, Su Beiyu asked, Master, what is this clan evaluation you speak of? Gongsun Zhongmo replied, the clan evaluation ranks the major families in the world, typically conducted by the leading Confucian scholars of the time. The previous evaluation was composed by the esteemed Hankou scholar Zhang Zai. While this current evaluation is overseen by Siegongyi, the foremost figure in Jianghu, some so-called scholars obsess over their families' ranks, rejoicing when they rise and mourning when they fall. Traditionally, royal families were excluded from such evaluations. But this time, due to the changing dynasties, the Shao family and others were included. In this evaluation, the Shao family secured first place without contention, followed by the Murong family, the Lin family from the grasslands in third, the Yi family in fifth, and the Wanin family, who lost their claim to Hojian, in sixth. The Mu family fell from 10th to 15th, while a separate ranking of family heads placed the emperor of the Great Qi. Shaoxian, first, the king of the north, Lin Han, second, the ruler of Hojian, Wanin Beiwei, third, and Murongxian fourth. The remaining ranks are largely filled by rising gentry from Jiang'an and nouveau riche military families. Lacking in novelty. Finally, Gongsun Zhongmo sighed. In the past, family came first, country second. I remained steadfast amidst the shifting dynasties. But now, it is the nation that takes precedence, with family relegated to the background, underneath the fallen nest. Not a single egg remains intact. That Su Beiyu felt his heart tremble. This was the upper echelon of the world. The bustling trade at the prosperous city of Jiulu had come to a temporary halt, and the gathered cultivators began to disperse, allowing the city to gradually return to its former tranquility. On this day, two travelers approached the city. They did not enter, but stood atop the city walls for a brief pause. One had flowing black hair and wore a white robe, exuding an otherworldly beauty, with a crimson mark on his brow, reminiscent of a celestial being banished to the mortal realm. The other, clad in a blue robe, with white hair tied in a simple style, resembled a wandering Taoist, lightly laughing as he inquired, Xian-yin, why the haste to depart? The breathtakingly beautiful Murong Xian-yin wore a somewhat somber expression and replied flatly, I mustn't conceal it from my senior. I am returning to Weiguo. Qingchen held a high status in the cultivation realm. Even esteemed figures like Qiu Yi and Gongsun Zhongmo regarded him as a senior due to his immense power. During the battle at Yilaozhang, he single-handedly decimated a significant portion of the demon suppression hall. Thus Murong Xian-yin addressed him with respect. Qingchen then asked, what is the reason for your return? Murong Xian-yin responded, since you inquire, I shall be candid. Recently, I have felt somewhat unsettled. I cast a divination and received a troubling omen. The means of divination by the great masters are unparalleled. I know this whimsical moment is often prophetic. Coincidentally, Gongsun Zhongmo sent me a letter saying he would not go to Hojian but would instead turn towards Weiguo. After much contemplation, I could not shake my concerns, so I resolved to visit Weiguo personally. If all is well, I shall consider it a return to my roots. If any unforeseen events arise, I may lend assistance. Qingchen nodded. The autumn wind stirs the cicadas early. Your intuition is unlikely to be mistaken. I divined today as well, but the results were obscure, as if someone had concealed the heavenly secrets. In this world, perhaps only my disciple Qiu Yi possesses such profound abilities. Murong Xian-yin's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Did the great master imply that the one fervently seeking ascension, Qiu Yi, had emerged from his retreat? Qingchen sighed. It may not simply be a matter of coming out of seclusion. It seems he has descended from Dotian Peak. In terms of cultivation, my method of severing the three corpses is on par with his mastery of the three pure ones. However, he wields two treasures passed down from the Dao ancestor, making me no match for him in a contest of abilities. Murong Xian-yin narrowed her eyes. What if I were to join forces with him? Qingchen shook his head. I have my reservations with Qiu Yi and his disciple, but I harbor no enmity with the Taoists. I will not involve myself in this matter. Murong Xian-yin seemed to have anticipated this and let out a soft sigh. As Qingchen departed, he cautioned, I advise you not to act rashly. Even if you and Gongsun Zhongmo join forces, you may not prevail against one holding two treasures of the quasi-immortal level. The spirits of those who perished under Shangwan Xianxin's blade serve as a cautionary tale. The heaviness in Murong Xian-yin's heart deepened, and she sighed heavily. Qingchen floated away. Chapter 92. The arrival of Taoist Qiu Yi. A 10-day span passed in the blink of an eye. A faint light appeared on the horizon as dawn broke. The autumn morning sea breeze, while not warm, carried a chilling bite. Gongsun Zhongmo descended the ship, stepping onto Jiesher, also known as Shihuang Island. This was the site where the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, in his search for immortality, built a stone tablet and gazed out at the sea. Generations of emperors have graced this location, and the founding emperor of the Great Wei even left behind the famous poem Gazing at the Blue Sea, which is renowned throughout the land. Gongsun Zhongmo stared out at the vast ocean, momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, leaving home in youth, returning in old age. He idly twirled a strand of his white hair, self-deprecatingly remarking, "My accent remains unchanged, but my hair has turned gray." Subeyu, following closely beside his master, softly inquired, "Master, what is Weiguo like?" Gongsun Zhongmo sighed. Weiguo has transformed into Weiguo, a place unrecognizable from the past. Most of my old acquaintances have either perished or fled. Even if I were to return, few would remember this old man who left home decades ago. The Weiguo I remember is vastly different from the Weiguo of today. Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, "Master, why don't we go find my mother? They say a couple can always return home together. She is also from Weiguo, is she not?" Gongsun Zhongmo paused in surprise, then smiled wryly. Zhang Shuat. Su Beiyu hesitated before continuing. "Couples do not bear grudges overnight, Master. Shall we continue south and head straight to Jianghu?" Gongsun Zhongmo frowned. Since she desired stability back then, why disturb her now? "It is best not to go." Su Beiyu acknowledged with a soft "oh," refraining from further persuasion, understanding that such matters must ultimately be resolved by the two involved. Gongsun Zhongmo exhaled deeply, softly stating, "Once we reach Weiguo, if possible, we shall visit the old site of the Sword Sect at Biyo Island. A considerable portion of what my master left for me is still there. However, when the Taoists invaded Biyo Island, they dug deep but found nothing. Over the years, I have not given up hope. There should be a great master stationed there." Su Beiyu's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Just then, he suddenly felt a momentary daze. Whether it was a fleeting instant or an eternity, when Su Beiyu regained his senses, he found the world eerily quiet. The once bustling coastal dock had emptied, leaving no one but the master and disciple behind, surrounded by silence. The next moment, a small boat drifted down the water. The voice of its occupant reached their ears before the figure arrived. "I am a traveler from Kunlun, with an old residence by the sea in Weiguo. I have spent 70 years in cultivation, sitting in the Xiandu for a century, and I have not ascended, for I remain in the mortal realm. Today, Taoist Qiuyi arrives here to settle old matters." Su Beiyu gazed in astonishment at the figure on the boat, adorned in a flowing purple robe, radiating a luminous aura, yet his features remained indistinct. During the era of the Great Zheng dynasty, the state of Wei was not yet known by that name. It was referred to as Wei Guo that time. The state was renowned for its four prominent young masters: Yi Chong of the Yi family, Shangguan Jinhong of the Shangguan family, Gongsun Wentai of the Gongsun family, and Murong Yuan of the Murong family. This was a period shortly after Emperor Shenzong ascended the throne, with the Prime Minister Zhang Jiangling in a position of great influence. The four young masters, though no older than 30, had already begun families. Except for Shangguan Jinhong, that Yi Chong had a son named Yi Qiu. Murong Yuan had a daughter named Murong Xian, and the eldest among them, Gongsun Wentai, was blessed with twins, named Gongsun Boishu and Gongsun Zhongmo. Zhang Wuding, the head of the Zhang family and the ruler of Weiguo, was of the same generation as the aforementioned young masters, but had already reached the age of maturity and assumed the role of family head, thus not being considered a young master himself. Zhang Wuding later had a daughter named Zhang Xiao, who became the princess of Weiguo. Though these five families were closely related, there existed varying degrees of intimacy among their younger members. The Yi and Murong families, being neighbors, saw frequent encounters between their young scion and the young lady of the Murong family, reminiscent of the classic childhood romance. However, the elders had their own schemes. Among the five prominent families, the Zhang family held the top position, while the Murong family followed closely, and the Yi family was at the bottom. To counterbalance the increasingly powerful Murong family, the Zhang family decided to ally with the Yi family and arranged a marriage between Yi Qiu and Princess Zhang Shuiyao. At the same time, the Murong family sought to court the Yi family through marriage as well, with Murong Yuan deliberately allowing his daughter Murong Xian to develop a close relationship with Yi Qiu, hoping that they would marry naturally as they grew older. Unexpectedly, the Zhang family, unabashedly, took the lead in arranging the marriage, prompting Murong Yuan to send his daughter into a monastery to preserve her reputation. Amidst these familial intrigues, the sudden appearance of an elder Taoist monk disrupted the plans of the major families. Master Zikin, a legendary figure of the Taoist sect and a peer of Qingqin and Tianqin, was considered the greatest man of the time. Having recently quelled a catastrophe in the cultivation world, Zikin and Shangwan Xianxin had collaborated for reasons now obscured by time. Upon returning from the snowy mountains, they visited the Buddhist monk in Liao province and then headed to Weigua. Shangwan Xianxin was to formally assume the position of the sword sect's leader, while Zikin encountered Yiqiu, a talented individual, and wished to take him as a disciple. Regardless of the Zhang and Murong families' machinations, Yiqiu remained a figure of utmost importance. Zikin's intention to recruit him into the Taoist sect would undoubtedly thwart their plans. Yiqiu welcomed this turn of events, believing that no family could rival the stature of the mighty Taoist sect. Consequently, Yiqiu was taken to Dutian Peak by Zikin, bestowed with the Taoist name Qiu Yi, and personally instructed by the sect's leader. After reaching maturity, he was appointed as the first disciple of the Taoist sect, set to become the next leader. This foresight proved invaluable. Despite incurring the enmity of the Zhang family and suffering under the sword sect's oppression for decades, the eventual downfall of the sword sect allowed the Yi family to rise from the ashes, transitioning from the lowest of the 5 families to a position just below the Murong family. As for Zhang Xueyao, who was betrothed to Yiqiu, she was sent to the sword sect years later, where she became a disciple under Shangwan Xianxin alongside Gongsun Zhangmo, forming a brother-sister bond. Due to Zhang Wuding's only daughter, Zhang Xueyao, she held the potential to become Weigua's first female ruler. With the larger picture in mind, Shangwan Xianxin appointed Gongsun Zhongmo as the sword sect's first disciple and aimed to unite his 2 disciples in marriage. Hoping one would govern Weigua while the other led the sword sect. In a twist of fate, Yiqiu and Murong Xian were reunited years later due to the influence of the couple Xiaoyu, rekindling their past connection, while Gongsun Zhongmo and Zhang Xueyao, after enduring hardships, also married as Shangwan Xianxin had wished of the original group. Aside from Gongsun Boishu, who had passed away young, the others remained alive. However, Gongsun Zhongmo and Yiqiu had not met for over 60 years. Today, the Taoist master Qiu Yi, having transcended his mortal form, arrived at the rocky shores. One stood upon a boat, while the other remained on the shore. Gazing at one another, the once tranquil sea suddenly roiled with tumultuous waves, crashing violently against the shore, sending forth torrents of spray. Amidst the chaos, even the mightiest of ships would be easily upended. Yet, the small vessel beneath the Taoist remained poised atop a towering wave, serene and unperturbed, embodying the miraculous. Even Su Beiyu, who had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, could only stare in astonishment. The Taoist, clad in flowing robes, exuded an air of ascendancy, as if preparing to ascend to the heavens. Gongsun Zhongmo, usually composed in the face of danger, now appeared grave, choosing not to unsheath his sword, but instead resting his hand upon its scabbard. Su Beiyu, not one to be easily fooled, began to suspect the true identity of the Taoist. As the atmosphere crackled with tension, the Taoist spoke plainly. Gongsun Zhongmo, for 60 years, Murong Xian has pleaded for your mercy. I have tolerated you for 60 years, but now that Xiao Yu is gone and Xiao Xian has taken the helm, should you choose to conspire with him, I shall not remember our shared past. With these words, the sea erupted in fury, boiling as if it were water in a cauldron. Gongsun Zhongmo maintained his composure, replying softly, since you claim to be Qiu Yi of the Taoist sect, I shall no longer address you as Yiqiu. Indeed, Yiqiu has long since perished, leaving only the Taoist Qiu Yi, now a master of the highest order. The Taoist inquired, if we speak of cultivation, you are no match for me. What makes you think you can complicate matters? Is it not due to the sword behind you? Gongsun Zhongmo retorted, his expression unchanged. The Taoist chuckled lightly, a sound that carried a hint of both mockery and nostalgia. Ah, the Zhujian sword. Having been away from the Taoist sect for nearly a millennium, it is time for its return. The Zhujian sword was one of the 3 sacred treasures passed down from the ancestors of the Taoist sect. Alongside the Dutian seal and the Linglong Tower, these treasures, wielded by the leaders of the sect, made them invincible, even against divine beings. A millennium ago, during the Sword Path conflict, the founder of the Sword Sect betrayed the Taoist sect, taking the Zhujian sword with him and establishing the Sword Sect on Bio Island. Thus, the sword had been absent from the sect for nearly 1,000 years. Tio reclaimed the Zhujian sword would signify the resolution of the ancient Sword Path conflict and the true demise of the Sword Sect. Do you wish to claim the Zhujian sword? Gongsun Zhongmo asked, nodding as he retrieved the sword case from his back. Here it is. Come and take it, he challenged. Qiu Yi smiled faintly. I shall send you to the Yellow Springs. For this sword does not come willingly. As Gongsun Zhongmo placed his hand upon the case, an ethereal aura began to emanate from it, growing in intensity and density, rising towards the heavens. In that moment, The sea and sky transformed, swirling into a vortex that seemed unfathomably deep. As the sword was released from its case, the world around them fell silent. Time appeared to freeze, as if the only reality was the blade itself. The Zhuzhen sword emerged, its presence eclipsing all else in that instant. The sea calmed, the wind stilled, and the clouds ceased their motion. Amidst this stillness, Qiuyi emanated a vibrant hue, his robe swirling with a rich purple energy that permeated the atmosphere. As the sword approached, the tumultuous waves and the howling winds faded into insignificance. The small vessel shattered, leaving behind no trace of the divine presence. After an indeterminate period, Su Beiyu slowly opened his eyes. He found himself back at the bustling harbor, where life continued as usual. The sea lay calm, boats arriving and departing as if nothing had transpired. Gongsun Zhangmo stood before him, still carrying the sword case he had borne for decades. Yet, Su Beiyu sensed a shadow of weariness upon his master's brow. Uncertain whether what he had witnessed was a dream or an encounter with a celestial being, Su Beiyu hesitated before responding to his master's inquiry about what he had seen. "I saw a Taoist named Qiuyi, and I witnessed you draw your sword," he confessed. Gongsun Zhongmo's expression grew complex as he gazed toward the east. Indeed, Qiuyi's spirit manifested, drawing our hearts into his constructed realm, where I utilized the Zhuzhen sword to shatter it. After a moment of silence, Su Beiyu quietly asked, "Is he truly the Taoist master?" Gongsun Zhongmo merely nodded as the sun rose, dispersing the mist over the sea. He turned to Su Beiyu and remarked, "Beiyu, Qiuyi is likely waiting for us in Weiguo. Should we proceed?" Taken aback, Su Beiyu replied, "Master, you once said that those of our level can traverse the seas at will. Even if we do not go to Weiguo, will he not seek us out? Rather than hide like a frightened dog, it is better to boldly face the world." With a subtle smile, Gongsun Zhangmo expressed his approval of Su Beiyu's sentiment. The two stood side by side, gazing toward the east as the sun rose, heralding the dawn of a new day in Weiguo. In the ancestral home of the Yi family, within a serene study, sat a composed middle-aged Taoist, Yi Daoqi. The current head of the Yi family stood respectfully before him, much like a young man before an esteemed elder. Now approaching the age of understanding one's destiny, Yi Daoqi was a distinguished scholar in Weiguo. The Yi family had thrived under the protection of the Taoist sect, avoiding the decline that befell many other noble families. Remarkably, the Yi family was on the rise, surpassing the declining Murong family. Before the Taoist master, Qiuyi, who had not descended from the heavens for decades, Yi Daoqi exhibited utmost humility. The elder's revered status provided Yi Daoqi the confidence to maintain the Yi family's lofty standing, even in the face of the court. Soon after, an elderly woman entered the room. Recognizing her as his mother, the true matriarch of the Yi family, Yi Daoqi understood that his time there was limited. Yi Xia, Qiuyi's sister, had never married, and thus her son bore the family name Yi and referred to Qiuyi as elder uncle. Seated across from Qiuyi, Yi Xia, now aged and silver-haired, maintained a regal posture as she began. "Before returning to the Taoist sect, my sister mentioned that my elder brother might descend soon. Initially, I dismissed it, but it seems her words held truth." Qiuyi smiled at her remark. Yi Xia continued coldly, "Brother, how many years has it been since we last met? 10 years, 20, or 30? Qiuyi remained unaffected by the undercurrent of resentment in her words. "That I recall it distinctly. The last time we met was nearly 30 years ago when you brought Daoqi to Tian Peak to see me. 30 years. How few are there in a lifetime?" Yi Xia retorted that a lifetime can encompass multiple 30-year spans. "If I do not seek ascension, I could live for 3 such spans," Qiuyi replied calmly. Taken aback, Yi Xia inhaled sharply, clearly agitated by her brother's nonchalance. Having governed the Yi family for years, she was used to commanding respect, yet her elder brother's demeanor irked her profoundly. Interrupting her impending retort, Qiuyi declared, "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. I have returned to the Yi family only to await someone." Yi Xia's laughter was cold and devoid of warmth. "The esteemed Taoist master. So detached, perhaps you have forgotten your own sister and the family that raised you." Furrowing his brow slightly, Qiuyi replied, "Without me, would the Yi family be what it is today? Enough of this nonsense. I wish to meditate in silence. Are you dismissing me?" Yi Xia's gaze turned fierce at last. In youth, the sight of a woman pouting might have been delightful, yet in her advanced years, it has morphed into something sinister. Qiuyi closed her eyes and departed. Yi Xia stared intently at her elder brother, who had once showered her with affection, her complexion ashen. She vividly recalled her childhood, when she never referred to him as Big Brother, but rather as Yu Qiu. a near sacrilege in their strict family, yet he never expressed anger, always responding with warmth. As she matured, her temper as the young lady and her restless nature often led her into trouble, be it beating a young master or teasing a young lady from another household, making her notorious among her peers in stark contrast to her gentle brother. Regardless of the chaos she stirred, Yichio always cleaned up after her. He did everything a brother could do, and even endeavored the impossible. Eventually, he sought the path of cultivation, and he gradually transformed. Shortly after Yichio reached maturity, Yichong fell ill due to a mishap in his training, languishing on his sickbed, plunging the Yi family into hardship. The year Qiu Yi succeeded as the head of the Taoist sect. Yichong passed away, and Yichio did not return, leaving only a eulogy sent by Qiu Yi. For Yixia, the respectful husband was a vague memory. Her stern father's visage had faded from her mind. Yet her elder brother's youth remained indelibly etched in her heart. Although she never voiced it, it resided deep within her. Wai Xiao pondered, what path of cultivation could so thoroughly transform a person, rendering them as heartless as wood or grass? It is no wonder that all said Yichio was dead. Only Qiu Yi remained. Indeed, that brother Yichio was truly gone, replaced by a Taoist master as cold as the effigies in a temple. Turning away, Yixia lightly dabbed her tear-stained eye with her pinky, restoring her expression to its former indifference. She rasped, Morong Xian truly possesses remarkable composure, enduring 60 years without a word of complaint. Indeed, only such a person could command the respect of the great master, while someone like me, who inspires disdain, is likely to be disregarded even by the Taoist master. Thus, she bid farewell, wishing for the Taoist master to rest well. Qiu Yi feigned ignorance. After Yixia departed, Qiu Yi sighed. The path of immortality is long. How many truly understand me? On the eastern sea, a grand ship sails through the waves, propelled solely by the formidable cultivation of those aboard. Devoid of sailors, at the helm stands Gongsun Zhoumo, ranked 8th on the Heavenly Secrets list, with Su Beiyu beside him, sword strapped to his back. Gongsun Zhoumo's determination to return to the Wei Kingdom and visit the Sword Sect ruins was not merely spurred by Su Beiyu's words, but rather by the unwritten rules among sect leaders. After making a name for himself in Jilu City, he attracted the attention of the Taoist sect's head, Qiu Yi, which was entirely within the bounds of propriety. Qiu Yi did not employ the demon suppression hall, nor did he bring other great masters to overwhelm the few. He alone, as the Taoist sect's leader, invited Gongsun Zhoumo to battle, adhering to the established norms. Gongsun Zhoumo could certainly decline, dismissing any hollow titles, but as the Sword Sect's leader, he bore the weight of an entire sect, even if it had long since lost its former glory. This commitment was not merely a matter of rules, but of principles. The Sword Sect's leader does not cower before battle. In this world, two things reign supreme: rules and principles. There are no unreasonable rules, nor principles that disregard rules. Su Beiyu stood quietly, softly inquiring, Master, what do you think the outcome of our journey will be? Gongsun Zhoumo exhaled deeply. A perilous venture. Su Beiyu lowered his head, murmuring, Master, there are some things I cannot comprehend. Gongsun Zhoumo glanced at his disciple, chuckling, You wish to ask why? Since Qiu Yi has invited battle, I must respond. Yet why has Qiu Yi allowed me to remain unchallenged for decades? It is due to Morong Xian's influence. Qiu Yi's reluctance to continue this leniency stems from the death of Xiao Yu. With the Emperor of Deqi now transformed into Xiao Xian, for the past 20 years, Xiao Xian has been consolidating power. And following the incident in Jilu City, Qiu Yi's concern is not merely about losing face for the Taoist sect, but fear that I may fully align with the court. Hence he personally departed from Dutian Peak to eliminate this variable. Su Beiyu inhaled deeply. The Taoist master Qiu Yi and Emperor Xiao Xian. These two are the highest powers in the realm. Gongsun Zhoumo gazed out at the sea, slowly articulating, In our youth, we harbor unrealistic dreams. Some realize them, while others do not. Ultimately, it begs the question, has the world changed you, or have you changed the world? Take Xiao Yu, who spoke of wielding a sword to achieve unparalleled feats. He succeeded, transforming the world for me. I failed to do so, left with nothing but this 3-foot sword. He extended his hand, as if to grasp the sea breeze that blew toward him. If I were to lose this final 3-foot sword, what would I have left? A frail body clinging to life. Many fail to grasp a simple truth. They believe themselves the gentle breeze, free and unrestrained, yet in reality, they are but grass in a raging wind, bending wherever it blows, utterly at its mercy. That 3-foot sword, which they cast aside, represents their very essence. What is this 3-foot sword? It is not merely a weapon for slaying, nor is it some divine technique, but a spirit, a resolve to revive the sword sect. I cannot discern what your 3-foot sword embodies, yet I hope that if the day comes when you surpass me, you do not forget it, nor forsake it. Subeyu nodded solemnly. Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily, expressing his satisfaction. A real man wields a 3-foot sword, striving for extraordinary achievements. If one cannot achieve immortality in this life, then one must leave behind something meaningful, ensuring that their existence was not in vain. Do you not agree? Subeyu murmured. Indeed. Chapter 95. The return home is not far. The Wei Kingdom is, in truth, a vast island situated above the Eastern Sea, roughly equivalent in size to a province in the Central Plains. In the waning years of the Great Zhong, following the Great Battle in Jiangnan, the Grand Commander Lu Qian of Jianghu perished, and the governor of Jiangnan, Zhang Chuanting, led the remnants to Wei. After the establishment of Deqi, Xiaoyu dispatched his half-brother Xiao Jin and the seasoned General Yang Bofu, commanding over 80,000 troops, across the sea to confront Zhang Chuanting. Upon Zhang Chuanting's defeat, Xiao Jin seized the opportunity to annihilate the Wei Kingdom's ruler, the Zhang family, and the Gongsun clan, causing rivers of blood to flow. In those days, Xiao Jin was renowned as a transcendent figure, gifted with innate knowledge and strategic acumen, standing out amidst the chaos of war. When Lan Yu assumed command at the Jianghu military camp, the position of chief minister of the Wang family was vacant. Xiao Jin, despite his youth, was appointed as the left minister of the Wang family, becoming Xiaoyu's right-hand man. Among Xiaoyu's two principal strategists, Lan Yu excelled in open warfare, while Xiao Jin specialized in cunning schemes, often overseeing the purges of dissenters. After peace was restored, Xiaoyu reigned under two eras, initially named Huanglong and later Taiping. For approximately 30 years, in the first year of Huanglong, he conferred the title of King of Wei upon Xiao Jin, and in the third year, after subduing the Wei Kingdom, he renamed it Wei and bestowed it as a fief to Xiao Jin. In the southeastern direction of the current Wei Kingdom lie 36 small islands, subtly resonating with the 36 celestial powers, known as the legendary sword Sect's 36 islands, once rivaling the 9 peaks of the Taoist sect. With Bio Island at its center, regarded alongside Dutian Peak as a sacred land of the heavens. Heaven refers to Dutian Peak, the closest point to the celestial realm, while sea pertains to Bio Island above the Eastern Sea. However, while Dutian Peak remains unchanged, Bio Island has lost its former sanctity. On Bio Island stand 3 mountains, one of which is named Lotus Peak. Atop Lotus Peak lies a long-abandoned hall, once known as the Hall of Sword Qi. Years ago, apart from the sect leader Shangguan Xianxin and his foremost disciple Gongsun Zhongmo, the sect had 3 elders, the Sword Emperor Zhang Zhongguang, the Great Sword Slave Dongxing, and Xiao Shun. During a fierce contest of swordsmanship, Zhang Zhongguang fell to the hands of the former master of Tianhuan Peak, Wei Chen, while the Great Sword Slave met defeat against the former master of Tianji Peak, Shichen. As for Xiao Shen, hailing from the Xiao family, he was the uncle of Xiao Lai and the granduncle of Xiao Yu. At the last moment, he betrayed the Sword Sect and joined the Taoist sect, remaining on Bio Island, where he personally slaughtered the Hall of Sword Qi and surrendered Bio Island to the former master of Yuhing Peak, Yu Chun, thus earning his title as the future master of the Taoist Sword Peak through this merit and his lineage. To this day, those elders have faded into the mists of time, leaving only the remnants of the Hall of Sword Qi standing in desolation, a testament to untold sorrow. It is said that the Sword Sect's millennia-old heritage lies concealed within Bio Island. Yet after the Taoist sect invaded, they could not unearth even a trace, and in desperation, a few great masters took turns residing there. Following Qiu Ye's arrival in the Wei Kingdom, the current great master had already departed from Bio Island, intending to return only after the matters here were settled. At this moment, the entire Bio Island was deserted, and a pair of master and disciple stepped onto its shores under such circumstances. The scars of the battle from years past were still faintly visible, with shattered walls and scattered bones, and even the immense pits and cracks formed during the fierce clashes of the divine powers. It resembled not a sacred ground of the immortals, but rather a gruesome battlefield. Gongsun Zhongmo, now in his twilight years, surveyed the surroundings. He was moved by the sights and fell into a contemplative silence. By the Eastern Sea, a figure in white soared across the sky, pausing atop a seabird's back, calculating with furrowed brows, an expression of deep concern etched upon her face. Once again, she stood atop a massive tide. Closing her eyes in concentration, the crimson mark on her brow grew ever more enchanting. Upon opening her eyes, She seemed a celestial being gazing toward the east, lost in thought and silent. Observers at sea witnessed this spectacle. But just as they approached to draw near, she vanished from the crest of the tide, among the four seas, east, south, west, and north. The eastern sea thrives with bustling trade, and on this day, countless witnesses beheld the Immortal gliding through the winds. Soaring above, the pallid figure in white, with an air of melancholy, continued eastward, ultimately encountering another Taoist in mid-flight. Neither party yielded, resulting in a collision. Instantly, the sea surface within a 10-mile radius sank 3 feet. The Taoist, clad in a black robe, stepped upon the clouds, adorned with a 5-mountain crown, 2 sword belts fluttering at his side, calmly stated, Murong Xianin, this matter belongs to the Taoist sect and the sword sect. You have no right to intervene. Murong Xianin's lips curled into a smirk, her demeanor growing increasingly ominous. What if I insist on intervening? Do you truly believe you can stop me? The Taoist's smile remained unperturbed. Replying calmly, people say the Taoist sect excels in overwhelming the few with the many to 8. As his words fell, a colossal azure lotus unfurled behind him, and 2 more black-robed great masters emerged from within. The trio stood in a formation, blocking all avenues of retreat for Murong Xianin. All 3 were of formidable cultivation, surpassing the 10th floor. Even if Murong Xianin stood above the 16th level, she could not afford to disregard the combined strength of these 3 great masters. Although Qiu Yi had not brought the Taoist sect's great masters to overpower the few, he would not permit others to meddle and disrupt the established order. Murong Xianin smiled seductively, slowly remarking, the sun, moon, and stars, a grand assembly of 3 great masters. What a magnificent display. In Jianghu, the East Lake Villa was constructed alongside the water, half on the land and half on the tranquil lake surface. Each summer, a gentle mist would rise from beneath, cooling the air and making it an ideal retreat from the heat. During the Great Jing era, scholars and poets frequently gathered here, half to admire the scenery and half to enjoy the lake. If fortunate enough to receive an invitation from the villa's owner, one could boast of their visit among friends. However, the villa's owner was reclusive and not particularly hospitable, resulting in few guests being granted entry. Most could only linger outside, gazing in from a distance. After the change of dynasties, the villa changed hands, becoming the property of Empress Lin. Over 20 years ago, Empress Lin lost a wager for this East Lake Villa, leading to its transfer of ownership. A woman stood gracefully at the water's edge, holding a thin piece of letter paper, lost in thought. The letter bore only the name Murong. This woman was the current owner of the villa, succeeding the first owner, Tang Shengwei, and the second, Lin Yinping. She was the third, named Zhang Xueyao. Among her contemporaries, she ranked among the most beautiful, though Zhang Xueyao still retained her beauty. She was no longer the dazzling figure she once was. Appearing as a woman in her 30s, she would hardly be recognized as the wife of the now gray-haired Gongsun Zhangmo. Yet, in their youth, they had been a pair of golden boys and girls. Holding the letter from Murong Xian, she felt its weight as if it bore the world. The brief message urged her husband to reconsider his journey home, warning of treacherous seas and urging caution. To think twice means to advise him to let go. If he could let go, would he still be Gongsun Zhangmo? If I could persuade him, would we be in this predicament? With a soft sigh, the letter slipped from her fingers, landing on the lake's surface, quickly soaking through and sinking without causing a ripple. Zhang Xueyao seemed to have anticipated this day, her expression calm, betraying no sign of joy or sorrow. She stood by the lake, gazing into its depths, lost in reverie. In the 3rd year of Huanglong, both the Zhang and Gongsun families fell, and the following year, we wed. This East Lake Villa is where we began our union. At that time, we had nothing but each other and our swords. Here we pledged our vows and consummated our marriage. It has been 46 years since. That is no small span. Zhang Xueyao reflected. You are stubborn, and I am equally so, neither willing to yield, which has brought us to this state. All these years, I have remained here, never leaving. Have you ever returned? Even knowing the dangers ahead, you refuse to see me. Am I truly so repugnant to you? Zhang Xiao was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Gongsun Zhongmo, you are a self-righteous fool. Chapter 96. The 9 Immortals on Lotus Peak. Lotus Peak has long been a place where the leaders of the Sword Sect imparted their teachings. The summit is expansive, featuring not only the Hall of Sword Qi, but also a plaza paved with jade, now in ruins and disrepair. Gongsun Zhongmo brought Su Beiyu here, gazing at the scars left by swords on the broken plaza. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "It was here that I narrowly escaped from Shaoshan." Su Beiyu scrutinized the sword marks around them, each one a testament to unparalleled might. Even decades later, the sword intent embedded within remained formidable and potent, a clear indication of the terrifying prowess of its originator. Gongsun Zhangmo observed the desolation around him and stated calmly, "A sword is a sword, yet its intent varies by the wielder. Some pursue the path of the immortal, others the kingly way, while some tread the path of tyranny, and a rare few embody the devious and the sacred. Each form of sword intent has its strengths and weaknesses. The immortal path is most enigmatic, often yielding astonishing feats, excelling in battles against superior foes. The kingly path is characterized by its stability and strength, capable of overwhelming adversaries of equal standing. Tyrannical sword intent may struggle against higher realms, but excels in overpowering those beneath it, rendering them virtually unstoppable. In the past, among the three great elders, Shaoshan embodied the dominant sword at that time, with the master away from the sect, Shaoshan, being the most accomplished on Bio Island, unleashed a solitary sword against the sword chi of Lingkong Hall, creating an uncontested and tragic scene. Su Beiyu inquired, "Master, what is your sword intent?" Gongsun Zhongmo hesitated briefly, then self-deprecatingly responded, "I wield the royal Dao sword. If I were to contend with Qiuyi at the same level, I would have an 80% chance of victory. Unfortunately, throughout, Qiuyi's realm has always surpassed mine," seemingly anticipating Su Beiyu's next question. Gongsun Zhongmo wore a faint smile and continued, "As for my master's sword intent, it embodies both the celestial Dao sword and the royal Dao sword. I establish my presence in the world through the royal Dao sword, which is quite conventional. It would be no issue to lead a flourishing sword sect, but to support a collapsing edifice or turn the tide of a dire situation requires more than mere capability. The celestial Dao sword is often regarded as a superior sword precisely because it excels in dire circumstances, showcasing its true value. As for what your own sword intent may be, it remains unclear for now. It will depend on your own enlightenment and cultivation. If only my master were here to guide you directly, it would certainly be more beneficial." Su Beiyu nodded thoughtfully. Gongsun Zhongmo glanced at him, his smile deepening. "However, in my view, it must ultimately be the celestial Dao sword, perhaps even the rare saintly Dao sword. I have high hopes for you." Su Beiyu felt a mix of embarrassment and solemnity. The praise from his master left him slightly flustered, yet the weight of leading a sword sect loomed heavily, demanding his utmost seriousness. Gongsun Zhongmo looked down at the intersecting sword marks on the ground and suddenly remarked, "After today, I wonder how many more marks will be added. Beiyu, take note. Each sword scar represents a sword, immensely beneficial for your future sword path. There is no need to force yourself to understand it all at once. You may simply commit it to memory for now and ponder it later." Su Beiyu cautiously asked, "Master, what do you mean by after today?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a smile, "After today, that is, following my battle with Qiuyi. Our luck as master and disciple is quite favorable. In this battle, there will be many onlookers. Qiuyi, mindful of his status, will not make things difficult for you." A junior, Su Beiyu's expression became complex, and he fell silent. Gongsun Zhongmo glanced at the sky and softly sighed. "Qiuyi claims to have sat in meditation for a millennium, but to me, this time has allowed him to reach an invincible height. At our age, we are already set in our paths. Surpassing Qiuyi is essentially hopeless. The future now rests on the shoulders of your generation." At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The sky erupted in dazzling white light, illuminating the entire canopy. Su Beiyu could only shield his face, daring not to open his eyes. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed upward. Amidst the endless brilliance, 9 radiant orbs appeared, resembling 9 suns, centered around Lianhua Peak. These luminous spheres formed a circle, seemingly watching over what was once the foremost peak of the East Sea. After a moment, the blinding white light receded like a tide, leaving only the 9 luminous spheres suspended in the air. Gongsun Zhongmo removed the sword box from his back, standing before it, and called out, "Old friends, it has truly been many years." The 9 Earth Immortals, each above the 12th level, emerged with their spirits manifested. One among them let out a cold laugh. "Gongsun Zhongmo, this time next year will be your death day. Thus, we have come today to bid you farewell." As he spoke, the 9 orbs gradually dimmed, revealing their true forms, with the one who had spoken being an aged Taoist clad in dark robes. A middle-aged Taoist standing behind Gongsun Zhongmo sneered, Our Dao sect is the foremost authority in the cultivation world. And the true lord of the sect is undoubtedly the number one in the world. The integration of the sword sect into the Dao sect is an inevitable trend. You, Gongsun Zhoumo, think to defy this with your own strength. Truly, you are like an ant attempting to stop a chariot, utterly deluded. Gongsun Zhoumo remained silent. To his right stood an elderly man in resplendent robes, exuding an imposing presence, as if he were suppressing demons and evildoers. In terms of aura, he surpassed even the previous speaker. He spoke slowly, his voice resonant. Gongsun Zhoumo, Murong Xian cannot save you. You are on a path to your own demise. Gongsun Zhoumo placed his hand upon the sword box, calmly stating, my sword sect's sword path has always sought the direct and straightforward. To avoid battle would betray my own sword way. The dignified elder showed no sign of emotion, stating indifferently, since you and Qiu Yi are to face each other, we shall grant you this battle. I promise, there will be no interference from others. Gongsun Zhoumo slightly bowed his head, chuckling softly. That is truly wonderful. Opposite the dignified elder stood a handsome monk, shaking his head slightly, a hint of compassion and pity evident on his face. The Dao sect's true lord has ascended beyond the 18th level, possessing 2 treasures. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a living celestial being, unless the great true Lord Qingshan were to appear here. A Daoist beside the monk laughed heartily. Though Master Qingshan has been expelled from the Dao sect by Master Qingshan, he remains a descendant of the Dao ancestor, and he will not appear here. Among the 9 was also the current Prime Minister, Lan Yu, who remained silent, merely observing the young figure behind Gongsun Zhoumo. The youth's eyes were already red, his fists clenched tightly, unaware of the nails piercing his flesh. Among the 9, 4 were peak masters of the Dao sect. Now, 3 had spoken. The last peak master spread his arms wide and finally declared, I see the sword of extermination returning to the Dao sect. Gongsun Zhoumo remained unfazed by their words, calmly addressing Qiu Yi. Why do you not reveal yourself? As the wind stirred, the Daoist from the Yi family ancestral home suddenly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a figure clad in purple robes stepped onto Lianhua Peak, approaching Gongsun Zhoumo with measured strides. Su Beiyou's eyes widened in astonishment. Though it was their first meeting, he could be certain that this was the Daoist who had come by boat. The one who claimed he would settle past grievances. The Daoist halted 100 paces before Gongsun Zhoumo, waved his robe sleeve, and said lightly, Qiu Yi is here, setting aside the inconsequential figure of Su Beiyou. The others were all spirits manifested. Only Qiu Yi and Gongsun Zhoumo had come in person. The sole woman among the 9 sighed softly, exchanging glances with the others before retreating voluntarily. Gongsun Zhoumo waved his sleeve, causing Su Beiyou to involuntarily fly backward into the main hall of the Lingkong Sword Qi. Thus, the mottled and shattered Jade Plaza was left with only Qiu Yi and Gongsun Zhoumo. Gongsun Zhoumo pressed his hand on the sword box, calling out, Draw your sword. The sword box opened abruptly, releasing a surge of sword energy. A sword slowly ascended from within. This time, the sword of extermination was unlike any before. Its entire body was a deep black, with purple and azure energies entwined like 2 dragons, enveloped in white light, with crimson glimmers flickering within. Gongsun Zhoumo grasped the hilt of the sword of extermination and softly intoned, I possess a celestial sword, long locked within its box. Upon its emergence, it illuminates the world, severing mountains and rivers. Chapter 97. What constitutes peace? Qiu Yi gazed at the sword of extermination in Gongsun Zhoumo's hand and shook his head, calmly stating, Since the sect master intends to fight earnestly, I shall not hide my intent and will accompany you to the end. Above his head, a golden pagoda materialized, 7 tiers high, containing its own universe. Seemingly boundless in height and breadth, Gongsun Zhoumo smiled faintly, positioning the sword of extermination across his chest, flicking it with his finger, producing a thunderous sound akin to rolling thunder. Sword 14, Song Lei trembles. Shaking 500 miles, he plucked 7 times in succession, each strike resonating with explosive force. Qiu Yi stood with hands clasped behind his back, unwavering and unflinching, embodying the arrogance of the world's top cultivator. 7 waves of invisible energy converged, suddenly exploding 3 paces in front of Qiu Yi, sending visible ripples of air surging outward, sweeping across the entirety of Lianhua Peak. As the dust settled, Qiu Yi remained standing, unharmed. Gongsun Zhoumo shook his head, directing the sword of extermination forward, and stepped forth, Sword 1. Unwavering in the face of death. Sword 36. From simplicity to complexity, then returning to the essence from myriad changes. Sword 1. As the first form of Sword 36, was undoubtedly a simple thrust. Yet it was this very thrust that was favored by Shangwan Xianxin, leading to the demise of countless Earth Immortals. The distinction between the 18th floor and the initial floors of Earth Immortal realms is vast, akin to the difference between the 9th and 1st grades. The 12th floor and above are said to be a step into the heavens, with each level presenting formidable differences, difficult to bridge without possessing a supreme treasure, such as the Sword of Extermination. Now, Gongsun Zhongmo stood at the 16th level of Earth Immortal, merely 2 steps away from the 18th. And with the Sword of Extermination in hand, he could contend even against those at the threshold of divine immortality. Unfortunately, Qiu Yi, as the Tao Sect's master, also wielded a supreme treasure at that moment. The exquisite pagoda above Qiu Yi radiated brilliantly, cascading streams of mysterious yellow energy that enveloped him entirely. The two forces collided. Yet, Qiu Yi remained resolute, while Gongsun Zhongmo staggered back several dozen paces, his sword hand trembling slightly, a flash of blood color crossing his face. Qiu Yi conjured a whisk from thin air, stating calmly, "I shall receive your final sword strike. After 3 swords, I will not hold back." Gongsun Zhongmo took a deep breath, his expression regaining calmness as he strode forward, the 2 dragons of purple and azure energy swirling more robustly around the Sword of Extermination. In the next instant, Gongsun Zhongmo closed the distance to 3 paces from Qiu Yi, where man met sword. The sword energy surged mightily like a river, rending the peak of Lianhua from south to north, nearly 1,000 paces wide, shattering the Jade Plaza. A 3-pace deep chasm appeared along that line. Qiu Yi could no longer remain stationary. He was forced to retreat as the sword energy surged toward him. Once he regained his footing, he stood at the edge of Lianhua Peak, facing Gongsun Zhongmo. With his right index finger, he pressed against the blade of the Sword of Extermination, his expression calm. Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily. 3 swords are not enough. Let us have another. Qiu Yi smiled serenely, lightly waving the whisk in his hand. The silver threads on the whisk surged forward, extending thousands of paces, sweeping toward Gongsun Zhongmo. Gongsun Zhongmo's sword energy surged, severing the silver threads in countless quantities. His form swayed as he retreated, driving the sword into the ground. He declared in a low voice, "Qiu Yi, behold how this sword strikes." 12 strands of sword energy shot skyward. The Jade Plaza atop Lianhua Peak disintegrated instantly into powder. The 12 pillars of sword energy reached towards the heavens, creating a tempestuous spectacle in the sky. 1 man. 1 sword formed a sword formation. A menacing array of intent emerged from nothingness. Sword 28. Qiu Yi stepped forward without hesitation. Though it seemed light, the entire Lianhua Peak trembled violently. As if a mountain shook the earth, his figure floated into the sword formation, while Gongsun Zhongmo pressed his palm against the sword tip, softly murmuring an incantation. Between the 12 sword energy pillars, swords composed entirely of sword energy gradually materialized, lifelike in appearance, numbering nearly 1,000, interwoven into an immense net, all points aimed at Qiu Yi, who had entered the formation at that moment. Lianhua Peak fell into profound silence. Even the howling wind was cleaved apart by the sword energy, leaving only fragments. Gongsun Zhongmo's sleeves billowed, soaring amidst the undulating sword energies, resembling an immortal standing upon the clouds that he raised an arm. All the sword energies within the formation trembled joyfully, as if they were true swords of 3 feet in length. These sword energies were not mere shadows. Unlike the sword 9, each of the sword 28 was imbued with formidable intent, a fierce killing aura that he brought his arm down heavily in an instant. Over 1,000 flying swords rained down like a storm upon the Tao Sect master. Qiu Yi in the sky. The 9 Earth Immortals above the 12th floor observed in silence. Amongst the nearly 100 Earth Immortals in the world, only a mere handful surpassed the 12th floor. The 9 present were among the elite, each reflecting upon themselves, questioning whether they could withstand Gongsun Zhongmo wielding the Sword of Extermination. Most would find it nearly impossible to resist. Beside the dignified elder stood a stunning woman clad in white, her wrist tied with a vibrant red cord, at the end of which hung a long, deep black knife, creating a striking contrast against her white attire. The woman glanced at the dignified elder and, with a hint of languor in her smile, remarked, After all these years, seeing Qiu Ye's self-satisfied demeanor is still quite irksome. The elder cast her a sidelong glance and slowly said, "After all these years, have you not discarded the knife that Xiao Yu gifted you?" The woman's smile faded abruptly, replying calmly, "The person is gone. Is it not permissible to keep a memento?" The elder's face revealed a hint of playful amusement. "Of course, it is permissible. Who would dare say otherwise, given that you are the senior sister?" The woman dismissed the title of senior sister, saying, "Setting aside my departure from the sect, our Xin sect values the principle of the lower overcoming the higher. The one with superior cultivation speaks the loudest. With your nearing ascension, even the grand elder, who once taught us, would not dare to speak out against you. To be by the way, when will you ascend?" The elder hesitated briefly, then softly replied, "After killing Murong Xianin." The woman scoffed, "The only two capable figures from our Xin sect are you and him. If another perishes, no matter your divine cultivation, how can you withstand the combined forces of dozens of earth immortals from the Dao sect?" The elder sighed deeply, recalling the extraordinary talents of the sword sect's founder, who, with a single sword, subdued 24 grandmasters. "I doubt I can achieve that." After a moment of silence, he continued, "If I can eliminate Murong Xianin, will you return to become the leader of the Xin sect?" The woman raised her wrist, gazing at the descending black knife, and gently replied, "Agreed that in the world, there are several major sects. Aside from the dominant Dao sect and the virtually defunct sword sect, there are the second-ranked Buddhist sect, the later established Xin sect, the Maoyuan temple on the grasslands, the Diamond temple in the country of Baizhu, the Tianjai in the capital, and the leaderless Confucian sect. The Dao sect holds the greatest power. The Buddhist sect possesses the deepest foundation. The Confucian sect is the most widespread, while the Xin sect, on the surface, boasts the most top-tier experts, totaling 3, even surpassing the Dao sect, which has only Qiu Yi and Chun Yi openly recognized. However, the internal discord within the Xin sect is well known, leaving it unable to contend with the Dao sect. Aside from this, the term 3 great demons arose from the list of the Demon Suppression Palace. Qingqian, in the realm of cultivation, has committed few heinous acts, yet for the current Dao sect, his deeds are innumerable. Initially, he vied for the leadership with the previous true lord, Zikan, and after Zikan's ascension, he became an adversary of the current true lord, Qiu Yi. Following his defeat, he defected from the Dao sect, slaughtering in the Demon Suppression Palace, and thus his overwhelming power earned him the title of the number 1 among the 3 great demons. The second is the current leader of the Xin sect, Murong Xianin, who has not stained his hands with much blood but prefers to operate from the shadows, instigating many inexplicable disasters in the cultivation world, most of which can be traced back to him. As for the last figure, the most controversial, it is Su Beiyou's master, Gongsun Zhongmao. In truth, over the years, both Gongsun Zhongmao and Murong Xianin have engaged in similar actions. The difference lies in that Murong Xianin employs deceitful methods, laying traps that ensnare others in a fog, earning him a genuine reputation as a demon. In contrast, Gongsun Zhongmao has formed alliances with everyone from dignitaries to immortal masters, gaining immense recognition, embodying the spirit of who in the world does not know the name of the Lord. The reason why the lofty figures such as King Mutang of Liao, Prince Xiao Mo of Lingwu, and even His Majesty the Emperor hold Gongsun Zhongmao in high regard is not merely due to his possession of the 36 swords, but rather because of the vast network of connections he wields. A woman suddenly spoke softly. "Tell me, if you were to kill Murong Xianin and Qiu Yi subsequently dispatched Gongsun Zhongmao and Qingchun, would that not lead to peace across the land?" The venerable elder remained silent, his lips moving slightly, forming the word Shao. In chapter 98, a myriad of swords shrouds the heavens. The woman gently tugged the red thread around her wrist, her gaze fixed on the swaying black blade. She narrowed her eyes and remarked, "In this regard, you surpass me. I must admit, my perspective is somewhat narrow. It would be best if Gongsun Zhongmao and Qingchen fell to Qiu Ye's hand, while Murong Xianin perished at yours, and ultimately, you all succumb to the hands of the Shao clan's young master. That would truly bring peace to the world." The elders suddenly chuckled. "Do not forget Lin Han and Xiao Jin. These are the lingering concerns left by Xiao Yu during his reign. If Xiao Xian were to die at their hands, would that not be even more intriguing?" The woman responded with a smile. "Although Xiao Xian is the son of that woman, he is also the son of Xiao Yu. Should he emerge victorious in the end, I would still be able to die with my eyes closed." The elder turned his gaze toward a shadowy direction, acknowledging that Lin Han was inadequate to accomplish anything significant. The true threat lay with Xiao Jin, who had once stirred up a storm with merely his eloquence, forcing Shangguan Xianxin to retreat and switching allegiances multiple times while consistently ascending the ranks. After lying dormant for 60 years, he was indeed the most worrisome factor. Wei Wang Xiao Jin, styled Huayu, also known as the whale fisher of Wei Guo and the fisherman of the East Sea, was one of the two great exiles of the South and North, one literary and one martial. Meanwhile, as a myriad of flying swords surged forth, Qiu Yi finally ceased to feign ignorance, sweeping his sleeve that a purple aura approached, cascading like a mighty river from the heavens. Gongsun Zhongmo flicked his sleeves, and the countless swords transformed into a celestial net, the entire sword array vibrating with energy. In the next moment, the overwhelming sword energy surged into the formation, shaking the entire Lotus Peak as if it were an earthquake. The first 300 swords that met the purple aura vanished without a trace, and the remaining 700 swords trembled incessantly. Gongsun Zhongmo gently tapped his fingers, and the remaining swords began a dazzling transformation, embarking on a frenzied assault to tear apart the purple aura, carving deep, unfathomable chasms upon Lotus Peak. It was indiscernible whether it was the sword array that obliterated the purple aura or the purple aura that dispersed the sword array. The sky darkened, and Gongsun Zhongmo drew forth the Zhuzhen sword, unleashing a strike of unparalleled might. As if to topple cities and mountains in Qiu Ye's hand, a green sword appeared, its tip punctuating the air. With each point, a blue lotus blossomed, and in an instant, hundreds of azure lotuses bloomed in the sky. The Zhuzhen clashed with these blue lotuses, shattering hundreds of them, yet the azure blooms continued to proliferate. Gongsun Zhongmo furrowed his brow, grasping the Zhuzhen as he ascended into the sky above Lotus Peak. In this moment, Gongsun Zhongmo stood in the heavens, while Qiu Yi remained grounded. It was a sword that descended from the sky. As Gongsun Zhongmo raised the Zhuzhen, the celestial canopy was instantly cleaved apart on an island to the northwest of Biao Island. Countless flying swords soared into the sky, a dense mass resembling a dark leaden cloud, obscuring the sun. In an instant, Qiu Yi comprehended the profound intricacies involved. Among the 36 islands of the Sword Sect, aside from Biao Island, there was another renowned island known as Sword Tomb, where 1,000,000 swords were interred. It had once been a place of seclusion for Shangguan Xianxin and the resting place of the sect's ancestors. Gongsun Zhongmo chose to confront him on Lotus Peak to seize the geographical advantage. As the proximity of Sword Tomb Island allowed for such rapid deployment of flying swords in overwhelming numbers, timing, location, and harmony among the people are crucial when cultivators engage in combat. Taking Qiu Yi himself as an example, the Qiu Yi on the Duyun Peak and the one descending the mountain were worlds apart. This disparity elucidated why Qiu Yi previously stated that as long as he did not venture to the imperial capital, even Xiao Yu could do nothing against him. When Gongsun Zhongmo's Zhuzhen descended heavily, the long swords that blotted out the sky rained down like a torrential downpour, yet they did not fall aimlessly. The foremost swords pointed directly at Qiu Yi, while the following swords fell in succession, creating a colossal vortex that hung from the heavens. Previously, the azure lotuses conjured by Qiu Yi were utterly vanquished beneath this sword strike. He remained motionless as the long swords descended, merely making a gesture to adjust his crown. The resplendent tower above his head surged with yellow and black energy, preventing the descending swords from approaching within 3 yards. Ultimately, this was still a contest of strength, and Qiu Yi, towering on the 18th floor, undoubtedly enjoyed a substantial advantage over Gongsun Zhongmo on the 16th floor. Qiu Yi gazed upwards at the elders standing in the sky, calmly stating, "It is time for this humble Taoist to take action." That Su Beiyu sat alone in the empty Sword Chi Hall, where remnants of its former grandeur could still be discerned, precious pearls for lamps, golden pillars, intricately carved beams, and white jade flooring. However, it was now desolate, though not as fragmented as the Qingyu Square outside, yet the ground was stained with dark blood and broken swords, silently narrating the brutal massacre of decades past. Through the main entrance, he could faintly perceive the tumultuous scene outside. With his cultivation, he could not discern who held the upper hand. However, judging by his master's earlier words, the odds of victory were exceedingly slim. Among the Sword Sect's 36, if Gongsun Zhongmo could not unleash the final 6 swords, attempting to inflict harm upon Qiu Yi with the Linglong Tower would be akin to chasing after phantoms. Qiu Yi, recognized as the foremost figure in the world, was not merely because he had surpassed the 18th floor. He wielded 2 treasured artifacts of the Taoist sect, even if there were extraordinary beings at the immortal level. Without these treasures, they would struggle to contend with him. Facing such a nearly flawless quasi-immortal figure, even with the Zhuzhen in hand, Gongsun Zhongmo would find it challenging to secure victory unless he unleashed the final swords of the 36, which would afford him a 50-50 chance of success. At that moment, someone emerged from the depths of the Sword Chi Hall, a pair of originally alluring phoenix eyes now shimmering with an eerie purple hue. The figure, once exuding femininity, now bore the majesty of a ruler surveying the realm, casting a lofty gaze upon Su Beiyu. Instinctively, Su Beiyu turned, startled, and retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The newcomer pressed a finger against the crimson mark on her brow and chuckled softly. "Did Gongsun Zhongmo not mention me?" Su Beiyu paused, realization dawning upon him. "You are Murong Xianin." Murong Xianin narrowed her enchanting eyes and replied, "Indeed, Gongsun Zhongmo is said to have friends all over the world. Yet when death is imminent, it seems I am the only one, Murong Xianin, here to accompany him on his final journey." Su Beiyu fell silent for a moment before asking solemnly, "Senior Murong, can you assist my master?" Murong Xianin shook her head. "I am powerless." Initially intimidated by her presence, Su Beiyu, upon calming down, noticed the disheveled state of the leader of the Xuanjiao sect. Her long hair was unkempt, her white robe stained, and there were even traces of blood, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. She gestured for Su Beiyu to hold his tongue, stating flatly, "Setting aside Qiu Yi, the world's foremost among the 9 observers in the heavens, for our peak masters of the Taoist sect, and the remaining 5 include my sworn enemies. Although they are merely manifestations of their primordial spirits, I cannot contend against them alone. Thus, I am truly powerless in this matter." Su Beiyu despondently replied. "Then why have you come?" Murong Xianin smiled. "I cannot save Gongsun Zhongmo, but I can save you." Su Beiyu forced a smile. "If my master perishes, what use is saving me?" Murong Xianin once again narrowed her eyes. To Qiu Yi, Gongsun Zhongmo's death was imperative, yet his disciple posed no threat. For Gongsun Zhongmo, he could die, but the Sword Sect must not be extinguished. "You are the young master of the Sword Sect. What do you think you are capable of?" As she spoke, Murong Xianin extended a finger and drew a deep crimson line across the red mark on her brow. No blood flowed, yet a radiant crimson light burst forth, resembling a blood-red vertical eye. "What you must do is take up your master's burden and revive the Sword Sect." In Chapter 99, one Qi transforms into 3 swords to open the heavens. On the Qingyu Square outside the Sword Chi Hall, Qiu Yi remained proudly standing, countless flying swords shattering inch by inch before the Linglong Tower, the remnants accumulating into small mountains beside him. When the final sword fell, the yellow and black energy of the Linglong Tower was entirely exhausted, neither too much nor too little. Qiu Yi raised his head to gaze at Gongsun Zhongmo in the sky, stating calmly, "Gongsun Zhongmo, why stand so high?" As his words fell, the sword energy in the sky gradually dissipated, and the fragmented sky resumed its former state. First, a wind blew from beyond, followed by clouds gathering from all directions, eventually leading to a dense overcast. Gongsun Zhongmo glanced at the ominous clouds overhead, but remained silent. The Taoist sect possesses countless methods, with numerous paths leading to immortality, claiming that all laws stem from the Xianmen. Even the later established Xuanjiao could be considered a branch of the Taoist sect, yet it diverged from the righteous path by merging with demonic teachings. In truth, such situations abound within the cultivation world. Both the Sword Sect and Xuanjiao are branches of the Taoist sect, while Maluan Temple and Diamond Temple represent branches of Buddhism. There are also syncretic sects like the White Lotus cult and the Tianjai, which merges Taoism and Confucianism. However, overall, even the Western teachings of Buddhism, once introduced to the Central Plains, were deeply influenced by the Taoist sect, hence the saying that Buddhism originated from Taoism. Given that myriad laws exist, there is seldom a sense of parochialism within the Taoist sect. Every direct disciple has the opportunity to learn superior techniques. For instance, Qi Xianyun, a standout among the younger generation of the Taoist sect, had already learned the Sanxing method practiced by Qiu Yi before formally being named a primary disciple. Thus, the technique of the 28 thunder pearls forming the thunder pool is by no means exclusive to Chen Yi. For the first time, Qiu Yi took the initiative to strike, employing the thunder pool grand formation. The black clouds loomed like ink, threatening to crush the city. Years ago, Qiu Yi had the fortune to witness his master battle Shangguan Xianqin in the eastern capital. That battle ended with Shangguan Xianxin's defeat at the hands of Zichuan, who suppressed him with the Thunder Pool Grand Formation, enabling Xiaoyu to personally slay the emperor of the great Zhengod sect, thus igniting the chaos of the world. Now, the leader of the Taoist sect faced the master of the sword sect once again, and it was the Thunder Pool Grand Formation at that. Would the world descend into chaos once more, and would the outcome be the same? Gongsun Zhongmo hovered in the sky, awaiting the oncoming thunder with composure. Previously, in Julu City, Chunye's thunder pool had been dispelled by Gongsun Zhongmo wielding the zhuzhen. This time, with Qiu Ye's thunder pool, what difference would it make? Qiu Yi raised a hand, and the clouds above plummeted, engulfing Gongsun Zhongmo, who stood suspended in midair. Countless dark clouds surged, with thunder rumbling and purple lightning weaving a net. As 28 massive thunder pearls flickered within the sea of clouds, Gongsun Zhongmo, situated within the thunder pool, brushed his fingers across the zhuzhen sword's blade and swiftly struck. Sword 30, the boundless sword. There were no clever maneuvers, only an endless surge of sword energy. Before this strike, the sea of clouds instantaneously receded, revealing towering purple thunder pearls hidden behind, arranged in the pattern of the 28 constellations. Gongsun Zhongmo pointed his sword at the nearest Jiao star thunder pearl, and with a single movement, the other 6 thunder pearls, Kong, Ji, Fong, Xian, Wei, and Ji, aligned in a line with Jiao star, the entire eastern azure dragon constellation surging forth, charging directly at this sword. The two forces collided, and amidst a torrent of lightning, the eastern 7 stars were forced back, though they quickly returned to rejoin the 28 constellation formation, with the Grand Thunder Pool suffering minimal damage. Gongsun Zhongmo surveyed the rolling thunder around him, inhaling deeply, raising the zhuzhen high, laughing heartily. Let us see how this old man crosses the thunder pool. Between heaven and earth, a flash of sword light flickered. The 28 thunder pearls trembled restlessly. In an instant, countless sword energies filled the thunder pool, creating a magnificent formation. Qiu Ye's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly declared, "Transform the 4 corners into 9 realms. Change." The original eastern, southern, western, and northern 7 stars transformed into 9 realms. The central Juntian comprised Jiao, Kong, and Ji. The eastern azure sky encompassed Fong, Xian, and Wei. The northeastern transformation sky consisted of Ji, Do, and Niu. The northern mysterious sky featured Nu, Su, Wei, and Shi. The northwestern dark sky included Bai, Kuei, and Lu. The western bright sky held Wei, Mao, and Bai. The southwestern vermilion sky embraced Zi, Shun, and Jing. The southern fiery sky contained Gui, Lu, and Xing. The southeastern yang sky was home to Zhang, Yi, and Ji. The 28 constellations remained, yet they were vastly different from before. The sword energies previously scattered throughout the thunder pool dissipated with the formation's transformation. Qiu Yi extended his hands forward, and the 6 thunder pearls of the eastern azure sky and western bright sky surged violently toward Gongsun Zhongmo. Gongsun Zhongmo swung his sword, deflecting Fong, Xian, Wei, and evading Mao and Bai, yet still felt the impact of Wei on his back, his face turning crimson. Qiu Yi expressionlessly waved his sleeve, and the 12 thunder pearls from the central Juntian, northeastern transformation sky, northwestern dark sky, and southeastern yang sky charged forth in sequence. Should Gongsun Zhongmo falter at sword 30, he would be on the brink of absolute despair. It was not that Gongsun Zhongmo held back. Rather, the subsequent 6 swords were beyond his current mastery. Even Shangguan Xianxin, whose cultivation had reached the immortal realm, exhausted himself and perished after employing the 36th and 35th swords, showcasing their overwhelming power. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed at the oncoming thunder pearls, his expression calm as he was engulfed by the thunder, yet a surge of sword energy ascended skyward, connecting heaven and earth, unwavering and unceasing. Qiu Yi gave a soft snort, pushing both hands forward as if a gambler were placing all their chips on the table. The remaining 10 thunder pearls from the northern mysterious sky, southwestern vermilion sky, and southern fiery sky surged into action, overwhelming the entire thunder pool formation. The thunder pool, a realm one dared not tread upon. The 9 observers, in unison, retreated, some even fleeing several li away, while the woman continued to gaze intently at the magnificent battlefield atop Lotus Peak. In her sight, purple lightning erupted in waves, filling the entire sky, seemingly endless. She sighed softly, acknowledging, truly, the foremost figure in the world. The purple lightning surged like a tempest, Amidst this tumultuous display, a white light suddenly soared like a comet. The elder by the woman's side declared with a hearty laugh, Shangwan Xianshan once said, with a 3-foot green blade, one shall dominate the world. The white light shot into the sky, scattering countless purple bolts of lightning. Gongsun Zhongmo, wielding the zuzhen, ascended once more, the purple lightning crashing like waves at his feet. Yet, in this moment, Gongsun Zhongmo was also battered and bruised, his hands that gripped the sword devoid of flesh, leaving only stark, white bones. The woman murmured, "How could it come to this at such an advanced age?" Gongsun Zhongmo paid no heed to his injuries, raising the zuzhen high, from which 2 entwined purple and azure energy dragons surged toward the heavens. Upon seeing this, the woman felt an uncontainable sense of sorrow, softly repeating, "How could it come to this?" Qiu Yi gazed calmly at Gongsun Zhongmo, yet in the next moment, astonishment flickered across his face. Even the observing woman and elder were taken aback. Gongsun Zhongmo extended a sword, but this strike was not aimed at the thunder pool. The previously silent Lan Yu sighed softly. Gongsun Zhongmo intends to. The venerable elder murmured, "He intends to fight Qiu Yi to the bitter end." Sword 36, a strike to open the heavens. The world fell silent. After a brief calm, a series of thunderous roars echoed. Overpowering the sound of thunder, the sky suddenly fractured, revealing a dark rift that spanned from east to west. The vast thunder pool trembled before the might of a single sword strike that a rare solemnity crossed Qiu Ye's face as he softly remarked, "Such formidable power even in the mere act of drawing the sword. It must undoubtedly be the sword 36. Since you are willing to risk your life, I shall accompany you to the end." With a serene smile, Qiu Yi waved his sleeve, retracting the grand array formed by 28 thunder beads. "Please assist me, fellow cultivators," he said, bowing with respect. A gentle aura ascended towards the heavens, shrouded in mist. 3 Taoists descended upon clouds. Joining him, to the right, stood a young Taoist with sword-like brows and bright eyes, approximately 23 or 24 years old, who proclaimed, "I have arrived." To the left was a youthful child, clasping a small Taoist scepter and holding a treasured seal, who chirped, "I come to lend you a hand." Above them, an elderly Taoist with white hair sat cross-legged upon a green lotus, holding a whisk and smiling. "Though I am frail, I can still lend my strength." All 3 Taoists possessed cultivation beyond the 18th floor, embodying the essence of the 3 pure ones. Gongsun Zhongmo paid no heed to these formidable figures as he melded with his sword, resolutely charging towards Qiu Yi. In that moment, he was completely immersed, seemingly oblivious to the 4 poised Taoists who were also above the 18th floor, ready for battle. Memories flooded Gongsun Zhongmo's mind, fleeting like shadows. His childhood at sea with his elder brother, Gongsun Buoshu, his youth training with his master, Shangwan Xianshan, the spirited days of his adolescence, and the subsequent defeat by Qiu Yi and Xiaoyu, which left him with a sense of resignation that he recalled his middle age. Supporting Zhang Shuiyao, walking side by side, until they eventually lost touch with one another. This moment of distraction, which should have weakened Gongsun Zhongmo's sword momentum, surprisingly transformed his previously scattered energy into a harmonious force in an instant. The mere act of wielding sword 36 became almost unbearable for him, as blood seeped from countless pores, drenching him. Yet, he remained unaware, slowly closing his eyes with a serene expression. The final sword strike embodied his desire to eradicate the immortals. As the sword cleaved through the heavens, the 9 spectators above remained silent. Speak honestly. Qiu Ye's embodiment of the 3 pure ones was deemed invincible, while Gongsun Zhongmo's sword strike was one that none would dare claim they could withstand. Their confrontation had reached a point where even 9 united could not intervene. The most esteemed elder among them furrowed his brow, eyeing the celestial realm, especially at the level of Qiu Yi and Gongsun Zhongmo. True confrontations rarely shook the heavens. Many times, they were mere moments of decisive confrontation. Their mastery over their own energies was so refined that they would not waste effort unnecessarily. However, when such catastrophic phenomena arose, it signified that both combatants had fully unleashed their powers, leaving no room for finesse. This was a fight to the death in the current world. Those above the 18th floor were scarce, excluding the ancient beings hidden beneath the waters. Only 3 were publicly acknowledged. Qiu Yi had surpassed the 18th floor, a mere step away from ascension, while Murong Xianin stood at the zenith of the current era, also at the 18th floor. The 3rd individual was slightly beneath Qiu Yi, appearing as a youthful man in his prime. Although they were nearly the same age, differing only in their respective paths, Qiu Yi had practiced for over 70 years, meditating in Xuandu for nearly half a century. Having long forsaken the mundane world, many had forgotten that he once traversed the realm extensively. In times of chaos, he too had participated, witnessing the battle in Jiangnan, where Shangwan Xianxin unleashed the sword that split the heavens against the ninefold thunder tribulation. He understood the terrifying nature of Sword 36, and, thus, bore no fear. With an 80% certainty of withstanding this sword strike, Qiu Yi aimed not only to block, but to retaliate fiercely against Gongsun Zhongmo. He raised the treasured seal in his hand, tossing it upward. The seal emanated a brilliant light, revealing the central heavenly emperor, with the 4 cardinal emperors inscribed on its sides, beneath which were the ancient characters Dutian, the Taoist treasure known as the Dutian seal. What followed was a spectacle that astounded the world. The Dutian seal soared into the Linglong pagoda, transforming from 7 layers to 33, rising towards the heavens and resting upon the lotus peak. Its apex unseen. A woman beside the elder murmured about a legend. On the ascent platform of the Taoist peak, if one erected a 33-layer Linglong pagoda, it would lead directly to the heavenly gates, allowing one to ascend to the 33 heavens of the Tao ancestor. Though its truth was uncertain, the 4 Qiu Yi figures positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points beneath the Linglong pagoda, their powers merging into one, nearly rivaling the divine realm, clearly intending to withstand Gongsun Zhongmo's sword strike. The next moment, the sword of extermination crashed into the Linglong pagoda, as though an immortal had struck a celestial bell. A resounding echo reverberated through the heavens and earth. Sword 36, known for its unmatched sharpness, rent apart the surrounding mystical energies enveloping the Linglong pagoda, shattering the sky and creating fissures. Sword energy surged, forming 2 massive azure dragons entwined around the pagoda. The Linglong pagoda trembled violently, and the entire lotus peak quaked. The sword of extermination, deemed the sharpest spear, clashed with the Linglong pagoda, the most resilient shield. In this contest of offense and defense, which would prevail? Qiu Yi, merging his strength with the other 3, extended both hands to brace against the most formidable sword energy in existence, his sleeves torn and hair disheveled. Gongsun Zhongmo's form wavered, on the verge of collapse. Although Gongsun Zhongmo appeared to be at a disadvantage, the elder with profound cultivation observed that even the seemingly invincible Qiu Yi was struggling. The torn sleeves and disheveled hair indicated that Qiu Yi was not merely unable to control his energy, but was also disregarding his own dignity. Not only the elder, but the other 8 also regarded the 3-foot azure blade with open trepidation. Were it anyone else, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. Indeed, as the current head of the sword sect, even if he could not claim invincibility, he remained a rare figure capable of standing alone against the world. A desperate struggle was akin to fighting with one's back against the wall. The sorrowful soldier is difficult to defeat, especially for those renowned for their fierce resolve like the sword sect. The elder felt a pang of regret. Was it truly the fate of the sword sect's leader to meet such a tragic demise? In nearly 2 centuries, none of the sect's previous leaders had successfully ascended or ended their journeys on good terms. Was this the fate of the sword sect? In a hoarse roar, Gongsun Zhongmo, on the brink of collapse, forced his sword of extermination forward by 3 inches. Although Qiu Yi remained steadfast, a glaring red spot appeared in his palm. A faint smile graced Gongsun Zhongmo's face. In the next heartbeat, all sword energy dissipated, leaving only 1 man and 1 sword. In a flash, Gongsun Zhongmo found himself behind Qiu Yi, and a crimson blossom bloomed from Qiu Yi's chest. A sword piercing the heart is a fatal wound to most, but to one of the celestial realm, it was merely a flesh wound. Yet, in a gentleman's duel, such injuries would signify defeat. However, today was not a gentleman's contest, but a relentless struggle for life and death. Qiu Yi pressed his hand against his heart, his face cold. The other 3 Qiu Yi figures assumed solemn expressions and stepped forward in unison. Just as the situation became critical, a purple rainbow swept between Qiu Yi and Gongsun Zhongmo. The speed was such that even the 9 observing immortals could not react in time. The elder among them was the first to notice, his eyes reflecting unmistakable anger as he gazed at the purple streak. As the rainbow dissipated, it revealed a figure marked by a vivid red vertical eye on his forehead. Murong Xianin. He gracefully flicked his sleeves, moving swiftly through the air, his phoenix-like eyes more enchanting than any beautiful woman. reminiscent of a performer taking the stage that a hauntingly beautiful melody resonated, echoing for miles, nearly bringing tears to the listener's eyes. Followed by an inexplicable sense of dread, the atmosphere rippled around them, causing even Qiu Yi to momentarily lose focus. Despite Murong Xuanin's brief intervention, it was sufficient for Gongsun Zhongmo that he laughed heartily and swept his sword through the air. In the realm of the high and mighty, aside from the pursuit of longevity, many held various passions, and over the years, numerous masters emerged. Among them, Qin Muxian's guqin and dance were highly praised, alongside Murong Xuanin's flute and pipa, Lan Yu's go, Xiao Yu's calligraphy, and Xiu Ye's divination, not to mention Gongsun Zhongmo's brewing and Zhang Shuiyao's tea artistry. Murong Xianin, though a grandmaster, was also adept in music, crafting lyrics and melodies that astonished the world. After becoming the head of the Xianin sect, his actions became increasingly reckless. He disregarded his status to learn from the renowned Yuan Shiqing, even donning makeup to perform, earning acclaim for his captivating performances. This time, he sang with a sorrowful melody, truly embodying ancient grief. Suppressing the sudden surge of anger within him, Qiu Yi chose to overlook Murong Xuanin's interference and continued his pursuit of Gongsun Zhongmo, who had lost the best opportunity for a decisive strike. Though Gongsun Zhongmo had managed to fly nearly 1,000 miles in an instant, his body, burdened by the forced use of Sword 36, was swaying, despair evident as he teetered on the brink of life and death. Even if Qiu Yi did not pursue him, Gongsun Zhongmo's survival would depend on fate. However, Qiu Yi sought to take matters into his own hands. He brought his palms together, and a slender, sharp spear materialized between them. That I implore the 3 fellow Taoists to assist me. The young Taoist among the 3 burst into laughter, drawing his flying sword from its sheath, launching it like a shooting star for a swift strike. After a lengthy moment, a series of thunderous booms echoed across the heavens. 1,000 miles away, the young Taoist's sword caught up with Gongsun Zhongmo, forcing him to momentarily halt his flight. This brief pause was all Qiu Yi needed. He made a subtle gesture, and the spear vanished, reappearing directly at Gongsun Zhongmo's chest, penetrating through him with crackling lightning. Since you have pierced my heart, I return the favor with a heart-piercing magic spear, he declared, an eye for an eye. Witnessing this, Murong Xianin shook his head, retreating from the elder's whisk, hastily returning to the realm of sword energy. Seizing Su Beiyu and attempting to flee at that moment, the esteemed elder finally intervened. That I in Murong Xuanin's ears, thunder roared. Murong Xianin. Even though he had prepared for this, he momentarily lost focus. Just then, a spark of light appeared in his vision, reminiscent of a tiny firefly in the summer night sky. Almost instantly, the glow magnified, blossoming like a crescent moon before him. With great difficulty, Murong Xianin managed to utter, Wanyan Beiyue. The elder who struck was none other than the newly established national leader. Wanyan Beiyue was no mere crescent moon. Rather, his fist consumed Murong Xuanin's entire line of sight. But Su Beiyu, held captive by Murong Xianin, stared in shock as the fist slammed into the rainbow light, producing a thunderous resonance that momentarily rendered him deaf. Although the rainbow did not shatter, it quaked violently, releasing countless rays of light. However, Murong Xianin merely paused briefly, abandoning all defenses in his desperate escape. If Wanyan Beiyue could delay him even for a moment, allowing Qiu Yi and the other 8 to surround him, then even his 18th floor cultivation would meet its end. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Wanyan Beiyue unleashed a dual assault, striking Murong Xuanin's back with the force to shatter mountains. These blows caused purple energy to surge from Murong Xuanin's eyes, yet Wanyan Beiyue was but a projection of his spirit, unable to exert his full strength, preventing a complete injury to Murong Xianin. Turning his head, the crimson glow in Murong Xuanin's vertical eye flickered, compelling Wanyan Beiyue to defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Xianin escaped under the watchful eyes of Qiu Yi and the 9 grandmasters. Su Beiyu, caught in Murong Xuanin's grasp, finally comprehended the world his master had often described, realizing the profound and brutal nature of existence amidst the lofty tales of immortals. The blood-red rainbow streaked across the heavens, with Gongsun Zhongmo and his sword intertwined within it. Each breath he took was laced with excruciating pain, the essence within him dwindling, the energy gate pierced by Qiu Ye's magic spear, his entire body on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for his purple sea of consciousness remaining intact, he might have already ceased to exist. Now, rather than flying on his sword, he was being carried by the sword of extermination, hurtling hundreds of miles before crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater and sending dust swirling. The sword of extermination and the sword box scattered around him. Lying in the pit, Gongsun Zhongmo gazed up at the sky, his vision gradually blurring. Initially resolved to die, he chose to flee upon Murong Xuanin's appearance, unwilling to disregard the life-saving grace shown to him, and wishing to settle matters for Su Beiyu. Since joining the Sword Sect, he had been a member of the Sword Sect, wielding the world's finest immortal sword, the sword of extermination. His journey had been tumultuous, marked by both gains and losses, yet he had traveled too hastily, never once pausing to reflect on the path he had taken. Now, he could finally slow down and contemplate. Memories flooded his mind. First, his elder brother, Gongsun Buoshu. Then, his master, Shangwan Xianqian. Ultimately, he fixated on a visage that evoked both joy and sorrow. In his hazy consciousness, Gongsun Zhongmo felt as if he had returned to a spring long past. It was a time when the gentle spring breeze swept through Human Pass, bringing forth the vibrant life of nature. The wind traveled northwest, across the central plains, to Jiangnan, stirring the waters of a spring lake. On the lake stood a quaint courtyard. He was at its entrance when a woman in white approached, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The smile was not overwhelming, but it radiated a heartfelt joy that resonated deeply within him. Inside, two recently extinguished wedding candles stood, their thick wax resembling tears shed by the woman. In a moment of stupor, Gongsun Zhongmo reached out, yearning to grasp the woman. Yet, she slipped through his fingers, vanishing in an instant, her features obscured, leaving only a heart-wrenching silhouette behind. Ultimately, she disappeared entirely, plunging Gongsun Zhongmo's world into darkness. Time passed, and when he finally regained consciousness, the night sky was aglow with twinkling stars. The Zhuxian sword lay askew not far from him, emanating a dim luminescence. With a sigh, the elder realized that, in the end, his deepest concern was not Su Beiyu, nor the Sword Sect, nor even the long-fallen Gongsun clan, but rather the woman he had been estranged from for many years. Gongsun Zhongmo struggled to rise, but succumbed to his fate. Closing his eyelids gently. In Buddhism, there are 8 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, the pain of love and separation, the pain of resentment and hatred, the pain of unfulfilled desires, and the pain of attachment. After the fall of the Sword Sect and the restoration of peace, Gongsun Zhongmo, unwilling to retreat into seclusion to pursue ascension, remained tethered to the mortal realm. Ultimately, he could not let go. Years of wandering yielded no substantial achievements, embodying the pain of unfulfilled desires. The estrangement between husband and wife represented the agony of separation. Today's battle on Lotus Peak with Qiu Yi was the manifestation of resentment and hatred. The very act of living was fraught with suffering. Aging brought its own sorrows, and the burden of illness compounded his woes. Now, gravely wounded and facing death, he was ensnared in the entirety of life's 8 sufferings. Life, indeed, was filled with suffering. Gongsun Zhongmo managed a faint smile, recalling a phrase he had encountered years ago: life may be filled with suffering, but as long as a loved one returns, all shall be well. Chapter 102. The curtain falls on the scattered flowers. Murong Xianin had fled with Su Beiyu for an extended period, traversing from dawn until deep into the night, escaping from the sea to the land, until Su Beiyu could no longer discern directions or his current whereabouts. At last, Murong Xianin halted, casting Su Beiyu to the ground. Once steady on his feet, Su Beiyu beheld a large pit, the immortal sword leaning against its edge, and the elder lying at the bottom. Accustomed to Gongsun Zhongmo's former dignified demeanor, this was the first time Su Beiyu witnessed him in such disarray. With ashen hair and a spear, crackling with purple lightning, protruding from his chest, blood staining his form. In Su Beiyu's mind, this elder had always been akin to a mountain, steadfast and unyielding. Yet today, he had crumbled, perhaps never to rise again. Murong Xianin stood at a distance, hands clasped behind his back, offering no assistance. Su Beiyu slowly approached the pit, his eyes reddened as he called out, "Master." The elder, struggling to open his eyes, managed a faint smile upon recognizing the visitor. "You are here. That is good." Su Beiyu knelt beside the pit, grasping its edge with both hands, softly declaring, "Master, I will go down and help you up." The elder shook his head, suppressing his pain, and spoke slowly. "While I still possess some clarity, listen to me carefully. I am not one for eloquence. I cannot sway the world with mere words. Nor can I articulate profound truths. After years of sword practice, I have nearly dulled my wits. Ultimately, I am just a common swordsman relying on brute strength. However, Beiyu, some things must be said for your sake and for the sword sect. Su Beiyu slid down the edge of the pit to Gongsun Zhongmo's side, holding one of the elder's hands tightly as he whispered, "Master, I will remember every word. If you wish to inherit the position of the sword sect's leader, prepare to be treated like a pariah. When my master perished, the sword sect fractured, and for decades, your master and mistress became like those scurrying rats, until I rebuilt the sword Qi Lingkong Hall after turning 60. Achieving a level of understanding. Your current cultivation is still at the first stage, inferior to what I once was, and the sword sect today is far from what it once was. Thus, the burden you bear is heavier than what I faced." A moment of silence enveloped the two. Su Beiyu broke it with resolute confidence, declaring, "I can shoulder this burden." Gongsun Zhongmo smiled with relief and continued, "The sword sect has endured for over 1,000 years. It must not perish through our hands that I have toiled my entire life for this sect, leaving behind little more than the sword Qi Lingkong Hall. Yet even with your talents, seizing it entirely will not be an easy task. The hall has 12 sword masters, aside from Song Guangguan. Do not engage with the others too soon, lest they undermine your authority. It is best to seek your mistress in Jianghu. With my death, her resentments will fade, and she may lend you assistance." Upon hearing the word death, Su Beiyu clenched his fists against his lips, teeth grinding. The sword sect's treasures were hidden in the sword tomb, protected by formations left by our ancestors, inaccessible without the Zhuxian. Thus, the Taoist sect could neither locate nor acquire them. But as for the Gongsun family's wealth, it lies with your mistress. If you can obtain it, it shall be yours. If not, I am powerless to assist you. Supporting a collapsing edifice or steering a ship from capsizing sounds grandiose, yet the reality requires immense effort. It is no wonder that losing one's life is a possibility. Do not follow my example. If ever the situation becomes untenable, depart, even if it means starting anew. Do not allow this crumbling structure to bury you." Su Beiyu raised his arm to shield his eyes, shoulders trembling slightly. Gongsun Zhongmo attempted to smile, but no sound emerged. Only a raspy whisper escaped. "I had hoped to guide you through countless journeys, to read myriad tomes, and with another 20 years of refinement, pass on my legacy to you. Alas, fate has other designs, and now the path ahead is yours to tread. The 36 swords are hidden within the Zhuxian. Contemplate them at your leisure. Do not rush. Given your understanding, it should not be overly difficult. Xianming is my cherished sword, and it shall be yours. That I have borne this sword sheath for decades. It is now your turn." The young man, already burdened with 2 swords, nodded solemnly, concealing his expression. The elder, growing weary, half closed his eyes, struggling to maintain coherence, whispering, "There are also personal matters to address. Your mistress has always possessed the temperament of a spoiled princess, rarely winning affection. Even in her old age, little has changed. She remains self-centered, oblivious to the feelings of others. You will inevitably need to exercise patience if one day you ascend to a height that even I must revere, and she finds herself in trouble. Extend your hand for my sake, and ensure her later years are more comfortable. Beiyu, I entrust the sword sect and family matters to you. You shall be bound by duty, and the road ahead will be fraught with challenges. I hope you do not resent me for it." As the elder's hand, held weakly within Su Beiyu's grasp, fell limp, the latter was overcome with grief. 70 years prior, when he first grasped the sword, he was filled with hope for the future. After mastering the 13 swords, he began to shine within the sect, brimming with pride. On Bio Island, he deftly wielded the flying sword. On Luoxia Island, clad in white, she turned to smile at him, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. 60 years ago, amidst the howling winds of the grasslands, he stood among the sect's elite by Biluo Lake. A young man wielding Xianming, moving with effortless grace, unmatched by any. Even Xiao Yi, the Taoist sect's foremost disciple, fled after being wounded by him and his junior sister's combined swords. On the Great Snow Mountain, he nearly killed a young man named Xiao Yu, while his sister almost took the life of a grassland woman named Lin Yinping. When Sword 19 was unleashed, none could stand against him. A year later, flames of war engulfed the grasslands as he obeyed his master's command to confront the Taoist sect, yet fate proved unyielding. Whether it was the returning Xiao Yi or the indomitable Xiao Yu, he had become outmatched. One misstep led to another, and a grand hunt for supremacy ended in quiet retreat. Although he wielded a 3-foot azure blade, his heart bore a heavy burden, a pent-up frustration with no outlet. Fortunately, he still had that figure in white beside him. Now, the grasslands lay tranquil, the winds brushing low against the grazing cattle and sheep, heralding an era of peace from the grasslands to the northwest. The Central Plains and Jiangnan, who still remembered the sword sect, countless dreams of returning home, countless awakenings in the dead of night. After all this time, did he truly understand what to relinquish and what to reclaim? He brewed a flask of snake gall liquor, pouring himself a drink as he recounted his experiences to his disciple, tales of old acquaintances, stories of past grievances and affections, and shared his observations over the years. Until the flask was empty, the liquor intoxicated not the body but the spirit, burying the remnants of past glories and sorrows deep within the revelry. He spoke to his disciple words not meant to be taken seriously. Your master once roamed the world in youthful splendor, sword in hand. Some viewed him as a potential threat, others as a remarkable figure, some awaited his downfall, and there were those who had turned him into a tale of uncertain truth. 8 decades of storms and tribulations had rendered him indifferent to the opinions of others, allowing him to laugh off the past. Some say the world is like a chessboard, while others liken life to a play. The stage is grand, and every individual is but an actor. He once stood at the center of this stage, visited its corners, basked in glory, and faced disgrace. Life is absurd and solitary, governed by a convoluted fate. Ultimately, it is but a farcical performance, a moment of invincibility as a sword immortal, severing the pagoda of the true master. Toppling the emperor's crown that he laughed heartily. With zither, lute, and pipa, I, the great king, faced the phantoms and demons alone, triumphing effortlessly. With a sword sheath on his back, he wandered far and wide, living a life free of regrets and inner peace. As the brilliance of the world faded, Chapter 103, Gongsun Zhomo. Farewell. In the East Lake Villa, the woman stood by the lakeside, gazing down at the undulating waters, her eyes clouded and inscrutable. At her waist hung a palm-sized round jade disc. Before embarking on journeys or retreating into seclusion, many cultivators would forge a life lamp from their own essence blood, binding their fates, should one perish. The lamp would extinguish. Placed within the sect, it would inform fellow disciples and friends of their status. With the sword sect's demise, Gongsun Zhomo and his wife had no place for such a lamp. So many years ago, they each forged a jade disc entwined with their fates, exchanging and carrying them that a faint crack resonated, and a clear fissure appeared on the jade disc. Zhang Xiao turned, startled, watching as the disc shattered into 2 pieces, falling at her feet, her complexion paling. Has he died? After a long pause, in disbelief, she whispered to herself, Gongsun Zhomo, you'd have departed just like that? Crouching down, her trembling hands picked up the shattered jade, biting her delicate lips. Her voice filled with sorrow. You once called yourself Zhomo. Where have you plotted your way to? In your schemes, have you only led yourself to despair? You were always so obstinate, never heeding my words. No matter how significant the sword sect, can it outweigh your own life? In that moment, she ceased to be the exalted princess of yore, reduced to a pitiful woman bereft of her husband. The 2 fragments of jade in her hands slowly crumbled to dust, carried away by the wind. Shui, yes, she stared blankly at the powder in her hands. A familiar, yet distant voice reached her ears. She looked up suddenly, tears streaming down her face upon seeing the figure before her. A handsome young man, his smile gentle. They had once trained together, journeyed together, endured hardships together, and rebuilt the sword Qi Lingkong Hall together. They had even married here, supporting each other through thick and thin. Zhang Xiao gazed at the man before her, softly uttering, Gongsun Zhomo. The figure before her wavered, as if he might dissipate into the wind at any moment. He drifted closer, extending a hand that had become ethereal, as if to caress her cheek. Zhang Xiao wiped away her tears, raising her face, eyes closed, smiling serenely. His hand finally brushed against her face, softly saying, I am leaving. Then, his form gradually blurred, transforming into radiant wisps that scattered into the ether. Zhang Xiao opened her eyes, unsure whether to cry or to smile, her hands gathered in her sleeves as she bowed. Just as they had on their wedding night, softly saying, Farewell, my husband. Gongsun Zhomo had passed away, leaving no remains, his body, along with the spear embedded in his chest, dissolving into shimmering motes, completely vanishing between heaven and earth. He left Su Beiyu with the Zhu Xian, the Xianming, a sword sheath, and 3 seals. One seal was a token of Qinyi, while the other 2 were the sword sect leader's seal and Gongsun Zhongmo's personal seal. Su Beiyu collected his master's belongings, placing them all within the sword sheath, which he then slung over his shoulder. Just as Gongsun Zhongmo had said before his death, this sword sheath now belonged to him. Carrying a sword sheath is simple, yet shouldering the responsibility of a sword sect is a daunting task. During Gongsun Zhongmo's final instructions, Murong Xianin had remained at a distance, silent, quietly witnessing his old friend's departure. Once Su Beiyu had secured the sword sheath, Murong Xianin approached him, speaking slowly. Qiu Ye's murderous intent is resolute. He would even harm himself to use the demon-suppressing spear against Gongsun Zhongmao. It is a regrettable situation. Even the gods cannot intervene. Su Beiyu turned to face him, quietly stating, "Regardless, I must thank you, Senior Murong, for your timely assistance." Murong Xianin waved his hand. "For me, Gongsun Zhongmo's survival was not solely a matter of deep affection, but rather a matter of interests. Now that he has passed, I must make my own preparations. Before that, however, I can accompany you one last time. Are you headed to Jianghu to see Zhang Shuao?" Su Beiyu contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I wish to return to the northwest to see someone first." Murong Xianin did not pry into whom Su Beiyu wished to meet. With a flick of his sleeve, he bid farewell. In the next moment, a purple streak soared into the sky, carrying Su Beiyu with it. In Shiliang Prefecture, at the Thousand Buddha Cave, a young monk looked up at the figure of his master standing upon the shoulder of a towering Buddha statue, calling out, "Master, why are you standing up so high?" The middle-aged monk, calm and composed, replied, "Standing high allows one to see far." The young monk inquired, "What is the use of seeing far?" "To walk far," the master stated. "Are you leaving?" "Yes." "Where to?" "To Zhiyuan." "What will you do there?" "To meet someone." "Who?" "Han Xian, Han Wenbi." "Master, those are clearly 2 people. What is their relationship? Are they brothers?" "Master, why have you fallen silent? Are they brothers or not?" "They are one person, surnamed Han, named Xian, styled Wenbi. I see. By the way, Master, the person who came a few days ago, why did he call you Sick Tiger when you are the Dragon King?" "Sick Tiger was a nickname I received during my time in court, bestowed by the late emperor. The person you mentioned also has such a nickname, called Catman, though few dare to use it now." "Master, are there many people in the court with nicknames like yours?" "There were quite a few in the past. Now, perhaps only a few remain. Aside from us, there are still Fei Xiong and Zhong Meng." "Master, after you meet Han Xian, will you stop being the Dragon King and become the Sick Tiger instead?" The middle-aged monk remained silent for a long time, stroking the stubble on his head, which had not been shaved in days, and slowly replied, "Perhaps." Today, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Yi residence. As an uninvited guest, one would expect certain decorum when approaching a prestigious family such as the Yi clan. Typically, a visitor would prepare in advance or at least present a formal invitation. However, the individual before them not only lacked an invitation but also bore a bamboo fishing rod, audaciously demanding an audience with the esteemed lord of the Yi family. The doorman, despite his cultivated demeanor, could not suppress a roll of his eyes. The notion that a common person could meet the lord was absurd. Even high-ranking officials or nobles would find it nearly impossible, let alone the elderly matriarch and patriarch themselves. Just as the doorman contemplated dismissing this unexpected visitor, the housekeeper hurriedly emerged, opening the main door to welcome the esteemed guest. The doorman's astonishment. The man with the fishing rod confidently strode into the Yi residence. Upon entering the inner courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in green stood with his hands clasped behind him, clearly having waited for some time. The visitor set down his fishing rod and, with a respectful gesture, said, "Thank you for your warm welcome, Master Xiao. I am most humbled." Having changed from his ceremonial robes into casual attire, Qiu Yi smiled gently and replied, "It has been decades since we last met. Yet Huayu remains as distinguished as ever." The visitor, surnamed Xiao, was none other than the current lord of Wei, Xiao Jin, also known as Xiao Huayu. Approaching the age of 70, he still appeared youthful, embodying the grace of a tall, elegant tree. His scholarly aura, combined with his noble status, captivated many a heart. The Yi family estate boasted a vast, naturally formed lake, which had been incorporated into the grounds during its construction. The 2 gentlemen sat by the lake, fishing. Xiao Jin cast his line into the water and, with a serene smile, remarked, Congratulations on finally overcoming your long-standing affliction. Xiao Yi, maintaining a composed expression, replied, illness descends like a mountain, but it departs like a thread. Your words may be premature. Xiao Jin gazed thoughtfully at the lake. What do you mean? He inquired. Holding a purple bamboo fishing rod, Xiao Yi slowly released the line and explained, the death of Gongsun Zhongmo does not signify the demise of the sword sect. If the once famed Qingchen was the rotting flesh within the Taoist sect, then the sword sect represents the external wounds. External wounds heal swiftly, but one must be wary of those who might seek to inflict further harm upon them. Perhaps due to the prolonged hunger of the fish in the lake, Xiao Jin's rod began to tremble with activity as he skillfully reeled in a fish. He remarked, my nephew harbors grand ambitions. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly, youngsters are prone to lofty aspirations. It is not unusual for them to be overly ambitious. With a sudden tug, Xiao Jin pulled a vibrant red carp from the water. He detached the wriggling fish from the hook, released it back into the lake, and chuckled, seek to become a dragon early, and do not wander aimlessly in the rivers and lakes. One must recognize the bait beneath the surface conceals sharp hooks. Chapter 104. Life can afford to be young again in the desolate Gobi Desert beyond the borders. A solitary figure traversed the arid expanse that a young man clad in white linen carried a sword case on his back. West of Shan Prefecture lay the Shihe Plain, bordered by the Qing River, facing the grasslands from a distance. The founding emperor of the Great Jing dynasty established the Shihe Prefecture here, but after the ascendance of Xiao Yu late in the Great Jing era, the prefecture was merged into Shan Prefecture. Nevertheless, the elder generation still referred to it as Shihe Prefecture. Xiao Yu rose from the grasslands, gaining power in the northwest. The Shihe Plain served as the heartland of the entire northwest, with Jianghu standing prominently within it. Years ago, when Xiao Yu was merely a regional lord, the primary threat to Jianghu did not arise from behind, but from the Qin regime stationed in the northern Yin Prefecture. Consequently, he fortified the Shihe Plain, constructing fortifications every 10 miles and every 5 miles, creating 36 strongholds centered around the significant Danxiao fort. After the fall of the Qin regime, the herders took advantage of the chaos to invade Shan, driving deep into Shihe Prefecture where a decisive battle unfolded between the northeastern and northwestern armies, with the fate hanging on the outcome of the Danxiao fort. Yet, in the current era of peace, the Danxiao fort has transformed, no longer bearing the scars of war, but instead flourishing like an ordinary city in the Central Plains. Many young individuals unwilling to toil in the earth yet reluctant to stray too far from home sought their fortunes here. And he was once among them. Now returning to this land he had inhabited for 2 decades, he felt as if he had traversed through time, even though his absence had lasted but a few months. The outside world, filled with transcendent beings and noble airs, resembled a fantastical dream, fading into nothingness upon awakening. Yet, the sword case strapped to his back served as a constant reminder that this was no mere fantasy. As evening approached, the young man with the sword case strolled toward Danxiao Fort, where, in the dim light, the early glimmers of lamps could be seen illuminating the tavern within the fort. He walked with familiarity, entering through the fort's gate without a hint of hesitation, though his demeanor bore the air of someone far removed from the simplicity of this small place. He chose a table in an inn, placing the sword case across from himself, and ordered a bowl of wine and a bowl of water. Lifting the wine bowl, he poured its contents onto the sword case before downing the water in one gulp. The innkeeper felt a sense of familiarity upon the young man's entrance, but hesitated to acknowledge him, for the youth he remembered had been little more than a naive country bumpkin. While the figure before him now exuded the grace of a scholar from the Central Plains, the young man gazed at the sword case, lost in thought. Whether it was the poetic depth within him or the trials he had endured, he was no longer the frog yearning for the outside world, but someone who had encountered breathtaking vistas. His perspective irrevocably altered. Su Beiyu had no interest in reminiscing with the innkeeper. He merely paused briefly before rising again. Leaving Danxiao Fort through another gate, he set his sights on Xiaofeng Fort. Upon arriving at Xiaofeng Fort, night had fully descended, and only one house still glimmered with light. Su Beiyu approached the door, pushing it open. An elderly man, engrossed in reading, looked up, his gaze briefly lingering on Su Beiyu before settling on the sword case behind him. He softly inquired, Gongsun Zhongmo. Su Beiyu nodded slightly and replied, Master has passed away. The elder sighed deeply, remaining silent. After a long pause, the silver-haired elder's stern features softened, and he gently said, Speak of it. What transpired? Su Beiyu hesitated slightly before recounting his recent experiences. The elder rocked gently in his chair, squinting his eyes as he mused. It is not surprising that Shunyi acted. However, it is indeed remarkable that Xiaoyi could provoke such a response from someone who has remained in seclusion for 60 years. This indicates that the current situation is quite delicate. Even the foremost Taoist leader cannot confidently secure his position in Kunlun, but if I am not mistaken, Gongsun Zhongmo likely intended to align with the court, which has led to a complete rift with the Taoist sect. The elder paused momentarily before continuing. Beiyu, you have witnessed the conflicts within the cultivation realm. Even someone as carefree as Gongsun Zhongmo can fall victim to misfortune. What do you plan to do? Sitting on a small stool before the elder, one he had occupied since childhood, Su Beiyu placed his hands on his knees, slowly closing his eyes as he softly stated, "A single meal deserves gratitude. How much more so for the teachings and support I have received. Lacking but the bond of blood, it is difficult to repay such kindness, and even in terms of human relations. I would weep for 3 years. Master, I wish to avenge my master. At the very least, I must fulfill the unaccomplished wishes of my master and restore the sword sect." The elder nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the sentiment, but cautioned, if you seek vengeance, it will be a formidable challenge. Not to mention that Xiaoyi is the Taoist leader, commanding a vast sect. Even a deity may find it difficult to oppose him. Considering Xiaoyi's current cultivation level, even if he utilizes the demon-suppressing spike at the cost of his own merits, he would likely ascend in no more than 20 years. By then, who will you seek to avenge? Su Beiyu opened his eyes, calmly responding, "It is all contingent upon human effort. If necessary, we shall battle once more in the heavens." Han Xian remained silent, well aware, having once held the position of deputy minister, of the world's intricacies and the true nature of this Taoist leader. Vengeance. To slay a Taoist leader, that would be no easier than toppling the great Qi dynasty. Yet, the young man's ambition was commendable, and Han Xian wished not to dampen the spirit of the child he had nurtured. He was not one to engage in grand proclamations, especially when he had not consumed wine. Instead, he preferred the insights gained from years spent in the countryside. Han Xian spoke softly. "Beiyu, you are someone I have raised since childhood, but do you know why I have never taught you anything and instead entrusted you to Gongsun Zhongmo?" Su Beiyu shook his head, eager to learn. Han Xian gently tapped the armrest and explained, "The reason I never taught you was not for lack of desire, but rather fear of ruining your potential. Like you, I too hail from humble beginnings, and certain traits in me have become ingrained. Just as a modestly born beauty may possess charm, but inevitably carry a sense of small-mindedness, I could teach someone from a noble family with ease, as it would complement our strengths. However, to teach you might inadvertently mold you into a second Han Xian. Thus, I entrusted you to the noble-born Gongsun Zhongmo, akin to a refined lady who, even if lacking in beauty, possesses an innate elegance and grandeur. This was the best choice to broaden your horizons." Su Beiyu nodded in understanding. Han Xian closed his eyes and softly stated, "In my life, I have experienced many ups and downs. I have been a lofty scholar and, at times, a nameless commoner. I have served as a high-ranking minister and have also been imprisoned. Ultimately, I have left nothing behind, having lived through 80 years in vain. I have come to realize that when young, one should pursue their desires without hesitation. Thus, when old, there will be fewer regrets. Look at Gongsun Zhongmo. He could not let go of the sword sect, so he sought its restoration, departing with grace. In contrast, I have merely existed here, living a constrained life. This is what I refer to as small-mindedness, and it varies from person to person. Do not emulate me." After a moment of silence, Su Beiyu asked, "Upon my return, I wish to consult with you about my next steps." Han Xian paused his movements, opened his eyes, and advised, "First, go to Jianghu and seek out Zhang Shuiyao. Have her assist you in acquiring the sword Qi Lingkong Hall left behind by Gongsun Zhongmo. As for the rest, leave it to me." Su Beiyu was taken aback, then exclaimed in shock, "Master, are you planning to return to the world?" Han Xian smiled. Life can span over 100 years. Why not embrace youth once more? Chapter 105. Let us raise a toast first in respect, although Han Xian humbly referred to his 80-plus years as wasted. In truth, his extensive experience in the tumultuous sea of politics had amassed him considerable prestige, with former students and acquaintances scattered throughout the court. Even now, as a mere commoner, should the emperor issue a decree, his return to the court would be a matter of course, an opportunity unattainable for newcomers lacking such a foundation. Over 20 years prior, the late Emperor Xiao Yu suddenly passed away, leaving the Empress Dowager in power. Deputy Minister Han Xian and Chief Minister Lan Yu each led their factions, resulting in a tripartite stalemate in the court at the onset of the new emperor's reign. Han Xian and Lan Yu clashed. But ultimately, the Empress Dowager supported Lan Yu, leading to Han Xian's unchallenged defeat. Now, with the Empress Dowager long gone and the power struggle between the new emperor and the Grand Chancellor gradually surfacing, an excellent opportunity for Han Xian's South return to the court emerged. The new emperor sought to suppress the long-dominant chief minister, necessitating the elevation of another prominent elder among the court's figures. With Su Yin deceased in the 10th year of peace, Duanmu Ruixing commanding the Dark Guards, and Xiao Jin already bestowed with a royal title, only Han Xian remained a worthy peer to Lan Yu. Moreover, unlike Lan Yu, who merely possessed great renown without substantial foundations in the court, Han Xian posed no concern of becoming a burdensome figure. Crucially, Han Xian was not a figure of extraordinary cultivation like Lan Yu. By the time he stabilized the court's dynamics, he would likely have passed away, allowing Xiao Xian to prepare for paving the way for his son. Han Xian remarked, "You mentioned having seen Zhang Wubing. He was implicated by me and stripped of his position as the commander of the Imperial Guard by the Empress Dowager." Disheartened, he shaved his head and became a monk, eventually joining the Buddhist sect as a dragon king. Now that he has been stripped of his title, his return to the court, akin to me, will not be far off, but whether he is willing to stand by my side remains uncertain. Su Beiyu replied, "Zhang Wubing entrusted me with the case, requesting I carry out a task for him." Han Xian chuckled lightly. He merely cannot let go of someone. Do not take it to heart. It is not you he cannot forget, but rather his need to find that person through Zhang Shuiyao. You will understand when you encounter him again. That Su Beiyu nodded and then inquired, "What about the situation with King Liao Mutang?" Han Xian frowned slightly, responding calmly, "The waters surrounding King Liao are too deep, involving the current emperor and the king of the north, a complex situation you cannot intercede in at present." That Su Beiyu sighed. Realizing that even those great figures were not free from burden, Han Xian smiled gently, pointing to a phrase inscribed on the wall behind him. "Like entering a torch, one finds coolness within." This was a line from the Huayan Sadness and Wisdom verse, quoted by the historical figure Jiang Ling, who expressed that even while standing in a pit of fire, one could feel the chill of an ice cellar. At that time, Jiang Ling was at the height of his power, holding the position of chief minister. His authority surpassed even that of the emperor. Yet, he uttered such words. One might wonder whether he was at ease or not. Su Beiyu gazed at the inscription, slowly concluding, he was likely not at ease if Jiang Ling was troubled. Then Lan Yu could hardly be in a better position. The current plight of Lan Yu mirrored that of Jiang Ling in the past. "If you were in Lan Yu's position, what would you do?" the elder playfully inquired. Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before responding. After Jiang Ling's death, his family was nearly wiped out by the great Zheng Emperor. "If I were Lan Yu, with such a cautionary tale before me, I would either take a bold gamble for power or retreat gracefully, trading decades of goodwill for a stable life. Beyond that, there would be no alternative." Han Xian nodded in approval, saying, "Your insight reflects that Gongsun Zhoumo's efforts were not in vain. I shall not overly praise you. Simply continue moving forward step by step. One day, when you stand atop the mountain, gazing at the boundless vista, raise a glass of wine at Gongsun Zhoumo's tomb. Even in the depths of the underworld, he will find solace and smile." If any elder statesman from the bygone court were present, they would recognize the weight of Han Xian's words. Han Xian had witnessed many storms and tribulations in his life, that in his youth. He had followed the late Emperor Xiao Yu in rebellion, being hailed as one of the three heroes of the early Qi alongside Su Yin and Duanmu Ruixing. The year Xiao Yu transitioned from Huanglong to Taiping, Han Xian ascended as a minister and held the esteemed rank of first-class official. Throughout his 20 years in coalition with Lan Yu, countless talented youths came and went, yet few ever caught his eye. While many figures and events had moved him, none could compare to individuals of the caliber of Qiu Yi and Gongsun Zhoumao. That it was remarkable for someone of Su Beiyu's age to evoke such sentiments in the elder. However, Su Beiyu remained composed, sitting upright on the small stool without much reaction. The elderly man almost couldn't resist the urge to remind him, "I've praised you to such heights. At the very least, you should display a hint of joy or excitement in response." Han Xian inquired, "When shall we set off for Jianghu?" Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before replying, "Once we pass this year's end, I shall depart at the onset of spring." Until then, I shall seize this opportunity to solidify my own cultivation. Han Xian's smile faded as she spoke slowly. The journey to Jianghu is unlike that to the northwest frontier. The Central Plains and Jiangnan have always been regions teeming with prominent families, a place where hidden talents abound. One can never know if a long-hidden ancient tortoise lurks in some household, or if another possesses the means to reach the heavens with a mere whisper, not to mention those entrenched local powers who can wield immense influence. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution at every turn. That evening, Su Beiyu and Han Xian conversed for quite some time. The following dawn, Su Beiyu ventured alone to the precipice behind the small square village. It was here, a decade prior, that he had encountered his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, who had sought Han Xian but unexpectedly took on a disciple instead. It was also in this very place that Su Beiyu witnessed the emergence of the immortal slaying sword and realized the vastness of the world beyond. He sat cross-legged on the cliff, just as Gongsun Zhongmo once had, resting the sword box on his knees, gazing at the scenery beyond the edge for an extended period, ultimately concealing his face with his sleeve. The child who once held the summer cicada had grown, exchanging it for the sword box perched upon his lap. Yet as early winter approached, no matter how resilient the cicadas, they could not escape their mournful demise. Just as the aging autumn could not withstand the arrival of the new winter, there were neither cicadas nor the elderly man, but Su Beiyu constructed a modest tomb for Gongsun Zhongmo, interring the tattered black robe within. He bowed thrice before the grave and strode away. Time flowed like a stream, and in the blink of an eye, it became the little new year. After offering incense for his master, Su Beiyu made his way to Danxiao village. Visiting his usual tavern, where he ordered a plate of fennel beans and a pot of hot tea, in the tavern's main hall, there was a storyteller, an elderly gentleman specially invited from the Shanzhou region by the tavern keeper, who demanded 2 taels of silver a month. Yet his tales were indeed worth the price. From the grand machinations of noble lords to the whimsical stories of common folk, there seemed to be nothing this old man did not know. At that moment, the storyteller was sipping his hot tea while recounting the recent sensational trade fair in Jianghu City. He began with the Lingwu County Prince, Xiao Mo, warmly welcoming guests from all corners. Then, he described the bustling atmosphere of Jianghu City, where fish and dragons mingled. He spoke of celestial beings descending from the clouds and the sword immortals riding upon their blades. When he reached the part about the confrontation between the Taoist immortal and the sword immortal, the old man became animated, raising his teacup as if it were wine and downing it in one gulp. Finally, he recounted how the Taoist immortal summoned thunder from the heavens while the sword immortal drew his celestial sword, shattering countless bolts of lightning. At that moment, the entire inn fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Beiyu, expressionless, sipped his tea in silence. Once the tale concluded, he rose to settle the bill. Before departing, he requested 2 jars of wine from the tavern keeper. Su Beiyu, who had never been one to drink, strolled down the long street, consuming 1 jar entirely. With a flushed face, he raised the other jar and murmured to himself,